Chapter 1. The Persuasion System and the Imperial Marriage. Brother, have you not always been reluctant to marry the daughter of the Gu family? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? And what of your so-called gynophobia? Is it resolved? In the vast expanse of the wilderness, within the esteemed Yi clan of the Longsheng Empire, the atmosphere was festooned with vibrant decorations, red silks adorning the ground, an overwhelming sense of joy permeating the air, and celestial blessings swirling around. In a room, a strikingly handsome young man stood before a mirror, meticulously adjusting his lavish new attire adorned with golden dragon and phoenix patterns. Beside him stood a girl, who bore a striking resemblance to him, her sparkling eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at her brother. What do you know? Yi Changsheng rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly, though I am reluctant to wed. As the only son, I must honor my parents' wishes. After all, I am a dutiful son who listens to counsel. Hearing this, Yi Yao's expression was one of bewilderment, her mind clouded with questions. A dutiful son who listens to counsel? Brother, could you please speak again with a clear conscience? Previously, her brother had adamantly refused to unite with the Gu family, claiming to suffer from gynophobia. To avoid the marriage, he had contemplated leaving home and even threatened to take drastic measures. This matter had often led to fierce quarrels between him and their parents. Had their parents not been exceptionally powerful, they might have succumbed to the stress long ago. While her brother was not a rebellious son in the truest sense, he bore no semblance to the term dutiful son. Yet now, he claimed to be a dutiful son who listens to counsel? The absurdity was astounding. Noticing his sister's reaction, Yi Changsheng raised an eyebrow. What? Do you not believe me? Yi Yao nodded vigorously. It's all right. Yi Changsheng patted her shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In due time, you shall see for yourself. Enough of this. The wedding banquet is about to commence. Let us go. With that, Yi Changsheng left the room with a cheerful demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Yi Yao was left in a state of disarray. Observing her brother's hurried steps outside, she couldn't help but wonder if he had lost his mind. Where was the rebellious spirit she had come to know? As he walked, Yi Changsheng gazed at the system panel visible only to him, his heart racing with excitement. Persuasion system. Parental suggestion: marry Gu Qingyi, the daughter of the Gu family. Difficulty: extremely easy. Danger level: none. Reward: ordinary gift package. Gift package rarity: ordinary, advanced, rare, perfect, legendary, epic, mythical. In ordinary gift package, I wonder what treasures it may yield. Yi Changsheng mused with eager anticipation. In truth, he was a reincarnated soul, having inexplicably traversed into this vast and fantastical realm, becoming the heir of the Yi clan. The Yi clan, a noble lineage steeped in history and power, was led by his father, a figure of immense strength and authority, unmatched in his prowess. The mother, a princess of the Yanshun Mountain and daughter of the great emperor, not only possesses a noble lineage, but also wields unparalleled prowess and extraordinary talent, being a half-step emperor. Upon his birth, the heavens and earth manifested unusual phenomena, shaking the 9 skies and 10 lands. That it was initially believed that he bore an unparalleled divine physique, destined for greatness as an emperor. Yet, the reality turned out to be that he possessed the Ta Huang ancient body, a physique that rendered him incapable of cultivation. This constitution, originating from the distant ancient era, was not born of the heavens and earth, but was crafted by an immensely powerful being. Reaching the stage of great accomplishment, his physical form became invincible, impervious to all laws, renowned as an invincible physique. However, due to the excessively defiant nature of the Ta Huang ancient body, it was suppressed by the Tao after the ancient times. Coupled with the transformation of the heavenly rules, this once invincible constitution was reduced to that of a useless body. Consequently, he became a figure of ridicule throughout the vast wilderness domain. Even within the Yi clan, many secretly mocked him. Were it not for the formidable influence of his parents, he would likely have been expelled from the Yi clan long ago. As for his reluctance to enter into a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, it can only be attributed to the melodramatic experiences of his previous life, which left him devoid of any hope regarding marriage. Psychologically, he developed a severe fear of women. Since his rebirth, aside from his immediate family, he has not interacted with any other female, let alone contemplated marriage. However, due to the bloodline constraints of the Yi clan, only one male heir can be born per generation. Even as a cultivation-impaired individual, the responsibility of continuing the family line and passing on the ancestral legacy falls squarely upon his shoulders. The Gu clan, also a lineage of the eternal emperor, pales in comparison to the Yi clan's might. The engagement had been arranged long ago. His betrothed is none other than Gu Qingge, the emperor's daughter of the Gu clan. It is said that she possesses an innate divine body, favored by the heavens, with extraordinary qualifications. At a tender age, she broke through limitations and refined the legendary 10 Caverns of Heaven. Her beauty is unparalleled, captivating the hearts of every man in the vast wilderness domain, making her the ideal partner in many eyes. Yet for Yi Changsheng, she is regarded as poison. Initially, upon learning of his betrothal, he vehemently resisted and rejected the idea. However, just days ago, he unexpectedly awakened a system of counsel, whereby following suggestions would yield rewards. His first task, to enter into a marriage alliance with the Gu clan. Thus, he shifted his previously obstinate stance. Although he still harbored deep-seated aversion to the arrangement, he reluctantly complied for the sake of the system's rewards. Within the grand hall of the Yi clan, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, filled to capacity. Powerful beings from myriad clans in the vast wilderness gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. Red silk adorned the ground, exuding joy and festivity, with an endless flow of celestial energy and divine essence enveloping the venue. The grandeur of the wedding was nearly unparalleled. At the heart of the scene stood a pair of elegantly refined middle-aged couple, their smiles growing ever brighter as they beheld the fervent celebration. Yet, thoughts of their son's earlier demeanor caused them lingering concern. My dear, are you certain everything has been arranged? Rest assured, I have commanded the 3,000 guardians to seal off the entire Yi clan. If that rascal dares to flee from the marriage, I shall break his legs. Even if he ends up a bedridden invalid, he must see this union through. Good, as long as he doesn't die. At that moment, a hushed whisper arose from the crowd. Yi Changsheng has arrived. All eyes instinctively turned toward a singular direction. Is this the scion of the Yi Imperial clan? Indeed, he possesses remarkable grace. I cannot fathom the Gu clan's reasoning, insisting upon marrying their imperial daughter to such a wastrel. What is so strange about it? The Gu clan and the Yi clan have been old friends since time immemorial. The Gu clan's current success is entirely owing to the Yi clan. Surely, they wouldn't jeopardize their long-standing friendship over a mere marriage? The ancient Dao body, an invincible physique from the primordial era. Alas, he is but a victim of unfortunate timing. I've heard that Yi Changsheng has always opposed this union, vociferously demanding to annul the engagement, even threatening to take his own life. Yet today, why has he acquiesced? Could it be the irresistible allure of love? The crowd buzzed with speculation in a secluded corner. A handsome young man clenched his fists tightly, his face darkened with resentment as he glared at Yi Changsheng, a primal urge to dismember him coursing through his veins. Xiao Chun, remember your purpose for infiltrating the Yi clan. Do not allow fleeting emotions to cloud your judgment. Once your cultivation reaches fruition, what woman could you not possess? Why mourn for one you secretly admire? A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this voice, the youth took a deep breath. After casting one last intense glance at Yi Changsheng, he forcefully flicked his sleeve and turned to depart. Chapter 2. The wedding ceremony concludes. Reward of the indestructible golden body. Father, mother. Meanwhile, Yi Changsheng approached his parents, offering them a brief greeting. The Gu clan's entourage is nearing. You must remain in the main hall and not wander off. Although fully prepared, his father felt an overwhelming sense of unease regarding his son and issued a final warning. Fear not, I shall stay right here. Yi Changsheng donned a seemingly obedient demeanor, surprising his parents with his unexpected compliance. What has come over our son lately? Why has he become so docile? They could not fathom. Yet, they remained vigilant. As time passed, a formidable contingent from the Gu clan, laden with lavish dowries, descended upon the Yi clan. Gu Qingjia's parents, also leaders of the Gu clan, were sworn brothers with Yi Changsheng's parents, having cultivated together since childhood. Upon their meeting, a cordial exchange of pleasantries ensued. Yi Changsheng, obediently following his parents, engaged in light conversation at intervals. Before long, the auspicious hour arrived. The parents of both parties took their seats, and the wedding ceremony commenced. The time has come. In an instant, the bells and drums resonated in harmony. Celestial sounds surged into the heavens, and auspicious omens erupted across the land. Amidst the gaze of countless spectators, a breathtakingly beautiful figure gracefully entered the main hall. Clad in a phoenix crown and a radiant bridal gown, adorned with golden motifs of dragons and phoenixes, she resembled Yi Changsheng in elegance, delicate feet, a swaying figure. Every movement exuding an endless allure. Though obscured by a red veil, one can still faintly glimpse a stunning visage, captivating, suffocating, and enchanting. The moon in the water, the immortal in the painting, perhaps that is the essence. With a body as exquisite as a finely crafted jade, endowed with the laws of life, the most exceptional furnace physique in the realm. Cultivating together would grant the ethereal essence of the Ling Long. Saint, just a trace, could revive the dead, and reaching the pinnacle could even reverse the cycle of reincarnation. Such a formidable divine body, yet it is squandered on this worthless fool. Alas, who can blame her when she has such a fine father? Thus, the foremost goddess of the great wilderness is destined to become a mere wife. In the same corner, the young man ground his teeth in bitterness. However, he had significant matters yet to accomplish, otherwise he would have surely interrupted the wedding on the spot. Wait, it won't be long before I rescue you from this sea of suffering, he vowed silently, convinced that Gu Qingyi was coerced into marrying Yi Changsheng by her family. Little did he know, she was acting of her own volition. In the grand hall, Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi stood side by side. From a superficial glance, the handsome man and beautiful woman appeared as a celestial couple, perfectly matched. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a distinctly unnatural evasion in Yi Changsheng's eyes. Internally, he felt incredibly awkward, perceiving the enchanting lady beside him not as his bride, but rather as a fearsome beast, ready to consume him whole. Noticing the narrow gap between them, Yi Changsheng discreetly shifted to the side, only feeling a modicum of relief when her fragrance lessened slightly. Indeed, I am not suited for marriage, he thought, yearning to expedite the ceremony, as he could scarcely endure any longer. He then exchanged a glance with the elder officiating the wedding. Upon seeing it, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Is our young master this eager? Truly, no one can escape the law of irresistible allure. The elder ceased his delay, stepping forward to proclaim, the wedding ceremony officially commences. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the high hall. Couples bow. The first two rites proceeded quite normally. However, during the couple's bow, their heads inadvertently collided. While Gu Qingyi remained unfazed, Yi Changsheng's hair stood on end, his anxiety reaching a peak as he instinctively retreated 2 steps. This scene left everyone bewildered. Are you serious about stepping back? And what does that startled expression signify? Yi Changsheng soon realized his excessive sensitivity, regaining composure as he urged, proceed, proceed. Ahem, the elder cleared his throat, then raised his voice passionately, to the bridal chamber. Rites completed, boom! A symphony of joy erupted, joyous red light surged skyward, enveloping the newlyweds in boundless blessings. Simultaneously, within Yi Changsheng's mind, the system's prompt echoed. The suggestion to marry Gu Qingyi has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a common gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Yi Changsheng exclaimed eagerly. The common gift package has been opened. Indestructible, golden body, physical cultivation realm. With the announcement, a surge of mysterious power suddenly flowed into Yi Changsheng's body. This power was overwhelmingly domineering, akin to a majestic force that could traverse the heavens, merging into countless cells, infusing his limbs and meridians, which instantaneously took on a golden hue, birthing boundless strength from within. Yi Changsheng clenched his fist, feeling the magnificent strength within him, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Truly worthy of being the indestructible golden body, yearned for by countless beings, it is indeed terrifying. The physical strength reached 100,000 pounds, representing the pinnacle of the corporeal realm. Those who attain the peak of physical prowess can break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, achieving the Tao of creation, rendering them invincible among their peers. However, above this realm of physical prowess lies the ultimate cultivation, known as the indestructible golden body. It is said that the indestructible golden body can preserve the physical form from decay. A single drop of blood or strand of hair can reconstruct the body, rendering it eternal. It may even allow one to comprehend the profound truths of the physical form, rendering them immune to all forms of magic. Most importantly, this indestructible golden body has a deep connection to his ancient Tao physique. However, the ancient Tao physique is shrouded in mystery, and its specifics elude him. Previously, he attempted to activate his family's cultivation techniques, but the ancient Tao physique remained as unyielding as a rock, showing no signs of change. In other words, his constitution remains incapable of cultivation. Nonetheless, it matters not, for he possesses an extraordinary advantage. If a common gift package is so powerful, one can only imagine the potential of a mythical level package. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He needed to devise a plan to extract benefits from his parents. Glancing around, he soon realized that Gu Qingyi had already been sent to the bridal chamber. Just as he was about to approach, his mother suddenly walked over. "You little rascal, what are you still doing here?" The sudden reprimand left Yi Changsheng momentarily stunned. It was still early evening, where else would he be? According to the usual customs, shouldn't he be attending to the guests? His mother shot him a stern look. That's not your concern, go and keep Chingy company. A suggestion from his mother, to spend the night with his new bride, Gu Chingy. Difficulty, extremely easy. Danger level, none. Reward, common gift package. Chapter 3, a new proposal. Accompany my wife in the bridal chamber. The system's voice brought a glimmer of excitement to Yi Changsheng's eyes. Truly, one must seize the moment. Thus, Yi Changsheng obediently replied, I shall go at once. However, just as he took his first step, his mother grasped him once more. What is it? Yi Changsheng turned back, a look of confusion on his face. His mother leaned closer to his ear, lowering her voice with a tone of warning. Listen here, you little rascal. Although you are now wed to Chingy, do not share a bed for the first year. Why? Aren't you always clamoring for a grandchild? Yi Changsheng responded, somewhat astonished. His mother had persistently urged him to marry, emphasizing the importance of continuing the Yi lineage and frequently mentioning her desire to hold a grandchild. Now that he had complied with her wishes and gotten married, why was he not permitted to consummate the marriage? Of course, he had never truly considered sharing a bed with Gu Chingy. Setting aside the absence of affection, the mere thought of being close to a woman made him uncomfortable, let alone the idea of intimacy. His inquiry stemmed purely from a sense of curiosity. Oomph. Yes, mother rolled her eyes and let out a soft snort. Do you think I don't want that? While I yearn for a grandchild, I cannot jeopardize another's well-being. Kinji's constitution requires a year to mature. Should she lose her virtue prematurely, it would compromise her foundation that I see. Yi Changsheng felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Simultaneously, a sense of relief surged within him at the thought of avoiding intimacy, which he deemed preferable. Initially, he had worried that his formidable mother might take matters into her own hands in her quest for a grandchild, forcing him into consummation. Rest assured, I promise not to lay a finger on her, Yi Changsheng declared, patting his chest in assurance. Fool! However, his mother did not appear as pleased as he had anticipated. Instead, she wore an expression of exasperation. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, it's merely a matter of not allowing you to share a bed, not that I'm forbidding you from doing anything else. Alas? Yi Changsheng was taken aback. What kind of vicious words were these? Between spouses, there should be an element of romance. Do you understand? Here, take this. Yi's mother produced a booklet and tucked it into Yi Changsheng's embrace, then waved her hand dismissively, saying, all right, go and keep Chingy company. Yi Changsheng curiously opened the book. The sweet daily life with the overbearing empress? Fortunately, it was not the sort of content he had imagined. Yet, what significance does it hold? Yi Changsheng, oblivious to his mother's intentions, casually tucked the item into his embrace and turned to depart. Completing his task was of utmost importance. In truth, Yi's mother understood that her son was not only fearful of women but also an archetypal heterosexual, one who would likely refrain from even the slightest touch on their wedding night. Had it not been for Gu Chingy's particular constitution, she would not have hesitated to lend them a hand. Since she could not intervene directly, she decided to utilize this year to foster their relationship, believing that with time, their bond would naturally blossom into something profound. Thus, she entrusted her son with a romance novel, hoping this staunchly straight young man would learn a thing or two. Having perused the text herself, she knew it contained not only lessons on love but also various driving techniques. Although he was not yet able to drive, he could certainly enjoy the ride. Sighing, she thought to herself, for her son, this devoted mother had truly poured her heart and soul into the matter. On the other side, Yi Changsheng lingered at the entrance of the bridal chamber, having arrived some time ago. However, his apprehension towards the opposite sex rendered him hesitant to step inside. Brother! At that moment, a voice from behind startled him. He turned to see his younger sister bounding toward him, her glistening eyes sparkling with mischief. Then, she deliberately raised her voice and exclaimed, Brother, what are you doing here? Yi Changsheng cast a glare at Yi Yao, fully aware that the girl was being intentionally mischievous. With a playful smile, Yi Yao approached Yi Changsheng, cheekily sticking out her tongue. Mother sent me to fetch you. Hurry inside, lest sister-in-law grows anxious waiting, she said before darting away like a fleeting shadow. Yi Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness. Such a commotion must have caught Gu Chingy's attention. Continuing to hesitate would serve no purpose. After all, it wasn't as if he were facing insurmountable trials. Yi Changsheng gritted his teeth, embodying an unwavering resolve, and pushed open the door. Inside the bridal chamber, opulent red silk and golden embroidery adorned the space, creating a sumptuous atmosphere. A beautifully carved mahogany bed stood at the center, its canopy embroidered with auspicious motifs. While tassels swayed gently in the breeze, Gu Chingy sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her delicate jade-like hands resting demurely on her lap, exuding an air of elegance and noble demeanor. Her fair and petite chin peeked out from beneath the veil, glistening like jade and smooth as porcelain, evoking an irresistible urge to caress. Even Yi Changsheng, burdened by a fear of women, found himself momentarily entranced. Yi Changsheng shook his head gently, striving to awaken his senses. He incessantly reminded himself, a woman is a blade that cuts to the bone, and marriage is a sweet poison. With a composed demeanor, he focused intently, reciting the mantra of tranquility, and made his way to the dining table, positioning himself in a chair with his back turned to Gu Qingyi. Throughout this time, Gu Qingyi remained utterly still and silent. Thus, they lingered in this state for what felt like an eternity, as the daylight gradually faded into twilight. Unbeknownst to Yi Changsheng, however, several wisps of auspicious clouds had materialized above their marital abode, incongruous against the backdrop of the darkened sky. This foolish boy sat idly for an entire day? Has he not moved since entering? Does his rear not ache? How could I have birthed such a wooden child? Has he not taken note of the books I provided? Such delicate hands, does he not yearn to caress them? Such plump lips, does he not wish to steal a kiss? Yet he remained seated. Sighs echoed from within the clouds. Yi Changsheng grinned, subtly shifting his position. After sitting motionless for an entire day, he felt as if his lower body had become foreign to him. He discreetly glanced back and noticed that Gu Qingyi, like him, had remained utterly still. Should he utter a few words? After all, it was their wedding night. He couldn't simply neglect his new bride, could he? Yet, what could he possibly say? Yi Changsheng furrowed his brows, pondering how to dissolve this awkward situation. However, half an hour had elapsed. Yi Changsheng shook his head in distress. Indeed, he was ill-suited for engaging with the opposite sex, let alone for the institution of marriage. It was perhaps best to remain in solitude. After all, once this night passed, he could fulfill his obligations. Thus, Yi Changsheng resumed his contemplation against the wall. Meanwhile, on the new bed, Gu Qingyi was enveloped in a sea of confusion. According to her mother, after marriage, a husband would lift the red veil to kiss his bride and then hold her as they slept. She could sense Yi Changsheng's presence within the room. Yet why did her husband remain so still? Could it be that her mother's words were mistaken? After much hesitation, she resolved to inquire of her husband, "Why do you not lift the veil to kiss me?" Her voice, as melodious as a celestial choir, was both enchanting and delicate. Crash! Upon hearing these words, Yi Changsheng was so startled that his hair stood on end, causing him to inadvertently tumble off his chair and land on the floor. He sat there in a disheveled manner, his handsome face reflecting utter bewilderment. Chapter 4. The Fleshly Divine Powers, the Great Wilderness Star-Plucking Hand. What on earth? What is this woman talking about? Kiss her? Yi Changsheng now appeared as though his soul had been lost, his expression vacant, and his pupils bore a profound incredulity. Upon hearing a sound, Gu Qingyi instinctively lifted her veil. Before him was a visage that captivated all, a flawless beauty of extraordinary grace. Her eyes, like cut water, exuded an endless depth and wisdom. Her lips, reminiscent of rose petals, were tender and dewy, with the corners slightly upturned, hinting at a natural allure. Coupled with her ethereal aura, she resembled a fairy descended from a painting. Such beauty was breathtaking, almost surreal. "Are you all right?" Gu Qingyi inquired, her delicate waist swaying as she approached Yi Changsheng with her long legs, intending to offer her support. This gesture, however, provoked an immediate reaction from Yi Changsheng, who felt an indescribable wave of resistance wash over him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Yet, in the next moment, he realized this might be somewhat impolite. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he replied, "I'm fine, thank you." With that, he stood up on his own. Yi Changsheng's expressions and movements were keenly observed by Gu Qingyi. She gazed at her own delicate, jade-like hands, soft to the touch, and found herself momentarily taken aback. Were her hands poisonous? Why was he so fearful? Gu Qingyi found it perplexing, yet she could not be bothered to dwell on it. "Aren't you going to bed to rest?" she inquired with curiosity. Yi Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. He could hardly confess to his severe fear of women. Instead, he casually dismissed her with, "I am contemplating certain matters. You should rest first." "All right," Gu Qingyi took him at his word. "Then I shall rest now." With that, she made her way to the edge of the bed, happily burrowing under the covers, shifting a few times to find a comfortable position, and gently closed her eyes. Despite being a cultivator, she had developed a habit of sleeping soundly from a young age, and as night fell, she instinctively became drowsy. Yi Changsheng's taut heart instantly relaxed. Reflecting on Gu Qingyi's demeanor and speech, he suddenly recalled that his parents had previously pressured him into marriage, discussing Gu Qingyi. With her exquisite 9 orifices, she was innately pure and immaculate, her heart transparent and untainted, her character innocent and kind-hearted. Additionally, having been raised in the Gu family, she had spent most of her time in seclusion, devoted to her cultivation, rendering her understanding of worldly love akin to a blank canvas. Well, to put it nicely, she was simple-minded. To phrase it less charitably, one might say she was a Navi sweetheart. Yet, this was preferable. It was certainly more agreeable than dealing with aloof and haughty women of strength. Thus, Yu Chongqing sat alone at the dining table, remaining there until dawn. At last, the system's notification sound echoed, invigorating him in an instant. The suggestion of spending a night in the marital home with his newlywed wife, Gu Qingyi, had been accomplished. Congratulations to the host for receiving a standard gift package. Would you like to open it? Opening the standard gift package. The divine ability of the physical form. The Great Desolation Star-Plucking Hand has automatically elevated the host's divine powers to a higher level. As the words fell, in Yu Chongqing's mind, an array of enigmatic and ancient glyphs surged forth. Deep within his consciousness, he faintly perceived a magnificent and immortal figure. It resembled a deity or demon, exuding an aura that seemed capable of subduing the heavens, solemn and timeless, unparalleled in the annals of existence. Above the resplendent river of stars, this celestial being extended its palm. Though it appeared to be light years away, that hand seemed to transcend the confines of time and space, enveloping the cosmos and the celestial river. With a gentle squeeze, all things were obliterated, the stellar river erupted, and the world seemed to revert to chaos. Enveloped in profound emptiness, his mind gradually returned to tranquility. Upon awakening, Yu Chongqing opened his eyes, his pupils brimming with astonishment and exhilaration. The arts of heaven and earth are categorized into spiritual arts, minor divine powers, major divine powers, saintly techniques, supreme arts, and imperial techniques. Although the star-plucking hand of the great wilderness is a corporeal technique of major divine power, it holds little significance for the Yi clan, who belong to the imperial lineage. Nonetheless, mastering a corporeal divine power is exceedingly arduous, and those who can comprehend such a technique to its fullest extent are truly rare. Even his father, a mighty emperor, possesses but a handful of corporeal divine powers. The sensation of being empowered is truly delightful. Yu Chongqing internally marveled at the intricacies of cultivation realms, blood refinement, spirit entry, divine transformation, spiritual abode, cave heaven, returning to emptiness, Tao platform, cataclysmic change, saint, supreme, and great emperor. Among them, the blood refinement realm, also known as the physical realm, was where he currently resided, possessing an indestructible golden body and the prowess of the great Ascension-esque great wilderness star-plucking hand. He was confident that even the most formidable divine transformation cultivators would struggle against him. At that moment, Gu Qingyi, resting upon the bed, stirred from her slumber. The young girl, just awakened, radiated a hazy beauty, her unadorned face aglow, features exquisitely defined, with soft, supple cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, utterly enchanting. This sight captivated Yu Chongqing, rendering him momentarily spellbound. However, in the next instant, he found himself on the verge of nosebleed as an unexpected scene unfolded. Due to her slumber, Gu Qingyi's attire was somewhat disheveled. As she rose, her exquisite bridal gown slipped from her smooth shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair, ample skin and deep, alluring curves, a sight that could ensnare one's very soul. Gu Qingyi, noticing Yu Chongqing's gaze, glanced down to see her modesty gradually unveiled. Although her nature was innocent and unworldly, the innate sense of shame ingrained in her as a woman compelled her to blush, a warm flush spreading from her delicate face to her graceful neck. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the man before her was her husband, the one with whom she would share her life. They would soon be sharing the same bed. And this was merely a fleeting glance. What was there to be so concerned about? Thus, she resolutely suppressed her embarrassment and refrained from adjusting her clothing. This, however, left Yu Chongqing utterly bewildered. What did this mean? She was not going to cover herself? Despite any fears she may have had, he was still a man of normal inclinations. Was this some sort of test? With a heart as tranquil as ice, he managed to avert his gaze, internally reciting calming mantras to dissipate the rising heat within him. Once he regained composure, he promptly stood and exited the room, glancing back only long enough to say, "I'll step out for a moment. Please freshen up and join me in the great hall to greet my parents." Gu Qingyi suddenly smiled. Her husband was quite amusing, clearly intrigued yet struggling to maintain his composure. She couldn't help but wonder if her body was truly so captivating. Was every woman endowed with such allure? She cast her gaze downwards at her exposed curves, her mind a whirl of confusion. In the grand hall of the Yi family, Gu Qingyi had completed her morning rituals early. After presenting tea to her father and mother-in-law, she began to partake in breakfast alongside Yi Changshen. For practitioners of cultivation, whose lifespans extend far beyond the ordinary, the consumption of grains has long since been abandoned. Sustenance is derived from the ethereal essence of the heavens. The act of dining, therefore, serves merely to satiate one's cravings. Furthermore, the dishes before them were not mere mundane fare. Each ingredient was a rare treasure of the universe, capable of enhancing one's cultivation and replenishing vital energy, thus representing yet another form of spiritual practice. Chapter 5, Shaochen. So, the clown is me? The family of 5, Yi father and mother, along with Yi Changshen's younger sister, Yi Yao, and the newlyweds, sat quietly at the table, enjoying their meal. Yi Yao casually picked at the food in her bowl, her large eyes darting back and forth between her brother and sister-in-law, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. Meanwhile, Yi father maintained his usual solemn demeanor, savoring each bite with meticulous care. Mother Yi busily served dishes to her daughter-in-law, her smile unwavering. Yet, upon glimpsing her son, who was engrossed in his meal, her smile faded, replaced by a grimace of frustration, a visage of disappointment for her son's lack of ambition. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. When would her son finally awaken to his potential? After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Since Qingyi is visiting the Yi family for the first time and is still unfamiliar with our surroundings, after dinner, you should accompany her for a stroll around the estate. As expected, the system's notification chimed in. From her mother's suggestion, accompany Gu Qingyi to familiarize her with the Yi family environment. Difficulty, extremely easy. Danger level, low. Reward, premium gift pack. Ah, a premium gift pack. Yi Changshen inhaled sharply, his heart brimming with excitement. If such formidable rewards could be obtained from a mere ordinary package, what wonders could a premium one bestow? Yet, amidst his anticipation, a flicker of doubt lingered. What did the term danger level, weak signify? Was there truly a threat within the confines of the Yi family, which he regarded as his own sanctuary? It appeared that this peril was brought forth by Gu Qingyi. Upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. He had married the woman that countless men across the world yearned for. With Gu Qingyi's stunning beauty, it was inevitable that she would attract admirers and, consequently, enmity. Thus, a prudent approach was warranted. Perhaps he should discreetly enlist the guardians of the Yi family to follow him. After finishing the meal, Yi Changshen eagerly led Gu Qingyi away, leaving Ye's couple and his sister, Yi Yao, momentarily stunned. How could their son be so obedient? Wasn't he supposed to be averse to women? Even if he wasn't outright rejecting her, one would expect to see some semblance of dissatisfaction or resistance. Yet, what did that look of urgent excitement in his eyes signify? The three exchanged glances, pondering the enigma. Ever since Yi Changshen had acquiesced to their proposal of marriage, they found him increasingly inscrutable. Could it be that he had undergone a transformation? As they speculated, they resolved to discreetly follow him and observe further. Yi Changshen accompanied Gu Qingyi as they traversed the corridors of the Yi family estate. Throughout their journey, Yi Changshen deliberately maintained a distance from Gu Qingyi, refraining from conversation. Upon reaching each destination, he would provide a brief introduction before promptly proceeding to the next location. The atmosphere bore no resemblance to that of a young couple enjoying a leisurely outing. Rather, it evoked the sensation of accompanying a leader on an inspection. Concealed within the void, 3,000 guardians observed their young master, each bearing a countenance of helplessness. With his temperament, one could only wonder when he would ensure the continuation of the Yi lineage. The parents of Yi, it goes without saying, were on the verge of unleashing their frustrations upon Yi Changshen. He was simply beyond redemption. They did not ask him to serve as a tour guide while accompanying others on their shopping excursions. They merely desired his company. Exhausted, they longed for an end to it all. Meanwhile, Yi Yao observed her brother with a contemplative expression, her inner thoughts swirling with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that her brother shared the same sentiments as she? The crowd's thoughts were varied and scattered. Yet, at that moment, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. An ancient phenomenon unfolded in the void above, and an endless array of auspicious signs blanketed the Yi clan. Who could have summoned such a spectacle? Fear rippled through the hearts of the onlookers. No longer hidden in the shadows, countless powerful figures emerged into the light. Yi Changshen and Gu Qingyi also came to a halt, both tilting their heads to gaze at the heavens. In the sky, golden auspicious clouds transformed into numerous golden lotuses, blossoming abundantly, filling the atmosphere with an overwhelming resonance of celestial laws. Subsequently, an ancient and formidable pressure of the cosmos descended upon them. A colossal bronze monument emerged above the Yi clan. What could this be? Yi Changxing wore a look of confusion. You little rascal, he thought. I often urged you to read more, yet you cannot even recognize a heavenly path stele. Yi Mu swiftly moved to stand before Yi Changxing and explained. The heavenly path stele can only be activated by those who have transcended to the extreme realm. Each manifestation lasts for 99 days. During this period, those of equivalent cultivation who inscribe their names upon the stele may receive boundless fortune. The higher one ranks, the more substantial the rewards. 3 years ago, Qingyi opened the 10 heavenly domains, causing the appearance of the heavenly path stele. Countless prodigies inscribed their names that year, gaining innumerable opportunities. The stele that has appeared this time is the body stele, indicating that someone from the Yi clan has achieved a breakthrough in physical cultivation. As she spoke, the stele underwent a transformation, and a name emerged, illuminated by the laws of the great Tao, Shaoqin. The members of the Yi clan gasped in astonishment. Shaoqin, one of the outer clan's divine sons, had joined the Yi clan 2 years prior, forcefully consolidating the 9 heavenly domains, thus being granted the title of the 10th divine son of Yi. Subsequently, to consolidate the 10 heavenly domains, he had even dispersed his power to refine his physical body anew. Now, upon emerging from seclusion, he had triggered the body stele of the heavenly path, suggesting his successful rejuvenation. Shaoqin pays respects to the clan leader and esteemed elders. A young man clad in black, exuding a formidable aura, stepped into view, bowing to each of the powerful figures. Upon seeing Yi Changxing, a fleeting glimmer of unperceived coldness crossed his eyes, which quickly transformed into a profound infatuation as he glanced at Gu Qingyi. Although Shaoqin was a divine son, the Yi clan was an imperial lineage. Every divine son of the past had summoned the heavenly path stele and the 3,000 guardians, who had cultivated for countless years and possessed extensive experience, regarded the stele as nothing extraordinary. Activate the protective formation of the clan. Do not mind the heavenly path stele. Allow others to approach and test it. Yi Fu instructed the assembly. Understood. They replied in unison before dispersing one by one. All right, you accompany Qingyi well. It's merely a heavenly path stele. Do not concern yourself with it, Yi Mu added before departing. In an instant, the once bustling sky was left with only the bronze stele and Shaoqin. Miss Qingyi. We meet again, Shaoqin said, unable to resist approaching Gu Qingyi now that no one else was around, completely disregarding the Yi clan's young master beside him. Yi Changxing squinted, seemingly sensing an inexplicable tension between the two. Do we know each other? Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows, feeling an inexplicable aversion to Shaoqin's gaze. Shaoqin smiled and said, 5 years ago, I was pursued in the Kanglin's secret realm, and it was thanks to Miss Qingqi that I escaped with my life. Gu Qingqi, recalling something, blurted out, you are that man in black? Upon realizing that she remembered him, Shaoqin felt a surge of excitement. However, just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingqi's next remark left him utterly speechless. In an astonished tone, she exclaimed, You're still alive? Yi Changxing could no longer contain his laughter. Shaoqin's expression was rigid. How could he detect a hint of the desire for his demise? Shaoqin awkwardly smiled, saying, If it were not for your timely rescue that day, I fear I would have already met my end, and for that, I am truly grateful. Oh, you misunderstand. Gu Qingyi replied dismissively, her tone light and airy. Years ago, there was something I needed from the Kanglin's secret realm, and you were the key to it. If you were to perish, the realm would remain sealed, and thus I saved you. I had thought you would die within the secret realm. I did not expect you to survive. Her words struck Shaoqin like a bolt of lightning, leaving him paralyzed. The once fervent warmth in his heart turned to icy despair, a reality he found utterly impossible to accept. Chapter 6. The Advanced Gift Pack, by Linghua Chun Chao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shaoqin's heart screamed in turmoil, unwilling to believe that his 5-year infatuation had been nothing but a one-sided affection. Yi Changxing cast an odd glance at him, then turned to Gu Qingyi and said, Let us go. I shall show you around elsewhere. As you wish, my husband. Observing the departing figures of the two, Shaoqin suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Of course, it must be Yi Changxing. Gu Qingyi, a paragon of the 9 apertures, destined to tread the path of emperors, had no reason to wed such a seemingly inept individual incapable of cultivation. If it were not for Yi Changxing's covert machinations, the Gu family would have been foolish to bestow such a prodigy upon the Yi family as a bride. Reflecting on how earnestly the head of the Yi family and his spouse were invested in this matter, he felt a sudden understanding dawn upon him. Wait a moment. Yi Chongqing halted his steps and turned around, casting a discontented glance at Xiao Chen. He was not particularly familiar with this young man, who had attached himself like a stubborn leech, displaying a blatant disregard for boundaries. Qingyi had explicitly stated that she was merely utilizing him. What more did he desire? Silence. Xiao Chen suddenly barked in ire. Qingyi, the reason you agreed to marry him must stem from some unspoken predicament. Am I correct? The words you shared with me were surely influenced by insurmountable circumstances, compelling you to acquiesce, were they not? Observing the agitated expression on Xiao Chen's face, Gu Qingyi felt bewildered, pondering why he was behaving so peculiarly. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, she resolved to respond earnestly. What I stated earlier was entirely truthful. My intention to save you was because you are the key. Without you, how could I unlock the Kanglin's secret realm? My decision to wed my husband is devoid of any hidden complexities. I simply wish for it. The sincerity reflected in Gu Qingyi's demeanor struck Xiao Chen like a dagger, inflicting a throbbing pain upon his heart. At that moment, Yi Chongqing finally grasped the situation. This insolent youth harbored feelings for his wife? Any self-respecting man would find such a scenario intolerable. Alas, Xiao Chen was the prodigious scion of the Yi family, a figure of exceptional talent and prominence. A person of his stature, who could easily overlook even someone of my imperial lineage, should not be entangled in matters of affection concerning my wife. You are destined to be a future paragon, a figure poised to dominate the realms, yet fixating on such trifling romantic entanglements seems rather unbecoming. Yi Chongqing clearly did not insult anyone. In fact, there seemed to be a hint of praise in his words. Yet, Xiao Chen felt as though he had been struck across the face, a sharp sting lingering upon his skin. Yi Chongqing could hardly be bothered to engage with such individuals. Yet he took the initiative to tug at Gu Qingyi's sleeve. Come, Qingyi, let me show you other places. All right, my dear husband. The moment Gu Qingyi felt Yi Chongqing's touch, a radiant smile illuminated her exquisite face, filled with joy. Xiao Chen once again heard the sound of a dagger piercing his heart. In the circus, you were the busiest, and in Gotham City, the most audacious. Who would have thought such a person truly existed? Yi Chongqing. The murmurs faded into the distance as Xiao Chen spat out those 3 syllables with gritted teeth, as if harboring an irreconcilable grudge. Although he was unsure of the meaning behind Yi Chongqing's last 2 remarks, he sensed they were undoubtedly unflattering. Nevertheless, as a divine progeny, he managed to master his emotions. Xiao Chen, recognize what you truly desire. You are a child of destiny, destined to make your mark upon the world and tread the path of the divine. Do not allow your feelings to sway you. That inept individual, though peculiar in demeanor, did not utter a falsehood. You are exceptional and should not entangle yourself in trivial matters of romance. When the day arrives that your cultivation reaches unparalleled heights, neither the Yi family nor Gu Qingyi will dare to raise their voices in your presence. After offering himself such reassurances, Xiao Chen felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Observing the couple's harmonious figures retreating, he scoffed softly and vanished from sight. The Yi family, being an imperial lineage, possesses an extraordinarily profound heritage with countless treasures and hidden abodes. As dusk approached, Yi Chongqing had only escorted Gu Qingyi through a mere 10 or so locations. My dear husband, as twilight descends, I find myself somewhat weary. Shall we return? Yi Chongqing naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead. Just as he settled back into the marital abode, a voice resonated in his ears. The task of familiarizing Gu Qingyi with the Yi family's environment has been completed. Congratulations. Host, you have received a premium gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Opening the gift package now. You have obtained the Earth-grade celestial herb, Azure Spirit Dust Grass. Consuming it will cleanse the sinews and marrow, purifying the mundane filth and elevating your cultivation level. Would you like to use it? Yi Chongqing exclaimed inwardly that he had struck gold. It is important to note that these celestial plants and spiritual entities are generally categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The Yi family, possessing immense wealth and influence, places great importance on rare spiritual resources, ensuring the protection of their spiritual fields by formidable guardians throughout the years, highlighting their remarkable value. As a thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chongqing beheld the verdant spiritual herbs within his consciousness, transforming into a crystalline liquid. A sudden chill coursed through his body, as if the cold had seeped into his very marrow. This icy sensation cascaded through his limbs and bones like a relentless stream, evoking a tingling numbness that compelled him to stifle a groan. My dear, What are you up to? In the adjoining room, Gu Qingyi, changing her attire, inquired with curiosity upon hearing the commotion. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit unwell, he replied, attempting to downplay his discomfort. Yi Changsheng hurriedly fabricated an excuse. Moments later, the sensations within his body dissipated, and he suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. It seemed to emanate from himself. Lowering his gaze, Yi Changsheng was startled by what he saw. His skin's pores expelled a multitude of dark impurities, clinging to him like mud and exuding a foul stench. Goodness, is there truly such a plethora of toxins within me? It feels akin to a refuse dump. After silently deriding himself, he hastily exited the room, instructing his servants to prepare some cleansing spirit water to rid himself of these unsightly remnants. As night deepened, Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to speak. Husband, won't you join me in slumber? Yi Changsheng, sitting by the table, glanced up briefly before quickly diverting his gaze. This girl is astonishingly innocent, clad in form-fitting attire, with her fragrant shoulders partially exposed. She presented a breathtaking sight that quickened one's pulse. Ahem, not at the moment. You should rest. I have matters to ponder. Very well, she replied, though she was perplexed by his reluctance to rest. However, Gu Qingyi was a person of great courtesy and believed her husband must have his reasons for such behavior. Days later, my son, are you truly not going to give it a try? What if the heavenly Dao Steel responds? Besides, young talents from various clans are flocking here, all eager to inscribe their names upon the steel. Are you not at all intrigued by this spectacle? Surely, observing it wouldn't hurt? Chapter 7. Returning home to visit relative's mother. What is there to see in a bunch of young people competing with one another? Moreover, as someone who cannot cultivate, what understanding would I glean from attending? Yi Changsheng did not intend to reveal his progress in cultivation just yet. He needed to find a suitable reason and opportune moment. Otherwise, such a sudden transformation might attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. Upon hearing her son mention his inability to cultivate, Ye's mother sighed inwardly, her tone softening slightly. Despite this, you must not lose your spirit. Do you understand? Do not worry, mother. I have managed to endure through these years. There is nothing to concern yourself with. Upon returning to their chamber, Gu Qingyi observed Yi Changsheng's despondent demeanor and inquired with curiosity, My dear husband, what troubles you? Why do you wear such a gloomy expression? Alas, it is my parents who insist I visit the heavenly Dao monument to leave my name and seek some fortune. Yet, they are well aware that my inability to cultivate renders this futile. Understanding his predicament, Gu Qingyi blinked her autumn-like eyes and proposed a solution. Why not tell your parents that you wish to remain here to keep me company? Thus came Gu Qingyi's suggestion, to stay in their room and refrain from participating in the naming at the heavenly Dao monument. Difficulty, exceedingly easy. Risk level, none. Reward, ordinary gift pack. Yi Changsheng stood in a daze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. It seems I have no choice but to remain in this room. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed, and Yi Changsheng and his wife were summoned to the main hall early in the morning. After paying their respects to the elders, Yi's mother looked at the harmonious couple with a smile and said, Qingyi, it has been 10 days since your marriage. It is time for you to return home. Thank you, dear mother, for your concern. Your daughter-in-law is deeply grateful, Gu Qingyi replied with a graceful bow. Yi Changsheng was, in fact, reluctant to squander time on such matters. However, Gu Qingyi was undeniably his legitimate wife, and besides, she had done nothing to wrong him. Certain courtesies must still be observed. My son, do you mind accompanying Qingyi to her family home today? With a smile, Father Yi inquired, increasingly pleased with the compatibility he observed between the two. From his paternal wisdom emerged a suggestion, accompany Gu Qingyi on her visit home to pay respects to her family. Difficulty, extremely easy. Risk level, low. Reward, premium gift package. Yi Changsheng's eyes sparkled, and any lingering hesitation dissipated. However, the level of danger appeared mild. It seemed that this journey to the Gu family might not be particularly tranquil. At noon, on the ethereal white jade plaza, celestial energy swirled, accompanied by grand melodies. 9 golden-scaled dragons lay majestically on the ground, their whiskers undulating, resembling exquisite sculptures. As Yi Changsheng and his wife ascended the divine chariot, the 9 golden dragons sprang to life, their roars reverberating through the heavens and earth. Their colossal forms soared into the sky, shining resplendently. Following the dragon chariot, a procession of celestial birds and fantastical beasts marched, displaying an array of formidable experts radiating immense power. Indeed, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Yi Changsheng smirked, reflecting on the grand gestures of his parents. Half an hour later, the esteemed members of the Gu family gathered at the entrance of the celestial mountain. Their eyes filled with envy as they beheld the lavish and extravagant procession descending before them. Truly, the Yi family is unparalleled. Even the sovereigns of other sacred lands do not enjoy such privileges. Indeed, the beasts trailing behind were formidable enough to serve as guardian deities for any mountain. It is a pity, however, that our own Qingyi, a prodigy in her own right, is wed to that incapable wastrel who cannot cultivate. Alas, how lamentable and sorrowful. As Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi descended from the dragon carriage, they were taken aback by the grandeur of the Gu family. The son-in-law, Yi Changsheng, accompanied by his wife Qingyi, came to pay respects to his esteemed father-in-law and the esteemed elders and friends. At the forefront of the crowd, the head of the Gu family approached with a beaming smile, urging them warmly, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, come in." After exchanging greetings with the various elders and friends of the Gu family, Yi Changsheng finally managed a stiff smile as he took his seat. "Please, esteemed father-in-law, you first." Following a polite exchange of courtesies, everyone settled down at the table. Aside from Yi Changsheng and his wife, most of the guests were strikingly beautiful women. "Ah," Gu Qingyi whispered discreetly to him, "they are all concubines collected by my father. Truly, age does not diminish one's desires. Is there anything amiss regarding your arrival at your husband's family?" "Not at all. Qingyi is exceptionally virtuous and intelligent. I am indeed fortunate to have her care for me." Yi Changsheng chuckled cheerfully in response, while Gu Qingyi cast a peculiar glance at him. Her husband had been either sitting at the table or sleeping on the floor lately. Never sharing a bed, yet unexpectedly, he was so considerate of her reputation in public. Amidst their casual conversation, a servant from the Gu family presented a list of gifts. The head of the Gu family glanced at it, stroking his beard and smiling even more broadly. "Ah, my esteemed son-in-law. You and your wife are a match made in heaven. May you live harmoniously together in the future. If you find some leisure time, do visit the Gu family more often, as it would greatly enhance the bond between our families." The head of the Gu family certainly had lofty aspirations, but each visit would require a substantial financial commitment. Yi Changsheng quietly scoffed, yet managed to maintain a cheerful facade. "Ah, esteemed son-in-law, I have heard that your Yi family has produced a prodigy who has attracted the descent of the heavenly steel. Pray tell, who might this individual be?" As soon as the head of the Gu family finished speaking, a young girl seated at the lower table, her hair styled in twin bonds, chimed in with a bright laugh. "Hee, I know. In any case, he certainly cannot be a brother-in-law. I heard from third sister that he is a naturally inept individual incapable of cultivation." The atmosphere at the banquet grew suddenly solemn. No matter how one may argue, Yi Changsheng remains the esteemed descendant of the Yi family, even if the entire world is aware of the truth. Voicing it aloud is akin to a slap in the face. "Silence!" The head of the Gu family swiftly interjected, directing his ire towards the beautiful lady cradling the little girl. "Lian Yu, look at the daughter you have raised." The enchanting woman promptly covered the child's mouth, her expression tinged with sorrow. "Indeed, I have failed in my guidance. I beseech my husband for forgiveness." Yet she soon muttered under her breath, "But that was something Sanjia said. What does it have to do with the child?" Seated beside the head of the Gu family was an older woman, her gaze icy as she shot a fierce glare at Lian Yu. "Forgive me, my lord. It was a slip of the tongue. Father, as the head of this household, you are rather lenient. Changsheng is my husband, and it is not our place to allow others to speak ill from behind." Gu Qingyi's expression was frosty, yet her words were a reprimand to her father. With so many people in the family, there are bound to be troubles, at times. You must take a firmer hand to prevent those who rely solely on beauty from misjudging their worth, mistakenly believing themselves to be significant figures, displaying their disgraceful antics for all to see. Her words were unmistakably aimed at the third and fourth sisters, provoking their indignation. However, Gu Qingyi had become the pillar of the Gu family. Aside from her extraordinary talents, her status as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family rendered her untouchable. Yi Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the domineering Gu Qingyi, never expecting that this ordinarily pure and serene lady would possess such a formidable side. Chapter 8. Each with their own thoughts. At this moment, he discerned the underlying tensions between the third and fourth brothers, likely stemming from some unsavory matters, which had escalated into an open conflict. The fourth brother sought to embarrass the third by leveraging his name. Initially, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of anger. However, upon hearing Gu Qingyi stand up for him, his ire dissipated significantly. Typically, she appeared taciturn and somewhat innocuous, yet when faced with the situation, she demonstrated an unexpected strength. Indeed, Gu Qingyi was correct. It was due to her father's negligence and discipline. He would soon rectify the situation and ensure that the household members refrained from speaking indiscreetly. The head of the Gu family echoed this sentiment, admonishing the two concubines before turning to Yi Changxing with an apologetic tone. Dear nephew, please do not take it to heart. Children often speak thoughtlessly. Their innocent words are just that, innocent, indeed. Ha. Yi Changxing tugged at the corner of his mouth, choosing not to hold a grudge against them in light of Gu Qingyi's unwavering support. As my father-in-law aptly remarked, a son-in-law should not quibble with a child. I knew my esteemed son-in-law possessed a broad mind and a capacity for tolerance. While others may not comprehend, I see it clearly. My son-in-law is a hidden dragon in the depths, destined to achieve greatness in due time. The head of the Gu family's flattery momentarily enlivened the atmosphere of the banquet. However, Yi Changxing found the meal rather insipid, eager for it to conclude swiftly. The women engaged in a relentless battle of wits, their words laced with barbs that could drive one to distraction. Gu Qingyi's furrowed brow remained tense throughout. At long last, as they bid farewell to the Gu family and settled into the dragon carriage, Yi Changxing leaned back against the plush cushions with a contented sigh. Husband, please do not be upset. My father has raised so many women, and it is inevitable that there will be struggles for favor. If you feel wronged, I shall return and teach them a lesson, avenging your grievances. Gu Qingyi's voice, tinged with remorse, elicited a smile from Yi Changxing. There is no need for such formality. Qingyi, these are trifling matters not worth dwelling upon. Yes, as long as my husband is not angry. Gazing upon her stunningly exquisite visage, Yi Changxing felt a sudden pang of reflection. Gu Qingyi had grown up in such an environment, enduring countless grievances. Her arrival at this day was indeed no small feat. Though he preferred to avoid entanglements with women, having such an understanding and beautiful companion was truly delightful. The task of accompanying Gu Qingyi home for familial visits had been accomplished. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a high-level gift pack. Would you like to open it? Certainly. Opening the gift pack. You have received a blood amber essence pill, which can enhance physical constitution. Would you like to use it? Yes. Yi Changxing closed his eyes. Reclining on the soft couch, feeling a wave of heat radiating from his throat, surging through his body like a rushing river. His physique suddenly felt as though it were ensconced in a furnace, engulfed by an intense burning sensation. This experience arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Husband, why has your complexion turned so suddenly crimson? Gu Qingyi's curious voice alerted Yi Changxing, making him realize that in the future, it would be wiser to conceal such matters from others. Upon returning home, Ye's mother inquired about the events of their visit to the Gu family. Yi Changxing, disinterested in further entanglements, casually brushed the matter aside. However, Gu Qingyi earnestly recounted the incident, specifically highlighting the way he had been marginalized, which earned Ye's mother a round of praises. In the following days, Yi Changxing became even more reclusive, remaining indoors and barely stepping outside. Rumors circulated that he was hopelessly infatuated with beauty. Yet, only Gu Qingyi was aware that her husband was unwilling to even touch her, preoccupied instead with peculiar pursuits. Come, let us engage in another round of Go. Yi Changxing, filled with enthusiasm, expressed his desire to continue. Gu Qingyi, somewhat helpless, remarked, Husband, during this period, you have conceived numerous games, including Ludo, Monopoly, and Gomoku, among others. Although you are unable to cultivate, you are still the scion of the Yi family. If only you could channel this ingenuity into more productive endeavors, even assisting your parents with household matters would be commendable. Alas, I lack such capabilities. Yi Changxing casually tossed a chess piece aside and, leaning back in his chair, remarked leisurely, Qingyi, consider this. Our parents are formidable beings, blessed with longevity and boundless energy. What purpose would I serve in joining that commotion? You may cultivate diligently. Once you become a master, you can simply lend your support. His languid demeanor left Gu Qingyi speechless, prompting her to sigh and nod in acquiescence. However, on the flip side, the intriguing creations of her husband piqued her interest significantly. Moreover, although they did not share a bed, Gu Qingyi could sense his goodwill. Young madam, the matriarch wishes to see you. A maid's voice interrupted Gu Qingyi's thoughts. She turned to Yi Changxing and said, Husband, please wait. I shall attend to this matter briefly. Go ahead, but remember not to mention our games to mother. We wouldn't want her to lecture us again. Once Gu Qingyi departed, Yi Changxing straightened his posture, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. He had not been idle during this time, seizing every opportunity to undertake tasks. As of now, his indestructible golden body had reached the 4th level, and he had acquired 2 new divine abilities, soul-severing finger and mountain-shattering fist. One was subtle and cunning, while the other was fierce and domineering, possessing an exceptionally terrifying lethality. The combination of these powers with his formidable physique rendered him more than capable of contending with cultivators at the transformation realm. Speaking of which, Qingyi is quite a remarkable girl. Despite my lack of diligence, she remains patient with me, displaying an exceptionally good nature. Meanwhile, as Gu Qingyi approached the grand hall, she suddenly overheard voices of discussion emanating from behind a rockery. Our esteemed prince is utterly finished. He lacks any talent for cultivation and is now infatuated with beauty, truly shameless. With his frail physique, it won't be long before he meets his end in the embrace of a woman. In an instant, Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed in anger, and with a swift motion, she shattered the rockery into pieces. How dare you, members of the Yi family, speak so disparagingly of our prince? You who benefit from the Yi family's grace yet still dare to utter such treachery are nothing but ungrateful wretches. Faced with Gu Qingyi's delicate rebuke, the three Yi family disciples behind the rockery quickly confessed their wrongdoing, offered their apologies, and left in shame. Even if Yi Changsheng is deemed useless, he remains a son of the emperor and a young master, unworthy of their derision. How malicious these people are. Observing their departing figures, Gu Qingyi muttered in annoyance before making her way to the council hall. Unbeknownst to her, everything transpiring here was being closely watched by the matriarch of the Yi family. This girl, Qingyi, is commendable. She knows how to defend Changxing. However, some individuals in this household speak far too contemptuously. Chapter 9. The matriarch's esteem. As soon as Gu Qingyi entered the hall, his mother seized her hand and lavished her with praise. Our Qingyi is truly a wonderful girl, always defending her husband in front of outsiders. My son, with his myriad shortcomings, could greatly benefit from your understanding. Gu Qingyi quickly replied, Mother, you overstate the matter. My husband is quite good and takes great care of me. Oh dear, do you even believe what you just said? I know my son all too well. He hardly possesses the capacity to care for anyone. After a round of complaints from Ye's mother, Gu Qingyi found herself at a loss for words. By the way, Qingyi, aside from your daily cultivation, would you consider assisting me with the affairs of the Yi family? As a daughter-in-law, I fear I am not equipped for such responsibilities. Gu Qingyi was taken aback, not expecting Ye's mother to contemplate entrusting such duties to her. Oh, Qingyi, please reconsider. Your father and I have but one child. You will inevitably need to shoulder the responsibilities of the Yi family. With a virtuous partner like you by my side, I would feel much more at ease. Mother, I truly lack the ability for such tasks. Oh dear. Yimu interrupted her with a reproachful tone, smiling as she gently grasped her hand, saying, Do not rush into making a decision. Return home and ponder it thoroughly before proceeding. Gu Qingyi felt embarrassed to refuse outright, hesitating before acquiescing. Once she returned to her room, she could not help but let out a sigh. What troubles you, Qingyi? Yi Changsheng keenly sensed that her emotions were amiss, and thus he inquired. Gu Qingyi, somewhat troubled, replied, Mother wishes for me to take over the family business, but I am uncertain whether I should agree. Is that all? If you are reluctant, simply speak boldly to your mother, who would dare to trouble you. It is not that I fear trouble. Yet I do feel a sense of obligation. What do you think would be the wisest course of action? Yi Changxing exhibited no hesitation, promptly responding. This matter rests solely with you. If you wish to go, then go. If not, then do not. Should you feel troubled, I can assist in discussing it with your mother. Well then, thank you, my husband. Allow me to ponder it further. As her words faded, Gu Qingyi's gaze suddenly fell upon the table. Husband, what is this object? This is called Go Bang. Would you care to try a game? Then, I humbly request you to teach me. A suggestion from Gu Qingyi. Teach her how to play Go Bang. Difficulty, very easy. Danger level, none. Reward, standard gift package. Yi Changxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly took a seat at the table. Come, let me teach you how to play. After a game of chess, Gu Qingyi swiftly grasped the rules and engaged in a lively exchange of moves with Yi Changxing. During their match, she also received several small gift packs from him, the rewards of which significantly enhanced her abilities. 2 days later, Gu Qingyi finally made a decision. She was willing to take on some family affairs. The couple resolved to consult with Ye's mother, selecting simpler tasks to ease into the responsibilities. As they approached the entrance of the council hall, they overheard several voices within. This Yi Changxing is nothing but a useless individual incapable of cultivation, yet the matriarch continues to squander resources on him. It's truly perplexing what value he holds. Indeed, in my opinion, such a person should be abandoned sooner rather than later to avoid wasting precious resources. The voices belonged to several family elders. Yi Changsheng furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage with those who could only gossip behind his back. Qingyi, shall we postpone our search for mother? Just then, he was taken aback as Gu Qingyi stormed into the hall, her anger palpable. What nonsense are you all spouting? No matter what. My husband is a scion of the Yi family, deserving of respect for the sacrifices made by our parents to protect the Yi lineage all these years. The elders in the hall, upon recognizing the newcomer, exchanged glances filled with subtle implications. Yi Changsheng spoke in a calm tone. Qingyi, there is no need to stoop to their level. A slightly plump elder, leaning back in his chair with a faint smile, interjected, Ah. The words of the young lady seemed rather biased. Even in the presence of the young master, there are certain truths that must be spoken. The prosperity of the Yi family to this day is the result of the efforts of each and every member. Indeed, the contributions of the head of the family and his consort are immense, yet without the support of others, how could the Yi family have thrived? As the young master of the Yi family, one must possess at least one capability to uphold the family's legacy, no? Yet now, with no cultivation and a disregard for family matters, is it not a case of reaping without sowing? Immediately upon hearing this, another elder chimed in, Exactly, young lady. It is not I who criticize the young master. Just look at Xiaoqian, who not only assists in family affairs but also excels in cultivation. As our family's chosen one, he has summoned the heavenly Tao monument, attracting countless prodigies to our cause, thereby elevating the renown of the Yi family. Such a person truly deserves the nurturing of our family's resources. Indeed, this Xiaoqian is commendable. Compared to young Master Changsheng, he is far more suited to the position of heir. Yi Changsheng's countenance remained impassive, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. These individuals sought to draw comparisons between him and Xiaoqian, merely to elevate themselves by belittling another, although he preferred not to stoop to their level. He found their blatant disrespect intolerable. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Gu Qingyi's melodious voice interjected with fervor. What right do you possess to speak of my husband in such a manner? So what if he cannot cultivate? He has not caused any trouble for the clan. Why should he not be allowed to live his life? Moreover, my parents have merely offered him gifts from their own contributions. On what grounds do you cast such aspersions? Those are my parents' belongings, and they are free to manage them as they see fit. Her words were resolute, leaving several elders visibly taken aback. Yi Changsheng gazed at the fierce Gu Qingyi, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Within his family, despite his noble status due to his parents, his inability to cultivate was a critical flaw. Over the years, his parents had invested considerable resources in him, but these were earned through their contributions. Devoid of any personal gain, the remarks of others were likely fueled by envy for these benefits. So what? Was it truly a better choice to allocate resources to a useless individual? Talents like Xiaoqian deserved far more attention and cultivation. A few elders exchanged words without regard for Yi Changsheng's presence. Gu Qingyi was about to retort when Ye's mother's furious voice suddenly echoed through the hall. You old bastards, too idle to do anything, come here to bully my son. The elders' expressions shifted drastically as they quickly rose to pay their respects. In a flash of celestial light, the dignified Yi mother appeared in the hall. Get out of here, you shameless old fools. Chapter 10, Xiaoqian's Breakthrough. The movement of the heavenly Tao monument, the elders exchanged glances, and the red-faced elder tentatively spoke, matriarch, regarding Xiaoqian's need for the spirit-nourishing fruit. Get out. Yes. Seeing Yi mother truly incensed, the elders dared not persist and awkwardly exited the council hall. Changsheng, do not take their words to heart. Yi Mu, filled with a hint of concern, offered words of comfort to Yi Changsheng, who, in response, broke into a smile. Mother, it is of no consequence. I have not given it much thought. He continued, by the way, Mother, Qingyi and I have come to discuss the matter of her involvement in the family management. Yi Mu's eyes instantly sparkled. How did you come to a decision? Yi Changsheng responded on behalf of Gu Qingyi, after careful consideration. Qingyi felt it was only right to share some of the burdens. Thus, she was willing to take on certain household responsibilities, starting with the simpler tasks. Very well. I knew Qingyi was a good girl, said Ye's mother. Someone, take Qingyi to the Lingtian to hand over the responsibilities, from now on. She will be in charge of that. Both of the couple were taken aback, not expecting Ye's mother to act so decisively. Mother, isn't this a bit too hasty? What does haste matter? This is quite simple. The sooner she gets involved, the sooner she will become familiar with it. With that, Ye's mother urged the maid to escort Gu Qingyi away. Once they had departed, Ye's mother turned to Yi Changsheng and said, Son, you must treat Qingyi well. Do you understand? Do not worry, mother. I hold great satisfaction in Qingyi. Yimu chuckled softly. That's wonderful. This girl, Qingyi, is quite admirable for her unwavering support of you. You should draw closer to her, she advised, suggesting that he cultivate a deeper bond with Gu Qingyi. The task presented itself with relative ease, devoid of peril, and promised a reward of a prestigious gift package. However, Yi Changxing found himself hesitating. Since the betrayal of his former girlfriend in his past life, he had developed an intrinsic fear of love and marriage, even grappling with a form of gynophobia. The prospect of getting closer to Gu Qingyi felt somewhat daunting. Cursing the remnants of past misfortunes that seemed to shadow him, he lamented inwardly. If it weren't for that woman, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. After all, it's a prestigious gift package. In the depths of his thoughts, Gu Qingyi surfaced. She was indeed a remarkable individual, showing no disdain for his shortcomings, often guiding and accompanying him through mundane moments, and staunchly defending him in front of others. Perhaps fostering a closer connection with her wouldn't be so bad after all. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Changxing ultimately decided to accept the task. When Gu Qingyi returned home that evening, he took the initiative to inquire about her experiences that day. She recounted her smooth transition at Lingtian, supported by Yimu, which had spared her from any significant troubles. Upon hearing her narrative, Yi Changxing abruptly stood and approached her. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, he inhaled deeply and, with trembling hands, gently patted her shoulder. You can do it. The task of growing closer to Gu Qingyi was marked as complete. Congratulations to the host on obtaining a prestigious gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Opening the gift package. Acquired a 4th-tier magical artifact. The cloud-piercing divine spear. Yi Changxing was suddenly filled with excitement. The magical artifacts were categorized into 9 tiers, and the 4th tier was already more than sufficient for him at this stage. As a practitioner, possessing a suitable magical artifact could significantly enhance one's strength. More importantly, the rewards from the system were exceptionally suited to his robust physique, amplifying his capabilities without diminishing them. My lord, did you just pat me? Gu Qingyi softly inquired. Bringing Yi Changxing back to his senses, he awkwardly cleared his throat a few times and nodded, saying, Indeed, it was merely a gesture of encouragement. I have faith that you will excel in this endeavor. Thank you, my lord. As he gazed at Gu Qingyi's radiant smile, a peculiar emotion surged within Yi Changxing. Perhaps spending time with such a young lady was not so bad after all. Time flew by, and before he knew it, nearly a month had passed. Yi Changxing continuously accepted tasks and acquired numerous valuable items from the system. Although he still could not cultivate, his physical body had already surpassed that of a transformation stage practitioner. It was time to venture out. After murmuring this to himself, he stepped out of his room for the first time in over 10 days. Suddenly, a magnificent golden light rose in the distance, capturing his attention. Squinting to observe, he noticed many masters from the Yi family soaring through the air, all heading in that direction. Just as he was pondering what was occurring, Gu Qingyi approached gracefully. What is happening over there? Yi Changxing inquired. Gu Qingyi glanced back and replied calmly, It is said that the last time Xiaochen achieved a breakthrough in his recultivation and has now condensed half of an indestructible golden body, currently ranking first on the heavenly Dao stele. Those individuals are likely going to congratulate him. I see. Yi Changxing nodded, inwardly scoffing. Half an indestructible golden body can secure the first position on the heavenly Dao stele. It seems that its value is rather questionable. Beside the heavenly Dao stele, Xiaochen stood in white robes, his hands clasped behind his back, a faint golden aura enveloping his figure. Congratulations to the Son of God for achieving the indestructible golden body. A prodigy of unparalleled talent destined to tread the path of the divine and dominate the world. The air was filled with various congratulatory voices, causing Xiaochen to suppress a smile that threatened to break free. Thank you all for your kind words. Xiaochen's achievements today are inseparable from the family's support and care. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to repay the family's favor as soon as possible. After a moment of humility, a wave of flattery surged once again. Look, this is truly the demeanor of a son of God. In contrast, Yi Changxing, that good-for-nothing, remains cooped up, only knowing how to stay in his room with women, utterly disgracing his parents. Is it truly the disgrace of his parents? It is the reputation of the Yi family that is at stake. Upon hearing Yi Changxing's name, Xiaochun's smile faltered slightly. Humph, now that I have achieved the indestructible golden body, I will surely gain the family's favor. Even if he relies on his parents' protection, I shall not be intimidated. Perhaps I should seek out Qingyi again. She might accept me now. The thought of Gu Qingyi's enchanting beauty ignited a fervor in Xiao Chen's heart. Before long, the commotion surrounding the heavenly Dao steel attracted widespread attention. The news of Xiao Chen's achievement of half an indestructible golden body spread rapidly, drawing the interest of myriad clans and sacred lands. Historically, the first person to etch their name on the heavenly Dao steel would receive great fortune and opportunities. Some even found that such rewards significantly aided their path to becoming an emperor. How could this not provoke envy and desire? With Xiao Chen now leading the way, he would undoubtedly reap the benefits bestowed by the heavenly Dao steel, including the members of the Yi family. Various factions were abuzz with speculation about the astonishing rewards Xiao Chen would receive. Chapter 11. Yi Changshen's heart stirred. Yi Changsheng took a leisurely stroll, only to discover that rumors about Xiao Chen were circulating everywhere. He received numerous disdainful glances, prompting him to abandon his outing. Qingyi, is the reward for the heavenly Dao monument particularly generous? Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Changsheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Gu Qingyi's autumn-like eyes flickered as she contemplated and replied. It is said that the top 3 contenders of the heavenly Dao monument are awarded a brief segment of the Dao principles suitable for those who wish to leave their names, which can assist them in purifying their minds and souls in preparation for embarking on their own paths. Furthermore, the reward for the first place is even more substantial, with a significant chance of obtaining the ethereal fruit of the Dao, enabling one to grasp a portion of their own Dao principles in advance. Mastering the Dao principles, indeed. Yi Changsheng smacked his lips a few times, his eyes filled with a hint of longing. The concept of Dao was something only cultivators of the cave heaven realm could engage with, and to aspire to grasp even a fragment of its essence was mere folly. Even a faint resonance of Dao could overwhelm cultivators below the void return stage. Such a treasure, even with the support of his system, stirred his heart's desire. If he could touch or even command a wisp of Dao, combined with his formidable physique, perhaps he could contend with a void return adept. Contemplating this, Yi Changsheng hastily continued, Qingyi, when will the rewards from the heavenly Dao steel be distributed? Well, considering the timing, it should be tomorrow, she replied. The heavenly Dao steel will be present for 99 days, and on the final day, it will bestow opportunities according to rankings, after which it will vanish into the cosmos. My dear, are you curious about the heavenly Dao steel? Somewhat, he admitted. If Xiao Chen, with only half of an indestructible golden body, can secure the top position, then surely with my complete indestructible golden body, it would be an assured victory. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of excitement. All right. I shall give it a try tomorrow. The following day, at the floating square, prodigies from various realms gathered, the elite of countless races standing tall. Today was the day when the heavenly Dao steel would dispense its opportunities, and they were all eager to see what rewards the top 3 would receive. Without a doubt, the first place would be claimed by Xiao Chen. I concur. With the advantage of half an indestructible golden body, his ranking is well-deserved. By the way, I believe there is another from the Yi family who ranks highly. Indeed, it is the so-called waist son of the emperor's wife, Gu Qingyi. She possesses the 9-aperture Linglong sacred body, and her talent is exceptional, securing the second place on the heavenly Dao steel. Such a remarkable furnace. Yet it is squandered on that waste. What a pity. Such discussions echoed incessantly, causing Gu Qingyi, who approached gracefully, to furrow her delicate brows. Qingyi, you have arrived, Xiao Chen said, displaying what he believed to be an exquisitely charming smile as he stepped forward to greet her. Gu Qingyi cast a glance at him and subtly shifted aside, causing Xiao Chen's smile to stiffen. This woman, he bit his teeth in secret, his heart brimming with indignation. What kind of enchanting potion did that worthless Yi Changsheng administer to her, rendering her so utterly devoted? Suddenly, a stir arose within the crowd. Yi Changsheng strolled towards the heavenly Dao steel with his hands tucked lazily into his sleeves, indifferent to the murmurs surrounding him. Isn't that the waist of the Yi family? What purpose could he possibly have here? Who could say? Perhaps he was merely seeking to bask in the glory of Gu Qingyi's recognition. Basking in glory? Can there truly be someone so devoid of shame? One might retort, if he possessed any sense of shame, he would have firmly declined the marriage proposal from the outset. Yi Changsheng raised his head to gaze upon the celestial Dao steel, its ethereal radiance standing majestically against the heavens, exuding an aura of ancient profundity. My husband, you have arrived. Gu Qingyi alighted beside him, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Yi Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was worth coming to see what this was all about. Rest assured, my dear husband, once Qingyi encounters her opportunity, I shall attempt to channel the Dao principles into your body. Perhaps it will yield some remarkable effects. Observing Gu Qingyi's excited countenance, Yi Changxing smiled and shook his head. This foolish girl was truly kind-hearted. However, just as the two were exchanging words, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Yi Changxing, what brings you here? Xiaochen hovered in the air, gazing down at Yi Changxing with indifference. Is it not permissible for me to come and enjoy the spectacle? Yi Changxing cast a sidelong glance at Xiaochen, feeling quite displeased with his behavior of stepping on others. What use is it for a useless body that cannot cultivate to be here? I suggest you heed my advice and return to your quarters for some well-deserved rest. This place is filled with prodigious talents. Witnessing their fortunes and brilliance may be too much for your fragile heart to bear. Yi Changxing rolled his eyes. There is no need for your concern. Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament. Floating in the sky like a balloon, you ought to be wary of being punctured. Although the latter part of the statement was uttered softly, Xiaoqin's exceptional hearing allowed him to catch every word clearly. Humph. A person of such incompetence relies solely on the favor of their parents to boast and bicker. Engaging in conversation with someone like you is a sheer waste of my divine breath. Above, the sky remained still, with a few clouds frozen in place. Yimu gazed down at the scene, her expression fierce and formidable. That little rascal Xiao Chun actually dared to speak of Changxing in such a manner. I shall deal with him properly upon my return. Ye's father gently shook his head. As the leader of our clan, we must conduct ourselves with fairness and integrity, and not resort to such underhanded tactics. Otherwise, what have we become? Humph, indeed, you are the esteemed Yi Emperor revered by all clans. While I am merely a petty woman, it seems. Yi Changxing disregarded Xiaochen and turned to Gu Qingyi, saying, Qingyi, let us move away. Some individuals speak with such contempt that they pollute the air with their foulness. He followed his own counsel and began to walk away, with Gu Qingyi closely trailing behind. Xiaoqin's expression was one of profound coldness, his gaze fixed upon Yi Changxing's retreating figure, brimming with malevolence. This worthless fool was utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Were it not for the protection of his parents, he would be a mere insect, easily crushed beneath a foot. Humph, a good-for-nothing. Forever hiding behind the skirts of a woman. With a disdainful snort, Xiaochen tossed aside a remark and attempted to leave. Yet at that moment, Gu Qingyi's furious voice rang out. You, apologize to my husband. Beside her, Yi Changxing wore a look of resignation. He had no intention of stooping to the level of someone like Xiaochen, much like one would not bite a dog barking aggressively. However, his wife possessed a fierce spirit, unable to tolerate any insult directed at him. Xiaochen halted his steps, slowly turning back. Qingyi, were you addressing me? Gu Qingyi soared into the air, positioning herself at the same height as Xiaochen. Who else would I be speaking to? My husband has wronged you in no way. Why do you persist in tormenting him? Apologize at once. Xiaoqin's expression grew increasingly frigid. Qingyi, do not jest with me. Apologizing to this good-for-nothing? Ask him if he believes he is worthy of it. Chapter 12. The intimidation of Ye's father. Gu Qingyi's anger was palpable. Her teeth clenched tightly as her spiritual energy surged. Apologize to my husband. Her overwhelming presence erupted, causing the surrounding spectators to instinctively retreat. Is she truly at the Cave Heaven realm now? One onlooker exclaimed, astonished by Gu Qingyi's striking figure. Indeed. This pressure was reminiscent of what I have only felt from elders at the Cave Heaven realm. Miss Qingyi must surely be of that caliber. It is a pity such a talent has married. The murmurs of the crowd echoed in the air, and a cold smile crept across Xiaoqin's face. Qingyi, do you still not see clearly? Continuing to defend that incapable good-for-nothing will only dim your own prospects. I have now attained the indestructible golden body, and my standing within the family will undoubtedly rise. If you harbor any unspoken troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me. Perhaps I can assist you. His demeanor was earnest, seemingly genuine in his desire to help. Gu Qingyi. Humph, spare me your empty words. Apologize to my husband immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. Gu Qingyi remained unmoved by Xiaoqin's rhetoric, resolutely insisting that he apologize to Yi Changxing. You, Xiaoqin, in a fit of rage, unleashed the pent-up force within him, causing the indestructible golden body to radiate a dazzling golden light. Below, Yi Changxing observed the two ready to clash at the slightest provocation and hurriedly intervened, urging Gu Qingyi to refrain from engaging. Although Xiaoqin's words were venomous, his cultivation was undeniably formidable. With the indestructible golden body at his disposal, Yi Changxing feared for Gu Qingyi's safety. Qingyi, heed your husband's words. Do not confront him just yet. Yi Changxing cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the sky, prompting Gu Qingyi to glance down. But my husband, he speaks of you in such a manner. Trust me, Qingyi. It's nothing, just come over first, he insisted with unwavering resolve. Faced with Yi Changxing's steadfast attitude and reluctant to oppose his wishes, Gu Qingyi shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chun before descending. Humph, a waste is indeed a waste. Lacking even the courage of a woman. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi abruptly turned back, her almond-shaped eyes filled with murderous intent. Ready to unleash her spiritual power upon Xiao Chen. Cease at once. A resonant and commanding voice echoed from the heavens above. As the sound reverberated, Gu Qingyi and Xiao Chen felt their spiritual energy restrained, gently descending to the ground. The imposing figure of Ye's father stood suspended in the air, appearing before the heavenly Tao monument without any discernible movement. You two are of the same kin. Let us not allow discord to mar our familial bonds. The crowd in the plaza bowed in reverence, paying their respects to this contemporary emperor. Gu Qingyi glared fiercely at Xiao Chen, her anger still simmering. In contrast, Xiao Chen swiftly altered his demeanor, bowing respectfully to Ye's father. Junior pays his respects to the family head. You are quite remarkable. To have dispersed your power and reformed an indestructible golden body, achieving the top position on the heavenly Tao monument. Your talents are indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing such commendations, a smile involuntarily crept onto Xiao Chen's lips as he cast a glance at Yi Changxing, whose expression remained composed in the corner. Your father holds me in high regard. What gives you the confidence to challenge me? Of course, this thought was one he dared only to entertain in the recesses of his mind. Yi Changxing keenly sensed Xiao Chen's gaze and, feeling somewhat annoyed, rubbed his hands together. This rascal had provoked him time and again. Even a clay figurine would have its limits. He needed to devise a plan to teach him a lesson. However, upon reflecting on his impending actions, Yi Changxing's fury dissipated considerably. The thought of seizing the first place of the heavenly Tao steel right before Xiao Chen's eyes brought a smirk to his lips. Imagining the expression on that fellow's face was simply delightful. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Nonetheless, despite your commendable talent and noteworthy cultivation, your temperament still requires considerable refinement. Ye's father's tone suddenly shifted, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily stunned. Although one cannot cultivate an eternal life, it does not warrant self-deprecation, rather. One should face all beings with benevolence. You possess great power, yet you remain oblivious to the unwavering resolve that must reside within a true warrior's heart. Should you allow your thoughts to stray towards trivialities, you are destined to falter in the future. Do you comprehend this? Although Ye's father spoke with a gentle tone, his words were far from trivial, causing a cold sweat to beat on Xiao Chen's forehead. The individual before him was no less than Yi Changxing himself, a true emperor whose mastery eclipsed all others in this realm. His words could be regarded as the voice of the heavenly Tao, who would dare to treat them lightly. Thank you, esteemed head of the family, for your guidance. I, as a junior, shall earnestly heed your teachings and would never dare to show even the slightest negligence. Indeed. Ye's father nodded and then disregarded him. Upon settling beside Yi Changxing, a smile graced his face. What brings you here? Yi Changxing sighed and shook his head, saying, I have simply grown weary of remaining here. I yearn to witness the lively commotion outside. Your mother previously mentioned your reluctance to venture out, and I was quite concerned that you had encountered some distressing experience. Yet now, it seems you are quite at peace. Do not worry, father, the young one reassured. I am perfectly well, and nothing troubles me. Yi Changxing spoke with an air of ease, displaying no semblance of forced nonchalance. Indeed, this is my son. Regardless of what lies ahead, his disposition must remain steady and resolute. Not far away, observing the harmonious interaction between Ye's father and Yi Changxing, Xiao Chen's expression darkened slightly, his eyes flickering with jealousy. Were it not for his commendable parents, how could this worthless individual have the privilege to marry Qingyi? What right does he have to claim the family's resources? One day, I shall ensure he is thoroughly trampled beneath my feet. As his inner fury surged, Xiao Chen's gaze grew colder. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly reverberated in his mind. Calm yourself. You are a prodigy. How can your thoughts be so convoluted? Focus on your cultivation and do not allow distractions to scatter your attention. Xiao Chun was taken aback, quickly reining in his demeanor, silently expressing gratitude. Thank you, Senior Kanglin. For your reminder, I was indeed reckless. It is good that you understand. The words of the great Emperor Yi ring true. The heart of a strong individual must press forward unwaveringly, never allowing energy to wane midway. Indeed, the ancient voice faded, and Xiao Chen's mindset stabilized significantly. For some reason, he sensed that Ye's father lingered his gaze upon him for a few extra moments. Changxing, since you have arrived, would you care to attempt to etch your name upon the heavenly steel? Ye's father withdrew his gaze and suddenly smiled at Yi Changsheng, uttering a phrase that left Yi somewhat taken aback. Although Yi Changsheng had originally intended to pursue this course of action, hearing it articulated by his father caught him off guard. A suggestion from his parents to leave a name on the Heavenly Tao Monument. Difficulty: relatively easy. Danger level: low. Reward: premium gift package. The system's voice echoed in his mind, instantly filling him with joy. He had not anticipated that his father's seemingly casual remark would allow him to seize an opportunity before taking any action. Chapter 13. Inscribing a name on the Heavenly Tao Monument. Noticing Yi Changsheng's silence, Ye's father assumed he was feeling conflicted. Changsheng, do not feel anxious. Although inscribing a name on the Heavenly Tao Monument is related to cultivation, it also emphasizes one's character and Tao heart. Give it a try. You might truly gain something beneficial. Very well, father, I shall endeavor to try. Yi Changsheng unexpectedly agreed, leaving his father momentarily at a loss for words in his attempts to offer consolation. However, witnessing the smile on his son's face, his father felt a sense of relief and began to smile in return. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a true man. Boldly venture forth and give it a try. At this moment, as noon approached, the Heavenly Tao steel radiated myriad rays of brilliance, with names shimmering upon its surface. By the stroke of midnight, the names inscribed would be permanently fixed, heralding the bestowal of fateful rewards. Yi Changsheng suddenly stepped out from between Yi Fu and Gu Qingyi, advancing step by step towards the Heavenly Tao Monument. Xiaoqin immediately took notice of him, his brows slightly furrowing. What scheme does this good-for-nothing intend to conjure now? As his figure drew closer to the monument, the assembled prodigies and formidable figures from various clans also turned their attention to Yi Changsheng. Isn't he the scion of the Yi family? What is he planning? Who can say? Perhaps as a mere mortal, he cannot perceive the monument clearly and wishes to approach for a closer reverence? Yet, this notion is flawed. His father is none other than the Emperor Yi. And should he desire to pay homage or utter a word, it would suffice. The spectators murmured among themselves, perplexed by this youth's erratic behavior. Here lies a gathering of the most distinguished elites from various great clans. Were it not for the light of his father, he would lack even the privilege to gaze from afar, let alone draw near to the Heavenly Tao Monument. Yi Changsheng lifted his gaze. The Heavenly Path Monument stood tall in the air, exuding a profound and distant aura that commanded respect. He inhaled deeply, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suddenly proclaimed in a clear voice, I, the junior Yi Changsheng, request to be inscribed on the Heavenly Path Monument. At his declaration, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Countless onlookers stared in shock at Yi Changsheng, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. A mere waste incapable of cultivation dared to seek a place on the Heavenly Path Monument. Surely, I did not mishear? That inept individual, he. Could it be that I am mistaken? He actually claimed he wishes to be remembered on the Heavenly Path Monument? With no cultivation whatsoever, he cannot even approach the monument. How could he aspire to be inscribed? The murmurs of the spectators grew chaotic, yet Yi Changsheng remained unmoved, his heart unwavering. That brat Xiaoqin could achieve the top with half of an indestructible body. Surely, I, with a complete form, can attain some form of reward, right? Buzz. The Heavenly Path Monument trembled lightly. An array of auspicious light descended upon him, signifying its acknowledgement of Yi Changsheng's challenge. What? The Heavenly Path Monument truly responded. How could this be? Such an outcome was unforeseen by anyone, including Ye's father. To be inscribed on the Heavenly Path Monument, one must first undergo its assessment and be deemed worthy. Otherwise, any forceful attempt could result in severe backlash. Yet, now Yi Changsheng had received the auspicious light, indicating that the monument recognized his strength. Amidst exclamations and skepticism, Yi Changsheng took a slow breath, his gaze sharpening with an extraordinary intensity. With his legs slightly bent, his formidable muscles surged with power, akin to a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear as he leapt into the air before the Heavenly Path Monument, the great wilderness star-snatching hand. With a low shout, Yi Changsheng felt the surge of vitality within him as he summoned the divine powers bestowed by the system. Instantly, a dark golden light emanated from his right arm. Although not as resplendent as Xiaoqin's, a closer inspection would reveal it had been refined and solidified countless times. Ha! With another fierce shout, Yi Changsheng clenched his fist tightly and forcefully struck down upon the Heavenly Tao steel. This formidable blow, which encapsulated all of his current strength, created a series of afterimages along his arm. Bang! The collision of fist and steel erupted in a deafening roar, momentarily ringing in the ears of all present. Ye's father's gaze suddenly turned grave. The moment his imposing aura emanated, the overwhelming residual force vanished within a radius of several meters around the heavenly Dao steel. As the blinding light dissipated, Yi Changxing remained suspended in the air, his expression rigid. Before him, the heavenly Dao steel, shattered into numerous fragments, floated gently. How could this have broken? Yi Changxing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he clenched his fists, utterly bewildered. He had merely intended to leave his mark. Yet he had inadvertently shattered the heavenly Dao monument with a single blow. After a brief moment, the stunned audience finally regained their composure, collectively gasping in disbelief as if the very air had been siphoned from the surroundings. How could this be? The heavenly Dao monument, broken, shattered? A voice trembled as it broke the silence, barely able to believe its own words. This utterance acted as a catalyst, instantly igniting a cacophony of confusion throughout the square. Am I under an illusion? What have I just witnessed? Someone has smashed the heavenly Dao monument with a mere punch. How can this be possible? The heavenly Dao monument is a manifestation of the principles of the Dao. For cultivators beneath the void returning stage, not only is shattering it unimaginable, but even leaving a mark upon it is beyond their capabilities. How could this occur? Indeed. Furthermore, this was the so-called waste who had been unable to cultivate. Could it be that he possesses strength rivaling that of a void returning expert? The murmurings and exclamations surged like waves, each more incredulous than the last, as no one dared to accept the reality unfolding before them. Even the esteemed Emperor Yi, who had weathered countless storms, found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. A fierce light ignited in his eyes, and an aura akin to an ocean's tide surged forth, overwhelming the crowd and rendering them breathless. Silence. His voice resonated like a celestial decree, instantly quelling the tumult of discussion around him. His father gently waved his hand, and with a face full of helplessness, Yi Changxing, along with the fragments of the heavenly Dao steel, fell to the ground. Changxing, did you do this? Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Changxing felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a stone. He had truly not anticipated that a single punch could possess such tremendous power, shattering the heavenly Dao steel into pieces. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have conserved some strength. Now, the opportunity had slipped through his fingers like a duck flying away. It seems to be my doing. With a heavy heart, he gazed at the fragments of the heavenly Dao steel slowly fading away and sorrowfully acknowledged, yes. How could you possess such strength? Yes, father's gaze was intense, his fiery eyes seemingly eager to dissect him for study. At this moment, the various powerful figures and prodigies, having regained their composure, could only reluctantly accept an undeniable truth. The reputedly incapable cultivator had shattered the heavenly Dao steel with a single punch. Xiaochen stared blankly at the Yi father and son in the distance, repeatedly murmuring, impossible, this cannot be. How could a mere waste achieve such a feat? Even I, with a half-completed indestructible body, could only leave my name upon it. Why? Why? Chapter 14. The shock of the Yi family. How could a mere waste accomplish such an astonishing and unprecedented act? The immense disparity caused Xiao Chun to lose his composure, letting out a savage roar. This commotion drew the attention of those around him, and upon witnessing his heart-wrenching expression, many felt a pang of sympathy. Now, with one punch, the Yi prodigy had shattered the heavenly Dao steel, leaving Xiao Chen's rewards in tatters. Indeed, after all his efforts to reconstruct his indestructible body and ascend to the top of the heavenly Dao steel, he now found himself with nothing. Alas, what wretched luck to encounter such a misfortune. Yet, it must be noted that Xiao Chun had previously held Yi Changxing in disdain. One wonders if he would dare to speak so boldly now. Such murmurs were incessant, igniting a fierce crimson in Xiao Chen's eyes. Damn Yi Changxing. Damn waste. It is all his doing. My opportunities, my Dao fruit, all vanished. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Changxing was lost in regret, sighing as he watched the fragments of the heavenly Dao steel fade away. Why was he so impatient? Had he managed to secure the first place, his strength would undoubtedly have soared with the Dao by his side. Now, not only had his efforts been in vain, but his own power had been laid bare, bringing with it a multitude of risks. Changxing, do tell me honestly, how did you accomplish this? The voice of Ye's father resounded once more, finally bringing him back to his senses. Before Yi Changxing could utter a word, dozens of formidable figures swiftly appeared, encircling him completely. They were all esteemed elders of the Yi family, their faces now reflecting shock as they gazed at Yi Changxing. Head of the family, the heavenly Dao steel has shattered. This is, Ye's father nodded, a hint of pride illuminating his face as he pointed at Yi Changxing, exclaiming, indeed, It is my son who accomplished this. What? How is this possible? He is incapable of cultivating the ancient Tao body. The clan elders were in utter disbelief, struggling to fathom that the once disregarded waste body could perform such a remarkable and astonishing feat. Ye's father found this rather curious. Head of the family, it would be prudent to conduct an examination for the young master at once. As you are aware, the Tai Wang ancient body cannot be cultivated. It is quite astonishing that the young master was able to shatter the heavenly Tao steel. Such combat prowess is indeed perplexing. Indeed. The elders of the clan chimed in, expressing their agreement with the speaker's sentiments. Ye's father hesitated for a moment, gazing at Yu Changxing, and softly inquired, "My son, would you be willing to allow me to examine your health?" Yi Changxing had long anticipated that revealing his true strength would render such circumstances unavoidable. "Very well. I harbor no objections." As a crowd of anxious onlookers gathered to examine Yi Changxing's condition, Xiaoqin, not far off, was on the brink of madness. This should not be the case. I must kill him. He muttered to himself, his expression contorted, as the spiritual energy within him began to fluctuate. At that moment, an ancient ring on his finger suddenly emitted a faint white glow, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. "Xiaoqin." A sudden authoritative voice resonated in his mind, penetrating the layers of anger and hatred clouding his thoughts, restoring a semblance of clarity. "Regain your composure. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment." The elderly voice, tinged with urgency and imbued with a peculiar power, washed over Xiaoqin's spirit, soothing him. "The heavenly Tao monument is merely an opportunity. If lost, it is lost. In comparison to the path of the emperor, what does it matter? In my youth, I let countless opportunities slip away, yet I still persevered step by step to attain the realm of the sage. Even now, as a remnant soul clinging to existence, I harbor no thoughts of despair. Do you intend to be defeated by a momentary setback?" The elderly voice grew more insistent, resonating deeper within Xiaoqin's mind, eventually restoring him to a state of awareness. "Senior Kanglin," he whispered softly, his countenance gradually calming. "Indeed, you are correct. I must not allow temporary gains or losses to cloud my judgment. The path to becoming an emperor is of utmost importance. If a venerable sage like yourself can begin anew, I too shall prevail." The elderly voice finally expressed satisfaction. "Precisely. This is the mindset befitting one whom I hold in high regard. However, to shatter the heavenly Tao monument with a single blow, that Imperial scion is no ordinary individual. Could it be that he has discovered the method to cultivate the primordial ancient Tao body?" This question now permeated the minds of all present. The legend of Yi family's Imperial son, possessing the ancient Taoist body of Tai Wang, which rendered him incapable of cultivation, had spread throughout the world since the moment of his birth. Over the years, the Yi couple had exerted countless efforts to prevent their son from embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet, how could it be that this seemingly wasted body suddenly exhibited such formidable strength? As people pondered this perplexity, the prevailing speculation was that the Yi family had uncovered a method for cultivating the Tai Wang ancient Taoist body. Should this indeed be the case, various factions would need to reconsider and potentially reinstate this physique among the ranks of geniuses. The divine consciousness and spiritual power surged repeatedly through his body. Yi Changxing felt akin to a laboratory mouse as the clan elders meticulously examined him one after another. The fervent gazes of these elderly men pierced through him, inducing a sensation of discomfort that compelled him to squirm slightly. However, the more they probed, the greater their confusion became. This was perplexing. The young man still exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation. The elders' findings corroborated this. It was inconceivable. There must be some overlooked detail. Let us investigate further. After nearly half an hour of such turmoil, even Ye's father, a revered emperor, conducted several thorough examinations. Ultimately, they were compelled to concede a disheartening truth. Yi Changxing was indeed unable to cultivate, devoid of any spiritual energy within his body. The elders' astonishment gradually morphed into profound bewilderment. It was unfathomable. If he could not cultivate, how could the young prince shatter the heavenly Tao steel? One voice of confusion emerged, echoing the collective perplexity. Father Yi took the initiative to speak, saying, "Although Changxing cannot cultivate, his physique is remarkably robust. Changxing, do you possess some extraordinary fortune?" Yi Changxing had long contemplated this matter. He had previously acquired a piece of silent spirit jade pendant from the system, which could entirely conceal his cultivation traces. Even someone of his father's caliber would find it challenging to detect any anomalies without exerting full effort. This was also the reason he dared to display his strength in public, unafraid of revealing his true cultivation level. Oh, this incident may be related to a fortuitous encounter I had a few years ago. Back then, while I was frolicking in the back mountains, I accidentally fell into a cave and, in a state of extreme hunger, consumed a red fruit, which subsequently enhanced my constitution remarkably. Yi Changxing spoke without restraint. For he was the son of the emperor, with his parents standing behind him. Consequently, no one could compel him to seek verification. This assertion left the clan elders exchanging glances. They were not fools, and it was hardly reasonable to believe so easily. Chapter 15, A Blatant Target. Very well. Since Changxing has stated it thus, it may indeed be a stroke of luck for him. Let this matter rest for the time being. We shall deliberate further at a later time. His father set the tone for the matter, and the clan elders lacked the audacity to contradict his opinion. At that moment, however, the heavens above suddenly underwent a transformation. Clouds and mist converged, and the sound of the Tao rippled through the air. The area where the heavenly Tao monument once stood unexpectedly radiated a hazy celestial light, gradually coalescing into a brilliant orb of golden radiance. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the changes unfolding in the sky, rife with various conjectures. Suddenly, as the golden light took shape, it plunged downward like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into the head of the languid Yi Changxing. Yes, father furrowed his brow. A hint of imperial aura emanating from him, causing those around to retreat in haste. Xiaochen observed this scene with a sense of schadenfreude. Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes. This young man has shattered the heavenly Tao monument. He must now be in quite a predicament. However, scarcely had he spoken when the voice of the saint of Kanglin echoed in his mind. This youth is extraordinary, with his ancient Tao body. His current combat prowess suggests he has encountered some unique fortuity. Though he may lack cultivation now, his strength is remarkable. You must focus your thoughts on your own training and avoid unnecessary complications. Listening to the saint's counsel, Xiao Chun, though feeling frustrated, could discern the gravity of the matter and muttered a reluctant acknowledgement. Rest assured, while he may currently surpass you, ultimately, he possesses a physique that cannot cultivate. Given time, you shall surely surpass him. This statement provided Xiao Chun with a measure of comfort, allowing him to suppress his tumultuous thoughts. Noticing Yi Changxing in contemplative silence, Gu Qingyi expressed her concern. Father, is my husband all right? His father nodded thoughtfully, stating, the issue should not be significant. The golden light just now emanated an aura of the heavenly Tao. It posed no threat and should not endanger Changxing. As he spoke, Yi Changxing gradually opened his eyes. Husband, Changxing, how are you? The two voices resonated simultaneously, drawing Yi Changxing's attention back. He then remarked with a peculiar expression, I am quite well. But what was that golden radiance I just witnessed? Ye's father inquired with a hint of concern. Indeed, I shattered the heavenly monument. And then it seemed that the celestial forces bestowed upon me a method of cultivation? A method? At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The heavens conferred a method? How could this be? It is rare and extraordinary. To possess the strength to shatter the heavenly monument undoubtedly signifies a genius recognized by the celestial realm. Is it so surprising to receive such fortune? Alas, it is a pity that he cannot cultivate. The method gifted by the heavens must be of exceptional quality. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ye's father narrowed his eyes slightly. Changxing, your physique is incapable of cultivation. What has the heavens granted you? It appears to be a technique for physical enhancement. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were instantly in an uproar. Techniques for physical cultivation are scarce among the myriad races, far more precious than ordinary methods. Moreover, being a gift from the heavens, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Qin, who had initially managed to steady his mindset, nearly choked on a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. After arduous efforts to disperse his energy and rebuild, he had hoped to earn recognition on the heavenly monument and receive a reward, only to return empty-handed. Instead, this fool had reaped tremendous benefits. How could he not feel jealousy and rage? Father Yi chuckled heartily, no longer inquiring about the specifics. With a graceful wave of his robe sleeves, he enveloped Yu Changxing and Gu Qingyi into the clouds. You two handle this. Let the esteemed guests disperse. The clan elders exchanged glances, ultimately compelled to follow Father Ye's command. With so many witnessing the event, it was certain that Yu Changxing's reputation would soon spread far and wide. Above the clouds, he asked, Changxing, what is the name of the technique you have acquired? With a beaming smile, Mother Yi inquired, continually ruffling Yi Changxing's hair. I always knew that our Changxing was no ordinary individual. He can shatter the heavenly Tao steel with a single punch. Truly remarkable. Yi Changxing, his head nearly in disarray, shook it in dissatisfaction before responding. The name is a mortal body of endless tribulations. Essentially, it involves summoning heavenly thunder to temper the body, refining its essence to continuously strengthen oneself. I see, came the reply, that indeed qualifies as a commendable technique. Yes, father nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. Now that you possess this extraordinary cultivation technique, dedicate yourself to your practice and do not squander your time, understood? A voice, cold and mechanical, echoed in Yi Changshan's mind. Parental guidance, cultivation of the myriad manifestations, risk level, moderate, difficulty, relatively low, reward, high-grade gift package. Yi Changshan's heart raced upon hearing the system's impassive tone. The myriad manifestations technique appeared quite formidable. Even the act of cultivating it bore a moderate level of danger. Yet, this only served to affirm its exceptional nature. The fact that the system had recognized its value was a testament to its significance. With the reward from the Heavenly Tao Monument restored, Yi Changshan's expression shifted from cloudy to clear, revealing a genuine smile of joy. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to my cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Yi Changshan's actions in the floating square have spread far and wide. Everyone is aware that he has acquired a corporeal cultivation technique. However, as the young master of the Yi family, coupled with the protection of his illustrious parents, no one dares to venture a probing challenge against him. Yi Changshan soon immersed himself in the cultivation of the universal cataclysm, leaving no time for distractions. However, while some rejoiced, others were troubled. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in his chamber, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and shimmering golden light. Yet, his brows were tightly knit, as if confronted with a significant dilemma. After a moment, he opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. That scoundrel Yi Changshan not only cost me the rewards from the Heavenly Tao Monument, but also acquired a physical cultivation technique. He ought to be cursed. My mental state has become somewhat unstable, all thanks to that rascal. He muttered a few curses, clearly harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Changshan. Young Master Yi too has arrived. A servant's voice resonated from outside. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen rose. Understood. Moments later, a young man with a defiant demeanor, seemingly of similar age, sat before him. Brother Chen, how can you endure this? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown. What do you mean, Yi Tu? The young man named Yi Tu snorted, his face filled with indignation. Brother Chen, you are the divine son of our Yi family, and you have cultivated the indestructible golden body. In my opinion, the technique that Yi Changshan, that waste, acquired, should rightfully belong to you. Xiao Chen had already been troubled by this matter, and Yi Tu's words further intensified his frustration. Though deemed a failure, he had supportive parents behind him. What could he do? Must he simply swallow this bitter loss? Chapter 16. Rumors and whispers. Xiao Chen, feeling increasingly agitated, could not help but pace back and forth. What could he possibly do? He confined himself within the walls of his home, and even if he wished to retaliate, he found no opportunity. After cursing under his breath a few times, he glanced at Yi Tu, who was cradling a teacup, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This fellow hailed from a collateral branch of the Yi family. Lacking in talent and slow in cultivation, having stagnated at the blood refinement stage for years. In his youth, Xiao Chen had had some conflicts with him. But after giving him a beating, Yi Tu seemed to have transformed, adopting a completely different attitude towards him, even displaying a touch of sycophancy. Some matters could be conveniently executed through his collateral lineage. Moreover, given Yi Tu's dull-wittedness, the things he said would raise far less suspicion. With this thought, a smile broke across Xiao Chen's face. Come here. I wish to speak with you. He leaned closer to Yi Tu, whispering conspiratorially. After a period of relative calm, within the elder hall, several esteemed elders of the Yi family gathered, their expressions tinged with an inexplicable peculiarity. The third elder, seated at the head, spoke. You all investigated that day, and indeed, the young master shows no signs of any cultivation. But if that is the case, how did he possess the ability to shatter the Heavenly Tao Monument? A question was posed, plunging the atmosphere back into silence. Another elder scoffed, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, it could never be the fanciful tale spun by that young man regarding some extraordinary encounter. We have thoroughly explored the area behind the mountain. Even the locations of yellow-grade spiritual artifacts have been meticulously marked. Where could he possibly have stumbled upon such an unknown fortuity? This sentiment resonated among the elders, who held no belief in Yi Changshan's outlandish claims. Yet, standing behind him was the matriarch of the Yi family, rendering any attempts at forceful investigation utterly futile. Amidst the silence, a voice, slightly hoarse, hesitantly interjected. Have you heard the recent rumors among our kin? They say the young master is a naturally cursed body, forsaken by heaven and earth. His journey to the heavenly Tao monument was merely to provoke divine retribution, which fortuitously shattered the monument. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Have you lost your senses? Retorted one elder as soon as the words were uttered. We were all present that day. Where was this so-called divine retribution? If it existed, could the young master have received the cultivation methods bestowed by the heavenly Tao? The elder who posed the questions was left speechless, grunting in annoyance before falling silent. The third elder sighed softly, shaking his head. Let it be. After all, the young master is the son of the patriarch and matriarch, with them overseeing matters. We need not worry excessively. Although the higher-ups within the clan remained unfazed by the rumors, they could not quell the whispers among the lower ranks. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the notion of Yi Changxing as a cursed body began to spread not only within the Yi family but also to other prominent clans and sacred lands. The number of individuals believing in his cursed status and the theory of divine punishment shattering the heavenly Tao monument continued to grow. Should this rumor persist unchecked, it could yield unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, the very subject of this tempest, Yi Changxing, sat perspiring profusely in his chamber. His gaze was fixed intently on the object before him, hands clasped tightly as he gritted his teeth. May all the celestial beings grant me protection. 3. It must be 3. Muttering these erratic thoughts, he extended his hand to cast the dice, his eyes locked on the outcome. As the dice tumbled, it seemed poised to reveal the coveted 3. Damn it! Yi Changxing could not help but slam the table in frustration, muttering under his breath, what a stroke of bad luck. On the table, the dice lay quietly with 4 facing upwards. Opposite him, Gu Qingyi couldn't suppress her laughter and gently reassured him, my dear husband, there is no need to be upset. Perhaps I am simply having poor fortune as well. As she spoke, she picked up the dice and cast them carelessly, which landed perfectly on 5. After counting her spaces, Gu Qingyi placed her final piece of the flying chess game at the finish line and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, my dear husband, I assure you, it was not my intention. Yi Changxing leaned back in his chair, sighing in resignation as he shook his head. Enough, enough, let us cease this game. I have come to realize that no amount of luck can rival yours. Gu Qingyi responded with an affirmative sound, swiftly putting away the flying chess on the table before sitting down to face him, seemingly hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, do not hold back. Gu Qingyi paused briefly, then exhaled softly, her voice gentle. My husband, there are rumors circulating outside that you are cursed with a natural calamity, and that shattering the heavenly Tao steel is a consequence of divine retribution. Do you not feel any concern? Yi Changxing rolled his eyes and scoffed. I wonder which fool has nothing better to do than to fabricate such baseless lies. If it were truly divine retribution, why would the heavens bestow upon me the gift of cultivation? One cannot simply receive a slap and then be offered a sweet date in return. Qingyi, pay no heed to such nonsense. Rumors are but whispers that will eventually fade with time. Observing that Yi Changxing seemed unfazed by the matter, Gu Qingyi could not help but sigh. Husband, we should regard this issue with a measure of seriousness. Those rumors have already spread, and there are even murmurs suggesting that your acquisition of the cultivation method is undeserved, urging you to relinquish it at once. He chuckled lightly. Yi Changxing suddenly burst into laughter, his face betraying not the slightest hint of concern. These individuals, it seems, can only resort to such despicable tactics. It appears that someone covets the techniques I have acquired, thus spreading such rumors to exert pressure upon me. I shall disregard them. As long as my parents are by my side, I shall not yield. Let them see what they can do to me. Observing the composed Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi's eyes shimmered with a unique brilliance. Though her husband often appeared carefree, his insights were remarkably astute, immediately pinpointing the crux of the matter. He was indeed correct. With his father and mother at his side, no one would truly dare to lay a hand on him. Yi Changxing stifled a yawn and suddenly stood up, saying, Qingyi, why not visit your spiritual garden and pick some fruits to enjoy? Gu Qingyi was momentarily rendered speechless. The way he spoke made it seem as though she were tending to an old farmer's vegetable patch. Nevertheless, since Yi Changxing had finally expressed a desire to venture out, she certainly would not decline. Moments later, the couple descended onto an immensely grand floating celestial island. The majestic mountains were picturesque, enveloped in ethereal spirit energy, and the air was remarkably fresher than in other places. Yi Changxing's spirits lifted considerably as he gazed upon the neatly arranged spiritual fields before him. With a joyful exclamation, he declared, let us venture forth and seek some delightful delicacies. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the spiritual field island chain, Xiaochen arrived gracefully. Having reached a bottleneck in his golden body cultivation, he sought the assistance of several spiritual herbs. However, after taking just a few steps, he faintly heard voices in the distance. Furrowing his brow, Xiaochen glanced toward the source of the sound. Chapter 17. The Shattering of the Golden Body. As he discerned the identities of the two individuals, his gaze abruptly froze. Come, speak. Yi Chongqing held a grape-like spiritual fruit, chuckling as he tossed it into Gu Qingyi's mouth. How does it taste? Sweet and sour, quite delightful. Haha. Although this fruit appears unremarkable, its flavor is truly exceptional. When I first discovered it, I kept it to myself, secretly indulging in it. Seeing Yi Chongqing's triumphant demeanor, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she noticed something and softly said, Husband, please don't move. What is it? A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, leaving Yi Chongqing feeling somewhat awkward as he stood with his arms open. Gu Qingyi's exquisitely beautiful face drew closer, causing his breath to quicken. The buried fear within him made his body tremble, and he instinctively wished to retreat from such intimate proximity. It's all right. Qingyi is a good girl. Unlike that wretched person from my past. Steady now. I can overcome this. Yi Chongqing continually encouraged himself inwardly, yet the physiological urge to evade became increasingly difficult to suppress. Gu Qingyi raised her hand, slowly approaching his cheek. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, daunted by the thought of what might transpire should their skin make contact. The cool and soft sensation vanished in an instant. Before the wave of aversion could swell within Yi Chongqing, Gu Qingyi had already retreated a few steps. My dear husband, you have fruit pulp at the corner of your mouth. Oh, I see. Yi Chongqing, momentarily taken aback, responded with a few awkward acknowledgments before gently lowering his arms. I apologize for the trouble, Qingyi. Gu Qingyi smiled radiantly, softly replying, Husband, you speak too modestly. This is simply what I ought to do. Amidst the unspoken allure, someone was on the brink of grinding their teeth in frustration. Xiaochen observed this scene from a distance, his teeth clenching audibly. They are utterly shameless. The goddess of his dreams was playfully smiling at the worthless fool in his eyes, causing the last thread of his composure to fray dangerously. As he watched the two figures recede into the distance, his breath grew increasingly labored, and blood vessels began to emerge in his eyes. Xiaochen, the Kanglan sage within the ring finally sensed the disturbance and bellowed sharply within Xiaochen's mind. Startled by the ancient voice, a flicker of struggle crossed Xiaochen's face, and his gaze regained a modicum of clarity. Senior Kanglan, I shall remain steadfast in my heart and not entertain any distractions. Instinctively, Xiaochen complied. Settling cross-legged upon the furrowed earth, the spiritual energy within him threatened to erupt, intensifying the pressure on his meridians, with sensations of pain radiating throughout his body. Yi Chongqing and Gu Qingyi were oblivious to the presence of Xiaochen not far from them. After what had just transpired, his heart continued to race fervently. The gentle, smooth sensation of Gu Qingyi's touch left a profound impression on Yi Chongqing's heart. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have overcome his innate fear of women. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat peculiar, and Gu Qingyi found herself at a loss for thoughts, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Chongqing before swiftly averting her gaze. This girl, Qingyi, is truly remarkable, innocent, and kind-hearted. Yet, I wonder if I am still burdened by my affliction. Yi Chongqing was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Yearning to draw closer to Gu Qingyi, yet apprehensive that his ailment would burden her. Lost in contemplation, his mind began to wander. My husband, be careful. Gu Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grasp Yi Chongqing's wrist. Yi Chongqing suddenly regained his senses, only to realize that he had unwittingly strayed off course, nearly stumbling. However, as he turned back, his eyes widened involuntarily. Gu Qingyi gently clasped his wrist, yet she found that her heart was not as averse as it once had been. Qingyi, you. Yi Chongqing opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Gu Qingyi had also noticed her husband's peculiar behavior during this time. Upon seeing his gaze fixate on her arm, she hurriedly released her grip. My dear husband, I did not mean to. I do not hold it against you. I merely. Yi Chongqing's emotions were exceedingly intricate, filled with a sense of hesitation. Despite the severity of his ailment, there seemed to be a shift in the presence of Gu Qingyi. With a swift turn of thought, he hastily suppressed those convoluted feelings within his heart. Let us return, he suggested. Gu Qingyi nodded in agreement, but suddenly felt her hand being grasped. As she stood in a daze, Yi Chongqing's muscles tensed, pulling her forward. A sudden smile broke from Gu Qingyi's lips. Her husband was indeed quite amusing. In the distance, Xiao Chun had finally managed to calm the surging spiritual energy within him and was preparing to return to his room for further meditation. However, upon opening his eyes, he was confronted with the sight of Yu Changxing taking Gu Qingyi's hand. Instantly, rage ignited within him. The genuine smile gracing Gu Qingyi's face pierced through his heart like a sharp thorn, extinguishing his worries and delusions. If he could not see that she was willing, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. How could this be happening? Xiao Chun murmured to himself, his once vibrant gaze dimming. He had believed that Gu Qingyi was coerced by the Gu family, forced into marrying him by her inept parents. He had thought that the incident 5 years ago, when he had saved her, had left some impression on her heart. He had assumed that if he proved himself exceptional enough, she would regard him with favor. Yet why? Why had she never shown any reluctance? One question after another surged within him, clawing at his heart like talons, leaving behind deeper and deeper scars. Xiao Chun, snap out of it. Do not dwell on these thoughts. The urgent voice of Kanglin resonated in his mind like a thunderous bell. However, the methods that had once been effective now failed to produce the desired outcome. A trickle of blood slowly slipped from the corner of Xiao Chun's mouth. Born with extraordinary talent, he had always been the focus of attention, cherished wherever he went. Yet, he had suffered repeated setbacks against that inept body. The woman he admired had married him, but he had thought it was a heroic rescue, only to discover he had been deluding himself. Even the reward from the Dao steel, which should have been a sure thing, had been utterly ruined by that useless body, leaving him with nothing. Each successive failure was unbearable for someone as proud as he. The spiritual energy within him began to spiral out of control, and droplets of blood began to seep from his body, accompanied by turmoil within his vital essence. Chapter 18. The indestructible body is shattered. Xiao Chun, awaken. If this continues, your indestructible body will be in peril. Yet, as the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. In a state of mental disarray, Xiao Chun found himself unable to control his vital energy, which surged chaotically within him. His indestructible golden body had only been half-formed, though its exterior appeared invulnerable. The essence of his flesh and bones had not been cultivated. As the tumultuous energy continued to clash within, his golden body began to tremble from the inside out. To an onlooker, the golden light enveloping Xiao Chun flickered erratically, reminiscent of an aged, faltering light bulb. Xiao Chun, if you do not awaken soon, it will be the end. All your previous efforts will be in vain. The voice of the Kanglin sage echoed with desperation and urgency, striving to salvage the situation at the last moment. Yet, how could a mere fragment of a soul rouse someone so deeply ensnared in confusion? At long last, a moment arrived. Crack! A faint but resonant sound pierced the air, followed by an abrupt silence from the Kanglin sage. Crack, crack. A series of delicate, crisp sounds ensued, accompanied by a resigned sigh from the sage. Alas! Then, a sound clearer than before resonated, akin to the shattering of a glass cup. The pain that pierced his soul jolted Xiao Chun back to a fleeting moment of clarity. He stood momentarily dazed, suddenly aware of his predicament. What is happening? Your indestructible golden body has cracked. The voice of the Kanglin sage, tinged with both resignation and sorrow, struck Xiao Chun's countenance with a profound stiffness. How could this be possible? No sooner had he uttered those words than his body erupted in a blaze of golden light. Ah! A piercing scream of agony erupted from his dantian, immediately capturing the attention of the stationed warriors. As someone rushed to the scene, they discovered the scion of the Yi family, Xiao Chun, collapsed amidst a pool of blood, his aura feeble and his complexion ashen. Yu Changxing turned back, gazing in bewilderment at Lingtian Island, and inquired of Gu Qingyi, "Qingyi, did you hear any screams just now?" "Screams?" Gu Qingyi replied, somewhat perplexed. After listening intently for a moment, she shook her head and said, "There is no sound at all." Yu Changxing found himself questioning whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Shaking off the thought with a smile, he said, "Let us return to our chambers. I shall teach you a novel game called chess." "Very well. I shall heed my lord's wishes." Half a day later, many formidable members of the Yi family gathered in the grand hall. The elders wore solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was heavy. The grand elder, seated at the head, appeared somewhat detached, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. "What transpired with Xiao Chun? Have we ascertained the facts?" Immediately, someone spoke up. "Esteemed elder, the investigation has yielded clear results." At the time, the divine son Xiao Chun sought several spiritual herbs to enhance his indestructible golden body and thus journeyed to Spirit Field Island. However, upon reaching the island, for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression in his chest, his demeanor becoming disoriented, which led to a violent surge of spiritual energy and blood within him, resulting in the shattering of his golden body. 17 elders stationed at Spirit Field arrived 5 breaths later, but found no external threats. Only Shao Chun was present. His own account corroborates this, and our investigations revealed no other traces, making it unlikely that external forces were involved. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. So, this incident was merely an accident? As soon as he spoke, another voice rose in indignation. How can this be merely an accident? Shao Chun is a prodigy of our Yi family, one of the 10 divine sons, and undoubtedly a pillar for our lineage in the future. Can we truly accept that such an important figure has suddenly succumbed to madness? Do you wish to inform our kin that our holy son is a capricious individual unable to control his own vitality? This reasoning resonated with many, prompting a chorus of agreement. The Grand Elder fell into contemplation as the debate in the hall intensified. Without evidence to prove otherwise, what can we do? The absence of proof does not equate to a lack of discovery. If such a vital prodigy as Shao Chun could encounter an unexpected calamity, shattering even his indestructible golden body, how shall our Yi family maintain its dignity? Moreover, Shao Chun is our family's divine son, one destined to be a protector of the Yi clan in the future. How can we so easily label this as an accident? Indeed, I share this sentiment. Another elder concurred. The hall resonated with the fervor of their discourse, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Nonetheless, the majority leaned towards the necessity of a thorough investigation, insisting that this matter should not be dismissed lightly. After a quarter of an hour, the imposing Grand Elder finally spoke. Silence. At his command, the hall fell silent. Shao Chun holds a unique status. He is a rare talent within our Yi family, for both emotional and rational reasons. This matter warrants further investigation and should not be hastily concluded. Each of you must contribute, leaving no stone unturned. If, in the end, no results are uncovered, it would not be too late to classify it as an accident. Should we truly reach that stage, even if Shao Chun did not encounter an unforeseen mishap, he would still have to endure in silence. Those who can traverse the layers of protection of the Yi family with such ease are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the assembly grew solemn. He immediately contemplated the grim possibility. Even if the likelihood were but a fraction, it warranted cautious consideration. Henceforth, let us bolster our defenses within the clan to prevent further disturbances. The elders nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the Grand Elder turned his gaze towards the one who had just reported on the investigation and inquired anew. Reflect carefully. Are there any overlooked clues? The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, before his expression morphed into one of peculiarity. There is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. The other elder's curiosity was instantly piqued. 19, you truly are an old rogue. Why did you not mention such a significant matter sooner? Indeed. What is the purpose of concealing a lead? Elder 19 hastily waved his hand, sighing in resignation. It's not that I wish to withhold information. The situation is rather intricate. Under the mounting pressure of inquiries, he finally divulged. On the day Shao Chun encountered his misfortune, the young master and his spouse had just departed from Spirit Field Island. The moment those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Almost all present had not anticipated that this incident could possibly involve their young master. After a prolonged pause, someone quietly ventured, 19, are you implying that Shao Chun's mishap might be related to young Master Chongqing? Elder 19 quickly gestured dismissively. I did not assert such a thing. I merely offered a clue. Chapter 19. A visit to Shao Chun with Elder 19's revelation. The expressions of the elders within the hall grew subtly complex. Logically, everyone who had traveled to Spirit Field Island on that day held suspicion. Thorough investigation was imperative, and no one should be easily absolved. However, Yi Chongsheng was the heir of the family, which rendered the situation somewhat delicate. Above them loomed the presence of a clan leader. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder finally spoke. For the time being, let this matter remain undisclosed. Focus instead on investigating others. There is no urgency regarding the situation with the young master. I shall confer with the clan leader before reaching a decision. The Grand Elder has made a decision, and naturally, there was little dissent from the others. However, this matter has finally captured the attention of the clan elders, who have become somewhat ambiguous in their attitude towards Yu Chongqing. After all, there have been rumors suggesting that the relationship between the two was not particularly harmonious. It would not be surprising if, in a fit of anger, something rash were to occur. Although the Yi family has taken timely measures to suppress the situation, the news of Shao Chun's injury has inevitably spread. Furthermore, the higher-ups are acutely aware that his injury is far from trivial. Even his indestructible golden body has suffered catastrophic damage, rendering the situation exceedingly grave. When Yi Changsheng received the news from his parents, he could not help but be taken aback. "Mother, are you telling me that Xiao Qin's indestructible golden body is shattered?" Yimu sighed and nodded, saying, "Indeed." That day on Lingtian Island, for reasons unknown, his vital energy suddenly surged in reverse, causing him to break through his indestructible golden body from within. Since his golden body was never fully realized, this severe blow is likely to pose significant risks. Moreover, it is not a commendable entity. Failing to perform good deeds will inevitably lead to retribution. Yi Changsheng harbored no semblance of sympathy. In fact, he was nearly overwhelmed with amusement at the current turn of events. The scoundrel who had persistently sought to trouble him and had covertly coveted Qingyi was finally facing the consequences of his own misdeeds. Had it not been for Ye's desire to conceal his true abilities, coupled with the fact that the other was a scion of a prominent family, he would have long since relished the opportunity to teach him a well-deserved lesson. Yet now, it seemed that fate had intervened, allowing this rogue to reap the fruits of his own folly, thus sparing Yi the trouble of taking action himself. Upon hearing these words, Yimu could not help but cast him a disapproving glance. "My dear child, one must possess a modicum of compassion, regardless of the circumstances. Xiao Qun is the divine son of the Yi family. Even if you cannot muster sympathy, at the very least, refrain from ridiculing him. Do you understand? Remember this, my child." Yi Changxing responded with a subtle smile of delight. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries and inquiring about Yi Changxing's cultivation progress, his mother rose to take her leave. Just before stepping out, she suddenly turned back and said, "Son, you are the heir of the Yi family. You must demonstrate a measure of tolerance and understanding. Do you comprehend?" Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, as if beginning to grasp the implications of his words. With nothing else to occupy his time, perhaps he should pay a visit to Xiao Qun. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the figure of his mother vanished from sight. A suggestion from his parents, to visit Xiao Qun. Degree of danger, none. Difficulty level, exceedingly easy. Reward, standard gift package. Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingyi closed the door and, with a curious expression, inquired, "Husband, shall we go see the Xiaoqing?" "Yes, why not?" he cheerfully replied, accepting the task bestowed by the system. Within the secluded courtyard, Xiaoqing sat cross-legged on a soft couch, surrounded by several solemn elders of the clan. As he activated his indestructible golden body, a dim golden light emanated, revealing several conspicuous cracks on his physique. Sighing, one of the elders remarked, "These cracks are no trivial matter. The most concerning aspect is that they have split from the inside out, making repairs far more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Furthermore, even if we manage to mend them, the once seamless, indestructible golden body will bear hidden injuries, rendering it impossible to achieve perfection." Another elder added, deepening the gravity of the atmosphere among them. After a brief pause, Xiaoqing opened his eyes, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Xiaoqing, how do you feel?" he was asked. He slowly shook his head, a ghastly smile contorting his pale visage. "The restoration is exceedingly slow. It will likely take a considerable amount of time." The elders exchanged glances and rose to offer comfort. "Do not rush this process. Take it step by step. You possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps one day you will restore your golden body to its former glory." Having reassured Xiaoqing, the elders exited the room. He remained on the soft couch in silence for a moment before gritting his teeth and growling, "Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi, you shall pay the price." "Young man, it is wise to focus on the present," the voice of the saint of Kanglin echoed in his mind, suppressing Xiaoqing's inner fury and wrath. "Though your golden body is fractured, I am aware of some methods to minimize the repercussions. You must maintain a balanced mindset. Such occurrences must not happen again. For the time being, refrain from venturing outside to avoid encountering that young man. I have a nagging suspicion that he conceals something extraordinary." Xiaoqing took a deep breath and nodded fiercely. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, voices emerged from outside the door, and the saint of Kanglin ceased to speak. "Your Highness, the young master and young mistress have come to see you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's gaze instantly froze, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Yi Changxing and his wife leisurely awaited, engaging in hushed conversation. After a brief silence enveloped the room, the deep voice of Xiaoqing resonated, "Please enter." The servant opened the door, and Yi Changxing along with Gu Qingyi stepped inside. Upon seeing Xiao Qun, who sat weakly upon the soft couch, Yi Changxing's heart blossomed with joy, though his countenance portrayed a facade of sorrow. "Brother Xiao," he began, "I have heard of your plight. Life is often fraught with misfortune. I extend my condolences and hope you find peace in these changes." This statement caused Xiao Qin's eyes to twitch violently, a surge of anger igniting within him. "Yi Changxing, I am merely experiencing a fracture in my golden body, not facing imminent demise." Yi Changxing feigned a moment of confusion and quickly tapped his head, expressing his apologies. "Oh dear, how careless of me to speak so thoughtlessly. Brother Xiao, rest assured, we are family, and I am indeed very concerned about your matters." "Qingyi?" Gu Qingyi responded affirmatively. "Leave the elixirs for Brother Xiao." With a graceful wave of her hand, several small jade vials materialized upon the table. Yi Changxing chuckled heartily and said, "Brother Xiao, these are elixirs meant to replenish your vitality. I expended a considerable portion of my wealth to procure them, and I hope they prove beneficial to you." Xiao Qin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to that infuriatingly smug face, and replied coldly, "I appreciate your concern. This divine son is quite well. Is there anything else?" "Nothing at all," he replied. "I merely came to see you. The thought of your golden body shattering fills me with profound sorrow." Observing his exaggerated demeanor, Xiao Chun felt an overwhelming desire to crush that insufferable face underfoot. "Humph. Then I must sincerely thank you for your concern." Chapter 20, The Battle of Wits. Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao, you are too modest. Now that I see you are well, my wife and I shall take our leave, so as not to disturb your recuperation. Although Yi Changxing harbored animosity towards Xiao Qin, he refrained from exacerbating the latter's suffering. Having endured his own tribulations, "We shall take our leave," he stated. Just as the two rose, an elderly voice resonated from outside. "Have the young master and mistress come to visit Xiao Qin?" The Grand Elder entered with a smile, holding a vial of elixir, which he placed upon the table. "Greetings, Grand Elder," the trio saluted. After the formalities, the Grand Elder addressed the couple. "Do not be in haste to depart. We shall leave together shortly." As a prominent figure within the clan, his authority was only surpassed by that of the Yi couple, and thus Yi Changxing afforded him the respect he deserved, inviting Gu Qingyi to sit and await further instructions. "Xiao Qin, within this vial lies a dragon blood body refinement pill, containing a trace of a great demon's essence. It may aid in your recovery." Xiao Qin's eyes sparkled, and a genuine smile illuminated his face. "I am deeply grateful for the Grand Elder's kindness. I shall forever remember this favor." "Indeed," the Grand Elder nodded. "Your injuries are grave. It is imperative to avoid overexertion and to focus on your recuperation, striving to mend the fractures in your golden body." After imparting a few more words of advice, the Grand Elder rose. "Rest well. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Grand Elder," they responded respectfully. Yi Changxing and the other individual followed closely behind the Grand Elder as they departed from Xiao Qin's villa. A sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. Their interactions with the Grand Elder had been infrequent in the past, so why had he chosen to retain them today? "Young madam, what is your perspective on this matter concerning Xiao Qin?" Gu Qingxi was momentarily taken aback, turning her gaze towards Yi Changxing. She had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would seek her opinion first. Yi Changxing remained silent, offering her a gentle smile and a slight nod. Gu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before deciding to voice her thoughts. Xiao Qin's golden body had been damaged, reportedly without encountering any external threats. After much contemplation, the younger generation could only deduce that his instability of heart had led to an inability to control the cultivation energy within, resulting in the rupture of his golden body. The Grand Elder slowed his pace and softly replied, "Indeed, given the current circumstances, this appears to be the only explanation. It is a pity for such a remarkably talented individual. At such a tender age, he was capable of cultivating an indestructible golden body. He was destined to become a pillar of the Yi family in the future." Yi Changxing could not help but curl his lips. If half of an indestructible golden body could be referred to as the pillar of the Yi family, then what was to be said of his complete indestructible golden body? That young man clearly did not possess a virtuous character. Who could predict what circumstances would arise by the time he attained his cultivation? "Elder, I believe that the injury to Xiao Qin may, in fact, be advantageous for the Yi family," remarked Gu Qingyi earnestly. The Grand Elder paused, gazing at her with surprise. "Young madam, what do you mean by that?" Gu Qingyi continued with conviction. "Xiao Qin is narrow-minded and lacks magnanimity, having previously caused difficulties for my husband on several occasions. Such a proud individual is prone to instability in his Tao heart, and his current misfortune, while unexpected, is not entirely surprising. In contrast, despite his previous torment and insults towards my husband, My husband has chosen to overlook these transgressions for the sake of shared lineage, which speaks volumes of his generosity. Should Xiaochen ever achieve profound cultivation, given his temperament, one cannot fathom the actions he might take. If he were to hold on to his grievances against my husband, it could lead to internal strife within the Yi family. Furthermore, such a disposition might attract formidable adversaries from the outside. Gu Qingyi's reasoning was sound, and Yi Changxing felt a surge of satisfaction within. After all, she was his wife, and hearing her speak in defense of him brought immense joy. Upon finishing Gu Qingyi's analysis, the Grand Elder remained noncommittal. The eventual consequences of this matter would require time to unfold. It is commendable that the two of you came to visit Xiaochen. I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave now. Farewell, Elder. Once the Grand Elder departed, Yi Changxing regarded Gu Qingyi with admiration. Qingyi, how did you come to this perspective? Oh, this is simply what I believe, she replied modestly. Haha, you are truly a wise woman. Yi Changxing lavishly praised Gu Qingyi, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. Shortly after the two departed, a figure emerged from the narrow path. Yi two gazed darkly at the receding figures, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. How shameless they are, a pair of adulterers. Speaking ill of Qingge behind his back. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard. Qingge, we must devise a plan to deal with that couple thoroughly. As Yi two entered, he began to exclaim loudly, causing Xiaochun to furrow his brow in confusion. What do you mean? Are you unaware that the Grand Elder just left with them and inquired about how Gu Qingyi, that woman, perceives your injury? Can you guess what that wretched woman had to say? Xiaochun's frown deepened with growing concern. What did she say? Yi two, filled with indignation, exclaimed. That despicable woman dares to claim that your injury is a fortuitous occurrence. She further remarked upon your narrow-mindedness and lack of generosity, suggesting that your unstable heart was the cause of this backlash. In the presence of the Grand Elder, she shamelessly praised that worthless Li Changxing for his supposed magnanimity, asserting that he came to see you despite your injuries. Can you believe it? Do they have any sense of shame in uttering such words? That pair of scoundrels clearly revels in your misfortune, yet they audaciously embellish their own image. I have never encountered such a brazen display of shamelessness. Yi two was babbling away, completely oblivious to the flush of an unusual crimson that rose on Xiaochun's face. If the situation were different, it might not have been so bad. However, Gu Qingyi's general deduction was not far from the truth. It was indeed his own feelings of envy and jealousy that had led to the instability of his Dao heart, ultimately resulting in the shattering of his golden body. The humiliation of being exposed after losing face filled Xiaochun with a mix of shame, anger, and fury. In the turmoil of his emotions, his vital energy began to waver once more. With a spurt, he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his body trembling as he collapsed onto the soft couch. Yi two was taken aback and hurried over to offer support. Qingge, are you all right? I'm fine. Xiaochun shook off Yi two's assistance, his eyes ablaze with fury. What kind of insidious potion had that damned Yi Changxing administered to Gu Qingyi, compelling her to defend him at every turn? Useless. Worthless. If it weren't for his parents, I would have. Xiaochun cursed vehemently several times, his chest heaving violently, clearly incensed. Yi two suddenly smirked, leaning towards Xiaochun and whispering, Brother Chen, I have a method that might just make them suffer. Chapter 21. New rumors. Xiaochun turned to him, a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. This lad was hardly known for his cleverness. Surely his proposed solution wouldn't be a foolish one. Yet, given his own lack of direction, he figured it would not hurt to listen. Go on. Brother Chun, do you still recall the rumors we spread when the heavenly Dao monument shattered? Xiaochun raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that the waste is a natural calamity body? Precisely. Yi Tuxing excitedly shouted out loud. While Xiaochun was rendered utterly speechless in an instant, he had expected this individual to devise some sort of solution, yet after waiting in anticipation, this was the result? Have you lost your senses? Setting aside the fact that he is not a malevolent entity, do you truly believe there is any credibility to the rumor we spread? That young man received the bestowed opportunity of a profound technique from the heavens in front of so many witnesses. If he were truly a malevolent being, would the heavens frivolously bestow gifts upon such an eyesore? As Xiaochun uttered the last two sentences, he cautiously glanced out the window, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yi two clapped his hands and exclaimed, Brother Chen, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Indeed, did Yi Changxing not shatter the heavenly Dao monument upon his appearance? Yes. Therefore, is it not true that he cannot cultivate the ancient Dao body to an excessive extent? Yes. So, I ask you, what grounds does he possess for shattering the heavenly Dao monument? Merely based on an extraordinary encounter that cannot be substantiated? There exists some rationale. Do continue. Xiaoqin gazed at Yi2 in surprise, eager to hear what he might articulate. Consider this. The act of shattering the Heavenly Tao Monument is already rife with suspicion. Furthermore, the rumors we previously discussed regarding him being a slaughter body must surely leave an impression on our kin, do they not? Currently, Brother Chen, your golden body has crumbled precisely as that couple departed from Ling Tian Island. Could there not be a connection? As he observed the sly smile on Yi2's face, Xiaoqin's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, they had just left when my golden body shattered. I should certainly be among those under suspicion, given the preceding events. It would be unreasonable for them to easily extricate themselves from suspicion. Precisely. Yi2, filled with excitement, clapped his hands and exclaimed joyfully. If we combine these two matters and spread the rumors, wouldn't that further substantiate his status as a useless individual? Indeed. At that time, even if he has the backing of the family head and matriarch, the clan elders will surely not let him off easily. Even if he is not reduced to a mere prisoner, he will undoubtedly find himself in a predicament. Excellent. Xiaoqin bellowed, his spirit visibly transformed. This is precisely the rationale. As long as we can disseminate the rumors, for the sake of the family's future, even if they know it to be false, the clan members must take it seriously. Yi2, I never realized before what a talent you are. Xiaoqin praised with a hearty laugh. Yi2 chuckled in response. Previously, with you shielding me from the storm, I didn't need to worry about such matters. Now that you are in such great trouble, how could I not assist you in venting your frustrations? Very well. I shall acknowledge you as my brother for life. Do come visit often. And do not hesitate to speak up should you encounter any difficulties. With Xiaoqin's assurance, Yi2 beamed with joy. Thank you, Brother Chen. After expressing their delight, the two engaged in a hushed discussion to meticulously plan their next steps before Yi2 departed from the villa. Xiaoqin, with his hands clasped behind his back, wore a faint smirk. Let us see how you, the so-called useless one, will respond this time. After visiting Xiaoqin, Yi Chongqing received a reward in the form of a spiritual elixir, significantly enhancing his indestructible physique. His sole focus was now on elevating his own strength, disregarding all else. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his fear of women seemed to be easing. He could occasionally interact with Gu Qingyi without exhibiting any extreme reactions. If life could continue in such tranquility, it would be splendid. Alas, fate had other plans. 5 days later, within the Yi family's council hall, 20 clan elders responsible for various family affairs convened. The Yi couple sat at the head of the table, their expressions devoid of emotion, seemingly in a state of discontent. The atmosphere in the hall was rather tense, as if they were deliberating a matter of great significance. Patriarch, regardless of whether this issue is merely a rumor, we must approach it with caution. After all, it concerns the future of the Yi family. We cannot afford to be careless. As soon as the fifth elder's words fell, Yu Mother's brows furrowed in indignation. Nonsense. Are you truly gullible enough to believe a rumor that has sprung from nowhere? Chongqing is my child, and I know him better than anyone. You have all watched him grow up. You know he possesses the ancient Tao body. So how could he possibly be a born slaughter body? Would you rather trust the baseless gossip of some rogue than the descendant raised right before your eyes? Upon the matriarch's probing inquiries, the fifth elder found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, unable to extricate himself from the situation. Matriarch. Old Fifth did not mean it that way, the third elder interjected hastily, sensing the tension in the air and striving to mediate. While all present were aware that it was merely a rumor, the implications for the future of the Yi family warranted a degree of concern. Please do not take offense. Old Fifth's intentions are for the betterment of our Yi family. Let us discuss this matter amicably. Yimu let out a cold snort, her imposing presence at the half-step emperor realm instilling a sense of pressure among the clan elders. I shall tell you this. Although my son may be unable to cultivate, it does not mean he is to be bullied. She continued, such foolish and laughable rumors should no longer be brought up. Otherwise, do not blame me for the consequences. Though her words were few, the elders felt a palpable chill in their hearts. The matriarch of the Yi family is not one to indulge in trivial whims. Her strength and methods are remarkably distinguished. Otherwise, she would not have maintained her position for so many years. If truly provoked, unforeseen consequences may arise. The matriarch has spoken. It is I who acted recklessly. The fifth elder sighed and chose to bow his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. At that moment, the first elder finally spoke. Head of the family, how do you perceive this matter? You father, who had remained silent, cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before responding with calm demeanor. It is merely the idle gossip of insignificant individuals. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that their focus appears to be directed at Chongqing. Perhaps his previous display before the heavenly steel was too dazzling, prompting those lurking adversaries to conspire against our Yi family, employing such underhanded tactics. This matter need not weigh heavily upon our hearts. Rumors are ultimately just rumors. First Elder, I entrust you with the task of investigating who is clandestinely disseminating this information. As per the head of the family's command, I shall do my utmost. Indeed, I will also instruct our kin to refrain from spreading this matter to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Yi family. Chapter 22. The pressure of the Council of Elders. Just as this decision was about to be finalized, an aged voice unexpectedly echoed from outside the hall. Head of the family, might this resolution be somewhat hasty? Yes, father narrowed his eyes in an instant. An elderly man with a grizzled beard entered, followed closely by several other men of similar age. The clan elders were taken aback. Why had the Council of Elders emerged from seclusion? Typically, they remain in isolation unless faced with matters of life and death concerning the Yi family. Could it be that a calamity was imminent for us? The newcomers were indeed the most formidable hidden forces of the Yi family, only mobilized during crises threatening its very existence. Among them were venerable figures, seasoned and powerful, whose unwavering loyalty to the Yi family was beyond question. Uncle, what brings you out of seclusion? Ye's father spoke in a calm manner, revealing the identity of the elderly man. The old man, accompanied by several others, entered the grand hall, prompting the elders to rise and offer them their seats. Aha! Does the head of the family still regard me, this second uncle, with any significance? As soon as the old man spoke, Ye's mother's expression darkened noticeably. Faced with such sarcastic remarks, Father Yi remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "What are you saying, uncle? Has your nephew ever failed to hold you in high regard? Humph. If you truly held me in your thoughts, matters of great significance like the Sunluo evil body within our clan would have been addressed long ago." As the old man spoke, everyone instantly comprehended his meaning, which pertained to the rumors surrounding Yi Changshan's malevolent physique. Yimu furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent as she said, "Second uncle, you have been in seclusion for years. You may not be fully aware of the happenings in the outside world. The so-called killing body is merely a rumor, likely spread by those coveting our Yi family, intending to sow discord and ruin our clan's prodigy." Rumor? It certainly does not sound that way to me, her second uncle retorted, showing no regard for Yimu's sentiments. He continued coldly, "You are aware of the tales. This Luo killing body does not merely affect an individual, but can, in the unseen realm, sever the fate and fortune of an entire family or clan. Such a matter, which poses a threat to the future of our Yi family, cannot be dismissed with a mere claim of it being a rumor." Yema, filled with indignation and on the verge of retorting, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of her husband's voice. After all, he was her second uncle, and it would not bode well to escalate the conflict with him. Ye's father, with unwavering gaze, quietly transmitted his thoughts. Given that her husband had expressed such sentiments, Ye's mother, not lacking in intelligence, would naturally refrain from contradicting the elders. Otherwise, it would be rather unbecoming to bear the stigma of disrespecting one's seniors. Second uncle, do you not find this matter excessively absurd? We have known since Changshan's childhood that he possesses the ancient Tao body. Although he cannot cultivate, he is certainly not some malevolent entity. Moreover, he has grown up under the watchful eyes of the Yi family. If he were indeed a sinister being, why has there been no sign of it for the past decade, only to be discovered recently? Are you implying that all the formidable members of the Yi family have been blind to this? The words of Ye's father were grounded in reason, garnering a measure of agreement from the elders gathered in the hall. Yet, before the echoes of his speech had faded, the second uncle's countenance darkened. Head of the family, your assertions seem rather biased, he retorted. The extraordinary nature of the Luo Sha body lies precisely in its elusiveness, if it were easily discernible. How could it possibly exert influence over the fortunes of our clan? Moreover, the occurrences of the Tai Huang Gudao body are exceedingly rare, with no one having cultivated it in nearly 10 millennia. Thus it has naturally been overlooked by the community, who can truly ascertain the specifics of such a physique, and whether it diverges from the constitution of the young master. Ye's father could not help but furrow his brow. Second uncle, are you not being a bit unreasonable? The supreme ancient Tao body is clearly documented in ancient texts as an exceptional physique. Although it cannot be cultivated under the current transformations of the heavenly Tao, it is certainly not comparable to the malevolent body. If you assert that the ancient records and the investigations of our esteemed elders are untrustworthy, then what purpose does our cultivation serve? Do you not question the potential perils hidden within the physiques of those divine progenies? Do you not doubt the validity of your own talents? Do you not wonder whether the spiritual essence of this world is truly authentic? Such a mindset, in Yu Changshan's previous life, would be deemed as historical nihilism. The incisive rebuttal from Father Yi immediately darkened the expression of the second uncle. Head of the family. Must you shield your own child? Your words are severe, second uncle. It is evident to any discerning eye that such absurd rumors have found credence even among our clan's elders. We need not fear ridicule as it spreads. You all have weathered countless storms. Could you truly be so naive? The term naive drips with sarcasm, causing many to lower their heads in embarrassment. Humph. The head of the family is quite adept at verbal sparring. The second uncle huffed in anger, his face flushed with rage. Do you not realize that if the so-called cursed body is true, our family's fortune would be jeopardized? Do you wish to sacrifice the millennia of legacy of the Yi family for the sake of your one son? First, the heavenly Tao monument shattered, and now, our clan's young prodigy has been inexplicably gravely injured. Can you not see the connection? This is a clear manifestation of the curse affecting our clan's fate, directly rebounding upon our kin. Such a significant matter cannot simply be silenced by a rumor, merely because Yu Changxing is your son. Reflect carefully, what is the heavenly Tao monument? It is a creation of the heavenly Tao itself. The heavens bestow their virtues, illuminating all directions, to provide opportunities for all beings to thrive. It is a gift from the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of goodwill towards all living souls. How could it be shattered by a mere child's fist? When discussing the heavenly Tao, the second uncle and those behind him displayed fervent expressions. As they aged, their desire to survive and grow stronger, to attain longevity, necessitated alignment with the heavenly Tao and comprehension of its essence. Thus, their reverence for the heavenly Tao far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The heavenly Tao is formless yet gives rise to all things. Everything in the world operates according to its principles. Is it conceivable that such a powerful creation could be destroyed by a mere youth's blow? As the term heavenly Tao was uttered, the second uncle and his companions wore solemn faces, filled with a fervent respect. His father let out a cold snort, and a fleeting expression of anger crossed his usually composed and tranquil face. The way of heaven is clear and all-encompassing. How could it be so shallow as you imagine? It exists in the ethereal realm, sustaining the operation of all things. If it were truly as you claim, possessing human-like thoughts of good and evil, that would be the height of absurdity. Head of the family, tread carefully. How dare you show such disrespect toward the way of heaven? Do not deceive yourself. Chapter 23. The Rift Between Father and Son. Yes, father let out a cold smile, his expression abruptly hardening. You are older than I, and your cultivation surpasses mine. In your quest for the Tao, have you ever received any response? With these two questions posed, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The expression on the face of the second uncle grew increasingly unsightly, and he snorted coldly, insisting, even so, have you not relied on the support of the Yi family to reach your current standing? Now that you have achieved success, do you intend to forget your roots? Upon hearing this, his father's gaze sharpened. Second uncle, think before you speak. Do not let your words flow carelessly. If I truly had forgotten my roots, why would I shoulder the responsibilities of the family head? As for my contributions to the Yi family, I believe those present are well aware, and your mere words cannot erase them. Faced with such a rebuttal, the second uncle's countenance darkened considerably. Even if you have previously contributed to the Yi family, now that we are confronted with the threat of the Shadi, which could jeopardize the family's fortune, are you truly willing to shield it in secret? Do you intend to watch the Yi family decline? What utter nonsense! Father Ye's voice erupted with fury, his formidable presence sweeping through the grand hall like a tempest. You dare to cast aspersions on my son based on a baseless rumor? Shall I then freely disseminate the notion that you, dear uncle, are the harbinger of misfortune for the Yi family, suggesting that it is precisely your presence that has brought about our family's crisis? Preposterous. Uncle Yi slammed the table with force, his white beard bristling with indignation. Is this how you, the head of the family, address your elders? Ye's father let out a cold laugh, revealing not an ounce of fear. It is the combination of virtue and integrity that warrants respect from elders. However, a vile old scoundrel who slanders the innocent deserves none from me. You have gone too far. The second uncle, greatly agitated, glared with his sunken, cow-like eyes, gasping for breath. Disrespecting elders and shielding calamities. Do you not possess even a semblance of a family leader? When heaven calls, do you still intend to defy its will? Is it not a fact that you stand next to me without any reverence? I suggest you relinquish the position of family head. Allowing such a person to lead the Yi family will inevitably lead to disaster. Upon uttering these words, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. Father Yi is indeed a figure of imperial caliber, a true pillar of the Yi family. Since his ascension, the family's influence has flourished, with scarcely a misstep. It is, therefore, quite shocking that the second uncle harbors intentions of usurping his position. As expected, upon hearing the elder's remarks, Father Yi displayed not anger, but rather a hint of derisive amusement. "Ah, dear second uncle, you have indeed surprised me. I once thought you merely stubborn and antiquated. Yet here you reveal your true foolishness, not to mention the ethereal nature of the Tao. Do you truly believe that the shattering of the Tao monument suffices to condemn my son? You expect me to relinquish my child based on such baseless and insubstantial rumors? What audacity! If the Tao were indeed as unreasonable as you old fossils assert, how lamentable this world would be. You wish for me to yield the position of family head? Very well, I shall grant your wish. This position of leadership, let those who desire it take it." Ye's father suddenly rose, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the entire assembly with an air of arrogance. "I shall see," he declared. "If there remains anyone worthy of the position of family head in the Yi clan after my departure." Before his words had faded, he turned to Ye's mother and said, "My dear, let us take our leave." Yimu cast a fierce glare at the second uncle, then departed the council hall alongside Yi father. After their departure, an eerie silence enveloped the chamber, with no one daring to utter a word. The Grand Elder surveyed the room, sighed, and inquired, "Second clan elder, how shall we resolve this matter?" The second uncle's expression was as grim as one who had just swallowed a fly. He had not anticipated that Yi father would abandon his responsibilities so readily. I refuse to believe that the Yi family cannot endure without him. Grand Elder, you shall temporarily assume the role of the family head and oversee clan affairs." The Grand Elder's countenance darkened, and he hesitated, saying, "Second clan elder, this task may be somewhat presumptuous. I fear I lack the capability. You are the Grand Elder. In this critical moment, if you do not step up, who shall?" Thus it was decided. Observing the second uncle's fierce demeanor, the Grand Elder could only acquiesce with a sigh, inwardly cursing the old man. He had clashed with the family head, yet now he was left to bear the burden, which was far from an enviable position. At that moment, the other elders in the hall began to regain their composure, murmuring amongst themselves, "The family head is indeed the strongest among us. Without him, the Yi family would face untold troubles. Indeed, the second clan elder has acted rather impulsively. Alas, if the family head truly abdicates, I fear no one can shoulder that responsibility." Listening to the hushed whispers, the second uncle, filled with indignation, barked, "Silence." He shielded his own son. "Do you wish for such a person to continue as family head? When the Sinluo Shadi manifests, and if the Yi family faces calamity, only then will you comprehend that my intentions are rooted in the family's welfare. I too act with the best interests of the Yi family in mind." Applying pressure to prevent favoritism. Who could have anticipated his recklessness? Truly incomprehensible. "We shall depart." With a flourish of his robe, the second uncle led the accompanying elders away. Once they exited, a wave of discontent arose among the remaining elders. The second clan elder is indeed unreasonable, confronting the family head upon arrival. Now that the family head considers abdication, does he truly expect the Grand Elder to shoulder the clan's burdens? Who knows? The family head's words carry weight. Yet it is merely an unsubstantiated rumor, and the second clan elder may be overreacting. Alas, let us wait and see. Various opinions filled the air, causing the Grand Elder considerable agitation. Enough. Let us speak less. The second, third, fourth, and fifth elders shall accompany me to persuade the family head. The rest of you, attend to your own duties. Thus, the Grand Elder decreed, and the others, lacking any dissenting opinions, allowed the family meeting to conclude rather abruptly. In the aftermath, the Grand Elder endeavored to act as a mediator, relaying messages between both parties, yet he was unable to ease the tensions that lingered. Ye's father truly kept his word. Ever since he announced his abdication in favor of others, he has not interfered with the affairs of the Yi family, resulting in a considerable backlog of matters that has placed significant pressure on the elders responsible for managing the clan's affairs. Upon hearing this matter, Yi Changxing seldom took the initiative to leave his room, but he decided to accompany Gu Qingyi to visit his parents. Chapter 24. The Crisis of the Yi Family. Although, due to his health issues, the members of the clan harbored some grievances against him, the affection from his parents remained unwavering. This bond was quietly etched in Yi Changxing's heart, never to be forgotten. "Father, mother, your child and Qingyi have come to see you." Upon entering, he greeted them, and a warm smile instantly graced the faces of Ye's father and mother. Changsheng and Qingyi, What brings you here today? Father Yi asked with a hearty laugh. While Yu Chongqing blinked his eyes with genuine sincerity. It is, of course, because I miss you both. Kiki, do you think your mother believes that, you rascal? Yimu rolled her eyes, gestured for him to come closer, and abruptly seized one of his ears. You mischievous boy, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. You confine yourself to your room day after day, oblivious to the myriad rumors circulating outside. While I understand your fondness for Qingyi, a man should not allow his heart to dwell solely on romantic entanglements, should he? Ouch, that hurts. Mother, please let go. Yi Chongqing called out several times before his mother, Yi Mu, reluctantly released him. Humph, you little rascal, growing increasingly heartless. Mother, your words are quite unjust. I assure you. My focus with Qingyi is not on frivolous romantic entanglements. Rather, we are diligently practicing that esteemed cultivation technique. Yimu was momentarily filled with a sense of doubt, wavering between belief and skepticism. Is that truly the case? She inquired. Of course it is, the child responded earnestly. How could I possibly deceive you? Yu Chongqing pleaded his case repeatedly, ultimately persuading his mother, Yimu, to reluctantly believe that he was indeed engaged in legitimate affairs. Gu Qingyi, her cheeks aglow like a rosy dawn, remained lost in the playful banter of Yimu, still entranced by the earlier jest. Do enlighten us. What brings you here today? Yimu inquired once the two were seated. Yi Chongqing chuckled softly and inquired in a low voice, Father, I have heard that you had a heated argument with Granduncle and the others in the council hall. Father Yi shook his head helplessly. Indeed. These obstinate old fools are utterly unreasonable. They insist on believing in a baseless rumor that you are a harbinger of misfortune, claiming it would jeopardize the fortunes of the Yi family. It seems they wish to expel you from the clan, but as your father, I cannot acquiesce to such a demand. Yi Chongqing felt a warm sensation in his heart and sincerely said, Father, Mother, you have worked hard. What foolish words this child speaks. Yimu shot him a glance, her tone laced with mild reproach as she said, You are indeed our child. If your father and I do not protect you, who will? Yes, I understand, dear mother. However, there are rumors circulating outside that you intend to resign from the position of head of the family. Is it true that you are considering such a course of action? Yes, father let out a light snort, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Your great uncle and his stubborn associates insist on clinging to this matter, but as your father, I shall not yield to their whims. You need not fret over this affair. Your mother and I have been at the helm of the Yi family for many years, establishing countless merits. I am merely applying some pressure on them. These old obstinates cannot shake your parents' position. Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is reassuring. I was beginning to think that it was truly my fault that you both were compelled to relinquish your positions as the heads of the family. Yimu chuckled softly, gently patting Yu Chongqing's shoulder, a look of reassurance gracing her features. Do not worry, my dear child. Your parents have successfully managed the Yi family for so many years. It would be impossible without a measure of strength. The fact that you can ponder such matters is a testament to your considerable growth. Rest assured, as long as your mother and I are here, you may focus entirely on your own endeavors without fretting over other concerns. Yi Chongqing nodded, feeling a significant alleviation of his parents' concerns. Well, since you both have faith, that is sufficient. I have come to inform you that if those old scoundrels continue to trouble us, I shall simply leave the Yi family. We need not endure their vexations. Upon hearing these words, Ye's father and mother immediately beamed with delight, praising Yi Chongqing for his evident growth, recognizing his ability to consider others while also embracing responsibility. Yi Chongqing felt a flush of warmth on his face, for he had never truly concerned himself with such matters before. Just as he was speaking, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from outside. Brother, sister-in-law, Yi Yao, dressed in a delicate canary yellow dress, dashed in, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. You mischievous girl, where have you been wandering off to this time? Mother Yi glared fiercely and shouted, raising her hand as if to strike her. Yi Yao instinctively ducked her head and darted through the side door, simultaneously exclaiming, I recognize my mistake. Brother, sister-in-law, please hold me back. I must focus on my cultivation. This girl. With a sigh and a smile, Father Yi earnestly addressed Chongqing and Qingyi, you need not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Focus solely on enhancing your cultivation. Rest assured, even if the Yi clan were to fall, your mother and I possess the ability to ensure your safety for a lifetime. The seriousness in his father's tone instilled a greater sense of confidence in Yi Chongqing. Very well, I shall remain at ease. Days later, The rift among the upper echelons of the Yi clan began to mend. Just as Father Yi had asserted, he truly was the essential pillar and leader of the family, far surpassing those elderly figures who seldom emerged from seclusion. Ultimately, even the second uncle conceded, promising to refrain from interfering in Yi Changshin's affairs, allowing Father Yi to reclaim his position as head of the family. Under Father Ye's formidable suppression, the rumors surrounding Yi Changxing's sinister physique gradually faded. This outcome infuriated both Xiao Chun and Yi Tu, who had meticulously orchestrated their plans to expel Yi Changxing, only to find their efforts yielding disappointing results. Nevertheless, despite the quelling of gossip within the Yi clan, the news began to circulate among other factions, spurred on by those with ulterior motives. A fortnight later, the senior members of the Yi family convened in the council hall. Ever since the rumors regarding Yi Changxing being a manifestation of the Sanluo evil body circulated, it seemed, inexplicably, that external forces had begun to genuinely believe this narrative, resulting in a significant reduction of interactions with the Yi family. Even business partners diminished their collaborations by nearly 50% within a month. This situation posed a grave challenge for the Yi family. After a thorough investigation, they finally arrived at a clear conclusion. Within the council hall, the elders and senior officials bore solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was thick with tension and gravity. Ye's father calmly inquired, "Elder 5, what progress have you made regarding the dissolution of cooperation between various factions and our Yi family?" Elder 5 immediately rose, responding, "Head of the family, there are some developments in this matter." "Speak," commanded Ye's father. After a brief silence, Elder 5 organized his thoughts and said, "The most direct cause of this situation is somewhat related to the young master. Previously, it circulated within the clan that he possesses the Sanluo evil body, which purportedly influences the fortune of those who come into contact with him. For reasons unknown, this rumor has spread. It seems our own clan does not believe it, but other factions appear to take it seriously. According to them, they fear that the young master's Sanluo evil body may adversely affect their own fortunes, which is why they hesitate to continue their cooperation with our Yi family." Chapter 25. A more dire situation. As soon as Elder 5 finished speaking, someone erupted in furious indignation. "Nonsense. We, the Yi family, do not even believe such things, yet they take it to heart. Are they not adults? Do they lack common sense?" Others chimed in, "Indeed. These individuals are not wary of the young master. They are simply waiting to witness our Yi family's downfall." The crowd was highly agitated, vehemently condemning those factions that had withdrawn their cooperation. The elder, frowning, interjected, "Please, let us not raise our voices." Once Kam returned to the hall, he pondered and analyzed. What they claim to fear regarding the evil body is merely a facade. They are indeed waiting to see our Yi family's misfortune unfold. I have also caught wind of some external rumors. Various factions are primarily adopting a spectator's attitude, hoping to see the young master's Sanluo evil body diminish our family's fortune, after which they can seize our position. Upon hearing this, the uproar intensified. "What shameless individuals they are!" Someone exclaimed. "When we, the Yi family, collaborated with them, we offered fair prices and quality goods. Now they dare to covet our family's interests." The high-ranking members were incensed, each voicing their disdain for those factions. The elder continued with an impassive expression. "We have currently compiled a list of our most crucial partners. The Zhao family and Chen family have severed ties. The Jiang family and the Floating Cloud Sacred Land have chosen to remain neutral. Additionally, over 20 other factions, large and small, are reducing their cooperative engagements with our Yi family." Elder 4's eyes widened as he erupted in outrage. "The Chen family is utterly shameless. A millennium ago, when their ancestor was gravely injured, it was our Yi family who came to their aid. Without our predecessors, the Chen family would have perished in that generation. How could they possibly enjoy their current status without our help? These scoundrels exhibit no sense of gratitude. They are not worthy of being called children." As soon as he finished, others quickly echoed his sentiments. "The Zhao family is no better. When they collaborated with us, they profited handsomely. Yet now they turn their backs on us. Indeed, if they choose to betray us, our Yi family is not one to shy away from confrontation." The high-ranking officials were agitated, vociferously denouncing the treacherous factions. However, Ye's father, seated at the helm, was preoccupied with a different matter. It is well known that the Yi family stands at the pinnacle of the eastern continent, wielding control over countless abundant resources. Any faction aspiring to survive in the eastern continent would eagerly seek to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Yi family, with an unparalleled reserve of spiritual minerals, rare treasures, and extraordinary elixirs, the Yi family is undoubtedly one of the most prosperous powers. Given the Yi family's significant importance, why would these factions dare to sever ties with them? Until this enigma is unraveled, the true resolution to the Yi family's troubles remains elusive. Head of the family, what is your perspective on this matter? The voice of the Grand Elder broke through Ye's father's contemplation. He surveyed the room, and after a moment's reflection, he resolved to express his concerns. Esteemed colleagues, I comprehend your sentiments. As the head of the family, I too must devise a prompt solution to these issues. However, consider this. We, the Yi family, are among the few formidable powers in the Eastern continent, commanding a wealth of resources. Any faction seeking to advance inevitably depends on our material exchanges and support. So, why have they abruptly chosen to abandon the Yi family? The words of the patriarch prompted deep contemplation among the senior members. Indeed, the head of the family discerned the most crucial aspects at a glance. The elders' emotions settled somewhat as they pondered the hidden significance behind the situation. Patriarch, what do you believe could be their motivation for such actions? One elder inquired. Shaking his head, the patriarch replied, I cannot ascertain that. We must investigate the particulars before drawing any conclusions. At that moment, one elder hesitantly spoke up. Patriarch, there is a matter I am uncertain whether it relates to our current predicament. Ye's father immediately became intrigued. What is it? Please, do tell. Previously, after the heavenly Tao steel shattered, rumors circulated that a fissure had appeared in the rock wall between our eastern continent and the central continent, suggesting that some from the central continent had crossed over. Upon hearing this, everyone was both astonished and bewildered. A crack in the rock wall? This is indeed a significant matter. How is it that there has been so little information until now? It is no wonder the elders were taken aback. This world is known as the Myriad Source Continent, divided into 5 major continents: East, South, West, North, and Central. Between these neighboring continents lies a barrier known as the Source Wall. This natural formation can only be breached by those of profound strength. Consequently, the 5 continents have maintained a relatively peaceful state, preventing conflict over resources. However, among these continents, the central continent is the most affluent and powerful. Even the Yi family, a top force in the eastern continent, would merely be regarded as an inconspicuous mid-tier power in the central continent. If individuals from the central continent were to forge alliances with other families, the Yi family would indeed find itself at a disadvantage. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Ye's father wore an exceedingly grave expression. How credible is this information? The elder pondered before responding. I received this news from an old friend, whose family resides near the border. They are more informed about the affairs of the neighboring region than we are, so there is a degree of credibility to it. Ye's father nodded and promptly issued a command. This matter must be treated with the utmost seriousness. Elder, head of the family, please assign someone to investigate whether individuals from the central continent have indeed arrived in our eastern continent. Additionally, look into those families that have severed ties with us. Ascertain if they have reached any agreements with the central continent. Understood. After speaking, Ye's father could not suppress a gentle sigh. If this is indeed the case, it is no wonder those individuals dare to disregard our Yi family. Compared to the forces from the central continent, our Yi family is indeed somewhat insignificant. Once this news surfaced, the upper echelons of the Yi family instantly felt a sense of impending crisis, and they began to prepare in earnest. Should there truly be interference from the central continent, the Yi family would undeniably face a precarious situation, necessitating prompt measures to counteract it. Otherwise, if we continue to remain idle, it would not be long before we descend into decline. This palpable tension permeated throughout the entire Yi household, with even the servants sensing the oppressive atmosphere of an approaching storm. As the son of God, Xiao Chun was naturally aware of these underlying issues. The previous rumors surrounding the slaughter body had not expelled Yu Chongqing from the Yi family, leaving him feeling quite resentful. However, the sudden involvement of individuals from the central continent might present a new opportunity. After contemplating for a while, he summoned Yi Tu's brother Chen. Yi Tu greeted him, and with a beaming smile, Xiao Chun urged, "Please, have a seat." Such a courteous demeanor left Yi Tu somewhat taken aback, prompting him to softly inquire, "Brother Chun, is there something you wish for me to attend to?" Chapter 26. Talents of the Central Continent. Xiao Chen's smile broadened, clearly pleased with Yi Tu's response. "You are indeed a clever individual, my brother. In this Yi family, you are the only one I can place my trust in. You have guessed correctly. There is indeed a matter of great importance that I need you to handle." Yi Tu immediately resolutely declared, "Brother Chun, speak your mind. I would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. It is not so grave, Xiaoqin chuckled, offering a soothing remark. He then leaned closer and whispered, "You must have heard some news regarding the events that have transpired in our clan over the past few days, correct? Is it about those factions severing their alliances with our Yi family?" "Precisely," Xiaoqin affirmed, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Behind this matter, the elders speculate that a significant reason lies concealed. Yi Tu is merely a distant branch of the Yi family, and there are matters beyond his comprehension." "Chenggu, what is the reason behind this?" "It is said that after the last shattering of the Heavenly Path Monument, the fissures affected the rocky barrier between our eastern continent and the central continent, creating several cracks. Subsequently, certain forces from the central continent seized the opportunity to cross over, and those families forged alliances with them. It is precisely because these forces have the backing of the central continent that they possess the audacity to confront our Yi family. So that is how it is." Yi Tu suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim, "Compared to the powers of Zhongzhou, our Yi family indeed lacks prominence." "Indeed, that is the case. The task I entrust to you is to discreetly engage with those from Zhongzhou and ascertain whether a connection can be established. Remember to thoroughly investigate their circumstances and avoid any conflicts. Do you understand?" Yi Tu patted his chest confidently and said, "Rest assured, Chenggu, I am no fool. I certainly won't provoke any conflict with them." "Very well, then I entrust this matter to you." Xiaoqin sincerely expressed his gratitude, and with a wave of his hand, several small jade vials appeared on the table. These 3 vials contained the spirit-nurturing elixir, the dust-cleansing pill, and the soul-purifying pill, each beneficial for cultivation, physical strength, and spiritual essence. "I do not possess anything of great value, so please accept these as a token of my goodwill." Yi Tu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. It is important to note that these 3 types of elixirs are exceedingly precious, even within the Yi family. Only the higher-ups and chosen ones can afford them. Individuals like him, who belong to the collateral branches, would seldom even catch a glimpse of such treasures without significant contributions. Now, with Xiaoqin unexpectedly presenting 3 vials, it can be considered an immensely generous reward. "Rest assured, Brother Chen, this time, I will certainly ensure that the matters you entrusted to me are handled impeccably, without any unforeseen mishaps. Between brothers, your affairs are my affairs." Xiaoqin smiled lightly, pushing the 3 vials of elixirs toward Yi Tuesday, put them away. "We mustn't let others see," Yi Tu replied. "Understood." After Yi Tu departed, Xiaoqin sat in his chamber, deep in contemplation. If he could establish connections with the individuals from Zhongzhou, he would acquire a new support system. Subsequently, dealing with Yu Changsheng would become significantly easier, as the members of the Yi family must consider the future of their own lineage. "I'm curious to see whether your parents can still protect you when confronted by the formidable powers of Zhongzhou." As time passed by, the Yi family's predicament became increasingly evident. Simultaneously, the previous rumors regained their potency. A majority of the uninformed clan members genuinely believed that those forces severed ties with the Yi family out of fear of being influenced by Yi Changshen's terrifying physique. Despite Yi Fu's powerful suppression within the clan, these rumors surged with each passing day, becoming more rampant. In a separate courtyard, Yi Changsheng leaned over the table, his face etched with worry as he occasionally sighed deeply. Sighing, Gu Qingyi poured him a cup of tea and sat down, inquiring with concern, "My dear husband, are you troubled by the rumors circulating outside?" Yi Changsheng toyed with the teacup, his gaze somewhat vacant. Indeed, he was troubled by those matters. The rumors surrounding the Sun Luo corpse were one thing. I am well aware that I do not possess such a physique. However, with the emergence of cracks in the rock walls and the arrival of individuals from Zhongzhou, if it is indeed the shattering of the heavenly Tao steel that has caused this, and if someone cunningly connects the two, then I would find myself at a loss for words. A fleeting glimmer of concern crossed Gu Qingyi's eyes as she gently reassured him with a smile. "Husband, fret not. This is hardly a grave matter. The source wall is a naturally occurring formation and will gradually mend itself over time. Once the fissures vanish, those people from Zhongzhou will inevitably return. The forces that have latched onto them will lose their support and will have no choice but to seek cooperation with the Yi family once more, will they not? At that point, there will be no need for you to intervene. The crisis facing our family will resolve itself. I can only hope that this is indeed the case." Yi Changsheng replied, yet his heart was laden with increasing unease. If the fissures in the rock face were indeed a consequence of the heavenly Tao steel, then shattering the steel might not guarantee that these cracks would mend. should this situation persist for an extended period. The continuous exchanges between Central Continent and Eastern Continent would undoubtedly jeopardize the Yi family's standing. In such a case, the pressure within the clan would inevitably fall upon him. Even his father and mother would likely struggle to endure the relentless onslaught of criticism for long. The situation within the Yi family has become increasingly tense, with both Yi father and Yi mother enduring mounting pressure. The majority of the clan has thoroughly regarded Yi Changsheng as a harbinger of misfortune, incessantly inciting discussions among the upper echelons to expel him from the family. Under such prolonged bombardment, even the minds of the higher-ups have begun to waver, and their perceptions of Yi Changsheng are gradually shifting. The senior members of the clan convene in the council hall nearly every day to deliberate on their current challenging circumstances. Ye's father was acutely aware that to safeguard Yi Changsheng and address the current predicament, he had only two possible courses of action. The first was to facilitate the healing of the fissures in the rock wall. Should such a trend emerge, those from the Central Continent, wishing to avoid a lifetime in the Eastern Continent, would need to hasten their return. However, the likelihood of this scenario occurring remained rather slim. The source wall was a creation of heaven and earth, and mending its cracks through human effort was no trivial feat, without profound cultivation and rare materials. Achieving this would be exceedingly difficult. The second option entailed procuring some of the rare and precious materials that were scarce even in the Central Continent, thereby enticing various factions to re-establish cooperation with the Yi family. This would alleviate the isolation faced by the Yi family, and the rumors surrounding Yi Changsheng's cursed body would dissipate without further confrontation. Nevertheless, it must be noted that acquiring these resources was also a formidable challenge. The Central Continent was inherently affluent, abundant in both spiritual energy and materials, far surpassing the impoverished and remote Eastern Continent. Locating items that were deemed rare even in the Central Continent would not be an easy task. Both options presented substantial difficulties, and it seemed unlikely that the Yi family's crisis could be resolved in the short term. Should this issue remain unresolved, Yi Changsheng's situation would inevitably worsen. Chapter 27. A tense situation. Half a month had swiftly passed. The business of the Yi family has been severely affected, with profits plummeting significantly across various sectors. In such a tense situation, the pressure from within the clan has been mounting increasingly. Ye's father found it impossible to delay any longer and decided to summon the senior members of the family at an appropriate time to address the matter openly. Early that morning, nearly all the senior members who were not occupied with urgent affairs gathered in the council hall. Once everyone had arrived, Ye's father spoke in a solemn tone. I have called you all here today to discuss the predicament that our Yi family is currently facing. Please feel free to express your thoughts candidly without regard for your status, as long as your words hold merit. The assembly exchanged glances, none daring to speak at random. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who broke the silence. Since that is the case, allow me to begin. The situation of our Yi family is precarious, primarily due to the arrival of individuals from Central Continent, which has enabled various factions to find their patrons. This development is particularly fatal for us, as they have discovered better alternatives and will naturally no longer require the Yi family in the future. Additionally, our Yi family has stood firm in the Eastern Continent for many years, and many have secretly cast envious eyes upon us, eager to take our place. To resolve our current troubles, it seems there are only two potential solutions. The first is to mend the fissures in the rocky terrain, compelling the individuals from Central Continent to return, thus ceasing their interactions with other factions and consequently alleviating our problems. However, we all understand that such a solution is exceedingly difficult to achieve through human effort alone. We must rely on fate. The second option is for our Yi family to present some exceptionally valuable resources. The Central Continent possesses scarce commodities. Only in this way can we recapture the attention of various factions and restore our collaborations with them. After articulating this, the Grand Elder surveyed the solemn faces of the senior members and sighed. I know the current situation is dire, and all of you are anxious. Nevertheless, our Yi family has withstood countless tempests over the millennia. By pooling our wisdom, we can surely navigate through this crisis. However, everyone present was acutely aware that the feasibility of these two methods was minimal. Therefore, it would be simpler to consider an alternative perspective. Head of the family, Grand Elder, you are both wise individuals and surely understand the immense challenges in realizing these two approaches. If we truly wish to resolve this issue, there is, in fact, a simpler solution. What might that solution be? Ye's father narrowed his eyes, already harboring suspicions. He chuckled softly, questioning why the head of the family would feign ignorance. The senior member smiled, his expression somewhat peculiar. We are all acutely aware that the reason those families refuse to collaborate with us is largely due to the sinister physique of our young master, isn't it? Had it not been for the malevolent body causing the heavenly Tao steel to shatter, the cliffs would not have fractured, and the people from Central Continent would not have been unable to come here, thereby sparing us from numerous troubles. Even the matter of the former divine son, Shao Chun, suffering a shattered golden body was a consequence of the young master and the young mistress visiting Spirit Field Island first, leading to this unfortunate incident. Can we truly say that this does not pertain to them? As these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present shifted drastically, although many harbored such thoughts. They dared not voice them in front of Ye's father, the head of the family. Silence. Such words should not be uttered carelessly. The Grand Elder hastily interjected, wishing to prevent the situation from further deteriorating. Grand Elder. While Yi Chongqing is the son of the head of the family and may be afforded favoritism, do you also intend to align yourself with the head's sentiments? You are the Grand Elder of the Yi family, not merely the Grand Elder of the head. Such pointed remarks instantly darkened the Grand Elder's countenance. Ye's father squinted, his face betraying no discernible change in expression. So, according to your perspective, what should the head of our family do? The head's inquiry suggests that it is not merely about my intentions, but rather about what we shall collectively decide. Esteemed guests, you have all heard the rumors circulating outside. It is said that others are wary of our family's formidable Sunluo killing body, coupled with the numerous corroborating phenomena. Is that not sufficient to compel you to make a decisive choice? Ye's father remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. It was evident that many harbored a certain agreement with the sentiments regarding this individual. So what do you propose we do? One man scoffed loudly. Isn't it simple? We must expel Yi Chongqing from the family. The council chamber fell into a profound silence, with many eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue. Indeed. I too find this approach rather appealing. In matters such as these, it is often wiser to err on the side of caution. Decisive action is imperative when the time calls for it. I concur. The previous two suggestions seemed utterly implausible. Better to cast Yi Chongqing out. For perhaps doing so will resolve our family's current crisis. The higher-ups exchanged words, each expressing agreement with the man's proposition. In truth, reaching this juncture within the Yi family, a prominent clan of the Eastern Continent, requires intelligence. It is not difficult to discern the complexities underlying this issue. However, even among those who recognize the intricacies, few would choose to side with Yi Chongqing. The reason is quite simple: self-interest. The expulsion of Yi Chongqing would create a vacancy for the position of junior master, which, for these individuals, signifies enhanced power and greater benefits. In the face of such incentives, the question of Yi Chongqing's innocence holds little significance. Ye's father now acutely sensed the overwhelming pressure within the clan. If he wished to preserve Yi Chongqing, the family would inevitably become divided, with no one standing by his side. Master of the clan, I implore you to speak with impartiality and set a commendable example for the Yi family. The speaker continued, bestowing flattery upon Ye's father. Ye's father's gaze turned icy, and a resolution formed within his heart. It was utterly inconceivable for him to abandon his own son. He could easily relinquish the position of family head, with his prowess. He could be revered as a guest of honor anywhere. Thus, let us proceed with a vote. Those in favor of expelling my son, Chongqing, from the family, please raise your hands. As Ye's father's words echoed, one by one, the higher-ups raised their hands. While only a few of Ye's trusted allies glared in anger without making a move, it appeared that today, Yi Chongqing was destined to face expulsion. Yet, at that moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar resonated from above the Yi family estate. Following this, a youthful voice echoed through the air. Is this truly the Yi family, the foremost clan of the Eastern Continent? The expressions of those in the council chamber shifted dramatically, disregarding previous matters. They hurriedly leaped into the sky to discern who possessed such audacity to act recklessly above the Yi family. Beneath the clouds, the sun shone brilliantly. A cerulean dragon coiled in midair, exuding an overwhelming and fierce presence. Chapter 28. Visitors from the Central Continent. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Yi family? Do you seek death? Within the territory of the Yi family, the skies are forbidden. Descend at once. A chorus of shouts erupted as the powerful members of the Yi family soared into the air, their faces filled with fury. Is this a dragon? It seems rather different from ours, doesn't it? This is not merely a dragon. How could a true dragon ever settle for being a mout? Do we not possess dragons as well? 9 azure dragons, to be precise. You are simply lacking in knowledge. While the formidable beasts in our family may seem impressive, they are merely hybrid subspecies of the dragon lineage, not even true serpents, let alone real dragons. Look at this azure dragon. Its bloodline is pure and formidable, already hinting at the potential to sprout true dragon horns. It is quite possible that it may indeed transform from serpent to dragon in the future. As the members of the Yi family whispered among themselves, a haughty young man clad in dark armor sat cross-legged beneath the azure dragon hovering above, displaying no signs of tension despite the encirclement of formidable Yi family warriors. Young man, regardless of who you are, to provoke the Yi family in the eastern continent is a grave miscalculation. Whether it is you or the force behind you, I fear you may be unable to bear the consequences, the fifth elder admonished, unusually refraining from immediate aggression. It is well known that the Yi family, as a premier clan of the eastern continent, has commanded respect, with none daring to flout its established rules. Yet, the mere presence of the pure-blooded azure dragon beneath him hinted at a remarkable lineage. Prudence dictated that they first ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the Yi family erupted in indignation, for as the foremost Taoist lineage in the eastern continent, they had never encountered such audacity, with no one daring to disregard their regulations. In the past, even the sovereigns of distant lands or leaders of great clans were compelled to show deference upon visiting the Yi family. In a secluded corner, Xiaochen stood side by side with Yi Tuesday. It seems that individual has indeed arrived. Yi Tuxing excitedly rubbed his hands together and said with a sinister smile, Brother Chen, with his intervention, that scoundrel Yi Changxing will surely be unable to act so arrogantly. Xiaochen nodded, his gaze drifting towards the azure dragon soaring in the sky, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. After all, he too was of the Yi family, and he felt a sense of humiliation at the other party's arrogance. However, for the sake of his own plans, patience was required. In the sky, after Elder Wu's inquiry, the cold-faced young man slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light suddenly illuminating his expression. He did not respond to Elder Wu's question. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Ye's father, who stood at the entrance of the council hall. I am Ing Wuji from the central continent, here to pay my respects to the Yi family as emperor. His resounding voice echoed across the land, ensuring that nearly every member of the Yi family heard his declaration. The members of the Yi family were suddenly taken aback. The people from central continent? They had no prior dealings with them. Why would they suddenly come knocking at their door? Below, Xiao Chen and Yi Tu exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this statement. They were well aware of the reasons behind it. After Yi Tu's departure, he had learned through inquiries that among the formidable individuals from central continent who traversed the rift to eastern continent, there was a remarkably powerful and esteemed genius. He was none other than a prince of the Great Ing dynasty from central continent. Although the Yi family holds a prominent position among the top forces of the eastern continent, it pales in comparison to the illustrious Great Ing dynasty, which ranks among the top 3 in the central continent. Following the opening of the fissures in the rock wall, due to their unique nature, it has become exceedingly difficult for formidable individuals to pass through, resulting in a majority of those arriving in the eastern continent being young and talented individuals. Moreover, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Yi family, these newcomers are acutely aware that they will not receive a warm welcome, leading them to prefer alliances with lesser factions instead. However, it was precisely due to Yi Tu's prior engagement with Ing Wuji, wherein he proposed some clever schemes, that this individual ultimately chose to approach the Yi family. The father of Yi is indeed a person of profound insight. Upon hearing his surname, one can't help but speculate. However, a prince from the Great Ing dynasty of Zhongzhou? A look of astonishment flickered across Ing Wuji's face, as he did not expect that this esteemed Emperor Yi was aware of his own title. Indeed, the younger generation hails from the Great Ing dynasty. His father felt a stir within him. The Great Ing dynasty and the Yi family were of entirely different calibers. They had had no prior interactions with this prince. What could his sudden arrival signify? He's indeed a prince of the Great Ing dynasty, born into affluence. Has no elder ever instructed him on the etiquette of visiting? Regardless of who it may be, anyone visiting the Yi family must adhere to our customs. The younger generation may occasionally act impulsively and overlook certain protocols. I humbly ask Emperor Yi for forgiveness for any inadvertent offense. During my time in the central continent, I had heard of a great emperor from the Yi family of the eastern continent. With the recent fissures in the cliffs, I thought it an opportune moment to pay my respects and behold the grandeur of the emperor. Though Ing Wuji's demeanor was rather haughty, his words bore a semblance of courtesy, which brought some comfort to the esteemed members of the Yi family. In that case, let us converse within. However, bear in mind that the Yi family does not extend courtesy indiscriminately. Logically, Given Ye's father's polite demeanor, Ingwuji ought to grant this esteemed emperor some respect. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as Ye's father's voice fell, Ingwuji smiled and replied, "This prince has limited time and will not visit the Yi family. If the emperor is not preoccupied, it would be better for him to come and speak with me." At this proclamation, all present were taken aback. No matter how one may perceive Ye's father, he is undeniably a distinguished figure of imperial stature, while Ingwuji, despite his affiliation with a powerful faction, remains merely a junior and should, therefore, extend a modicum of respect. Yet, his audacity in prompting Ye's father to initiate conversation is a blatant disregard for his stature. Coupled with his earlier brazen proclamations above the Yi family estate, it has incited considerable ire among the onlookers. This individual fundamentally disdains the Yi family. Xiaochen, with a frigid demeanor, scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "This Ingwuji is truly insufferably arrogant, expecting an emperor to approach him. He ought to reflect on his own worth." Beside him, Yi Tu quickly chimed in, "Brother Chen speaks the truth. This man is indeed presumptuous. However, I have also inquired and discovered that his arrogance is backed by substantial merit. Among the talents from Central Continent visiting Eastern Continent, Ingwuji possesses the most formidable cultivation. Moreover, he is supported by the vast power of the Great Ing dynasty, so it is only natural for him to exhibit some pride." After a furtive glance around, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Furthermore, I have learned that although he is the third prince of the dynasty, he lacks significant competition for the throne and is not particularly valued within the imperial court. This man harbors a peculiar obsession with gathering women of unique physiques to add to his retinue, truly a ravenous spirit of lust. When I merely hinted at Gu Qingyi's existence, he was instantly intrigued. Should Yu Chongqing refuse to hand her over, he would be opposing a prince. Yet, his influence is insufficient to pose a serious threat to our Yi family. We merely need to let that wretched brat, Yu Chongqing, take the blame. If he acquiesces, how will the clansmen regard him? Gu Qingyi is backed by the Gu family. How will he justify that to them? Chapter 29. The Might of the Yi Emperor. Xiao Chen's face lit up with delight as he seemed to envision Yu Chongqing's impending disgrace. "Haha, splendid. You have executed this plan remarkably well." Just as the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Ye's father's gaze turned icy, and suddenly an overwhelming pressure erupted instantaneously. Ingwuji, caught off guard, along with the Qingju beneath him, was struck down as if swatted like a fly. "Disrespecting your elders, come down and speak." Bang! A tremendous sound resonated as the Qing Jiao crashed violently to the ground, revealing faint traces of blood amidst its scales. This unforeseen turn of events left the members of the Yi family in astonishment. They had not anticipated the fierce defiance exhibited by their patriarch in the face of the prince from the Ing dynasty. The might of the emperor was indeed terrifying. The Qing Jiao, now pinned to the ground, emitted mournful cries, a stark contrast to its earlier fierce demeanor. As the dust settled, Ingwuji, who had been awkwardly perched atop the Qing Jiao's head, suddenly rose, his eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. "Yi Emperor, what shall be the consequence of your disrespect towards me? What shall be the consequence of your disrespect towards the Ing dynasty?" Ye's father cast a fleeting glance at him, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. "Ignorant junior, even if your father were present, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner. What gives you the audacity to be so presumptuous?" "Father?" Ingwuji's gaze sharpened, his heart filled with uncertainty. Although he was aware that the current head of the Yi family was an emperor, he remained oblivious to the extent of the man's power. The confidence with which this individual addressed his father, the sovereign of the Great Ing dynasty, compelled him to ponder deeply. At that moment, a recollection surfaced. It seemed his father had vaguely mentioned once that the emperor of the Yi family from the Eastern Continent was of comparable strength to himself. With this realization, Ingwuji adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Uncle Yi, I beg your pardon for any offense I may have unintentionally caused earlier. Before my departure, my father instructed me to ensure I met you during my time in the Eastern Continent. He has held you in high regard for quite some time and asked me to convey his warmest regards." Father Yi cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards the distant void. "Esteemed guests, having savored the festivities, it is time for those who must depart to do so. Please do not linger here and become an eyesore. For those who have severed ties with the Yi family, I trust you will adhere to your resolutions and refrain from being fickle-minded. The Yi family has no desire to provoke trouble. Yet we are not to be trifled with easily." As his words resonated, Father Yi suddenly gestured with his robe, causing the very fabric of reality to ripple as if it were a surface of water. A peculiar resonance of Tao began to emanate, instantly stirring the hidden figures in the void, leaving them breathless and on the brink of expelling blood. The head of the Yi family had refrained from taking action for quite some time, leading many to forget the sheer terror of the emperor's formidable power. Ing Wuji's expression grew increasingly grave, no longer exhibiting the arrogance he had displayed moments earlier. Given the stature and strength of the Yi family, even if he were to be struck dead on the spot, the grading dynasty would likely not dare to offend a true emperor for the sake of a mere prince. Yi Emperor, we acknowledge our transgressions. May you show mercy. Indeed, Yi Emperor, as fellow inhabitants of the Eastern continent, we beseech your forgiveness for any offense we have committed. The various forces present, drawn by curiosity, were thoroughly intimidated by the commanding presence of Ye's father and dared not exhibit any hint of disdain. They came to a realization: as long as the Yi family had this emperor in their midst, their petty schemes would be utterly powerless. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, and from the chaotic flow of space, a figure gracefully emerged. Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, what a moment of triumph. These short-sighted fence-sitters do not deserve our civility. A smile blossomed on Ye's father's face as he nodded to the visitor, saying, Brother Gu has arrived. Let us proceed inside to converse. The newcomer was none other than Yi Changxing's father-in-law, Gu Qingyi's father, Gu Jingshun, the head of the Gu family. Brother Yi, you are too modest. I merely wish to see, with you stationed here, who would dare to cause trouble at the Yi residence. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Ing Wuji, who had just descended from the head of the Qingjiao. And who might this be? I am the junior, Ing Wuji. I presume you are the esteemed head of the Gu family from the Eastern continent? Gu family head was momentarily taken aback. He had been listening for a while and had a fair understanding of Ing Wuji's identity. Yet, why did this younger generation know who he was? He believed his cultivation and renown paled in comparison to that of the Yi family patriarch. Why would a prince of the Grand Ing dynasty recognize him? Huh. I never imagined that the third prince would be acquainted with me. How flattering. Ha ha ha. Esteemed Gu, you are being too modest. You are a figure of great renown throughout the Eastern continent, known for your formidable prowess. Who among the populace is unaware of the illustrious title of 3 visits to the sacred spear? While Gu family head offered polite words, he felt increasingly perplexed. His name had scarcely been mentioned for a century, and even fewer from the Eastern continent were aware of it. Why would a prince from the Central continent know? Unless, of course, this individual had investigated him beforehand. Gu Jingshun, seasoned by the trials of life, instantly became wary of Ing Wuji. The prince is too kind. Gu Jingshun replied courteously, intending to probe Ing Wuji's motives. However, the latter spoke up directly. I have long admired Uncle Gu. I have heard of your past glories and come across a piece of news. Oh, and what news might that be? It is said that Uncle Gu has a remarkable jewel among his offspring, a naturally gifted 7 orifices exquisite saint body. Is this true? If Uncle Gu does not mind, I would like to meet that young lady, Qingyi. We may even become close friends. Ing Wuji believed he had spoken with utmost courtesy, but to his surprise, Ye's father suddenly wore a stern expression. Presumptuous. How dare an ignorant junior speak so boldly? As the father of Yi truly became enraged. The emperor's aura instantaneously stirred the heavens, casting an ominous hue upon the world. Dark clouds gathered, the winds howled, and thunder echoed with relentless ferocity, rendering the landscape akin to an apocalyptic scene. Ing Wuji was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden fury of this esteemed figure. Gu Jingshun's expression was equally grim. Ing Wuji had audaciously recalled Qingyi, which not only struck a blow to the Yi family's dignity but also undermined the prestige of the Gu clan. It was well remembered that Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi had been united in matrimony with great fanfare, amidst the esteemed guests of countless forces in the Eastern continent. The entire world was aware of their union. Yet here was Ing Wuji, brazenly uttering such lewd remarks, akin to an affront to Gu Jingshun's very countenance. Should this news circulate, others might unjustly presume he had failed in his parental duties, allowing rumors to surface post-wedding. Observing the astonished expression on Ing Wuji's face, Gu Jingshun, with a simmering ire, coldly interjected, Prince San, I implore you to refrain from such jest. My daughter is already wed to the son of Yi, a fact well known throughout the Eastern continent. They share a profound affection. I hope you will cease to utter such distasteful words. Upon hearing Gu Jingshun's explanation, Ing Wuji erupted into laughter. Esteemed Gu, I have heard tales that the disciple of the Yi family is a mere incapable of cultivation, a veritable waste. Have you not cast your daughter into obscurity by marrying her to such a one? Chapter 30. Disregard for others. Esteemed Gu, Do you truly believe that one incapable of cultivation deserves the title of son of the emperor? Silence. Gu Jingshan shot a glance at the father of Yi, whose expression had darkened, and hastily sought to quell the situation. However, Ing Wuji not only persisted but escalated his insolence further. Uncle Yi, I bear no ill will towards you, but in my central continent, the title of son of the emperor is reserved for those of unparalleled talent, destined to tread the path of emperors. Even among those of imperial lineage, if their gifts are mediocre and their strength unremarkable, they would not dare to assume such an exalted title. Your child cannot even cultivate. By what right does he presume to bear such a name with such audacity? His father wore a cold and stern expression, emitting a faint aura of imperial might. In an instant, Ing Wuji's face flushed crimson, as if he were burdened by an insurmountable weight. What I choose to do is my own affair, a matter concerning the Yi family, and it is not within your purview as an outsider to meddle. For the sake of your father, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to utter further insolence, you may find out the consequences for yourself. His tone was unadorned, yet it subtly hinted at a palpable menace. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Even the air seemed to thrum with danger. Such is the majesty of an emperor. Every movement commanded the forces of the universe, and merely speaking bore a pressure sufficient to compel submission. Ing Wuji gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance and resisting the urge to kneel. Uncle Yi, the younger generation speaks the truth. Silence. A sharp, icy reprimand rang out, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Ing Wuji turned to behold a sight that ignited a fierce hunger within him, as if he were a ravenous wolf catching sight of its prey. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi had arrived together, and it was Gu Qingyi who had just rebuked Ing Wuji. Yi Changsheng led her to stand before Ye's father and Gu Jingshan. Father-in-law. Gu Jingshan quickly managed a smile, greeting warmly. My esteemed son-in-law and Qingyi have arrived. Father, you raised an eyebrow. Changsheng, what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, you should return. Yi Changsheng helplessly spread his hands and remarked, the commotion created is so significant that it would be difficult for anyone to overlook it. Moreover, there are individuals here who have spoken disrespectfully about your son. I must ascertain who is so audacious as to bark. Ye's father curled his lips into a faint smile, casting a glance at Ing Wuji, whose gaze seemed almost glued to Gu Qingyi. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. It is precisely this impolite junior who irks him. Yi Changsheng turned to look at Ing Wuji and chuckled, inquiring, are you the third prince of the Grading dynasty? Ing Wuji, however, paid no heed. His gaze fixated intently on Gu Qingyi. His initial interest lay in the exquisite 9 apertures Linglong sacred body possessed by the daughter of the Gu family. This rare physique, when united with another, would significantly enhance cultivation, facilitating rapid growth in one's abilities. Although he felt overlooked within the dynasty and lacked the cultivation talent of his 2 elder brothers, who could resist the allure of the throne when born into such a powerful lineage, his innate abilities had always paled in comparison to those of his siblings, and thus his ambitions had been suppressed. Yet, should he acquire the nurturing of the 9 apertures Linglong sacred body, he might indeed ascend rapidly in power and perhaps even aspire to the throne. Moreover, witnessing the legendary physique in the form of such a stunning beauty ignited a ravenous greed within him, burning like a wild fire. Gu Qingyi was greatly displeased by Ing Wuji's unabashed gaze. Her expression turned frosty as she scolded, shameless wretch, conceal your repugnant stare. Did you not hear my husband address you? It was only upon her sharp rebuke that Ing Wuji regained his composure, redirecting his attention to the entwined hands of Gu Qingyi and Yi Changsheng. In an instant, a surge of anger akin to that of a precious treasure being snatched away coursed through him. Who are you? Ing Wuji coldly inquired, his tone betraying little respect. Yi Changsheng could not help but respond with exasperation. Is it not true that you have incessantly expressed your desire to meet Qingyi? Do you not even know what her husband looks like? Ing Wuji feigned realization. Oh, so you are the so-called renowned waste of the Yi family. Is there anything surprising about your existence to this prince? Before Yi Changsheng could utter a word, Gu Qingyi could no longer restrain her anger and retorted, silence. You are merely a lowly practitioner of the spirit mansion realm. What right do you have to speak so disrespectfully about my husband? Should you dare to utter such insolence again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. After spending some time together, the image of Yi Changsheng had firmly settled in Gu Qingyi's heart, leaving no room for disparagement from others. However, Ing Wuji was disinclined to heed her words, turning directly to Gu Jingshan. Patriarch Gu, you are well aware that Yi Changsheng is nothing more than an incapable waste. What genuine benefit could marrying Miss Qingyi to him possibly bring to the Gu family? It must be noted that in the vast expanse of the Wanyuan continent, survival of the fittest is an undeniable truth. In terms of status, this prince is the third prince. Is he not superior to a mere waste? In terms of strength, our great Qing dynasty ranks among the foremost in Zhangzhou. Compared to the Yi family, are we not akin to the blazing sun against a mere firefly? If the patriarch is willing, why not consider marrying Miss Qingyi to this prince? At that time, I shall speak with my father, ensuring that the Gu family secures a partnership with the great Qing dynasty, which would yield far greater profits than collaborating with a small family like the Yes. Gu Jingshan's eyes flickered, his expression remaining grim, yet he could not deny a slight stir of intrigue within him. The primary reason he had consented to Gu Qingyi's marriage to Yi Changxing was the hope that the Yi family, a prominent force in the eastern continent, could provide significant assistance to the Gu family, alongside the extraordinary figure of the emperor realm before him. However, in comparison to the great Qing dynasty, the Yi family appeared rather insignificant, and even Ye's father, an emperor-level powerhouse, had counterparts within the dynasty. Observing Gu Jingshan's silence, Ying Wuji's face broke into a smile. Patriarch Gu, ponder this. If Miss Qingyi were to marry me, the resources provided by the great Qing dynasty would far surpass those of the Yi family. Should she assist this prince in attaining the throne, the rewards for the Gu family would exceed your wildest imagination. Even disregarding these factors, with Miss Qingyi's innate talent and the myriad resources of the great Qing dynasty nurturing her, your family could potentially produce a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Is such a monumental benefit truly worth deliberation? Ying Wujie was exceedingly confident in the conditions he had proposed for himself, even entertaining fantasies of achieving the unparalleled 9 apertures Ling-Long sacred body, thereby astonishing his elder brother and the emperor with his remarkable advancement in cultivation. However, at this moment, Gu Jingshan regained his composure. He had endured numerous experiences and was no longer the naive and ignorant youth he once was. The conditions presented by Ying Wujie, while seemingly generous, were merely empty promises, akin to a wolf disguising itself in sheep's clothing. Moreover, the perilous nature of dynastic power struggles posed significant risks, and the involvement of the Gu family could lead to unforeseen troubles. Should they fail to gain advantage, they might not only miss the opportunity for the Gu family to thrive, but could also face the catastrophic threat of annihilation. Glancing at Ying Wujie, Gu Jingshan could not help but shake his head slightly. Given this third prince's arrogant and tempestuous demeanor, coupled with his purportedly inferior talents compared to his 2 elder brothers, his aspirations for the imperial throne seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens, offering little hope for success. Perhaps the third prince should exercise caution in his words. Gu Jingshan mused. Qingyi is already wed to a virtuous husband, and I possess neither the audacity nor the shamelessness to suggest a remarriage. Such an act would invite scorn from all corners of the world. It is no jest, dear prince. Soon, Gu Jingshan quelled the wavering thoughts within him and resolutely dismissed Ying Wujie's proposal. Collaborating with such an impulsive individual would be akin to placing the future of the Gu family upon the flames. Ying Wujie's expression faltered, his countenance darkening with cold fury. Gu family head, you must consider this carefully. Rest assured, I have contemplated this matter with clarity. Qingyi and Changxing are a match made in heaven. To be questioned in such a manner by a junior stirs even the most composed of individuals, let alone one in my position as the head of the Gu family. Yi Changxing observed with great interest the verbal duel between the 2 individuals, utterly astonished by the audacity of the third prince of the Dang dynasty. To brazenly intrude upon another's territory to seize a woman, and to make bold claims in the presence of her father, such a mindless fool. Had he not been backed by the Dang dynasty, he would have perished countless times already. At that moment, a suggestion from the system resonated. Defeat the third prince of the Dang dynasty. Danger level, moderate. Difficulty, challenging. Reward, supreme gift package. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Changxin's expression shifted dramatically. Since acquiring the system, this was the first instance he had encountered a suggestion directly from it. The phrase supreme gift package sent waves of excitement coursing through his mind. To be recognized by the system as a supreme gift package meant that its contents would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Recalling his own inability to cultivate the ancient Tao of Taishu, a bold hypothesis suddenly took shape in his heart. Could it be that this time, the supreme gift package would reveal the cultivation method for the ancient Tao of Taishu? The mere thought of this made his heart race like a drum. Regardless of what lay within this gift, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for him. With such an opportunity before him, to let it slip away would be utterly regrettable. Ying Wujie's mocking laughter continued unabated. Ha! The head of the Gu family truly possesses remarkably poor judgment. To reject the solicitation of this prince for the sake of a worthless body, one wonders what you were thinking. Gu Qingyi suddenly turned her head, gazing at Yi Changxing with a sense of urgency. She sensed that he had loosened his grip on her hand. Husband, do not act impulsively. That Ing Wuji is a practitioner at the spirit mansion realm. Yi Changxing gently patted her palm and smiled softly, assuring her, rest assured. I shall not act recklessly. After releasing Gu Qingyi, he took measured steps towards Ing Wuji. Your words have greatly displeased me. Observing Yi Changxing's proactive approach, a flicker of ruthless excitement ignited in Ing Wuji's eyes. The insults he had hurled at Yi Changxing were a calculated attempt to provoke a reaction from him. With Ye's father and the formidable members of the Yi clan standing guard, he found himself powerless against this so-called waste. However, should Yi Changxing choose to confront him directly, the outcome would be entirely different. This presented an opportunity for him to unleash a fierce retaliation upon this so-called invalid, ensuring that he would suffer great humiliation in front of the world. Not only would this establish his authority, but it would also reveal the vast chasm that existed between him and the talents of Zhongzhou. Perhaps, in light of this, Gu Jingxin might reconsider and agree to have Gu Qingyi wed him instead. As this thought crossed his mind, before Yi Changxing could close the distance, a formidable aura emanated from Ing Wuji, indicative of his spirit mansion realm prowess. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, directed straight at Yi Changxing. Behind him, Gu Qingyi's expression turned grave with concern. Her husband, unable to cultivate, would surely struggle to withstand such force. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the Yi family and various factions, the tension in the air was palpable. Yi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, exuding an air of ease as he approached Ing Wuji with deliberate, measured steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The mocking smile on Ing Wuji's face gradually morphed into astonishment, which then shifted into a look of suspicion. Logically, a mere mortal incapable of cultivation should be unable to withstand his formidable aura. Yet, why did Yi Changxing seem utterly unaffected? His skeptical consciousness swept over Yi Changxing repeatedly. Yet he discerned no signs of any cultivation. How was this possible? As Ing Wuji grappled with his bewilderment, Yi Changxing had already approached within 5 or 6 paces. Prince, your arrogance is truly distasteful, Yi Changxing remarked. Ing Wuji's expression turned icy as he deliberately questioned, who are you to speak to this prince in such a manner? Yi Changxing shrugged and remarked, Third prince, feigning ignorance holds little intrigue. I am Yi Changxing, the husband of Qingyi, the so-called useless one you speak of. It is indeed you. I had presumed that you would remain sheltered under the protection of your family and the wings of women, yet here you stand before me. Yi Changxing let out a light laugh, his demeanor composed as he remarked, Oh, not at all. While I may be timid, I am certainly not as lacking in decency as the third prince. To visit someone without proper etiquette and to covet a man's already wedded wife is an act of sheer barbarity and shamelessness that I could never perpetrate. In terms of disgrace, it seems you are the senior here. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding young talents, who were displeased with Ing Wuji, immediately echoed his sentiments. Indeed, I once thought the third prince of the Grading dynasty was a figure of distinction. But it turns out he is merely a lecherous scoundrel. This statement, however, fell short. Not only was he a scoundrel, but he was also a brazen one. Such a disgraceful mindset should not be aired publicly, revealing a complete lack of shame. Ha ha ha, Brother Su makes a valid point. Is this person truly from Zhongzhou? Surely not all from Zhongzhou are devoid of moral principles. The young prodigies from Dongzhou, who were typically proud and haughty, felt an inexplicable displeasure at being overshadowed by the talents of Zhongzhou. Now, with Ing Wuji's arrogance and disdain for the esteemed Yi family of Dongzhou, it was no wonder they harbored deep grievances. As the mocking voices echoed around him, a murderous intent gradually coalesced in Ing Wuji's gaze. It seems, young man, that you wish for your own demise? Yi Changxing exhibited no semblance of fear, smiling as he spoke. The third prince is indeed domineering. To dictate life and death over a mere disagreement, are the people of Zhongzhou always so unyielding? Upon hearing Yi Changxing's words, Ing Wuji's eyes narrowed involuntarily. This individual, appearing rather soft and timid, wielded a sharp tongue that effectively positioned the talents of Zhongzhou against the Easterners. Should he continue his earlier display of arrogance, it could very well incite the wrath of the crowd. It is unexpected. Although you are but a waste, your words are remarkably incisive. Ing Wuji let out a cold chuckle, taking a slight step forward with his right foot. However, this prince finds it beneath himself to argue with an it. Kneel and speak. No sooner had he finished speaking than a faint dragon's roar resonated within Ing Wuji's body. His robes trembled, and a more formidable aura erupted, vaguely reminiscent of the earlier presence of the azure flood dragon beneath him. Humph, let us see how you can maintain your bravado this time. Ing Wuji sneered inwardly, envisioning the scene of Yi Changsheng collapsing in a spray of blood. Yet, mere moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Yi Changsheng stood smiling at a distance, as if the formidable aura that had just crushed the talents of Dongzhou was nothing more than a gentle breeze. This is the Azure Flood Dragon Fragmentation Realm. Gu Jingshan, recalling something, revealed a look of astonishment on his face. The surrounding talents of Dongzhou immediately became curious. Master Gu, what is this Azure Flood Dragon Fragmentation Realm? Gu Jingshan promptly explained. It is said that the Grading Dynasty possesses a technique that allows one to refine spiritual power using the blood of the domesticated Azure Flood Dragon, imbuing it with the unique oppressive force that dominates all races. If mastered to a profound degree, one could even gain some special effects akin to the Azure Flood Dragon lineage, such as effortlessly tearing apart protective spiritual shields and inflicting damage upon the divine consciousness, among others. To his astonishment, Ing Wuji had actually mastered this technique, proving that the talents of Central Continent were indeed formidable. The listeners around them felt a chill run through their hearts. Techniques capable of inflicting damage on divine consciousness are exceedingly rare. Hardly a few exist throughout Dongzhou. Only a powerful force like the Grading Dynasty in Central Continent might possess such techniques. The effects of this potent technique would render its practitioner nearly invincible among peers. For Ing Wuji to employ such a technique against someone without cultivation was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, Yi Changsheng appeared utterly unfazed, his expression remaining unchanged. Ing Wuji was filled with confusion. He examined Yi Changsheng's internal condition repeatedly but found no trace of spiritual power, confirming that he was indeed a waste incapable of cultivation. But how could a waste withstand the Azure Flood Dragon Fragmentation Realm? Confusion flooded his mind, causing Ing Wuji's aura to wane slightly. How did you evade my Azure Flood Dragon Fragmentation Realm? Yi Changsheng wore a calm expression and slightly curled his lips, remarking, The Qingjia Shattered Divine Realm? Is it truly formidable? Even I, a mere mortal without cultivation, find it beyond my capability to handle. Perhaps you should return to your father and request a more suitable technique. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Ing Wuji. The arrogant fool truly believed that this prince could not contend with him? Oh dear, third prince, please do not take offense. How could a mere untrained individual like myself ever be your match? Yi Changsheng, with a tone laced with irony, reluctantly conceded a point, only to promptly retaliate with his next words. Our third prince is indeed a prodigy of the Central Continent. Is it not a shame for the illustrious Great Wind Dynasty to vent your frustrations upon someone as inconsequential as myself? Humph. It is good that you recognize your own limitations. Out of respect for Uncle Yi, I shall refrain from holding this against you. Yet you must come to terms with your own standing. Without the protection of Uncle Yi and the Yi family, what are you but a mere waste? How could you possibly presume to stand before me? Yi Changsheng's expression turned frosty as he retorted without the slightest courtesy. Indeed, the third prince is quite proud, relying on his noble lineage and commendable cultivation, believing he can act with impunity. Is that so? Enough. Ing Wuji seethed with rage, all pretense of restraint vanishing. How dare you, a worthless fool, criticize me? Were it not for your reliance on the Yi family and your father's influence, how could Gu Qingyi, with her unparalleled constitution, ever consider marrying a talentless waste like you? You, who are nothing but a sycophant leveraging your family's power, have the audacity to reprimand me? Utterly shameless. As these words left his lips, Gu Jingshan's countenance darkened considerably. Although he had initially agreed to the marriage with the Yi family with somewhat ulterior motives, it was also due to the long-standing engagement between the two families and his daughter's consent. Yet now, hearing Ing Wuji's words made it seem as though his own family was utterly impotent, incapable of protecting their daughter. However, it appeared that everyone underestimated the sharpness of Yi Changsheng's tongue. Ha ha ha, third prince, do you truly believe your words could induce laughter, coercion, and seduction? For you to utter such a phrase is laughable in itself. Are you attempting to convey to the world that the hundreds of women in the royal residence willingly follow you? Little do you know. Your notorious reputation for lechery and coercion of virtuous women has already spread to the Eastern continent. I am genuinely astonished that someone as shameless as you would dare to voice such claims publicly. This exchange struck a raw nerve in Ing Wuji, causing him to glare at Yi Changsheng with gritted teeth. You, do not be hasty. Listen to the truth. Did you not claim I coerced Qingyi into marriage? In fact, our clan's divine son, Xiaochen, had previously harbored suspicions and sought to test this matter. Just so happens, Qingyi is present today. Qingyi, come forth and tell them. Did you marry me of your own volition? Initially, Xiao Chun had been enjoying the spectacle from a corner. But Yi Changxing's sudden invocation of his name for such a matter rendered his face as dark as a pot's bottom. He had already been troubled by the situation, and this scoundrel's public revelation felt like a dagger to his heart. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he refrained from expressing his anger, only letting out a soft huff and remaining silent. Upon being beckoned by Yi Changxing, Gu Qingyi approached him. Her ethereal, serene countenance was remarkably composed as she willingly grasped one of his hands. The gentle warmth of her touch stirred something within Yi Changxing's heart. Third Prince, please refrain from spreading false rumors. My marriage to my husband is entirely of my own accord, and I have not faced any coercion. My family has never been pressured by the Yi family in this matter. Father, do you not agree? Gu Jingxin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly cleared his throat and nodded. Indeed, indeed, what Qingyi says is the absolute truth. In our youth, Brother Yi and I were close friends, and we arranged a marriage contract for our children. When Qingyi and Chanshan came of age, we brought this matter to the forefront. This affair is entirely one of mutual affection between the two children and has never been entangled in any chaotic reasons. It would be best for the third prince to refrain from spreading rumors. Chapter 33, Unexpected Development. Have you heard that? What more do you have to say? Yi Changxing spoke with an air of indifference, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his features. In the corner, Xiao Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, and he murmured through clenched teeth, "This scoundrel, what on earth could the Gu family head and Qingyi possibly see in him?" The head of the Gu family spoke publicly, thoroughly dispelling the rumors surrounding the matter. Ing Wuji cast a deep glance at the composed Gu Qingyi and suddenly declared with a clear voice, "Since this is a matter of mutual consent, this prince harbors no objections. I merely heard that Miss Qingyi was being coerced, and thus, out of a sense of chivalry, I sought to rectify the situation. Now that it appears there are no ulterior motives, I shall refrain from further involvement. Do not attempt to distort the truth here. This prince would never engage in the act of forcibly taking another's wife, so as not to tarnish the reputation of the Grading dynasty. Thus, Uncle Yi, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and made his way towards the distant Qingjiao, which lay prostrate on the ground. Yi Changxing's eyes widened in astonishment. How is it that this young man, who just moments ago exuded such arrogance, can now depart so nonchalantly? What will become of my supreme gift pack if he leaves? The thought sent a wave of urgency through him. He cannot be allowed to leave. Ha ha ha, the third prince speaks so casually. You first displayed your might in the Yi family, showing disrespect towards my elders and indiscriminately coveting my wife. Now you wish to leave without a care? Is it not a tad disrespectful to me and the Yi family? Upon uttering these words, everyone stared at Yi Changxing in shock and disbelief. How dare this useless body speak to Ing Wuji in such a manner? Yes, father, surprisingly, revealed a smile upon his face, stroking his beard in satisfaction. Although his son was unable to cultivate, the pride and spirit within him had not diminished in the slightest. Oh, what are your intentions? Ing Wuji paused his steps, turning his head to regard Yi Changxing with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor wholly mocking. Yi Changxing smiled and said, I have heard that the Grading dynasty and the third prince have conducted extensive research on various special physiques. Coincidentally, I have dabbled in this area as well. If the third prince is willing, shall we engage in a discussion? This statement struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the crowd in shock. No, I must not have heard correctly. That useless disciple of the Yi family is openly provoking Ing Wuji? It seems he indeed means exactly that. Has he lost his mind? After all, the third prince of the Grading dynasty is a practitioner of the Spirit Mansion realm, a paragon of the central continent with unparalleled combat prowess at his level. The crowd reacted as if they had seen a ghost, a cacophony of bewildered discussions erupting as they speculated whether Yi Changxing had lost his senses. He possesses no cultivation whatsoever. Is he truly seeking death by challenging such a prodigy? In a corner, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he excitedly clenched his fist. Ha! This fool truly knows no bounds. He dares to provoke Ing Wuji. This time he is surely doomed. Indeed, Brother Chen, we are in for quite a spectacle. Yi Tu was equally exhilarated, unexpectedly surprised that Yi Changxing had taken the initiative to seek his own demise. Gu Qingyi gazed at Yi Changxing with astonishment, his actions utterly unforeseen. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a gentle smile graced her exquisite face. It seemed her husband had transformed in a remarkable way. Gu's father also nodded with a smile, greatly admiring the manliness Yi Changxing exhibited. Brother Yi, You have taught Changxing well. Huh, Brother Gu, you flatter me. It is merely this lad's own determination. Previously, Yi Changxing had always presented a cynical demeanor, and coupled with his inability to cultivate, he had garnered considerable criticism from the Yi family. Now, with Ying Wuji's tyrannical behavior, the family had long harbored resentment. Witnessing their once timid young master boldly stepping forward instantly garnered him substantial support. In response to Ying Wuji's retort, Yi Changxing replied with a smile, "Third prince, you possess considerable knowledge regarding these special physiques. I wonder if you have any understanding of my ancient Taoist body? A waste of a physique. What is there to understand?" Ying Wuji scoffed, showing no regard for him whatsoever. "Are you not here to seek guidance? How does this prince instruct you?" Yi Changxing feigned sorrow and sighed, "Alas, you are aware that I cannot cultivate the great wilderness ancient path. How about we engage in a sparring session, relying solely on our physical prowess?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Gu Qingyi's brows knitted tightly as she gazed at Gu Changxing's retreating figure, her thoughts teetering on the brink of expression. Although she was aware that her husband had been diligently practicing the physical techniques rewarded by the heavenly Tao steel, she remained uncertain about his progress. Furthermore, Ying Wuji, a prodigy who had mastered the Qingjiu Shattered God technique, boasted a physique inherently superior to that of ordinary beings due to his monstrous bloodline and rigorous training. Even when matched against opponents of equal cultivation, he was seldom bested. Was her husband's decision not a touch reckless? A flicker of concern crossed his father's eyes, while he felt immense joy at his son's emergence. The prospect of competing against a genius like Ying Wuji was likely a formidable challenge. Initially, he had intended to leverage the situation to compel Ying Wuji to concede. However, with his son's unexpected declaration, he found himself both anxious and resolute. At worst, he could intervene should Yi Changxing find himself in peril. After all, Yi Changxing's reputation as a waste was well known, and daring to challenge Ying Wuji was enough to earn him a measure of respect, even in defeat. No one would cast aspersions. The crowd, each with their own thoughts, awaited Ying Wuji's response. Observing Yi Changxing's calm demeanor, Ying Wuji felt a surge of elation. Originally, the matter would have reached its conclusion after the family head of the Gu clan spoke, for the might of the emperor was not something a junior could provoke. Yet here was Yi Changxing, seemingly oblivious to the danger, presenting an opportunity he could not pass up. "Huh, you possess quite the audacity. Are you truly intending to challenge me, the prince? Are you perhaps intimidated?" Ying Wuji's laughter erupted, resonating like a dragon's roar. "I must say, I believed you to be merely a coward sheltered by your elders, yet you exhibit a modicum of bravery. However, to suggest that I am afraid? For that alone, I shall teach you a lesson today." As his words reverberated, he turned to Ye's father and remarked, "Uncle Yi, he initiated this challenge himself. I trust you will not hold it against me should my response be severe." Before Ye's father could respond, Yi Changxing interjected, "Your Highness, this matter is of my own volition and pertains solely to me. Allow me to ascertain whether the famed Qingji assuation of the Grading dynasty is anything more than mere legend." Gu Qingyi fidgeted nervously, her hands entwined, casting anxious glances at Ye's father, hoping he would intervene to halt this impending confrontation. Chapter 34, Yi Changxing's Confidence. Yi Changxing glanced back at his father, who seemed to struggle with the words that lingered on his lips. The usually carefree and mischievous boy surprisingly bore a serious demeanor, even shaking his head slightly in his direction. Ye's father momentarily lost his composure, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "If you are eager to spar, the head of the family shall not interfere. However, please exercise restraint and avoid taking any lives." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue erupted with fervor. To everyone's astonishment, Ye's father did not intervene to halt this contest. Was he truly willing to watch his beloved son endure such a beating? Gu Qingyi initially contemplated offering a few words of persuasion, but upon recalling that both her husband and father-in-law had consented, she realized that retracting her support would only serve to undermine her own stance. Thus, this seemingly uneven duel was set to proceed. Yi Changxing, with an air of elegance, extended his hand towards Ying Wuji. "Please." Such audacity. "Who do you think you are?" A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Ying Wuji's lips, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, resonating with a series of thunderous roars within, as if it harbored a terrifying force. This overwhelming presence was merely the pressure emanating from the flow of his vital energy, without the slightest hint of his true cultivation being employed. Ying Wuji's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Yi Changxing, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Yi Chongqing merely replied with a hint of indifference. It is still too early to speak of such matters. He slightly parted his feet, firmly establishing a resolute stance akin to the character, his countenance betraying not an ounce of fear. To stand firm even when death looms. Ing Wujin whispered a fierce reprimand. And suddenly, a melodious sound akin to that of a dragon resonated from within him. Immediately thereafter, a layer of pale azure scales enveloped his skin, harmonizing with the distant azure dragon. The overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from him surged forth, causing those nearby to experience an involuntary shudder. With a forceful push from his feet, the ground erupted into a small crater. In an instant, his figure vanished like a specter, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages that lingered in the air. Yi Chongqing's expression was stern, his gaze flashing with a golden light. Undeterred, he surged forward, taking 3 decisive steps before delivering a powerful punch. At that moment, Ing Wuji's form solidified, and he unleashed a formidable blow of his own. Their fists colliding in midair with a thunderous roar. Gu Qingyi anxiously covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. In comparison to Ing Wuji, Yi Chongqing appeared less imposing. On the surface, his presence seemed to pale in comparison to that of Ing Wuji. Yet, only those of profound cultivation could discern the layer of dark golden radiance shimmering around Yi Chongqing's body. Such a stark contrast in power caused many to close their eyes in terror, dreading the sight of bloodshed. Just as the onlookers anticipated Yi Chongqing's imminent defeat, both fighters suddenly retracted their fists. A look of astonishment crossed Ing Wuji's face, while Yi Chongqing remained composed, as if the previous exchange had been inconsequential to him. Intriguing, Ing Wuji thought, a smirk playing on his lips, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. He had not expected Yi Chongqing to stand unscathed after his full-force attack. This battle had become even more thrilling. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed like a drum, causing those nearby to experience a ringing in their ears. The ground beneath them cracked, and shards of jade scattered like concealed weapons, whistling through the air. Ye's father secretly focused, his heart racing as he observed the scene. Ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to Yi Chongqing. Fragments cascaded down, and the two emanated a faint azure and dark golden light, their fists clashing in a stalemate. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Ing Wuji's eyes. How could this seemingly untrainable waste possess such formidable physical strength, nearly rivaling his own azure flood dragon body? In the next moment, fury surged within him. Step back. A powerful force surged within him once more, crashing toward Yi Chongqing like a tidal wave, intending to push him back. Yet, Yi Chongqing remained undaunted, an equally potent energy erupting from within him. As their powers collided, both were involuntarily thrust backward by the force. Ing Wuji staggered 3 steps back, while Yi Chongqing stood his ground, not retreating an inch. This equal exchange left all spectators in utter astonishment. How could this be possible? Ing Wuji and Yi Chongqing were evenly matched? Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Yi Chongqing shook his hand and, with a grin revealing his pearly whites, remarked, "The azure flood dragon body of the third prince seems to be nothing extraordinary after all." Before Ing Wuji could retort, a clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of Ye's family. "Go, brother. Defeat this arrogant scoundrel." Yi had suddenly appeared, energetically waving her petite fists and cheering for Yi Chongqing, exclaiming, "Go, brother. Go, brother." Yi's call was exceptionally attention-grabbing, instantly captivating everyone's focus. The members of the Yi family were momentarily stunned, yet they quickly became infused with her fervor, their scattered cheers gradually coalescing into a unified roar. After all, they were of the Yi lineage. When faced with the humiliation from outsiders, they could indeed come together as one. The deafening cheers reverberated through the air, eliciting a smile from Yi Chongqing. The earlier clash had merely been a test, and he had withheld his strength to remain on guard. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Ing Wuji's physical prowess was rather ordinary. If this was all he possessed, perhaps there was no need for him to hold back any longer, and could instead unleash his full potential. Ing Wuji stared in disbelief at his slightly trembling fist, his expression filled with incredulity. How could this so-called waste, who was unable to cultivate, possess such formidable physical strength, rivaling even his own Qingtiao physique? This outcome was difficult for the proud young man to accept. He had assumed that with his overwhelming power, even if he couldn't defeat this waste with a single blow, he could at least inflict serious injury. He was meant to be the one celebrated by the crowd, not the person before him. Damn it, this insufferable being. In a sudden burst of rage, he let out a furious shout, his anger nearly consuming his rationality. Lowering his body, he vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Yi Changsheng, who had been turning to greet Yi Yao, felt a sudden tension grip him, realizing that a powerful gust of wind was rushing towards him. "Be careful, my husband." Gu Qingyi couldn't help but shout. Ying Wuji's actions were akin to a surprise attack, no matter how skilled Yu Changxing was. He could easily be caught off guard and sustain injuries. In the nick of time, the force of Ying Wuji's punch had already reached Yu Changxing's face. He suddenly dropped his body low, nearly parallel to the ground, narrowly evading the attack by relying on sheer willpower. Seizing the momentum, he flipped his body, bracing one hand on the ground, and lashed out with his right leg like a whip, striking Ying Wuji's back. Bang! Another jarring collision echoed. As Ying Wuji braced himself against the impact, relying on his robust physique to withstand the blow. Although the damage was minimal, he couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. "You shall perish." Failing in his ambush and being repelled instead filled him with uncontrollable rage. He turned, unleashing a flurry of punches that descended upon Yi Changsheng like a torrential rain. Yi Changsheng likewise showed no signs of retreat, his flowing black hair billowing as a radiant golden light emanated from his body, intensifying with remarkable vigor. He responded with an equally swift cadence. The relentless sound of their collisions resonated like an incessant drumbeat, the sheer force causing the ground of the square to fracture and lie in ruin. Chapter 35. The human-like savage beast, the most primal and explosive power was laid bare before the spectators. Every part of the two bodies was akin to the most formidable of weapons. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since suffered broken bones and torn sinews from such impacts. The ground lay in disarray, compelling the onlookers to step back. A red-haired, red-armored genius from the eastern continent could not help but exclaim, "This Ying Wuji is a prince of the great Ming dynasty, possessing an inherently strong constitution. It is astonishing that so-called waste body possesses such formidable strength. It is truly alarming." Indeed. After all, he is the son of an emperor. There must be something extraordinary about him. What do you think? Between these two, who will ultimately prevail? I initially believed that Ying Wuji would win without a doubt. But it seems this Yi family prince is no ordinary adversary. It is hard to say. As the eastern continent prodigies pondered, the clash between the two had reached a fever pitch. Ying Wuji, being a paragon of the central continent, was naturally too proud to concede. Although Yu Changxing appears to be relaxed and carefree on the surface, he possesses a profound sense of self-respect. Moreover, with the task set before him by the system, retreating and losing this battle could very well result in the disappearance of a fateful gift that could alter his destiny. The sounds of impact are intense, and both combatants have droplets of blood seeping from their fists. Yu Changxing took a moment to steady his rapid breathing, preparing to catch his breath when Ying Wuji suddenly seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. With his previous strength waning and new vigor yet to manifest, he was compelled to muster all his energy, bracing himself against the formidable blow that struck his chest. The impact resonated through his ribcage, and although his feet remained planted, he was forcefully pushed back, leaving two deep grooves in the ground. Ying Wuji, filled with elation, mistakenly believed that Yi Changxing had finally reached his limit. "Ha! You are ultimately no match for this prince," he declared, his laughter echoing wildly. As he pressed closer to Yi Changxing, an array of attacks rained down upon him. Yet, Yi Changxing appeared as if he had lost all power, merely raising his arms to shield his face and vital points, enduring the onslaught of Ying Wuji's relentless strikes. His father tightened his gaze, poised to intervene at any moment to halt the two. Gu Qingyi felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that the onslaught might severely injure her husband. In this one-sided confrontation, nearly everyone believed that the outcome was all but determined. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Changxing's expression concealed not anguish from the attacks, but rather an unexpected delight. It was only moments before, when Ying Wuji's assault struck him, that he realized the formidable force did not bring deeper harm. Instead, it seemed to be obstructed by something merely circulating within his muscles and bones. Simultaneously, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if something within him was being relentlessly shattered by this power, a warmth emanating from his very marrow, gradually intensifying. As the invisible shackles fractured and the warmth coursed through his muscles and meridians, he sensed his cells reacting as if nourished by some extraordinary essence, invigorated and enlivened, bestowing upon him an indescribable sense of refreshment and clarity. Despite being uncertain of the exact nature of this phenomenon within him, Yi Changxing instinctively felt that it was not a negative occurrence, and he had no intention of halting it. Ying Wuji's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, transforming him into a shadowy specter that enveloped Yu Changxing, unleashing a barrage of techniques upon him. under such relentless assault. He believed that even a practitioner of the cave heaven realm would falter before him. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Yu Changsheng let his arms drop. Seemingly abandoning his defensive stance, Ing Wuji paused, initially believing that his opponent had finally succumbed to exhaustion and intended to seize the moment to obliterate him entirely. However, upon meeting Yu Changsheng's exhilarated gaze, an inexplicable shock coursed through him. Is that all the strength you possess? You can't even move a cripple like me. Have you exhausted all your energy on the woman? To provoke Ing Wuji into maintaining his previous intensity, Yu Changsheng deliberately taunted him. Sensing that as long as he continued to shatter the restraints within his body, his indestructible form might experience a new transformation, Ing Wuji unleashed a flurry of punches. While Yu Changsheng typically responded with only one. Yet, despite the disparity in their attack frequency, Ing Wuji felt his internal organs quaking violently, as if they were on the verge of dislocation. Observing Yu Changsheng's unwavering demeanor, seemingly prepared to exchange injury for injury, Ing Wuji descended into utter madness. Very well. If you wish to trade blows with this prince, do you think I fear you? Come on. Though his body screamed in agony, witnessing Yu Changsheng's calm expression, he could not swallow his pride. After all, he was a prince of the great Ing dynasty, a genius of Central Continent. How could he possibly be outdone by this so-called cripple? Ing Wuji could hardly believe it. After enduring so many assaults, how could Yu Changsheng remain completely unfazed? Before his words faded, he charged forward once more, abandoning all defenses to engage Yu Changsheng in a fierce confrontation. He was taking a gamble, wagering that Yu Changsheng's internal condition was equally dire, and that the current tranquility was merely a fade. He bet that Yu Changsheng would not withstand the onslaught and would falter first, as he felt the terrifying force raining down upon him. Yu Changsheng's heart swelled with unexpected joy. If this continued, the invisible shackles within him would surely shatter completely. The surging warmth had grown to a palpable intensity, causing every part of his body to rejoice. Thus, he deliberately slowed his attack, enticing Ing Wuji to press on, ensuring that he would not relent. To onlookers, it appeared as though Yu Changsheng had reached his limits, poised to collapse under Ing Wuji's relentless barrage. Alas, it seemed that the heir of the Yi family had ultimately made a critical miscalculation. Indeed, without the nourishment of spiritual energy, he was inherently at a disadvantage compared to others. Many spectators believed Yu Changsheng would soon face defeat, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. However, the elite of Dongzhou, along with some highly skilled individuals, observed the clash with grave expressions. Perhaps growing impatient with the murmurs, one young prodigy from Dongzhou could not help but scoff. A bunch of short-sighted fools, utterly oblivious to the current situation, making reckless speculations. Although Ing Wuji appeared to have the upper hand, his steps were faltering and his vitality waning, while Yu Changsheng remained steady and resilient. Victory for him seemed imminent. Upon hearing this, the younger generation of Dongzhou erupted in disbelief. The speaker was one of Dongzhou's renowned talents, whose discerning eye could not be easily dismissed. Furthermore, the expressions of the elder generation seemed to corroborate this perspective. This cannot be possible, someone murmured, struggling to fathom how Ing Wuji could lose to an inconspicuous invalid. Ah! Ignorance breeds fearlessness, came the derisive laughter from a few talented individuals from Zhangzhou nearby. You Dongzhou folks are truly easily astonished. If Ing Wuji's Qingjiao sacred body possesses such meager power, how could he ever be deemed a genius in Zhangzhou? The red-armored youth frowned at the Zhangzhou genius who had spoken, displeased. The situation on the battlefield was clear. Could they truly not discern it? With a dismissive sneer, the Zhangzhou genius exuded arrogance and contempt. You are indeed lacking in insight. Do you not know that the Qingjiao sacred body of the Dang dynasty was crafted by the ancient mighty Qingzong sacred emperor? Is the power of a technique created by a peerless figure in the realm of emperors merely this? This question left the geniuses of the eastern continent utterly astonished. The genius from the central continent continued. Listen closely. Today I shall broaden your horizons. The Qingjiao sacred body cultivated by Ing Wuji is, in fact, only at a preliminary stage. The original name of the technique created by the sacred Emperor Qingzong is the Qinglong sacred body, forged through the essence of true Qinglong blood. Surely, you have heard of the legendary Qinglong beast? To refine one's body with such blood, only those of the Dao platform realm can endure it to a slight degree. When fully mastered, even emperors of the same rank become physically invincible, illustrating its formidable nature. Naturally, the true Qinglong bloodline is beyond Ing Wuji's current capacity. Thus, the younger generation of the Dang dynasty initially uses the Qingjiao bloodline for body refinement. laying a solid foundation before advancing to the true cultivation of the Qinglong sacred body, even in its diluted form. The Qingqiu sacred body allows Ingwuji to rank among the top 30 of the Central Continent S prodigies. That is our Central Continent S list of prodigies. Even those outside the top 50 could stand out in your Eastern Continent. Do you truly believe Ingwuji possesses only this level of skill? Upon hearing the Central Continent genius's explanation, many gasped in astonishment. No wonder the Central Continent looks down upon the Eastern Continent. The quality of the next generation of gifted practitioners is vastly inferior, making any comparison impossible. The red-armored youth begrudgingly retorted, no matter how you embellish Ingwuji's prowess, he is still at a disadvantage. A stubborn duck will not yield. Just watch and see. The Central Continent genius dismissed the red-armored youth's argument with a cold snort, falling silent thereafter. In the midst of the gathering, Ingwuji was gasping for breath, his arms adorned with pale blue scales now covered by a layer of pink mist, a testament to the blood mist continuously emanating from within him. Yi Chongqing felt an unparalleled sense of refreshment within him, akin to being immersed in icy water during the sweltering summer, an invigorating sensation coursing through his entire being. Upon witnessing Ingwuji cease his actions, he deliberately mocked. Could it be that the illustrious third prince of Dang possesses only such meager abilities? The Qingjiao sacred body of your Dang dynasty appears rather lacking, does it not? Ingwuji lifted his head, a sinister smile stretching across his scaled visage. This prince admits to underestimating your feeble form. However, do you truly believe that your tricks of feigning weakness can outmatch me? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame this prince for being ungracious. As his words echoed, a faint azure light suddenly emanated from his bloodshot eyes. Drink! Accompanied by a low roar, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupted from Ingwuji, startling even Yu Chongqing's father, who had been observing. Is this the breath of the Azure Dragon? He murmured, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. It seemed that Ingwuji harbored a drop of genuine Azure Dragon blood within him. Would Chongqing be able to withstand it? Yet, this horrifying and intimidating aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Even so, the onlooking people from the Eastern Continent wore expressions of shock. And even the hidden old monsters were taken aback. This is true Azure Dragon blood? Indeed, the aura was unmistakable. The Dang dynasty was truly willing to invest heavily in its younger generation. After all, it was the most powerful among the 5 continents, and its reputation for prosperity was well-deserved. The earlier genius from the Central Continent snickered, turning to the Eastern Continent's talented individuals with a scornful gaze. Did you see that? This is the true strength of Ingwuji. If he cannot subdue this feeble body, he is unworthy of ranking among the top 30 talents of the Central Continent. The ignorance of the common folk was indeed laughable, faced with the humiliation from the Central Continent's genius. The talented individuals from the Eastern Continent found themselves at a loss for words. The terrifying aura unleashed by Ingwuji was so overwhelming that they lacked the confidence to withstand it, showcasing just how formidable he truly was. Yi Chongqing's expression grew solemn. When the aura of the Azure Dragon erupted moments ago, he indeed sensed an unavoidable threat of death. However, this was merely the effect of the Azure Dragon's presence and had little to do with Ingwuji himself. This prince shall let you witness the true essence of the Azure Jiao Saint body. Although he possessed a single drop of genuine Azure Dragon blood, Ingwuji did not shamelessly declare himself an Azure Dragon Saint body. He understood that such a claim would only invite ridicule if it reached Central Continent. As the Azure Dragon blood within him began to disperse, waves of dragon roars resonated from within his body. The scales covering him appeared as if they had been painted, transforming from a light azure into a deep, resplendent cerulean hue, emanating a faint glow. The previously weakened aura surged back with formidable strength, even surpassing his initial state of vigor. Sensing the tumultuous power within him, Ingwuji grinned wickedly, akin to a ferocious dragon preparing to unleash a deadly assault. Prepare yourself to perish. This sudden turn of events left the Eastern Continent spectators in a state of trepidation. It appeared that Yi Chongqing was seemingly no match for him. The Central Continent genius derisively continued, with the nourishment of Azure Dragon blood, the Azure Jiao's body will truly achieve an endless self-generating vitality. From now on, his endurance will no longer be an issue. What chance does that waste of flesh have to triumph? The Eastern Continent prodigies fell silent, glancing at the impassive Yi Chongqing with a hint of sympathy. However, Yi Chongqing felt strangely unfazed. For reasons unknown, despite Ingwuji's invocation of the Azure Dragon blood, it appeared to him that it posed no significant threat. This might seem overly arrogant, yet it was indeed his genuine sentiment. In the midst of contemplation, Ingwuji let out a fierce roar, and his figure vanished from sight, seemingly moving even faster than before. Chapter 37. The Death of Ingwuji? Such astonishing speed left the onlookers in utter astonishment. The Azure Jiao Saint body had already exhibited remarkable swiftness, and now it was even more breathtaking. Even without relying on cultivation, his physical prowess alone was a force to be reckoned with. Yi Changshen's pupils suddenly constricted, and his arms instinctively crossed in front of his face. Bang! Yi Changshen's legs sank directly into the earth and stones, carving out two profound ravines. Crack! He felt a faint, crisp sound emanating from within his body, as if something had snapped. Ingwujin's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, offering Yi Changxing not even a moment to catch his breath. Bang! The series of dull thuds echoed continuously, and Yi Changxing appeared to be entirely at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend himself with no capacity for resistance. Though it may seem slow in narration, merely 6 breaths had elapsed since the onset of their confrontation. In this brief interlude, Yi Changxing had endured dozens of punches, resembling a small boat buffeted by stormy seas, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Yi Changxing paid no heed to Ingwuji's assaults. Those seemingly forceful strikes merely resulted in some discomfort upon impact, causing no actual harm. He instinctively resisted, protecting his more vulnerable and perilous areas. The surging warmth within him had reached its zenith, and his cells, as if parched to the utmost, exuberantly drew in this invigorating flow. Simultaneously, his indestructible physique transformed, akin to a piece of iron gradually purged of impurities under a hammer's relentless blows, becoming increasingly pure and resilient. At this moment, he experienced an unusual sensation, as if he possessed the strength to vanquish Ingwuji with a single blow. Yi Changxing was fully aware that this sensation was a result of his enhanced physique. It also served as evidence that his indestructible golden body had undergone a transformation, enabling him to at least suppress the Azure Flood Dragon's sacred body. After a flurry of attacks, Ingwuji landed to catch his breath. Die, he bellowed, uttering those 2 words without further ado, and charged forward, intent on defeating Yi Changxing outright. Yi Changxing's eyes suddenly radiated a peculiar glimmer. After enduring such relentless blows, it was time to retaliate. Death! The fierce wind of his fist nearly extracted all the air from the surroundings, descending with the force of 1,000 pounds. The talents of the Eastern continent were filled with profound dread. If any one of them were to take his place, they would likely meet with certain death beneath this strike. Ye's father wore a slightly grave expression, fully prepared to rescue at a moment's notice. The onlookers seemed to have envisioned the grim fate awaiting Yi Changxing, and some of the more timid among them turned away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, in the face of what appeared to be a nearly fatal blow, Yi Changxing executed an unexpected maneuver that took everyone by surprise. He stepped back with his right leg and then, with a sudden burst of energy, lunged forward. He delivered a powerful punch in a bow stance. In that fleeting moment, Ingwuji's fist struck his chest, but Yi Changxing's unguarded action also bore its own advantages, as his own punch left Ingwuji with little room to evade. The resounding thud of 2 impacts echoed simultaneously, accompanied by a sharp, crisp crack. A trace of fresh blood oozed from the corner of Yi Changxing's mouth. Despite being the formidable Qingjiao's sacred body, enduring such a fierce assault had nonetheless inflicted some injury upon him. The outcome was clear. The talented individual from Zhongzhou spoke with arrogant certainty, anticipating the imminent sight of Yi Changxing collapsing to the ground. In the next instant, thud! Ingwuji fell straight to the ground, a distinct imprint of a fist indented on his forehead, blood continuously seeping from his 7 orifices. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Yi Changxing let out a slow sigh, rubbing his sore chest. The blow from Ingwuji had certainly taken its toll, and he was certain that bruises would soon appear on his body. How could this be possible? The prodigies of Zhangzhou stared in stunned silence at the unmoving figure of Ingwuji on the ground, their bewildered murmurs barely audible. This utterance served as a signal, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Ingwuji was defeated. He, the 3rd prince of the Grading dynasty, had been vanquished by a discarded body. The uproar erupted like a tidal wave, with cheers and applause ringing out in deafening cacophony. Yi screamed incessantly, her excitement palpable as she clapped her small hands until they turned crimson. In stark contrast, the faces of the talents from Zhongzhou were etched with shock and pallor. Was it possible that Ingwuji, ranked among the top 30 geniuses, had been defeated so effortlessly? This implied that they too were not a match for Yi Changxing on a physical level and could potentially face dire consequences. Gu Qingxi finally set aside her lingering worries, her gaze towards her husband shimmering with admiration. The corners of Yi Fu's mouth could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. His son had truly made a name for himself today. However, at that moment, a voice filled with concern broke through the crowd. What has become of Ingwujie? Has he been struck down by Yi Changxing? This statement detonated like a bomb, plunging the assembly into an uneasy silence. They suddenly recalled that Ingwujie was the third prince of the Great Ing dynasty. If he were to perish here, how could the dynasty remain indifferent? Only Yi Changxing understood that the Qingjiao sacred body was remarkably resilient. Though his punch appeared to have claimed Ingwujie's life, the reality was far from that. At that instant, a resonant dragon's roar emanated from the fallen Ingwujie. This roar resembled the true voice of a Qinglong, imbued with majesty and an overwhelming sense of pressure, starkly contrasting the earlier sound of the Qingjiao. A glimmer of green light ascended from within him, oblivious to his fate. Ingwujie opened his eyes and struggled to rise from the ground. His garments were tattered, his face smeared with blood, and a distinct imprint of a fist marred his forehead, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, simultaneously, waves of azure light surged through his body, and those gruesome wounds began to heal gradually. Such an extraordinary regenerative ability left the younger generation of Dongzhou gasping in awe. They had initially believed that the talents of Zhengzhou could at least be compared to their own. But after witnessing the fierce clash between the two and the terrifying vitality and recuperative power of the Qingjiao sacred body, they realized that they would merely be offering themselves up as prey. In a corner, Xiao Chen's face was marred with anger and jealousy. He had originally thought that with Ingwujie's prowess, he could easily subdue Yu Changxing, but the outcome was far from his expectations. The most lamentable realization struck him. Had he been in Ingwujie's place, he would not have lasted long even without the need for the Qinglong's true blood. This overwhelming sense of disparity ignited a fury within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. As the crowd marveled at Ingwujie's formidable vitality, the green light had risen into the air, suddenly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The terrifying suction was akin to a black hole, swiftly draining the spiritual essence from 100 miles around, creating a momentary vacuum in the realm. With the influx of spiritual energy, the azure light gradually coalesced into a colossal Qinglong, spiraling majestically in the firmament. Chapter 38. The Masters of the Great Ing. As the fierce dragon's head materialized, it unleashed a deafening roar. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a tidal wave, causing all beings to tremble in its wake. A voice, grand yet filled with fury, reverberated like thunder across the heavens. Who dares to act so brazenly? Who would dare to lay such a malicious hand upon my son? To insult the Great Ing dynasty as if it were without defenders? As the resounding wave of sound reverberated, the oppressive aura emanating from the azure dragon intensified. Those of lesser cultivation found themselves overwhelmed merely by the auditory assault, their blood surging, and, under the weight of the pressure, they suffered internal injuries and spat out blood. Yi Changxing felt a tightening in his heart, just as he was about to make a hasty retreat. The luminous gaze of the azure dragon, akin to lanterns, had already fixed upon him. It is you who has inflicted such harm upon my son? With the words of the azure dragon, a forceful gust of air sent Yi Changxing's hair swirling wildly. Before he could respond, an overwhelming pressure abruptly surged from all directions, enveloping him completely without a single escape. Yi Changxing could not help but emit a piercing scream. The immense pressure emanating from the powerful entity was overwhelming, akin to hurling an ordinary person into the depths of the ocean, where within mere seconds, they would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. His body was being violently compressed from all directions, leading him to feel as though his internal organs would shatter at any moment. It was at this critical juncture between life and death that a cold snort unexpectedly resonated. Yi Changxing suddenly felt a gentle force emanating from his body, instantly repelling all pressure. Simultaneously, the overwhelming aura projected by the azure dragon dissipated entirely, granting the onlookers a moment to catch their breath. Yi's father cast a cold gaze at the azure dragon spiraling in the sky. Truly, you are audacious, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? The azure dragon finally took notice of the seemingly unremarkable Yi's father. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Are you aware of who my son is? He is the third prince of the Great Ing dynasty. Should his life be forfeited in the East continent, I shall rally the might of the central continent to obliterate the myriad orthodoxies of your East. The azure dragon exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, his words rendering the assembled individuals of the East continent pale. Although it was merely a verbal threat, they could not deny that the Great Ing dynasty possessed the capability to carry out such a deed if they chose to disregard all consequences. Such an overt threat was undoubtedly unbearable for the people of the East continent. Yet, Yi's father displayed no sign of fear. What an audacious claim. Is it true that your grading dynasty is so overbearing as to be unable to discern right from wrong? Your son, relying on his status as the third prince of the grading, dares to covet a lady who is already wed. Are you not concerned that such an act of coveting another's spouse would bring shame upon the grading dynasty? Shouldn't he receive some form of reprimand for engaging in such despicable deeds? I never expected the grading dynasty to be so shameless as to strike the younger generation and then involve the elder. What? Do you also wish to disregard the facts and forcefully assert your position? This discourse was both logical and objective. The pressure from the Azure Dragon intensified once more. Insolence. How dare you so brazenly desecrate my grading dynasty? Ha ha ha, how laughable. The truth stands before us. How have I desecrated your grading dynasty? With so many witnesses present, if you doubt me, you may inquire with them. Instead of first investigating the truth of the matter, you leap to threats and violence. Is that not shameful? At this moment, the Azure Dragon finally regarded Ye's father with seriousness. He realized that his imperial pressure seemed to have no effect on the man before him. A flicker of concern crossed his countenance. As he extended his divine sense to discern Ye's father's cultivation level, astonishment immediately flickered in his terrifying eyes. Ninth Tier Void Emperor. It is important to note that while the realm above the saint is the Imperial realm, it is further divided into various categories. However, few reach such an extraordinary level. And thus, there are not many who understand the intricacies of these realms. Coincidentally, the ruler of the grading dynasty is one of the few who do. The Imperial realm above the saint is actually subdivided into the Quasi-Emperor, Half-Emperor, Celestial Emperor, and Divine Emperor realms. Only by attaining the title of Celestial Emperor can one truly be regarded as an emperor who suppresses the world. The so-called Void Emperor is a unique realm situated between the Half-Emperor and Celestial Emperor stages. The prowess of Father Yi is truly astonishing. The tone of the Azure Dragon suddenly became considerably more serene. Who would have thought that such an extraordinary individual would emerge in the Eastern continent? Just a half-step away from entering the realm of true emperors. Yet, Ye's father spoke with a lightness. It was merely a stroke of luck. However, he lamented, if it were not for the constraints of the Eastern continent's heavenly laws, you would have truly ascended to the realm of an emperor by now. The words of the Azure Dragon were tinged with a hint of regret, yet Ye's father remained remarkably composed. He viewed it as merely the natural course of events, devoid of any sense of regret. Although their exchange was remarkably serene, the implications of their dialogue sent ripples of excitement through the hearts of the Eastern continent's inhabitants. It is essential to recognize that the Eastern continent, in contrast to the Central continent, suffers from a scarcity of resources and a deficiency in spiritual energy, making cultivation a far more arduous endeavor. To date, aside from the head of the Yi family, there are only 3 quasi-emperors. Even these 3, when compared to the Yi family patriarch, are as insignificant as fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. It is precisely due to this vast disparity that the people of the Eastern continent naturally assumed that Ye's father had indeed reached the emperor's realm. Yet, upon hearing the conversation between the ruler of the Ying dynasty and the head of the Yi family, it seemed he had not truly attained the status of a celestial emperor. Should this revelation spread, it would undoubtedly cause a significant upheaval across the Eastern continent. Ye's father did not deny the truth. It is likely that the reality is indeed as such. However, only he understands that despite not having truly stepped into the realm of the Heavenly Emperor due to the deficiencies of the Eastern continent's celestial path, he has not idly squandered his years in the 9th stage of the Void Emperor realm. He has clandestinely experimented with countless methods to continuously enhance his combat prowess. If he were to engage in a confrontation, even with a legitimate 5th stage Heavenly Emperor, he would not be easily overwhelmed. Of course, this is merely Ye's father's personal assessment, as he has yet to encounter such an adversary, leaving the actual circumstances without concrete comparison or demonstration. Upon discerning Ye's father's cultivation level, the oppressive aura emanating from the Azure Dragon suddenly dissipated. Ye's father also smiled, dissipating his imposing aura and withdrawing the protective barrier around the crowd. Yi Changsheng grimaced as he rubbed his chest, a sense of relief flooding his heart. Had it not been for his father's presence today, he might have truly forfeited his life. After all, he was facing the sovereign of the Deng dynasty, a figure of immense stature in the Central continent. Even a mere shadow of such overwhelming pressure was beyond the capacity of his currently immature, indestructible body to withstand. When that aura bore down upon him moments ago, he nearly believed he would explode into a shower of flesh at any instant. Chapter 39. The Illusory Emperor. As the 2 formidable pressures dissipated, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The wrath of a sovereign at the Imperial realm was nothing short of cataclysmic. The fury of the Azure Dragon's apparition seemed to evaporate in an instant. Though its voice was tinged with a somber tone, to encounter such an extraordinarily gifted individual from the Eastern continent is indeed unexpected for this emperor. However, what does it matter if you are a ninth-stage illusory emperor? My Dang dynasty has endured for millennia, having witnessed countless unparalleled talents and formidable warriors. You may reign supreme in this remote land of the Eastern continent, yet are you truly oblivious to the existence of those beyond your comprehension? A ninth-stage illusory emperor is hardly noteworthy in the presence of the Central continent. Furthermore, do you dare to deceive me, a descendant of the Dang dynasty? With your imperial realm prowess? Do you truly believe there is no one left in the Dang dynasty? Yes, father was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly grasped the meaning behind the bullying the weak with the strong that the Azure Dragon's phantom had mentioned. He chuckled softly, asserting that he was not like some individuals who shamelessly leveraged their superior cultivation to oppress the younger generation. The current state of your son is not the result of my intervention. He and my son agreed to refrain from using their cultivation and instead compete solely on physical strength. The outcome was a defeat for him. So do not spout baseless claims here. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Ingwuji or perhaps consult the others present to ascertain whether I have truly engaged in such unfair practices. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the Azure Dragon let out a cold snort. It was utterly ludicrous. Ingwuji has cultivated the esteemed Azure Flood dragon body of our grading dynasty, and from a young age. He has been nurtured with various extraordinary treasures. His physical prowess is not merely outstanding in the Eastern continent, even in the Central continent. He stands as a paragon among his peers. The notion that he could be defeated by someone of the same generation is indeed preposterous. The eyes of Ye's father narrowed slightly, his expression growing somewhat colder. Out of respect for you as the sovereign of the Great Wind dynasty, I have conversed with you civilly. However, if you continue to be so unreasonable, do not mistake my patience for weakness. You yourself have stated that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Could it not be that my son possesses superior gifts and may indeed triumph over Ingwuji? Should you persist in this irrationality, do not say, I did not warn you. Qinglong was utterly unconvinced by Ye's father's words. It was precisely because he understood how formidable his own Qingxiao sacred body was that he felt so confident. In this impoverished region of Dongzhou, no matter how exceptional the talents or fortuitous encounters of the younger generation, they could never hope to rival Ingwuji, who had been nurtured with the finest resources. Qinglong's gaze flickered momentarily, inadvertently sweeping over Yi Changsheng, and just as he was about to rebut Ye's father, a sudden shock coursed through his heart. What was this? A flicker of astonishment suddenly manifested in his dragon-like eyes as he fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Changsheng. Despite his youth and lack of cultivation, he possessed an incredibly powerful physique. Could it be the indestructible golden body? A tremor of realization surged within him as he recalled the ancient prophecy from the Tianji Pavilion of Zhongzhou. Might this young man be the one foretold in the prophecy? Lost in thought, Qinglong found himself momentarily distracted. Ye's father furrowed his brows and spoke. Have you discerned the matter clearly? What is it that you truly desire today? This query ultimately drew the Qinglong's thoughts back into focus. It cast a profound glance at the composed Yi Changsheng and, after a brief moment of hesitation, articulated. If it truly comes to pass that in the clash between our younger generations, the victor is none other than Wen Wujin, while his opponent falls, it would clearly indicate the latter's inferiority in skill, and I would harbor no objections. Should there be no entanglement with the grievances of those elder gentlemen? Then defeat is simply defeat. You of the Eastern continent need only ensure Wen Wujin's survival, and I shall not pursue this matter further. What say you? However, Father Yi remained unconvinced. It is easy for you to speak so lightly. Your deceased child lacked decorum, brazenly rampaging through my Yi family, ultimately defeated by my son. Whether he lives or dies is contingent upon his own fate. I have yet to be humiliated to such an extent that I must feign amiability and speak sweetly to him. You. The furious shadow of the Azure Dragon erupted, its overwhelming pressure once again surging forth. His father cast a cold smile at him, inquiring, What, are you intending to resort to violence? The ethereal silhouette of the Azure Dragon paused momentarily, remaining silent as the formidable aura gradually dissipated. At present, he was merely a phantasmal figure, unable to exert much power. Especially with a formidable ninth-tier Void Emperor present. His spectral form was constrained, making it evident that engaging in combat would be unwise. Should a real battle ensue, it could potentially lead to the untimely demise of Ingwuji. With this thought in mind, the Azure Dragon's silhouette no longer hesitated. In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse. As a master of the Void Emperor realm, you must possess your own sense of dignity. I trust you will not strike against a junior. Let us conclude this matter here, sparing Ying Wuji's life. What say you? Although Yifu harbored no fear of this individual, the formidable backing of the Grading dynasty in Zhangzhou was not to be underestimated. Should he display excessive disregard, it would bode ill for both the Yi family and the Eastern continent. I shall grant you this concession. Let the matter rest here. Very well. The Azure Dragon nodded slightly, its gaze lingering deeply upon Yi Changxing for a moment before it gradually dissipated into the ether. Yi Changxing stood perplexed on the ground. Though he had indeed delivered a sound thrashing to the man's son, it was ultimately a mere conflict between the youth. Why then did the leader of the Grading dynasty fixate his gaze upon him? Could it be that he was a petty individual, harboring thoughts of revenge for the future? This notion tightened Yi Changxing's heart, intensifying his urgency to enhance his strength. As the ethereal form of the Azure Dragon vanished, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembled crowd. The confrontation between the two imperial powers had left these lesser beings trembling in fear. Even the mere aura exuded by them was beyond their capacity to withstand. Fortunately, a conflict was averted, resulting in a peaceful resolution. With the Azure Dragon's departure, a stream of tranquil light entered Ying Wuji, swiftly mending the injuries he had sustained. Yi Changxing's earlier blow had appeared exceedingly formidable, indenting his forehead. Yet it had not claimed his life. Without uttering a word, Ying Wuji turned and made his way towards the nearby Azure Jiao, which lay sprawled upon the ground. Ah! Is His Highness the Third Prince preparing to depart? Yi Changxing smiled and greeted from behind, but Ying Wuji turned around and shot him a fierce glare, continuing his swift steps onto the Azure Dragon. Today, this prince has learned a lesson, he exclaimed with a hasty tone, spurring the Azure Dragon to soar into the sky, leaving in a somewhat flustered manner. Such an outcome was entirely unexpected for everyone present. Yi Changxing, the renowned waste body of the Eastern continent, astonishingly triumphed over the genius of the Central continent, Ying Wuji. Such news, once disseminated, would surely leave many in utter disbelief. This victory indeed serves as a source of pride for the people of the Eastern continent, with cheers and accolades resounding endlessly. Father Yi approached with a smile, gently patting him on the shoulder. Good child, well done. Chapter 40. Yi Yao's trial. Yi Changxing flashed a grin, displaying 2 rows of pearly white teeth as he burst into laughter. It must be due to my father's excellent teachings, right? You little rascal, ha ha ha. Ye's father smiled with immense joy, a sense of fulfillment in finally witnessing his son's success. Before the two could exchange more words, the elders of the Yi family swarmed around Yi Changxing like flies drawn to a feast. Changxing, how did you cultivate such a formidable physique? One elder inquired eagerly. Indeed, young master, with such inherent physical prowess, you have made those talented individuals from the Central continent flee in disgrace. You are truly the beacon of hope for the Eastern continent. Another chimed in. Absolutely. You are a role model for all the youth. The flattery came in waves, nearly overwhelming Yi Changxing with its intensity. He forced a smile, feeling somewhat stiffened by the excessive praise, but managed to appease the crowd. In truth, these elders were likely consumed by curiosity about how he had achieved such a powerful physique. Enough. Changxing has just emerged from a fierce battle. He hardly has the energy to engage with all of you. Let him rest for now, and we can discuss other matters later. The discontented voice of Father Yi resounded, finally quelling the fervor of the agitated elders of the Yi family. Yi Changxing exhaled in relief, swiftly extricating himself from the crowd. Gu Qingyi, biting her lower lip, approached him, and, before the multitude, boldly grasped his hands. My lord, are you all right? The tender gaze of the young girl filled Yi Changxing with a sense of embarrassment. Yet simultaneously, his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. He did not pull away. Instead, he gently clasped Gu Qingyi's hand and replied softly, I am fine. Sorry to have worried you. A radiant smile blossomed on Gu Qingyi's face, drawing the attention of the young gentleman nearby. Gu Qingyi was confident that her lord would surely triumph. Just then, as the people of Dongzhou and the Yi family reveled in joy, in a shadowy corner, Xiao Qian's resentment took on a palpable form, his gaze fixated on the two individuals nearby, engrossed in each other. A genius from Zhongzhou. Yet when Wuji is nothing but a fool, I had hoped he would eliminate that good-for-nothing Yi Changxing, but instead, he has made himself a stepping stone, a complete embarrassment. Yi too gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I never anticipated that Yi Changxing, that rascal, would hide so deeply, unknowingly cultivating such a formidable physique. This lad is indeed full of tricks, rivaling you, Chen Ge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian's expression darkened further, and he turned to deliver a sharp slap to Yi Tu's head. If you can't speak wisely, then hold your tongue. What do you mean by rivaling me? Yi Tu finally realized, awkwardly scratching his head with a forced smile. Humph. But ultimately, what does it matter how formidable his physical body is? He is still incapable of cultivation. As long as this divine scion dedicates himself diligently, when his cultivation reaches a profound level, he could easily crush him with a mere flick of his hand. At that time, let us see how he continues to act arrogantly. Indeed, Brother Chen, you are the most gifted individual of the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Chongqing may be in the limelight, but in the end, he remains a worthless body incapable of cultivation. It is not worth your while to contend with someone like him. Yi Tu hurriedly flattered, finally managing to bring a semblance of satisfaction to Xiao Chen's countenance. Let us depart. It is utterly uninteresting to witness those fence-sitters groveling for favor. Indeed, after wasting half a day, Yi Chongqing finally escaped the encirclement of the people from the East Continent and the Yi family, hastily pulling Gu Qingyi back to their quarters. Their enthusiasm was rather excessive, more exhausting than a brawl with Ing Wuji. Upon returning to his room and taking a seat, he eagerly closed his eyes. The system's notification had been swirling in his mind for quite some time. The task of defeating the third prince of the Daqing dynasty has been completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the supreme gift pack. Would you like to open it? Yes. After toiling for so long, he had finally obtained the most significant reward of this endeavor. It would be strange not to feel exhilarated, accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light in his mind. An ancient scroll began to tremble as it floated mysteriously within his consciousness. Before Yi Chongqing's consciousness could approach, he sensed an ancient and desolate pressure emanating from the ancient scroll. It seemed as though the scroll had endured the passage of countless ages, its mere aura exuding a profound and solemn heaviness. He took several deep breaths to slightly calm his anxious heart and slowly extended his hand towards the scroll. Brother, come out and play with me. The melodious voice of a young girl echoed from afar, leaving Yi Chongqing feeling quite helpless. Ever since his sister had been released from her confinement, she had been darting about frantically, insisting on dragging him along with her. You mischievous girl. If you keep this up, you'd better watch out for our parents. As he watched Yi Yao dash in like a whirlwind, Yi Chongqing could only roll his eyes in resignation. Oh, come on, brother, don't say that. After being cooped up for so long, how can I not enjoy myself during this precious time? Is it not your own lack of dedication to cultivation that keeps pulling me into your escapades? Don't you have a few good friends to play with? Yi Yao pouted and remarked, they are merely a bunch of young girls. It becomes quite dull when they play. You. Yi Chongqing shook his head in resignation. With no other choice, he stood up and said, all right, I'll accompany you. I truly wonder what sins I committed in my past life to end up with a sister like you. Yi Yao was taken aback for a moment, and a peculiar glimmer suddenly flashed in her eyes. Brother, may I pose a question to you? What is it? There is a monkey perched upon a tree, and another monkey beneath it. How many monkeys are there in total? Yi Chongqing instinctively scoffed. Either 8 monkeys or 2 monkeys. This joke is far too outdated. Oh. So everyone can answer quickly now? Yi Chongqing's voice suddenly halted, and his heart leaped in alarm. It was far from simple. Was it not merely a play on words? Who could possibly fail to decipher that? He promptly fell silent, managing to keep his secrets intact. Yet, how could Yi Yao be aware of this classic skit from his previous life? Yi Chongqing turned his head and beheld a mysterious smile adorning Yi Yao's face, as she gazed at him with a playful glint in her eyes. Brother, how did you come to know the answers to these 2 questions? He cleared his throat and replied, such a question is exceedingly simple. A moment's thought would suffice to discern the truth. Oh, is that so? Indeed it is. Yi Chongqing attempted to gloss over his own shortcomings, yet Yi Yao appeared distinctly skeptical. Ever since he inadvertently mentioned the exquisite Imperial jade liquor a couple of days ago, priced at 180 per cup, Yi Yao had been akin to a cat catching a whiff of fish, relentlessly pursuing him with unexpected inquiries about their past lives, incessantly testing his resolve. At this juncture, Yi Chongqing was nearly convinced that Yi Yao must have traversed through time from the same realm as he had. Brother, confess honestly, are you not similar to me? Similar? I am at a loss as to what you are referring. Yi Chongqing wished to feign ignorance, yet Yi Yao was evidently unwilling to let him off so easily. Chapter 41. The Turn of Events. Brother, just be honest. How did you come to know that phrase? Did you perhaps hear it from that place? Husband. Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, prompting Yi Yao to hastily close her mouth. Yi Chongqing let out a sigh of relief and hurried to the door to greet her. Qingyi, you have returned. Gu Qingyi nodded, and as her gaze shifted to Yi Yao, she greeted her with a cheerful smile. Sister, have you come to visit your husband? Indeed, sister-in-law. My brother has been cooped up in his room every day. He is nearly growing mold. Yi Yao murmured in dissatisfaction, and Yi Chongqing shot her a sharp glare. This little girl, what does she truly understand? Was he not in the room to diligently cultivate? Indeed, dear sister, you make a valid point. My husband should certainly venture out more often. However, I fear today is not suitable, for just now, my parents requested that I summon my husband to the council hall. Yi Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, you want me to go to the council hall? Qingyi, do you have any idea what this is about? Gu Qingyi furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment, uncertainly speculating. Perhaps it concerns your previous victory over Ingwuji? Is it still about that? Yi Chongqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Indeed, this group of old fellows possessed an extraordinary amount of patience, pestering him for so many days without relenting. Gu Qingyi, with a gentle smile, sought to reassure him, do not worry, my dear husband. Your previous battle was nothing short of spectacular. Now, within our clan, you are regarded as the stalwart pillar of the next generation. Furthermore, the earlier rumors about you being a cursed body have crumbled on their own. No one dares to use that excuse any longer. This news served as a small consolation, alleviating some of Yi Chongqing's discontent. Very well, I shall go and see, he conceded with a nod, hastening towards the council hall. His primary motivation was to swiftly extricate himself from the clutches of the persistent Miss Yi Yao. Yi Yao naturally discerned his intentions, and the lingering gaze from behind sent a chill down Yi Chongqing's spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once he had distanced himself, Yi Yao clenched her small fist and waved it vigorously a few times. Humph, I will surely uncover your hidden agenda and compel you to confess. Sister, what are you mumbling about? Nothing at all. Yi Yao waved her hand and ran off amidst Gu Qingyi's puzzled gaze. In the council hall, the elders gathered, and both his father and mother were present. As Yi Chongqing entered, he was immediately taken aback by the grand spectacle before him. The young master has arrived. Please take a seat, exclaimed an elder with a beaming smile, his demeanor remarkably amiable. Others likewise extended their greetings, leaving Yi Chongqing somewhat astonished by the unexpected warmth. Despite having previously borne the titles of young master and imperial son, these aged figures had never before treated him with such courtesy. Following the exchange of pleasantries, Yi Chongqing was assigned to the foremost position below, seated directly opposite the grand elder. Yi father and Yi mother looked at their son, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. Ahem, Chongqing, do you know why we summoned you here today? Gu Qingyi had long harbored suspicions, and Yi Chongqing naturally replied. Father, is it about my victory over Ingwuji? Precisely, indeed. Previously, you bore the infamous title of a waste. Even within our household, there were murmurs of discontent. Now that you have triumphed over Ingwuji and established your reputation, it is high time for you to vindicate yourself. Yi Fu's words seemed to carry a hidden implication, instantly rendering many of the elders visibly uncomfortable. Their previous treatment of Yi Chongqing had been less than favorable. The awkwardness lingered for a few moments until Yi Fu, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, of course, those are all matters of the past. Chongqing, do not take it to heart. Everyone is merely considering the future of the Yi family. The elders hastily concurred. Indeed, young master, do not dwell on past grievances. It was all for the sake of the Yi family. Your unparalleled talent and wisdom, which often appeared as simplicity to us old men, blinded us to our missteps. We hope you can forgive our offenses. One elder after another chimed in, showering Yi Chongqing with flattery. Yi Chongqing's smile betrayed no other emotion as he gently remarked. Esteemed elders, there is no need for such concern. Your intentions are solely for the betterment of the Yi family. After all, his father remained the head of the Yi clan, and he could not afford to place his parents in a difficult position. Indeed, upon uttering this sagacious sentiment, he was met with a wave of flattery that surged forth like a tide. With a smile that radiated warmth, Father Yi inquired, Chongqing, the reason I summoned you today is to understand the method by which you have cultivated your physical form to such an extraordinary level. It is not only I who am intrigued, the esteemed elders share a profound curiosity as well. Should this technique prove to be widely applicable, it may elevate the strength of our Yi family to unprecedented heights. Yi Chongqing naturally understood that his previous performance had already piqued the elders' interest in his method of physical cultivation. With so many eyes upon him, they would likely not relinquish their curiosity without an explanation. If it were only his parents, they would certainly not inquire further. This matter is also related to the rewards I obtained from shattering the heavenly Tao steel. As you all know, on that day after the steel was broken, This young master acquired a physical cultivation technique as a reward from the heavenly Tao. It is precisely through this technique that I have been able to cultivate my body to its current state. However, this technique originates from the heavenly Tao, and there seems to be an inherent restriction preventing me from disclosing its contents. I hope the esteemed elders can understand. Yi Changsheng began speaking untruths effortlessly, showing little inclination to share his cultivation techniques. He was no benevolent figure, and the training of the immortal body of endless tribulations was indeed exceedingly stringent, requiring one to first attain the indestructible golden body. The elders whispered among themselves, and surprisingly, there was scant skepticism regarding Yi Changsheng's explanation. They held a deep reverence for the heavenly Tao, often exhibiting a blind faith in matters pertaining to it. Although the crowd expressed a sense of regret, they did not doubt the authenticity of Yi Changsheng's words, much to the relief of his father. He had been genuinely concerned that this foolish child might, in a moment of impulsiveness, divulge such a formidable cultivation technique. This was the foundation of their future livelihood and should not be revealed lightly. The assembly acknowledged that the heavenly Tao is finite, and the techniques practiced by Changsheng were not easily replicated. Hence, it was prudent to refocus their efforts on alternative strategies to bolster the strength of the Yi family. This decision met with unanimous agreement, and soon they turned their attention to other matters. Yi Changsheng attended a session and observed a significant transformation in the situation of the Yi family. Previously, due to the emergence of a prodigy from Central Continent, the local forces in Eastern Continent had turned their backs on the Yi family, severing their alliances. However, after Yi Changsheng's remarkable victory over Ing Wuji and the subsequent revelation of his father's ninth-stage Void Emperor prowess, these sacred sects finally recognized the vast chasm that separated them from the Yi family. The ethereal influence of a Central Continent force paled in comparison to the formidable presence of Ye's father right before their eyes. Consequently, they begrudgingly lowered their pride and expressed their desire to restore cooperation with the Yi family. Chapter 42. The unchanging amidst the changing. The elders deliberated for quite some time, unanimously agreeing that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. If they failed to impart a profound lesson to those individuals, they might very well become fair-weather friends in the future. As the discussions reached their conclusion, Yi Changsheng found himself unexpectedly assigned an honorable task. In the following days, he would accompany his father to reclaim every single item owed to the Yi family by several key forces. Initially, he was extremely reluctant to participate, but the incessant buzzing of the elders, akin to persistent flies, left him with no choice but to acquiesce. As the meeting concluded and he exited the grand hall, Yi Yao suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Changsheng helplessly remarked, "No, how is it that you are everywhere? Brother, I am your sister. Can't you spare some time to play with me?" Yi Yao pouted her small lips, her face clouded with displeasure, as if she could balance an oil bottle on them. "Go play with your girlfriends. My brother has matters to attend to." Yi Changsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. However, just as he turned his head, Yi Yu suddenly emerged from behind him and exclaimed, "Brother, odd changes do not alter the even. Pay close attention." Yi Changsheng instinctively continued the sentence, but as soon as he spoke, he was filled with regret. The words seemed to be inscribed like a curse deep within his bones, a response that any middle school student from his past life could effortlessly provide without a second thought. Yi Yu dashed over suddenly, grasping his arm with a mischievous expression on her face. "Brother, this time I heard everything quite clearly. Are you still going to feign ignorance?" "No. What I meant to say just now was take a good look at the quadrant." Yi Yu interrupted his voice, her expression brimming with an uncontrollable excitement. "You, like me, hail from that place, right?" Yi Changsheng covered her mouth with his hand and, after glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he let out a sigh of relief. "You little rascal, do you really wish to expose all my secrets? Do not speak of such matters carelessly. With the occurrence of time travel and rebirth, who knows what other dangers might be lurking?" Yi Yu quickly nodded, indicating that she would refrain from speaking recklessly any further. Indeed, after Yi Changsheng released his grip, she did not utter those matters again. Yi Changsheng murmured, "Let us return to the chamber for a discussion." Upon their arrival at the secluded courtyard, they found Gu Qingyi preoccupied with her own matters and had already departed, thus sparing him the trouble of dismissing her. The siblings sat across from each other at the table, their expressions tinged with gravity. "Yao Yao, since you have discerned the truth, I shall not conceal it any longer. You are indeed correct. I am a soul hailing from another realm. Your ability to pose such a question indicates that you must originate from the same place as I. Am I not right?" Yi Yao took a deep breath, and suddenly tears welled up in her bright, sparkling eyes. "Yes, brother, I am just like you." Having traversed from the blue planet, Yu Changxing suddenly felt a sense of relief born from shared suffering. At least he was not traversing this world alone. There was a companion by his side. By the way, Yao Gao, what were you doing in your previous life? I was attending school, she replied. And what about your family? My parents were working, and I have an elder brother. Yu Changxing was suddenly taken aback. Brother? He had a sister in his previous life as well. At this thought, a tremor coursed through his heart. Yao Yao, what was your name in your past life? I am called Yi Yao. Then, where does your family reside? Yi Yao expressed her confusion as she recited the address that tumbled from her lips. At that moment, Yi Changxing felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness. Yao Yao, I am your real brother. Yes, in this lifetime, you are indeed my brother, and our blood ties remain intact. No, I mean I was your brother in our previous life. Yi Changxing, filled with excitement, uttered these words, instantly causing Yi Yao's eyes to widen in disbelief. Wait, are you truly my biological brother? How could it be otherwise? When you were 5, someone snatched your lollipop, and I stood up for you, resulting in us both receiving a beating. At 7, you failed to complete your homework, and I assisted you, leading to our parents being summoned. And at 9, when you and me Gio had an accident, it was I who personally washed your clothes. Stop. No need to elaborate further. I acknowledge you are indeed my brother. Yao stared with a pair of lifeless eyes, her earlier excitement swiftly dissipating into a complex embarrassment. She had thought she had encountered a fellow townsman, only to realize it was her older brother from a past life. This revelation meant that all her past blunders were known to him. With this thought, Yao's gaze suddenly turned perilous. After revealing their identities, the bond that already existed between them grew even stronger, completely dissolving the sense of estrangement stemming from their otherworldly backgrounds. They engaged in lengthy conversations about family matters and shared a heartfelt moment of tears. Then, Yu Changxing suddenly remarked, by the way, Yao Yao, your cultivation talent in this life is quite remarkable. You must not let it go to waste. Dedicate yourself to your training, and perhaps one day you can become a formidable woman for your brother to rely on. Yi Yao hesitated, words unspoken. Yu Changxing discerned her hesitance and could not help but chuckle. Sister, is there anything you feel too shy to share with me? Brother. It's not that I do not cultivate. Yi Yao glanced around and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Brother, I actually possess a system. A system? Yu Changxing widened his eyes in disbelief. What kind of system do you possess, my dear? It can't possibly be one that merely solicits advice, can it? No. It's a laid-back system. I need not cultivate. As long as I remain idle, my cultivation will continuously advance, and I shall encounter neither bottlenecks nor barriers. Goodness. So you're implying that you can simply rely on others? Indeed. How outrageous. Yi Changxing suddenly felt a profound sense of imbalance within himself. Despite both having traversed realms, why must his awakened system toil endlessly to accomplish tasks in order to receive rewards, while some matters necessitate personal cultivation? Is it true that heaven favors the nurturing of sons through hardship while indulging daughters in luxury? Silently lamenting this unfairness, he managed to force a smile that betrayed his discontent. Very well, you may continue to languish, he thought. The two engaged in an open-hearted conversation, solidifying their goals for the future. Having been granted a second chance at life, they vowed to savor each moment. In the days that followed, Yi Yao busied herself, frequently visiting Yu Changxing, engaging in conversations about various topics from all corners of the world. As a girl who had been well protected since childhood, she possessed intelligence, yet found herself overwhelmed and melancholic in the face of such circumstances. Yi Changxing, as her only truly trustworthy relative, became her confidant and safe haven. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, atop the floating square of the Yi family, a jade palanquin drawn by 9 hybrid azure dragons came to rest at the center, surrounded by a throng of elders who had gathered to bid farewell. Yi Fu and Yu Changxing stood beside the dragon carriage, cheerfully greeting the crowd. Chapter 43, A Demand for Repayment. The Grand Elder spoke with a solemn expression, Master. Young Master, you must exercise caution on this journey. Although the Master is at the level of a Void Emperor, carelessness may still lead to unforeseen mishaps. Father Yi nodded with a smile, assuring the Grand Elder, rest assured, in the realm of Dongzhou, there are few things that could pose a threat to me. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, yet they resonated with an undeniable spirit of ambition and profound self-assurance. Upon hearing this, the elders began to lavish praises upon the father and son, adorning them with compliments of the highest order. Yi Changxing found the situation rather tedious and forced a smile as he reminded, Father, esteemed elders, it is getting late. Shall we embark on our journey? Indeed. The young master speaks wisely. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return, they responded in unison. Exactly. May the head of the family and the young master have a smooth journey, they added as the two ascended into the dragon carriage, which soared into the sky amidst the thunderous roar of the azure dragon. Initially, the Yi family had intended to dispatch a formidable force to accompany the two, intending to instill fear among the various factions. However, this proposal was promptly dismissed by Ye's father. His rationale was quite straightforward, given the strength of the family head. Any faction with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from such foolish actions. Furthermore, mobilizing a large army would entail significant losses, and doing so merely for the sake of ostentation seemed excessively wasteful. Isn't it more reliable for me and my son to stand before their gates than to bring forth an army? The elders pondered this and ultimately concurred with his viewpoint. Within the dragon carriage, the journey began. Ye's father hummed a little tune, appearing quite relaxed and content. Yi Changxing felt a slight sense of unease. After all, he was accompanying his father to collect a debt, and if things turned violent, they were merely two against many, which left them feeling somewhat insecure. Changxing, why are you so anxious? I am not anxious. Do you not trust your father? It is not that. It is just that this is my first time engaging in such matters, and I cannot shake off the feeling of being an accomplice to something nefarious. Ye's father could not help but burst into hearty laughter. In the midst of their casual conversation, the dragon carriage arrived at the entrance of the first formidable faction's mountain gate. The oppressive aura had long been sensed, and thus, numerous figures floated in the air before the mountain gate. As the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ye's father, accompanied by Yi Changxing, stood poised in the air, and a resonant wave of sound instantly spread forth. The head of the Yi family, accompanied by my son, has come to pay a visit to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. The might of his cultivation allowed this proclamation to echo across miles, clearly audible throughout the entire Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. From the mountains behind, several streaks of rainbow light flickered and swiftly ascended into the sky. Leading them was a diminutive figure clad in flowing robes, whose face was obscured by a fearsome, demonic mask. I, Yu, the master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, humbly greet the great Emperor Yi. As a prominent force in the Eastern continent, renowned for its assassination prowess, the master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion exhibited an unexpectedly respectful demeanor upon encountering Ye's father. Ye's father nodded calmly, perceiving nothing amiss in this scene. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor Yi. May I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit to our Tianying Pavilion today? If there is any way we can assist, our Tianying Pavilion will certainly do our utmost. The attitude of the pavilion master was markedly humble, especially considering that they were among the first factions to sever ties with the Yi family. Ye's father spoke calmly. The purpose of my visit today is quite straightforward. 30 years ago, your Tianying Pavilion borrowed a substantial quantity of medicinal pills, provisions, and source stones from my Yi family, with the agreement to repay threefold after 20 years. Now, a decade has passed beyond the stipulated time. It is high time that my Yi family is repaid. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing these words, the members of Tianying Pavilion fell into an immediate silence. The higher-ups had previously deliberated on the potential repercussions of their prior actions and had anticipated the Yi family's retaliation, yet they did not expect such swift retribution. The master of Tianying Pavilion remained silent for a few moments before slowly responding. Esteemed Emperor Yi, we of Tianying Pavilion naturally remember this matter. However, not long ago, due to certain circumstances, our pavilion has expended a significant amount of resources and has not yet recovered. I wonder if you could show mercy and grant us 5 years' time. By then, we will gather sufficient resources and personally deliver them to the Yi family. Ye's father cast a glance at him, and although his gaze bore no semblance of intimidation, it sent a jolt of trepidation through the heart of the Lord of the Shadow Pavilion. My esteemed Lord, I have come to deliver a message, not to engage in deliberation. Do you comprehend? The profits your Shadow Pavilion accrued during the collaboration with the Yi family far surpass the worth of this batch of resources, do they not? The recent price you paid was a consequence of your dealings with the individuals from Central Continent, resulting in both loss of assets and personnel, was it not? You would rather bestow your goods upon the denizens of Central Continent than forge an alliance with the Yi family. What merit is there in such actions? The Lord of the Shadow Pavilion's eyes flickered beneath his mask, grappling with the formidable demands imposed by Ye's father. Ethically, they were indeed at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, they were confronted by a virtual emperor, one who stood precariously close to the threshold of the Heavenly Emperor. Though they had yet to witness his prowess, the sheer level of his rank made the disparity abundantly clear. Ye's father was rather reluctant to squander time. The Lord of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion pondered for a moment and urged for a prompt response, as there were other matters that demanded his attention. Beads of sweat adorned the Lord's forehead, though the mask concealed his distress. He stammered for what seemed like an eternity, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. What? Do you not wish to honor the agreement? Ye's father cast a cold glance, and the imperceptible aura of a great emperor pressed down upon the Lord of Tianying Pavilion, causing him to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated. Ha ha! Brother Yi graces our Tianying Pavilion with his presence. It is indeed a tremendous honor. A white-bearded elder clad in coarse robes stepped forth, seemingly traversing the air with ease, as if the very space around him contracted with each stride. Swiftly approaching the Lord of Tianying Pavilion. He, Brother Yi, I trust you have been well. Ye's father squinted his eyes, casting a cold glance at the white-bearded old man. Heavenly Shadow, I have no time for idle chatter with you. Will you return what you owe or not? Speak promptly. Upon hearing Ye's father's address, the members of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion became agitated. They had long heard tales of a venerable elder with unparalleled cultivation hidden within their ranks, who would only emerge in times of dire crisis. Little did they expect that the hidden powerhouse was none other than the founding master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. At Ye's father's words, the smile on the old man's face diminished somewhat. Brother Yi, I am well aware that the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has wronged the Yi family in the past. If you are willing, we would like to present a gift to make amends for the previous disruption in our cooperation. What do you think? Despite facing the esteemed second-ranked quasi-emperor of the Eastern continent, Ye's father showed no intention of relenting. Heavenly Shadow, I have made myself perfectly clear. I am here today to reclaim what the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion owes my Yi family, not to negotiate compensation. Just return what is owed. I have no desire to quibble over the details. Chapter 44, Eastern Continent in Turmoil. It is worth noting that the resources the Yi family lent to the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion were not insignificant. At that time, it was during this old man's crucial moment of advancement, and the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion was in dire need of resources, prompting them to seek assistance from various major factions. Unfortunately, accustomed to the business of assassination, they had many enemies and few allies willing to help, resulting in a meager collection of resources. In desperation, the current master of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion personally approached the Yi family, promising certain conditions, and finally secured ample resources from them. Though this favor cannot be said to be a timely assistance, it at least warranted the title of benefactor. To their astonishment, not only did they fail to return the resources after a span of 30 years, but they also betrayed the Yi family after reaping benefits from them. It is no wonder that the Yi family could hardly bear such a loss. Thus, this was the reason behind Ye's father's unwavering stance. The Heavenly Shadow old man's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Ye's father. The sum in question was no trivial matter, if it were indeed to be repaid threefold. It would be a severe loss for the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. Brother Yi, the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion has indeed erred in the past, and I have reprimanded him and the senior members of the pavilion. As the saying goes, forgive where you can forgive. You, Brother Yi, are a person of great cultivation and profound abilities. Must you cling so tightly to these trivial matters? Father Yi could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! You old devil of the Tianying sect, do you not find your words utterly ridiculous? You and your sect have yet to repay the debts owed to the Yi family, and subsequently you have secretly betrayed us. Now, when I come to reclaim what is rightfully ours, dismissing past grievances, you still dare to say that I am being petty over trivial matters. The smile on Ye's father's face abruptly vanished, his tone turning icy in an instant. Do you believe that I, as well as the Yi family, can be easily bullied? Such an aggressive demeanor immediately rendered the old man from Tianying visibly uncomfortable. You brother, I respect your profound cultivation and your position as the head of the Yi family. However, if you truly intend to drive my Tianying pavilion to a dead end, do not blame me for being impolite. Father Yi seemed to have heard an immensely amusing joke, laughing heartily in a manner that was quite rare. Yi Chongqing felt that this old man was rather oblivious to the peril he was courting, although he was not entirely aware of the formidable prowess of a ninth-stage Void Emperor. He understood that the disparity between realms could often be as vast as the heavens and the earth. This old fellow was not even a Void Emperor. What audacity did he possess to utter such words? You truly are foolish, Tianying old ghost. Today, I shall compel you to submit to the Tianying pavilion. What say you? Humph. The Tianying old ghost let out a cold snort, and a dense black mist enveloped him, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that soared into the sky. I have now reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage. Even if I am not your match, can I not at least impede your advance? Ye's father wore a peculiar expression, staring intently at the old ghost of Tianying for a considerable time before he shook his head and sighed. Ah, indeed. The saying the ignorant are fearless holds true. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Changxing felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. As if he were on the brink of a fatal demise. This sense of impending doom came without reason, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Casting a glance behind him, he discovered that the old ghost of Tianying had extended a hand, seemingly grasping at the air before him. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy from his body, the old ghost behaved as though he were being throttled, his peak Imperial level cultivation proving utterly ineffectual. As he struggled like a mere mortal, his face flushed and limbs flailing. Do you not realize, he thought, that before my true form, you are but an insignificant insect? With a calm and derisive scoff, Yifu nonchalantly waved his hand, discarding the old ghost of Tianying as one would toss away refuse. In an instant, his figure vanished. And shortly thereafter, a resounding explosion echoed from the highest peak of Tianying Pavilion. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the renowned Tianying peak began to fracture slowly from the center before the summit plummeted downward. The entire scene fell into a profound silence, broken only by the thunderous roar of colliding rocks. Yi Changxing's heart raced with increasing intensity, his gaze ablaze with fervor. This was the realm of the emperor. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage stood powerless before his venerable father. The members of the Tianying Pavilion were left in a daze, their souls seemingly lost as they stared at the fractured peak of the mountain. The father of Yi leisurely clapped his hands and continued to smile as he inquired, "Is your Tianying Pavilion still unwilling to repay the debts owed to the Yi family?" The startled master of Tianying Pavilion shivered involuntarily, hastily nodding and bowing in obsequiousness. "Your Majesty, you jest. Our Tianying Pavilion has always been a paragon of gratitude. We shall certainly repay what we owe to the Yi family." It was no trifling matter, for even their own ancestor had been tossed around like a mere toy. To truly provoke the individual before him would likely result in the annihilation of Tianying Pavilion with but a single strike. After making this promise, he suddenly appeared somewhat troubled. "However, Your Majesty, Tianying Pavilion is currently facing significant constraints. Even if I were to offer myself in sacrifice, we would still struggle to gather those resources. Might I propose that we compensate you with 2/3 of the owed amount today? Rest assured, within 5 days. Just 5 days. I shall personally gather the necessary items and deliver them to the Yi family as an apology." Father Yi smiled and nodded with a twinkle in his eye. "Indeed. It is the younger generation that displays greater wisdom. As for that old wretch from the Tianying sect, today, this esteemed one shall surely bring the Tianying Pavilion to its demise." The master of the Tianying Pavilion, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly offered his apologies. Yifu suddenly set his gaze upon Yi Changxing. "Changxing, would you undertake a certain task for me?" Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback. His mind engulfed in confusion as he inquired, "Father, what does this have to do with me? They are unable to produce the resources, and you are merely granting them an opportunity. You are now a renowned genius in the Eastern continent. It is only through relentless honing and battle that one can truly shine and forge a smoother path ahead. If you are willing, I could have their younger generation suppress their cultivation, engaging you solely in physical combat. Should they emerge victorious, the triple resources would be nullified, and they would only need to return what was originally theirs. Conversely, if they are defeated, we shall adhere to the previous terms. What do you think?" Yi Changxing found himself in a predicament. He understood that his father had his best interests at heart. Yet the involvement of the Yi family made him feel somewhat anxious about bearing such responsibility. "Father, it's not that I am unwilling, but this matter pertains to the future of our Yi family. Is it not somewhat burdensome to place this on my shoulders?" "Changxing, the future of the Yi family does not rest solely upon these matters. It resides within us, within you, and within the youth of the Yi family," his father replied calmly. Those words dispelled the hesitation that lingered in Yi Changxing's heart. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, "Very well, I shall heed your wisdom." A radiant smile spread across Ye's father's face as he turned to the master of Tianying Pavilion and remarked, "You have heard these words as well, have you not? If your disciples from Tianying Pavilion can vanquish my son, they need only repay the borrowed resources. However, if my son emerges victorious, we shall adhere to the original agreement. What say you?" Chapter 45. a father and son collecting debts. At this moment, a voice echoed in Yi Changshan's mind. Emanating from the system, task, defeat the young prodigy of Tianying Pavilion difficulty, relatively easy danger level, low reward, intermediate gift package. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. Just as his father had asserted, it is only through relentless trials that one can truly advance. Merely relying on system rewards would be futile. Even if one's cultivation were to increase, lacking combat experience would render them akin to a child wielding a knife, with a greater likelihood of self-infliction. Furthermore, the activation of a system task meant that victory would yield double rewards, an opportunity too enticing to overlook. The master of Tianying Pavilion gazed earnestly at Yi Changxing, cautiously inquiring. Prince, I wonder if you... Yi Changxing nodded. I agree, as long as I can be defeated. My father will certainly honor his word. Very well, thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Changxing. The master of Tianying Pavilion was instantly filled with excitement. If the resources could be spared threefold. Although it would cause some discomfort to Tianying Pavilion, it would not pose a significant challenge. Despite the widespread knowledge of Yi Changxin's formidable physical prowess after his victory over the genius Wen Wujin from Zhangzhou, it seemed from the conversation between the father and son that they were prepared for a war of attrition. The Tianying Pavilion was not without its chances of success. Considering this, the master of Tianying Pavilion hastily added, Excuse me, Master Yi, young Master Changxing, are there any restrictions on the number of participants in our wager? Yi's father remained silent, entrusting the power of choice to Yi Changxing. Yi Changxing pondered for a moment before speaking. 3 participants will suffice, if we suffer 3 consecutive defeats. Any additional numbers would be of no consequence. Indeed, we shall heed the young master's words. The leader of the Tianying Pavilion promptly acquiesced. In a one-on-one confrontation, they truly could not find anyone within the Tianying Pavilion capable of matching Yi Changxin's physical prowess. However, in a series of battles, the outcome remained uncertain. With a wave of his hand, Father Yu conjured a chair behind him. Go ahead, you have a quarter of an hour to find someone. Do not waste time. Yes. Once the master of Tianying Pavilion had departed, Father Yi looked at Yi Changxing with a sense of satisfaction and said, Changxing, I used to worry that you might become despondent due to your inability to cultivate, but now it seems I need not fret. Remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. Challenges and failures are commonplace. Do not burden your heart too heavily. Simply do your best. Even if you face defeat, it matters not. At least you will gain some combat experience. Do you understand? Yi Changxing nodded solemnly, assuring his father, Rest assured, Father, I shall certainly do my utmost and will not allow failure to affect my spirits. It was no jest. In his previous life, he had endured countless hardships, and his heart had long been tempered to an unyielding resilience. Such an opportunity, bolstered by a powerful ally, would not weigh heavily on his conscience. More importantly, it seemed that the peculiar martial arts technique could be attempted from this moment onward. Before long, the master of Tianying Pavilion returned, accompanied by the somewhat pallid Tianying old ghost and 3 young men bearing serious expressions. Upon seeing Yi's father, Tianying old ghost instinctively averted his gaze. Just moments prior, he had been bested in a single move, shattering his own pavilion's iconic peak, a humiliation that felt akin to losing face in front of his grandmother. It was only then that he truly understood the vast disparity between them. The master of Tianying Pavilion respectfully addressed Yi's father, saying, Master Yi, these are 3 promising juniors of my Tianying Pavilion. I hope the young master can offer them guidance. Yi's father nodded noncommittally. Come, quickly pay your respects to the head of the Yi family and the young master of longevity. After ushering the 3 young individuals to bow, the master of Tianying Pavilion carefully inquired, Young master of longevity, when do you propose we commence this competition? Let it begin now, came the response. Yi Changxing smiled and responded, not allowing his father's presence to diminish his regard for others. A stark contrast to his earlier haughty demeanor when he had triumphed over Wu Ji. The group descended upon the open space before the mountain gate, where Ye's father remained seated in an imposing armchair. With a gentle wave of his hand, a binding force enveloped Yu Changxing and several talented individuals from the Tianying Pavilion, rendering them unable to harness their spiritual powers. However, this restriction bore little consequence for Yu Changxing. Once preparations were complete, the ancient specter of Tianying surprisingly took on the role of referee, wary of Yu Changxing's potential to inflict severe harm on his own juniors, as well as concerned that they might recklessly provoke a serious injury upon themselves. Although Ye's father was present, it still did not provide the same comfort as witnessing the events unfold with his own eyes. Who from the Tianying Pavilion would step forth? The ancient specter inquired. And immediately, a rather somber young man clad in black robes advanced. I am Lei Fingxing from Tianying Pavilion, here to seek guidance from Brother Changxing. Yi Changxing maintained his smile, concealing his true thoughts, and nodded slightly, saying, Brother Lei, please. The duel begins. With the command of the old ghost Tianying. Lei Feng's aura transformed into an exceptionally fierce presence, his already somber face growing even more indifferent, with a sharp exclamation. The ground beneath Lei Feng erupted into a massive pit, and his figure vanished from sight. Yi Changxing narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his right hand to deftly intercept the calf of Lei Fingxing, who was sweeping towards him. In their initial encounter, Lei Fingxing harbored some trepidation regarding Yi Changxing's formidable reputation, approaching the clash with a sense of caution and exploration. Yet, despite having restrained some of his strength, he felt as though his leg had collided with an indomitable divine iron, leaving his bones reverberating with pain. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his strike, Lei Fingxing swiftly withdrew. From this brief exchange, he gleaned that Yi Changxing's ability to triumph over Ing Wujie was undoubtedly rooted in genuine prowess. Thus, he dared not underestimate his opponent. His body crackled with electric energy while the winds howled, for he had cultivated the renowned wind and thunder body, which was well known throughout the eastern continent. The might of thunder tempered his physique, while the essence of wind permeated his being. Practitioners possessing this physique naturally exuded the forces of wind and thunder in their movements, rendering their attacks both formidable and astonishingly swift, making them exceedingly challenging adversaries. Yi Changxing curiously observed the thunderous radiance enveloping Lei Fingxing, and suddenly peculiar thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Could this individual possibly be the legendary Thunder Law King? In his previous life, he must have been capable of withstanding several hundred volts of high-voltage electricity, wouldn't he? As he pondered this, a malevolent wind quietly approached. Yi Changxing instinctively reached out and intercepted Lei Fingxing's fist. This scene caused Lei Fingxing's pupils to constrict in an instant. His wind and thunder body was renowned for its extraordinary speed. Even cultivators of higher realms found it challenging to keep pace with such lightning-like swiftness. Yet now, not only had Yi Changxing matched his attack, but he had also effortlessly blocked it. Crackle! A sudden surge of intense and blinding arcs of electricity erupted from Lei Fingxing's arm, intending to paralyze Yi Changxing's limb with the power of thunder and seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, the arcs of electricity that struck Yi Changxing did not harm him. Instead, they imparted a delightful tingling sensation. Chapter 46. The Celestial Shadow's Absolute Body. Hiss. This sensation was akin to a gentle massage, perfectly balanced in pressure, causing him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Truly refreshing. Yi Changxing felt a surge of admiration, even wishing that Lei Fingxing's electrotherapy could endure a little longer, thus refraining from taking immediate action. However, this demeanor was misinterpreted by Lei Fingxing, who believed that Yi Changxing was suffering from the pain inflicted by his own lightning. Stifling cries of anguish. In the next moment, instead of attempting to free himself from Yi Changxing's grip, he swung his right fist with force, aiming directly at Yi Changxing's face. He was utterly convinced that if this punch landed, even Yi Changxing, with his ironclad head, would be momentarily dazed. Ah! How peculiar that this fellow preferred to strike the face when fighting. Yi Changxing murmured to himself as he effortlessly waved aside Lei Fingxing's fist. To the astonishment of those watching, he leaned back slightly, and with a resounding bang, Lei Fingxing's head was abruptly thrown back, propelling him through the air until he landed several dozen feet away. After casually touching his forehead and finding no strange remnants, Yi Changxing finally exhaled with relief. The members of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion had already gathered around. Blood oozed from Lei Fingxing's nose and mouth, his eyes rolled back in his head, clearly rendered unconscious by Yi Changxing's forceful headbutt. The first match ended in defeat for the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion. After a few disciples carried the limp Lei Fingxing away, the old ghost of Heavenly Shadow twitched at the corners of his mouth and turned to the remaining two disciples. Who among you will take the next challenge? The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, the one on the right, a muscular man with a shaved head and bare torso, stepped forward. I am Su Ming, practitioner of the fierce Vajra body. I humbly request guidance from young Master Changxing. Despite his imposing physique, his voice was unexpectedly deep and resonant, contrasting sharply with his appearance. The old ghost of Heavenly Shadow then asked, Young Master Yi, do you require a moment to rest? Me? No, let us continue, came the prompt reply. Yi Changxing fervently declined, his mind divided as he sensed the internal cultivation technique gradually commencing its operation. With the old ghost of Tianying issuing the command to begin once more, the hearts of the 1,000 disciples of the Tianying Pavilion were suspended in trepidation. Lei Fengxing, their third senior brother of this generation, renowned for his wind thunder physique, had not managed to land a single blow against Yu Changxing, revealing a disparity so vast as to evoke despair. Su Meng appeared somewhat demure, yet when he bellowed, his booming voice startled Yi Changxing into a jolt. Good heavens! Brother Su, with a voice like that, why not serve as the foreman for our Yi family's spiritual mine instead of engaging in cultivation? He could not help but jest. Su Meng, however, remained impervious to the banter, his head down as he charged forward with unwavering determination. Despite his large stature, his speed was not to be underestimated. Ordinarily, such swiftness would render him but a plaything in Yi Changxing's presence. Yet, he did not shy away from the impending confrontation. Rather, he took a step forward, slightly crouched, his hands poised at his waist to gather strength. In an instant, they were upon each other. Kill! Su Meng's neck pulsed with veins, and his fist, as large as a cooking pot, cut through the air with a chilling wind directed at Yu Changxing. The ferocity of his attack resembled that of a demonized ape. Utterly terrifying. In the face of the oncoming, forceful punch, Yi Changxing neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his right fist with all his might. Crack! The collision of the two produced a sharp sound, causing Yi Changxing's feet to sink into the ground. In contrast, Su Meng's previously ferocious countenance suddenly contorted in agony as he knelt on the ground, clutching his right arm, beads of sweat glistening on his shining forehead. Yi Changxing possesses an indomitable physical form, capable of clashing head-on with the sacred body of the Qingjiao of Zhongzhou without faltering, and even asserting an undeniable advantage. Against such a formidable opponent, Su Meng stands no chance in direct confrontation. The disciples and higher-ups of the Tianying Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Witnessing their own young prodigy being taken away by the pavilion master for treatment, all the while swallowing hard. Could they truly vanquish such a terrifying figure? This doubt permeated not only the minds of the younger disciples, but also lingered in the heart of Lin Jueying, the last prodigy of the Tianying Pavilion and a distinguished member of its younger generation. Although Lei Fengxing and Su Meng may not be inferior to him, the gap between them was negligible. Yet, Yi Changxing's effortless superiority over these two left him feeling insecure. The old ghost of Tianying discerned the hesitation and slight trepidation in his junior, unable to suppress a sigh within. Had he known the chasm between the quasi-emperor and the virtual emperor was so vast, he would have refrained from provoking the head of the Yi family so recklessly. Perhaps a more amiable discussion could have lessened their debts. Now, the apex powerhouse proved to be beyond their reach, with their younger generation suffering consecutive defeats. Observing this situation, a third loss seemed imminent. Contemplating these matters, he exchanged a glance with the pavilion master, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Unlike the impulsiveness displayed by the previous two, Lin Jueying approached Yu Changxing with measured steps, clasping his hands respectfully and stating, "Brother Yi, your talent and experience in the realm of physical prowess are beyond my reach, hence I do not dare to hope for victory. I merely wish to engage you in a single exchange of blows. Should you remain undefeated after that, I shall concede." Lin Jueying's tone was remarkably gentle, entirely uncharacteristic of an assassin trained by the pavilion, and rather reminiscent of a disciple from the paths of Buddhism or Taoism. Yi Changxing regarded him with a favorable impression. Nodding in agreement, "Well, Brother Lin is so straightforward. I shall not hesitate any longer. Please, make your move." Lin Jueying responded with a soft murmur, taking a slight step back as a swirling, profound black mist began to emanate from his body. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye's father let out a surprised exclamation. "Old ghost of Tianying, I did not anticipate that your Tianying Pavilion would produce such a remarkable talent in this generation. The ability to cultivate the Tianying absolute body is indeed promising for a future emperor." Hearing Ye's father's commendation, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across the old ghost of Tianying's face. "Your praise is unwarranted, Emperor Yi. The absolute shadow still falls short in comparison to longevity." He intended merely to express modesty, but Ye's father immediately interjected, "Indeed." The old ghost of Tianying's smile faltered abruptly, and he cleared his throat a few times to mask the awkwardness. In front of the mountain gate, as Lin Jueying activated the Tianying absolute body, the vital energy within him surged toward his right palm, causing his arm to appear swollen, with the veins prominently visible. Yi Changxing suddenly found himself intrigued. Lin Jueying indeed possessed some remarkable qualities, unlike the previous two who fell with a mere push. "Brother Yi, be cautious," Lin Jueying unexpectedly called out, even offering a warning before launching his attack. Jueying palm. Accompanied by a hushed gasp, Lin Jueying's form erupted into a cloud of dark mist. His right palm, infused with immense vitality and strength, seemed to transcend both time and space, appearing at Yi Changxing's chest in the very instant his figure vanished. Chapter 47. A visit to the door. Yi Changxing broke into a radiant smile, boldly stepping forward to meet the strike head-on with his chest. The impact was so powerful that his calves nearly sank into the ground, leaving behind a network of cracks akin to a riverbed. Moments later, Lin Jueying slowly withdrew his hand, a look of unreserved admiration gracing his face. "Indeed, Brother Yi is extraordinary. I concede defeat." Yi Changxing chuckled softly, sensing a newfound fluidity in the operation of his previously awkward technique. "Brother Lin, you were too modest. Your strike indeed left me quite sore." Akin to the blows from Ing Wuji, Lin Jueying was well aware that this was merely a polite remark from Yi Changxing. Nonetheless, being compared to the prodigies of Zhongzhou brought him a sense of joy. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yi jest. I cannot possibly compare to the talents of Zhongzhou. Fortunately, we have such an unparalleled genius as yourself in Dongzhou. Otherwise, those from Zhongzhou would surely walk all over us." The two exchanged compliments, fostering an atmosphere of great harmony. As the dust settled and the victor was determined, the members of the Tianying Pavilion, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept the outcome. Yi Changxing gently patted Lin Jueying's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lin, if you have some time, I invite you to visit our Yi family. I will ensure you have a delightful experience." He held a favorable impression of this young man and was eager to regard him as a friend. Lin Jueying immediately felt elated, his delicate features blushing slightly. "Brother Yi, are you truly sincere? May I really visit your esteemed Yi family?" Yi Changxing couldn't help but chuckle. "Of course, it's entirely possible. Our Yi family is not a treacherous place. What could possibly deter us?" Observing the two younger generations engaged in lively conversation, Ye's father revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Old ghost of Tianying, do you have any instructions for me?" The elderly Tianying inquired, hastily responding, careful not to show the slightest disrespect. "Moving forward, I would appreciate it if that young man could visit our Yi family more often." It appears that Changxing and he are enjoying a delightful exchange. The elderly Tianying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile, "Certainly. I shall ensure that Jueying frequents the Yi residence." "Very well. As for the resources owed by your Tianying pavilion, simply returning the principal will suffice." Upon finishing his words, Yifu did not wait for the old ghost Tianying to express his gratitude and called out to Yi Changxing, saying, "Changxing, let us proceed to the next establishment." Yi Changxing responded affirmatively. After bidding farewell to Lin Jueying, he was escorted by his father Yi onto the dragon spirit palanquin. "Brother Lin, do remember to visit the Yi family." The echoes of Yi Changxing's call gradually faded into the horizon, and Lin Jueying's smile was sincere and radiant. The old man Tianying approached him, sighed, and said, "Jueying, it would be beneficial for your future to spend more time with Yi Changxing." "Understood, Master Ancestor," Lin replied. The Yi family did not conceal their movements, thus attracting the attention of numerous factions upon their arrival at Tianying Pavilion. The unfolding events were swiftly relayed back by various spies. Even the esteemed peak of the Quasi-Emperor, the ancestor of Tianying, was vanquished by Ye's father with a single strike, leaving no one daring to question his prowess. Those factions that had previously betrayed the Yi family grew increasingly anxious, contemplating how to mend their relationships. Shortly thereafter, the dragon carriage arrived at another location. This was a remarkably vast and prosperous town, constructed through the capabilities of cultivators, accommodating a population of millions. While it was referred to as a city, it bore a closer resemblance to a small nation. At this moment, before an imposing and grand residence in the heart of the city, two mythical Pishio beasts lay quietly on the ground, their gently rising and falling abdomens revealing their vitality. Above the entrance, two plaques carved from spirit jade hung, inscribed with the powerful characters of Lu Mansion. This was the abode of the Lu family, the rulers of Qianye City. However, the once esteemed higher-ups of the Lu family, who were revered in Qianye City, now stood in the streets before the entrance, visibly anxious. At the forefront stood a man clad in resplendent attire, tall and robust, with thick brows and large eyes, adorned with a prominent mustache. He was Lu Haoran, the current head of the Lu family and the lord of Qianye City. "Head of the family, are the Yi family as father and son truly coming for us?" A senior member of the Lu family inquired in a hushed tone. Lu Haoran furrowed his brow and sighed, Alas, judging by their trajectory, it is undoubtedly our Lu family they are targeting. Is everything prepared? There are no errors, I trust. Everything is in order, just as they were conversing. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Lu Haoran's expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze upon the source of the sound. A celestial dragon loomed, exuding an overwhelming presence. After the dragon carriage came to a halt, Ye's father and Yi Changxing emerged from within. Junior Lu Haoran, accompanied by the Lu family members, pays his respects to the Yi family's great emperor and young master. Ye's father cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke calmly. Lu Haoran, you should understand the purpose of my visit, do you not? Lu Haoran immediately bowed. The younger generation is indeed aware. Everything has been meticulously prepared. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and several graceful and strikingly beautiful young women approached, each bearing a jade platter. Upon the 5 jade platters rested a ring each. Your Excellency, the resources that the Lu family borrowed from the Yi family, elixirs, spirit stones, formation plates, refining materials, and celestial herbs, have been categorized and stored within these storage rings. In accordance with our original agreement, I return them thrice over. Additionally, one portion is a token of goodwill from the Lu family, offered as an apology to you and the Yi family. Father Yi, non-committal, instructed Yi Changxing, put it away. Yi Changxing approached the 5 beautiful women, collecting the storage rings. Subsequently, he employed his divine sense to conduct a brief examination. Father, the quantity is accurate, and there is even an additional one. Indeed. Ye's father nodded and turned, making his way toward the dragon carriage while stating, from this moment forward, the Yi and Lu families owe each other nothing. Do not let me hear any news concerning my Yi family from you again. Yes, I shall certainly remember, Lu Haoran replied loudly, watching as the dragon carriage ascended into the sky, finally letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Master, why don't we follow the example of the Tianying Pavilion and have our young disciples compete against that young master of the Yi family? If we win, wouldn't we avoid expending so many resources? Lu Haoran glared fiercely at the speaker and retorted, when they propose it, it is called benevolence. When we propose it, it is called provocation. Do you understand? What gives you the notion that we have the leverage to negotiate with a 9th-tier Void Emperor? The speaker suddenly realized his folly and quickly apologized. Subsequently, Yi Changxing accompanied his father as they visited several influential factions, successfully reclaiming the resources owed to them, and even receiving an extra portion as a gesture of apology, marking a bountiful return. After the events of that day spread, the major factions in the Eastern continent were immediately thrown into turmoil. As a premier power, the Yi family has engaged with numerous factions across the Eastern continent, either extending assistance or receiving allegiance. Now, with the X stepping forth to reclaim debts, those with ulterior motives cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. In the following nearly half a month, Yi Changxing accompanied his father, traversing the land to recover what various factions owed to the Yi family. With the X's intervention, there was not a single voice of dissent in his wake. This endeavor was not merely about debt collection. It was also a demonstration of authority. In a fleeting moment, the name of the Yi father and son resonated throughout the Eastern continent, prompting all to scurry through their past dealings to ascertain any debts owed to the Yi family. After concluding dealings with the last faction, Yi Changxing was finally liberated from his arduous tasks and found time to rest. A few days later, in the secluded courtyard, Yi Changxing sat cross-legged upon the soft couch, his eyes tightly shut and brows slightly furrowed. At long last, he had unraveled the method of cultivation for the system's reward, the Dehuang Wu Jing. This was the coveted reward he had obtained from the supreme gift package following his battle with Wuji. Indeed, as he had anticipated, this reward was precisely what he desperately required, the cultivation technique for the Tai Huang ancient Tao body. The fundamental reason the Tai Huang ancient Tao body could not be cultivated was due to the alterations in the heavenly laws, which had resulted in significant transformations within the rules of the myriad worlds, thereby severing the pathway through which this constitution could absorb spiritual energy. The method outlined in the Dehuang Wu Jing seemed simple enough. It involved circumventing the restrictions imposed by the heavenly laws and establishing a small realm within oneself. I am the world, and the world is me. By positioning his body within his own world, he would, of course, remain unbound by external limitations. However, while this concept appeared straightforward, the execution was fraught with immense challenges. Creating a small realm within one's body was a feat that even his father, a formidable being at the Void Emperor level, could not guarantee to achieve. Naturally, such an endeavor could only become a possibility upon reaching a significantly advanced cultivation realm. Currently, He was leagues away from such a state and need not dwell on it. At present, the most pressing task was to follow the scripture's guidance, avoiding the constraints of the heavenly laws, and to cultivate the unique power system inherent to the Tai Huang ancient Tao body. Only through this could he gradually ascend to higher realms. Nonetheless, the cultivation method recorded within the texts was rather peculiar, leaving Yi Changsheng with a profound sense of bewilderment. To cultivate the Tai Huang ancient Tao body, one must endure continuous beatings. This would temporarily disrupt the constraints of the heavenly laws within his body, and over time, the impact could be lessened, thus allowing for the absorption of spiritual energy. Furthermore, once spiritual energy entered his body, it was imperative to blend it with the vitality of his flesh and blood, forming a unique force known as Huang Li, exclusive to the Tai Huang ancient Tao body. This would enable the continuous growth of his internal cultivation while simultaneously breaking the shackles of the heavenly laws from within. Thus, through this dual approach of enduring blows while cultivating, the Tai Huang ancient Tao body could progressively advance. Yi Changsheng agreed to duel with the genius of the Tianning Pavilion not only due to the system's task, but also because he yearned to ascertain the reliability of this particular cultivation method. Remarkably, after his battle with Lin Juying, he indeed absorbed a faint essence of the world's spiritual energy. This delighted Yi Changsheng immensely, prompting him to hastily merge it with his blood energy, hoping to cultivate a trace of spiritual power. Unfortunately, the amount of spiritual energy he had inhaled was too minimal. Before he could even mobilize his blood energy, it dissipated like smoke within his body. During this period, he devoted his thoughts to researching this matter, and at last, he began to see some clarity. After formulating his next plan, Yi Changsheng opened his eyes. Approaching the door, he instructed the maid, "If the young mistress inquires about me, tell her I am cultivating in the back mountain and urge her not to worry." Days later, a rumor suddenly circulated within the Yi family, claiming that something in the back mountain had seemingly become sentient, causing thunderous noises daily, likely the presence of some unnoticed ferocious beast. However, the back mountain was desolate, frequented only by those of low cultivation. Thus the rumors did not attract the attention of the higher-ups. Strangely, this tale reached Yi Yao's ears. Upon hearing the story from the maid, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Although burdened with a laid-back system, it was rather exhausting for a vibrant young girl to remain idle. A ferocious beast in the back mountain? I am quite curious to see what mischief it is up to. She boldly strapped a treasured sword to her back and filled her spatial ring with an array of magical artifacts. As Yi Yao would put it, this was a strategic underestimation of the enemy while tactically acknowledging their strength. Before long, she stealthily slipped into the forest of the back mountain. Every year, the Yi family dispatches formidable warriors to conduct a thorough sweep, ensuring that no perilous beasts lie in wait to endanger the younger generation of the clan. Consequently, apart from the docile spirit beasts that inhabit the mountains, there is scarcely anything that poses a threat. Hiss, where could this ferocious creature be concealed? If it does not emerge during the day, will my efforts be in vain? As Yi Yao walked, she murmured softly to herself, her eyes darting around the surroundings. The expanse of the back mountain was indeed vast. Alone, it would take her at least a couple of months to thoroughly explore it. Just as she pondered this, her ears perked up, and she suddenly turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Thud, thud, faint sounds of impact echoed from afar, suggesting the presence of something substantial. "Ha, I have caught you." Yi Yao let out a cheer and hurriedly rushed towards that direction. As the distance diminished, she gradually slowed her pace. The sound of the impact grew increasingly distinct, and it seemed as though the ground beneath her quivered slightly. Yi Yao took a deep breath, striving to calm her somewhat anxious heart. The commotion caused by that creature was undeniably significant, suggesting the presence of a formidable beast of considerable size. I must not act rashly. Instead, I should observe discreetly before making any decisions. If I sense that I am outmatched, I shall return home to seek assistance. Resolute in her determination, she utilized the dense foliage to conceal her presence and cautiously crept towards the source of the disturbance. An open glade emerged within the forest, leading further ahead to a vast expanse of perilous peaks. Yi Yao cautiously peered outside, shielding her head with a large leaf. However, upon discerning the specific circumstances beneath the mountain peak, her eyes widened in astonishment. This. Yi Changsheng crouched on the ground, his bare upper body glistening with sweat. Before him, the once towering and formidable cliff appeared ravaged by a calamity, pockmarked with numerous pits and scattered stones. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Changsheng rose once more. regulating his breath and channeling the vital energy throughout his body. He suddenly lowered his head and charged at the cliff like a raging bull. Bang! The dull thud of impact resonated continuously as Yi Yao stared blankly at her brother, who seemed to have lost his senses, repeatedly slamming his body against the rock face. Chapter 49. My brother has lost his mind. Moments later, feeling a slight ache radiating through his body, Yu Chongqing hurried into the room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, focusing his mind to absorb the spiritual energy of the world around him. Just as Yi Yao contemplated stepping outside to inquire about the commotion, a figure gracefully descended. Gu Qingyi landed softly, a bamboo basket in hand. Husband, please take a moment to rest and have something to eat. Yu Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, a faint yellow glow flickering within his pupils. Thank you, Qingyi, for bringing me meals every day, he remarked, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth as he eagerly dug into the food from the bamboo basket. Gu Qingyi shook her head gently, squatting gracefully beside him to retrieve a jade vial filled with spiritual liquid. Eat slowly, my husband. There is no need to rush. After soothing Yu Chongqing, she hesitated before asking, is your method of cultivation truly effective? It seems rather reckless to collide your body against stones. With unwavering confidence, Yu Chongqing replied, rest assured, Qingyi, I am well aware of what I am doing. This method is certainly beneficial. Otherwise, would it be as entertaining as it appears? He added, if you doubt it, feel free to test it. My physical strength seems to have increased compared to before. As she observed Yu Chongqing's outstretched arm, Gu Qingyi, albeit skeptically, channeled her spiritual energy and squeezed his arm, only to be astonished to discover that, indeed, his strength had noticeably improved. See? I didn't deceive you, did I? Seeing Yu Chongqing's beaming smile, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but be infected by his joy, her lips curling into a smile. Though her husband often seemed somewhat frivolous, he displayed a remarkable seriousness when faced with challenges, far from the superficial impression he gave. Despite his innate inability to cultivate, his indomitable spirit and refusal to yield earned both admiration and respect. Should he truly rise to become one of the foremost figures in Dongzhou through sheer physical prowess, then she could consider herself fortunate to have chosen the right companion in life. Lost in these tangled thoughts, Gu Qingyi unconsciously cast several glances at Yu Chongqing. Suddenly, she turned her head shyly, her fair complexion flushing with a rosy hue. His physique is truly impressive, she mused silently, attempting to suppress her bashful feelings. Just then, a sudden crack echoed in her ears. Who is it? Both spouses turned simultaneously. Gu Qingyi's brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, she released a wave of pale blue spiritual energy, obliterating several sturdy trees into splinters. Yi Yao, who had been stealthily attempting to sneak away, froze in place, awkwardly turning around after a moment, and sheepishly chuckled. Brother, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Please, continue. Yu Chongqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Girl, come here. After a lengthy exchange of banter, Yi Yao finally elucidated her purpose. Yu Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he remarked, all right. There are no ferocious beasts causing havoc in the mountains. It is merely my cultivation. Yi Yao widened her eyes. Brother, have you been knocked senseless? Who in their right mind would train by smashing their head against a rock? You little rascal, what do you know? This is a form of physical conditioning. The harder I hit now, the stronger I will be when I face blows in the future. Yu Chongqing retorted, then turned away and murmured, the young girl is far too youthful, still lacking in maturity. Yi Yao was utterly disinclined to pay him any heed, turning swiftly to dash towards the edge of the forest. You may continue your training. I have matters to attend to, she exclaimed, her voice trailing off. Before Yu Chongqing could call out, Yi Yao's figure had already vanished. This girl always rushes about when she is not attending to serious matters. Gu Qingyi couldn't help but smile. At her age, Yao Yao should be lively and spirited. If she were to grow up like me, it would be utterly dull. Yu Chongqing promptly replied, how fortunate you are to have grown into such a refined and gentle individual, possessing grace and intellect, far superior to the wild demeanor of that unruly girl. You truly have a sharp tongue, my dear husband, Gu Qingyi playfully retorted, and after tidying up the dishes, she gently said, then do focus on your cultivation, dear husband. I shall bring you lunch again in the afternoon. Very well, my diligent wife, he acknowledged. Yi Yao rushed home in one breath and headed straight to the council hall. Peering through the doorway, she observed that only her parents and a few elders were present. Just as she contemplated slipping away quietly, the voice of the grand elder, laced with amusement, rang out, Yao Yao, what are you sneaking a peek at? Realizing she had been caught, Yi Yao huffed in annoyance and strode boldly into the council hall. Upon seeing her unruly daughter, her mother glared, ready to administer a lesson. Father, mother, my brother has been rendered foolish by Ingwuji. Upon hearing this, the room fell into an immediate silence. Ye's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances for a moment before inquiring with genuine bewilderment. Yao Yao, could you please clarify what transpired? I just ventured to the back mountain and found that elder brother was incessantly ramming his head against the cliff. It was a genuine collision, with all his might behind it, as if he were about to shatter that small mountain. I am certain that Ingwuji has harmed him. Perhaps you should go and investigate for yourselves? Yi Yao's words left several individuals utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the situation at hand. The Grand Elder, in a state of profound astonishment, exclaimed, Yao Yao, surely you must be mistaken. Was it not the young master who struck that third prince upon the head? If anyone were to lose their wits, it ought to be him. Ah, Grand Elder, do not concern yourself with that. The fact remains that my brother has indeed become a fool. If you have the time, you should hasten to see for yourselves. I have pressing matters to attend to. So do take your time deliberating. Yi Yao spoke as she hurriedly exited the council hall, leaving her parents and the equally bewildered elders behind. The Grand Elder opened his mouth at a loss for words. Alas, I recall that this girl used to be quite obedient. What has transpired recently? She has been coming and going every day. Mother Yi sighed and shook her head, while Father Yi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, isn't this quite wonderful? In the past, that girl always preferred to be alone, appearing indifferent to everything around her. Now she is willing to engage with others. Surely, this is a positive development? After a moment of contemplation, Yi's mother found some merit in the words. Master, mistress, do you not wish to visit the young master? Though Yao Yao's remarks seemed somewhat absurd, matters concerning longevity warranted careful consideration. One must not be negligent. The elder's reminder jolted Ye's father and mother back to awareness. Indeed, it was a valid point. Mother Yi nodded and, as she rose, said, You all continue your conversation. I shall go and see what is truly happening with Chongqing. Shortly after, they arrived at the back mountain. Yimu followed the sound to the clearing and found Yi Chongqing persistently colliding with the mountain wall. A sight that filled her with both concern and amusement. Chongqing. Yi Chongqing, taken aback by the sound, turned around and exclaimed, Mother? What brings you here? Chapter 50, The Mastermind Behind the Rumors. The mother, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Silly child, Yao Yao mentioned that you were striking stones in the back mountain. I was concerned, so I came to check on you. Rest assured, mother, I am merely cultivating and not acting foolishly. Yi Chongqing chuckled heartily and paused to take several sips of water. My dear child, what kind of cultivation method is this? Are you not simply inviting hardship upon yourself? Yimu reproached him lightly, then approached and gently poked Yi Chongqing's skin, which glimmered with a deep golden hue, her face instantly reflecting astonishment. Is this a golden body? Since his last victory over Ingwuji, Yi Chongqing had ceased to conceal everything. Instead, revealing certain aspects to his parents would rather assure them. Mother, your insight is truly remarkable. Indeed, this is the indestructible golden body. Yi Chongqing proudly patted his chest, quickly adding, The martial arts technique rewarded by the heavenly path was truly remarkable. I succeeded after practicing for just a while. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet her gaze soon fell upon the bruises adorning his body, filling her with concern. Please be cautious during your training. Do not overexert yourself. Do you understand? I understand. Please do not worry, he reassured her. And if you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. I will surely find a way to procure it for you. Thank you, mother. Your child will remember your words. Yimu offered a few more words of advice before departing with a heart full of joy. Observing her son embark on his diligent journey, she, as a mother, felt a sense of relief. In the subsequent days, Yi Chongqing immersed himself in his cultivation, wholeheartedly dedicated to advancing his progress in the Great Wilderness Sutra. Half a month later, one afternoon, as Yi Chongqing concluded his training and intended to retreat to his chamber for a brief respite, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Yi Yao, who had sprung forth from an unknown place. Brother, Yi Chongqing chuckled. So, where have you been frolicking this time? What nonsense are you spouting? Am I the kind of idle person? She retorted, I have been attending to important matters. What significant affairs could you possibly have, you little girl? Yi Chongqing jested lightly. Yet he found himself pulled into a corner by Yi Yao, who glanced around before earnestly whispering, Brother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Noticing her solemn demeanor, Yi Chongqing took her words more seriously. Go on. What is it? She continued. Do you remember the third prince? Ingwuji? Indeed, Yi Chongqing affirmed. And Yi Yao, with an air of mystery, added, Brother, Don't you find this matter rather peculiar? How did Wuji come to know about sister-in-law's situation? Yu Chongqing furrowed his brow. After all, Qingyi is the saintess of the Gu family and holds a certain reputation in the eastern continent. It shouldn't be too difficult to inquire about her, should it? But what about the 9 apertures exquisite body? The number of individuals aware of this matter is rather limited. What do you imply? Yu Yao's voice dropped even lower. In the past 2 days, I have discovered that when Wujia and a host of other talents from Zhongzhou arrived, our distant relative Yi Tu had covertly made contact with him. The matter concerning you and your sister-in-law was divulged by him. Yi Chongsheng furrowed his brows even tighter. Furthermore, was there not a rumor circulating within our clan that you were born with a fatalistic body? This gossip originated from that very mouth of Yi Tu. Now, Yi Chongsheng had no choice but to take this information seriously. If Yi Tu were merely targeting him, it would be one thing. For he had his parents to protect him, ensuring his safety amidst the cacophony of baseless rumors. However, the fact that this individual had implicated Gu Qingyi was utterly intolerable for Yi Chongqing. Even if there were no romantic feelings between them, she remained his nominal wife. As a man, he could not idly stand by while his wife was wronged. Moreover, after spending time together, he had developed a particular sentiment towards Gu Qingyi, making it even more intolerable for such an affront to occur. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chongqing spoke earnestly. Yao Yao, this matter is no joking matter. Do you understand? You claim it was Yi Tu. Do you have any evidence? Yi Yao confidently patted her chest and declared, Brother, don't you recognize who I am? We believe in the principle of innocent until proven guilty, don't we? If there is no evidence, how could I possibly dare to wrongfully accuse anyone? At that time, I managed to control those who had accepted benefits from Yi Tu to spread rumors, and I have also confiscated a portion of the illicit goods. Yu Chongqing immediately made up his mind. Let us proceed to the church and swiftly attend to this matter. The two turned their direction and walked deeper into the Yi family estate, soon arriving before a somber and desolate edifice. This structure, reminiscent of a church, bore 2 glaring blood-red characters inscribed upon its lintel. The church. Yi Yao visited such a place for the first time, feeling a tinge of fear as she concealed herself behind Yu Chongqing, peering out cautiously. Yu Chongqing felt no particular sensation as he strode confidently inside. 2 figures clad in black robes and masked faces extended their hands to obstruct his path, their voices cold and mechanical. This is a sacred place. Trespassers are not permitted. Yi Chongqing came to a halt and calmly declared, I am Yi Chongqing, the young master of the Yi family, here to report a traitor to the church. I kindly request passage. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Their young master had seldom engaged in family affairs. How had he suddenly uncovered a spy? Nevertheless, given his esteemed status, they lacked the audacity to impede his progress. Very well, young master and esteemed lady, please proceed inside. The church elder awaits. Yi Chongqing nodded, leading Yi Yao into this place, which loomed like a formidable beast in the hearts of the Yi family members. Upon entering, the light suddenly dimmed significantly, and a careful sniff revealed a distinct metallic scent of blood. Faint, haunting cries echoed in the air, further intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Yi Yao hurriedly grasped Yu Chongqing's arm, a hint of fear in her voice as she inquired, Brother, could there be vengeful spirits or malevolent entities hidden within? Yi Chongqing reassured her, Fear not, the elders of our clan are not to be trifled with, and besides, there are no such things as ghosts or monsters in this world. Yi Chongqing uttered a soothing sound, leading Yi Yao further into the depths. They proceeded until they reached the end of the corridor, where they entered a grand hall illuminated by flickering blue candlelight. Within the hall stood a colossal statue of a mythical beast, its eye sockets adorned with 2 verdant spirit orbs, giving it an almost lifelike appearance. Young master and young miss have arrived? A voice, tinged with age and coldness, resonated, causing Yi Yao to shiver involuntarily. From behind a pillar emerged an elderly man clad in a black robe, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Yi Chongqing bowed respectfully, saying, Junior pays his respects to the elder of the church. Ha ha ha, young master, you are too courteous. What brings you to this humble abode? Is there something with which this old man can assist you? The elder, bent with age and supported by a cane, appeared as though he might depart from this world at any moment. However, Yu Chongqing did not dare underestimate him. His father had once remarked that the elder of the church ranked among the most formidable within the Yi family. Chapter 51. An Unexpected Visit. There have been rumors circulating at home regarding the junior's involvement in the matter of the murderous body. Surely, the elder has heard of this? The elder regarded Yi Chongqing with a look of surprise, nodding slightly. Indeed, I have heard of this matter. However, the rumors did not persist for long and dissipated after the young master triumphed over Ing Wuji. Hence, the church did not pursue an investigation. Oh, I am not well versed in the affairs of the church. Nevertheless, I have now identified those who spread the rumors. I wonder what actions the church intends to take regarding this matter. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, Young master, do you possess concrete evidence? Yao Yao has apprehended several individuals responsible for disseminating the rumors, tracing it back to Yi Tu from a collateral branch of the family. I am curious to know how the church will decide on this issue. The elder looked at him with astonishment. Young master, is this truly the case? Indeed, as there are individuals presently involved. Upon hearing this, the elder began to understand. Given that Yu Chongqing dared to approach him, it was clear he possessed substantial evidence. Otherwise, he would not be so confrontational. What course of action do you wish the church to undertake, young master? After a moment of contemplation, the elder resolved to return the question to him. It was not that he was unwilling to take action, but given the involvement of the currently prominent young master, it was prudent to consider his opinion carefully. Yi Chongqing had been waiting for these words. Given the circumstances, I find myself with certain thoughts. While there have been some light grievances directed at me within the clan, they are trivial and easily disregarded. However, Yi Tu, that scoundrel, not only spread malicious rumors about me being a cursed body, but also disclosed the matter regarding my Qingyi physique, which incited Ing Wuji to create a ruckus in our Yi family. For both emotional and rational reasons, this individual must be held accountable. If the elders have no objections, I would like to personally address this matter. What do you think? The elder suddenly understood. Yi Chongqing intended to assert his authority by taking action himself. Previously, due to his inability to cultivate, he was not well liked in the clan. Although he had recently defeated Ing Wuji to vindicate himself, the past impressions had not entirely dissipated, and some still harbored ill will towards him. As the future clan leader, he undoubtedly possessed the right to do so. Should he require assistance, I can mobilize the experts from the punishment hall to accompany him. The elder from the punishment hall was also a straightforward person and immediately agreed upon hearing this. Yi Chongqing's face broke into a smile. Elder, you are being too courteous. If that is the case, I would trouble you to send 2 individuals to assist with the aftermath. The elder of the punishment hall felt a jolt in his heart, and his gaze towards Yi Chongqing altered slightly. Very well, as per the young master's wishes. Subsequently, the old man waved his hand, and 2 figures cloaked in black appeared silently before Yi Chongqing. You will accompany the young master and assist in tidying up the matters. As they exited the punishment hall, Yiyo let out a deep sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside was truly intimidating. I shall not return again. Indeed, it is a place designated for the apprehension and interrogation of criminals, so it is hardly surprising that it is so daunting. Yi Chongqing replied. Then with a solemn expression instructed, Yao Yao, let us bring those witnesses along and confront Yi Tu directly. All right. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at Yi Tu's residence, accompanied by 3 despondent family servants. After inquiring a few questions, they discovered that Yi Tu was not at home. Yi Chongqing promptly redirected his team, heading straight for the residence of the divine son, Xiaochen. He had heard whispers of their close relationship. Xiaochen must surely know the whereabouts of Yi Tuesday. In the divine son's courtyard, Xiaochen and Yi Tu sat beside a table, their expressions shrouded in gloom. Brother Chun, it seems we are temporarily unable to deal with that scoundrel Yi Chongqing, Xiaochen remarked with a cold snort, his tone laced with irritation. Do you really need to say that? So, what shall we do next? Yi Tu inquired. Let us take it one step at a time. Just as Xiaochen sighed. A sudden uproar erupted outside. Hey, hey, hey. This is the residence of the divine son. You cannot force your way in on the young master. Xiaochen's demeanor turned icy as he stood up, seething with rage, prepared to confront the intruders. How dare Yi Chongqing be so audacious as to barge into his abode? Before he could step outside, a throng of people surged in, led by Yi Chongqing, accompanied by a myriad of onlookers from the Yi family. Divine son Xiao, how delightful to see you, Yi Chongqing greeted with a smirk, yet Xiaochen's countenance remained as dark as a stormy sea. Yi Chongqing, you possess an audacity like no other, storming into my residence. Do you truly believe that those who protect you will allow you to act with impunity? Ah, that assertion is somewhat misplaced. My visit today is of utmost importance, Yi Chongqing retorted. Of utmost importance? What business could you possibly have? Xiaochen scoffed, utterly unconvinced by Yi Chongqing's claims. Yi Chongqing, unperturbed, tilted his head to glance back at Yi Tu, whose complexion had turned somewhat pale. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand. Xiaochen, this time, I am not here for you, but rather for the person behind you. Yi Tu? What do you want with him? Xiaochen furrowed his brow, a vague sense of unease stirring within him. Yi Changsheng waved his hand, and two black-robed figures from the court of punishment pushed a witness forward. These three individuals, I wonder if you recognize them. Yi Tu? Xiao Chun turned with a puzzled expression to look at Yi Tu, only to see him trembling slightly, beads of sweat dotting his brow, seemingly overwhelmed with fear. Yi Tu, do you know them? Yi Tu cast a displeased glance at Xiao Chen, lowering his head in silence. Yi Changxing took the initiative to explain. Xiao Chen, it appears you are unfamiliar with these individuals. They are servants of the clan. A month ago, they were bribed by Yi Tu to spread malicious rumors within the clan, claiming that the young master possesses a natural calamity body, which has caused me considerable trouble. Furthermore, he clandestinely colluded with Ying Wuji from Zhangzhou to disseminate the matter regarding Qingyi's exquisite seven-orifice body. Have you not noticed such treachery among your ranks? Xiao Chen's expression shifted dramatically, finally grasping what Yi Changxing meant by serious business. He glanced at Yi Tu, intending to salvage the situation. Yet with the judicial hall and so many clansmen present, a single misstep could ensnare him as well. You present no evidence, do you? Xiao Chen retorted sharply, though his voice betrayed a hint of fragility. Ah, but they serve as witnesses. If you doubt their testimony, we can go to the judicial hall together and have the elders employ the soul-searching technique to confirm the truth. What do you say? Yi Changxing maintained his unwavering gaze on Xiao Chen, who, if looks could kill, would have been left utterly obliterated. Xiao Chen understood all too well that uttering just a few more words could easily entangle him further in this web of deceit. Yi Changxing chose to disregard him and turned to Yi Tu with a mocking smile, saying, What are you waiting for? Do you have the audacity to face me? All eyes were fixed upon Yi Tu, and the disdainful gazes ignited a tumult of anger and fear within him. Chapter 52. The Rise of the Son of Heaven's Fury. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he glanced between Yi Changxing and Yi Tu, finding himself in a state of indecision. Should he remain passive, Yi Tu might expose him, and neither would emerge unscathed. Yet, if he intervened, such involvement would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. As he grappled with his dilemma, Yi Tu suddenly stepped forward, fist clenched and eyes reddened with rage. He spat venomously at Yi Changxing. You worthless wretch, riding on the coattails of your esteemed parents, squandering the resources of our clan while leading a life of idleness. What is so wrong with me detesting you? Indeed, it was I who spread the rumors. And I was the one who contacted Ying Wuji, all to bring you down. At this declaration, an uproar erupted among the members of the Yi clan. While they had harbored some grievances against Yi Changsheng, it was merely due to his position as the junior patriarch, feeling a sense of indignation at his lack of accomplishments. However, no one would dare to conspire against him in such a treacherous manner. Yi Changxing chuckled softly, addressing the two black-robed figures of the court. Gentlemen, he has confessed himself. You all heard that, did you not? Indeed, we can serve as witnesses. One of the black-robed men nodded in calm agreement. Xiao Chen's heart raced, poised to probe further into Yi Changxing's stance when Yi Tu suddenly said to him, Rest assured, Brother Chen, I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions, and it will not implicate others. From now on, I shall rely on you to look after the family. With that, he turned to Yi Changxing. A defiant pride etched across his face, declaring, Come forth, and let us see what you, a mere waste, can do against me. Xiao Chen finally felt at ease, thoroughly impressed by Yi Tu's resolve. His words conveyed a promise to shoulder all guilt, ensuring that Xiao Chen would remain unscathed. As long as the blame did not fall upon him, he could leverage Yi Tu's identity as a divine son to devise a plan for his eventual rescue. Yi Changxing gazed at Yi Tu with a peculiar expression, a hint of perplexity in his voice as he inquired, Are you certain that all these deeds were accomplished solely by you? Indeed, it was I who, out of disdain for you, orchestrated everything in secrecy. Do not implicate others. Yi Tu presented himself with a righteous demeanor, seeking to gain favor in the eyes of Xiao Chen. He was utterly convinced that as long as Xiao Chen did not wish for him to become the target of collective scorn, he would inevitably devise a way to rescue him. Yi Changxing turned to gaze at the two figures clad in black robes from the Hall of Justice. Have you both understood clearly? The black-robed men silently nodded in affirmation. That is well, he remarked, but before his words could fully resonate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In an instant, Yi Changxing's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a powerful gust of wind. A sharp crack resonated in the air. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, Yi Tu had already collapsed to the ground, with Yi Changxing's foot firmly pressing down on his face. Who bestowed upon you? A mere collateral descendant, The audacity to disrespect the young master and mistress of the Yi family in such a manner? Yi Changxing's voice was frigid, his words betraying no concealment of the murderous intent that lay beneath. Xiao Qin's heart raced violently within his chest. He considered himself to be exceptionally gifted, possessing a level of cultivation that could earn him a respectable reputation among the young talents of the central continent. However, he was utterly unprepared for Yi Changxing's sudden strike. He had not even registered it. This realization struck him with a chilling clarity. Should Yi Changxing desire it, even if he were to take Yi Tu's place, he would likely be unable to deflect such an assault in time. Since you are willing to bear the burden alone, I, the young master, shall also accumulate my share of sins. May you seek forgiveness in the depths of hell. Though Yi Changxing's tone remained remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, those who bore witness to this scene felt a shiver run down their spines. The current Yi Changxing was a stark contrast to the image they had of him as weak and reckless. Cough, do you dare? Blood flowed from Yi Tu's 7 orifices as he lay on the ground, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. Just as Yi Changxing raised his foot, poised to crush Yi Tu beneath it, Xiao Qin finally regained his senses. Stop! Along with his command came a formidable gust of wind from his palm. Yet, Yi Changxing remained unfazed, his right foot coming down with a resounding thud, creating a deep indentation in Yi Tu's chest, a sight that foretold his impending demise. Simultaneously, Xiao Qin's attack struck. Witnessing the death of his subordinate unfold before him, Yi Changxing's action was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Qin's face, prompting Xiao Qin to secretly intensify his strike. Fury coursed through him, regardless of the repercussions of injuring Yi Changxing. He believed that his identity as a scion would afford him the ability to bear the consequences. For now, he sought to vent his pin-up rage. However, Yi Changxing suddenly turned around, a mocking smile etched across his face. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Qin's palm landed squarely on Yi Changxing's back. Yet, before the joy of his strike could bloom, it morphed into an expression of disbelief. A blow infused with 70% of his strength failed to even stagger Yi Changxing. In his astonishment, Yi Changxing slowly turned to face him, pressing down on his hand with an unyielding force. Xiao Qin, remember your place. You are a grandson of the Yi family, do you understand? Yi Changxing wore a smile that belied the recent confrontation with Xiao Qin. I understand the deep bond you share with Yi Tu, yet his betrayal of the Yi family necessitates a commensurate reckoning. This time, I can tolerate your insolence. But should there be a next time? Do you truly believe I lack fury? After calmly articulating these words, Yi Changxing gently patted Xiao Qin's shoulder, let out a huff, and strode away. The clansmen instinctively parted to form a pathway, their gazes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Previously, they regarded their young master as feeble and incapable, unworthy of the position and responsibilities of a junior patriarch. However, upon witnessing his transformation, that chilling decisiveness instilled an undercurrent of fear within them. The two figures clad in black from the Hall of Punishment did not linger, swiftly producing a dark pouch to contain Yi Tu's lifeless form. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the collateral Yi Tu had surreptitiously spread rumors, colluding with external foes, and maliciously slandered the young master and his wife. Thus, he was justly executed by young master Yi Changxing. Coldly delivering this pronouncement, the two departed with Yi Tu's body, leaving the clan members exchanging glances of bewilderment. With his back turned to the crowd, Xiao Qin's fist clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yi Changxing, without hesitation, killed Yi Tu before his eyes, blatantly slapping his own face. Ironically, the talent and cultivation he once took pride in now seemed to pale in comparison to Yi Changxing's. Just that single strike would have severely injured him, yet Yi Changxing appeared utterly unfazed. This was an inescapable reality for him. Why has that scoundrel grown so powerful? How could he have achieved such strength in such a brief span of time? Does this mean he must now live perpetually in Yi Changxing's shadow? Chapter 53. Yi Changxing's determination and anxiety after leaving Xiao Qin's courtyard. Yi Yao pouted, looking rather discontented. Yi Changxing cast a few glances at her and suddenly reached out to pinch her chubby cheek. My dear girl, why do you wear such a long face? Yi Yao broke free and shot him a glare, exclaiming, Brother, I painstakingly caught those few who spread the rumors and implicated Yi Tuesday. It is evident that this matter was orchestrated by Xiao Qin. Yi Tu is merely a pawn in his hands. Why resort to outright killing? Yi Changxing sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Yao Yao, I am truly grateful to you for uncovering the person who has been scheming behind the scenes. However, you are well aware that Xiao Qin is, after all, the divine progeny of our Yi family, and there are many venerable elders who have placed their bets on him. If we were to expose him, the situation would become far more complicated. Involving those old-timers would escalate this matter into a struggle among the higher echelons. At that point, we may no longer have the authority to dictate the outcome. The elimination of Yi Tu has effectively severed one of Xiao Qin's limbs. If he wishes to avoid entangling himself in trouble, he will have no choice but to endure this silent loss. After Yi Changxing's explanation, Yi Yao nodded, somewhat understanding yet still puzzled. Despite living 2 lives, she had not encountered much of this overt and covert strife. It was natural for her to be unclear about the situation at times. Very well, Yao Yao, we shall put this matter on hold for now. And I appreciate your diligence in this affair. Yi Yao elegantly patted Yu Changxing on the shoulder, adopting a cool, elder brother demeanor as she declared, we are family. And from now on, I will look after you, ensuring you enjoy the finest of life. You little girl. Yu Changxing found himself in a state of bemusement. And just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Yi Yu skipped away with exuberance. As for the ensuing events, I shall leave them to you, my elder brother, to manage. Before long, the news of Yi Changxing defeating Yi Tu swept through the Yi family like a tempest. This incident sparked considerable upheaval, particularly among the higher echelons of the clan, who distinctly formed factions. Those in support of Yi Changxing argued that as the young clan leader, he inherently possessed the authority to handle clan affairs. Moreover, considering Yi Tu's treachery in secretly betraying the Yi family, attempting to sell out the young master and mistress, it was only just that Yi Changxing acted decisively. Had he refrained from executing Yi Tu on the spot, he would have inevitably faced even harsher repercussions. Furthermore, Yi Changxing, as the family's young master, demonstrated commendable decisiveness in such matters, which bodes well for the future of the Yi family. Conversely, another faction firmly believed that Yi Changxing's audacity to kill without adhering to the clan's laws and regulations posed a potential threat. They feared that should his power amplify, especially if he were to ascend to the position of clan leader, he might inadvertently provoke a grave crisis. The two factions engaged in a fervent debate, yet they shared a common sentiment regarding Yi Tu's demise, expressing little grief or other sentiments. Ultimately, Yi Changxing remained the favored young master, shielded by the current clan patriarch, the towering figure safeguarding the Yi family, the esteemed ninth-tier Void Emperor of the Eastern Continent. They dared not speak too freely regarding the nature of this incident. While discussions surrounding Yi Changxing's actions were permissible, dragging Yi Changxing's father into the fray would truly spell disaster for the Yi family. The discord within the clan showed no signs of resolution anytime soon. Yi father and Yi mother maintained a silent demeanor towards the situation, indifferent to the quarrels that ensued, as long as the two remained within the Yi family. Even if they turned the council hall upside down, Yi Changxing would face no threats to his safety, despite the intense disputes among the higher-ups. The overall perception of Yi Changxing within the family leaned towards the positive. One day, Yi Yao was on her way to visit her brother when she unexpectedly heard voices emanating from a nearby garden. It seemed to be a gathering of several young members of the family. Initially, she paid no heed, but the frequent mention of terms like young master piqued her curiosity, causing her to instinctively perk up her ears. Did the young master truly kill Yi Tu? Could it be false? My aunt's uncle's third aunt's niece was present at the scene, and this is what my father personally heard. It is said that the young master merely used his foot to bring Yi Tu to the ground, leaving Xiao Shenxi so frightened that his face turned pale. Unable to move, witnessing Yi Tu being trampled to death by the young master. How could that be possible? Xiao Shenxi is a genius of our family. Surely he wouldn't be so terrified of the young master? The youth who had spoken earlier immediately felt a swell of pride. What do you know? When Ing Wuji came, Xiao Shenxi didn't even dare to confront him. It was the young master who stepped in to defeat that individual. Is that really true? Of course. Do you not believe my words? The youth continued, drawing enthusiastic agreement from his companions. Indeed, our young master Changxing has changed immensely. I overheard my father and uncles discussing that if this continues, the young master might one day become a figure akin to the family head, capable of protecting our Yi family. Truly? The young master is simply remarkable. Yi Yao's lips curled into a faint smile, bringing her a sense of relief. Although her brother once appeared to be lacking in various aspects, he had never caused her any trouble. Witnessing his transformation was indeed a source of joy for her. However, upon arriving at the other courtyard, her happiness swiftly morphed into gloom. Sister-in-law, is my brother still colliding with stones? Yi Yao asked in disbelief, wondering if her brother was becoming increasingly foolish. Gu Qingqi smiled and replied, indeed, my husband claims this is a form of his personal cultivation, allowing us to remain unconcerned. All right, all right. I had intended to engage him in some playful activities. Yi Yao murmured softly, pondering how those endowed with the lying flat system could possibly comprehend his relentless efforts. The rear mountain, a colossal cliff, bore the marks of a profound dent, a testament to his unyielding resolve. In pursuit of enhanced cultivation, he had even persuaded his mother to reinforce the mountain structure, rendering it as unyielding as iron. As he exhaled a cloud of stale air, an inexplicable sense of unease settled within Yu Changxing. In his previous mindset, sheltered by the protection of his parents and the Yi family, he believed he could gradually elevate his cultivation without urgency. Yet, the ruptured cliff and the emergence of talents from Zhangzhou struck him like a thunderbolt. In the vast expanse of one Yuan continent, the age-old truth of survival of the fittest remained unaltered. Power, intertwined with authority and righteousness. Although he had previously triumphed over Ingwuji, he had, in essence, incurred the wrath of the Ming dynasty. Perhaps due to his father's influence, they would refrain from overt hostility, yet the covert machinations would undoubtedly be plentiful. Only by mastering power could he safeguard the well-being of himself and his family. Chapter 54. The Wind Whispers of Alarm. Yi Changsheng was acutely aware that had he truly taken the life of Ingwuji, the Yi family would inevitably face the repercussions from the grading dynasty. Even with his parents by his side, they would likely be unable to safeguard their own lives. Power is paramount. This has been Yi Changsheng's most profound realization during this period. If he possessed sufficient strength, could he not, like Ingwuji, boldly storm into the prince's residence in Zhangzhou and confront the princess with his thoughts? Of course, such notions were merely fanciful. He would never engage in actions devoid of principles. While he was resting, Yi Yao's voice echoed from the forest, "Brother, are you still busy with the stones?" Yi Changsheng could not help but exclaim, "Use your brain a little. I'm not saying I'm in a stupor. I'm cultivating." "Oh. It's all the same anyway. By the way, let me share some delightful news with you." "What is it?" Yi Yao found a stone to sit upon and, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Ever since you eliminated Yi Tu, I have heard many people praising you during this time, speaking of your resolute and decisive methods. Brother, everyone truly regards you as the young master now." Yu Changsheng shook his head, expressing his discontent. What is there to be joyful about? People will think as they wish. This sentiment was misguided. After all, he was the young clan leader, and winning the hearts of the people was undoubtedly advantageous. With a sigh, Yi Changsheng lamented, "Oh, foolish girl, if I truly desired to win their favor, would the knowledge we acquired in our previous lives not suffice? Do not forget, with just a little effort, the textbooks teach nothing less than the art of dragon slaying." Yi Yao pondered for a moment and then curiously inquired, "Brother, why didn't you do that back then?" "At that time, I was incapable of cultivation. What was the point of forcefully occupying the position of the young clan leader? One must act within their capacity." "I could hardly linger idly in the latrine," he replied. You do have a point. In any case, brother, your reputation is commendable now. If you strive a little harder to become the leader of our family in the future, I can continue to bask in your success," Yi Yao declared, before striding away with an air of confidence, leaving Yi Changxing in a state of speechlessness. After a period of cultivation, he had begun to cultivate a modest amount of primal energy within him, gradually elevating his realm, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that his ancient primal Tao body was capable of cultivation was already the most favorable outcome. A tranquil month passed, and Yi Changxi was summoned to the council hall. Upon his arrival, he found numerous senior members of the family gathered, alongside several significant younger members. The solemnity of the occasion left Yi Changxing somewhat bewildered, as he silently speculated on what pressing matter might have arisen within the family. Before long, everyone was assembled. Yi father and Yi mother emerged from the side hall together. The purpose of gathering the family members was to convey a matter of utmost urgency. This issue was grave, potentially affecting the very existence of the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi father's words, the assembly in the discussion hall immediately descended into whispers, speculating on what could provoke such a significant upheaval. "Elder, I kindly ask you to elucidate the matter for everyone," the patriarch requested. The elder nodded, his aged visage betraying an unmistakable concern. "As many of you are likely aware, not long ago, the Prince of Zhongzhou, Ingwuji, caused a disturbance at our Yu residence. Traditionally, a barrier has existed between Zhangzhou and Dongzhou, isolating the two realms from one another. Many influential factions in Dongzhou believe that the rift in the barrier would naturally mend itself. Yet just yesterday, reports from several border factions indicated that the rift has not only failed to heal but has, in fact, continued to widen. Should this rift remain unhealed, it would inevitably allow an increasing number of individuals from Zhangzhou to infiltrate Dongzhou. When that occurs, the involvement of significant powers will undoubtedly impose a tremendous impact on the situation in Dongzhou. As the saying goes, under the collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. Our Yi family will not be able to evade the consequences. Being one of the preeminent forces in Dongzhou, we will certainly attract greater scrutiny from the powers of Zhangzhou, rendering our family a primary target. At this revelation, the discussion hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Yi Changshen's heart raced with realization. His suspicions were indeed correct. The source wall could not heal itself. This implied that the matter between him and Ying Wuji might provoke unforeseen complications. After all, he was the third prince of the De-Ying dynasty. And for the sake of the dynasty's reputation, it was certain that others would speak out on the issue. With this thought, a sense of urgency gripped him. If he did not hasten to elevate his cultivation, any unexpected developments could jeopardize his life and that of his family. As he pondered, the Grand Elder spoke again. Please, everyone, maintain your composure. The murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided, all eyes converging on the Grand Elder. While it was inevitable that this incident would cause a stir in the Eastern continent, you, whether the backbone of the clan or the rising stars of the younger generation, must not falter in this critical moment. The Elder Council and the clan head have already devised specific measures, which will now be conveyed by the clan head. Ye's father took the floor, his expression grave as he remarked, the people from Central Continent have come to our Eastern Continent with ulterior motives. As the esteemed patriarch of the Yi family, one of the foremost powers in the Eastern Continent, it is inevitable that their intentions are directed at us. Therefore, in the forthcoming days, the clan's guards must heighten their vigilance, ensuring that no unfamiliar individuals can enter or exit freely. Furthermore, the resources within the clan will be made abundantly available. Utilize them as you see fit, with the primary focus on enhancing your cultivation. At this juncture, Ye's father cast his gaze upon the group of youths, particularly emphasizing the younger generation. You must swiftly elevate your capabilities. You have all witnessed the prowess of Ying Wuji. Had it not been for Changxing's intervention, none amongst our youth could have matched his might. When the prodigies from Central Continent make their appearance, we, the older generation, will find it difficult to intervene. The dignity of the Yi family will rest upon your shoulders. Do you understand? Understood. The young ones responded somewhat chaotically, their faces alight with excitement. After all, they were at an impetuous age, and those who could secure a place here were indeed talented. Everyone aspired to be the invincible figure among their peers. Only Yi Changxing remained solemn, burdened by a sense of gravity and pressure. Following his confrontation with Ying Wuji, he comprehended the terrifying strength of the Central Continent's geniuses. Ying Wuji alone was already a formidable presence among his peers, not to mention the even more extraordinary talents ranked above him, were it not for his unique abilities. The last encounter with Ying Wuji would have surely brought disgrace to the Yi family. However, it was prudent to keep such thoughts unspoken, for voicing them might inadvertently bolster others' ambitions while undermining one's own prestige. It was beneficial for the youth to be filled with fervor. Their zeal should not be extinguished. After Ye's father and the Council of Elders made several detailed arrangements, the meeting came to a close. Chapter 55, News from the Central Continent. Although the news was conveyed to the higher-ups and the young prodigies, Ye's father still emphasized the necessity of confidentiality before their departure. Should this information leak, it could deliver a significant blow to the stability of the clan and potentially incite other issues. Just as Yi Changxing was preparing to leave, the Grand Elder called out to him, accompanied by several key disciples being nurtured by the clan. Once the others had exited, the council members remained, indicating that there were matters unsuitable for broader discussion. You can probably surmise that your presence here is due to the need to convey additional information. The Grand Elder sighed before gradually continuing. According to reports from our informants, while the fissures in the rock face are expanding, they still exert a formidable suppressive force, preventing those ancient beings from the Central Continent from crossing over. The forces from the Central Continent are scheming to seize our resources in the Eastern Continent, thus deploying considerable resources to send their young prodigies here. Their intention is to subdue the next generation of the Eastern Continent, facilitating the establishment of their footholds. The situation is far more dire than previously stated. The expressions of the young prodigies have turned grave. Having reached this point, they are certainly not fools. They comprehend the significance of the emergence of numerous young talents from Zhangzhou. Yifu suddenly turned to look at the contemplative Yi Changxing. Changxing, you are the only one in our Yi family who has ever faced off against a genius from Zhangzhou. what is your assessment of Wang Wuji's strength? Yu Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, as you all are aware, Ing Wuji ranks only around the 30th position among the younger generation in Zhongzhou. You are equally cognizant that, despite my formidable physical prowess, I am utterly incapable of cultivation. Nevertheless, in terms of sheer physical strength, I dare assert that there exists no peer among my contemporaries in the Eastern continent. While such a declaration may seem audacious, it is a sentiment that resonates with the majority. After all, Yi Chongqing's achievements are evident, aside from his victory over Ing Wuji during their last deck collection. He had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with various prodigies from the Eastern continent, remaining undefeated, which grants him the right to utter these words. Indeed, I can also affirm that my physique is unrivaled in the Eastern continent. Ye's father spoke, a transcendent master of the Void Emperor realm, whose discernment was undoubtedly exceptional. However, it must be noted that although Ing Wuji was defeated by me, he had refrained from utilizing his full cultivation. The Qingju's sacred body is equally formidable, as you have all witnessed its terrifying regenerative abilities. If he were to unleash his true powers without any restrictions, it is likely that none of the prodigies in the Eastern continent would stand a chance against him. Yi Chongqing spoke with such gravity that it cast a shadow over the hearts of the young geniuses present. At that moment, a discordant voice broke the silence. Yi Chongqing, are you perhaps exaggerating the threats posed by the people of Zhongzhou out of fear? Yi Chongqing furrowed his brow and gazed over, where Xiaochun was casting a cold, mocking smile in his direction. He, although your physical strength is formidable, you lack the experience of cultivation. How can you be so certain that Ing Wuji possesses such exceptional prowess? Others shared a semblance of doubt, for Yi Chongqing had never engaged in cultivation before, and it was inevitable that he might miscalculate. Yi Chongqing's gaze suddenly turned icy. Although this young master cannot cultivate, his formidable physique has been honed through relentless effort. If you doubt it, you may challenge me to a duel. I assure you, should you manage to withstand 3 strikes from me using nothing but your physical prowess, I shall concede that I have exaggerated, and I will relinquish the title of young master to you. The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. His audacity to wager the position of young master revealed the depth of his confidence. Xiaochun gritted his teeth, a surge of fury compelling him to accept the challenge. Yet, the remnants of his reason cautioned him against acting impulsively, for such recklessness would only entangle him further in a web of difficulties. The physical prowess that Yi Chongqing displayed in his previous confrontation with Ing Wuji is undoubtedly beyond what he can currently contend with. The latter was willing to wager his position as the young master, which necessitates that he must present commensurate stakes. A defeat would undoubtedly be a significant blow to him. He lacks both the audacity and the confidence to engage Yi Chongqing in a battle of strength. Calm down, Chongqing. And you, Xiaochun, please refrain from speaking too much. The second elder interjected, attempting to ease the tension in the atmosphere. After all, the young master is one who has personally fought against Ing Wuji, and his insights are, without a doubt, worthy of trust. Yi Chongqing let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with disdain. Although this young master lacks cultivation, I still dare to stand up during the perilous times faced by the Yi family, unlike some who can only boast empty words. Xiaochun clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head and refraining from responding. He knew that if he dared to speak further, Yi Chongqing would seize that opportunity without hesitation. Esteemed elders, it is not the younger generation that belittles the talents of Dongzhou. The disparity in strength between both sides is glaring. Even if I were to demean the talents of Zhongzhou, when it comes to confrontation, it is ultimately cultivation and power that speak volumes. I advise you all to exercise caution and dedicate this time to diligent training. In this world, nothing is insurmountable. It only requires a determined heart. Even if we may not currently match those individuals, with earnest effort, we shall ultimately reap rewards. However, if we place our hopes on the unrealistic expectation that the talents of Zhongzhou are weak, we may find ourselves in utter disarray. Having concluded his words, Yi Chongqing stood and bowed to his father and the assembled elders. Father, esteemed elders, that is all I have to say. You may choose to heed my words or disregard them. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Let us put this matter to rest. I find myself weary, and you may continue your discussions. With that, he turned and departed, unwilling to squander any more time on such matters. After his exit, the council chamber fell silent for a brief moment before Ye's father sighed softly. Though Chongqing's words may be harsh, they reflect the reality that our Dongzhou and the Yi family must confront. Upon your return, you must engage in rigorous training. The clan will not withhold resources. Utilize as much as you need. You, the younger generation, are the future and backbone of the Yi family. You must not falter. Do you understand? The younger members nodded in agreement, but their expressions were laden with gravity. The talents of Zhengzhou loomed over them like a dark cloud. After returning to his chamber and taking a bath, Yi Changxing made his way to the back mountain once more. The serene solitude of the place, free from interruptions, provided an ideal environment for his cultivation and contemplation. Sitting before the hollow in the mountainside, Yi Changxing closed his eyes and delved into deep thought. Currently, he had cultivated the power of illusion through the method of striking the mountainside, yet he still lagged significantly behind those who absorbed spiritual energy in a conventional manner. To enhance his training speed, engaging in combat with others seemed imperative. Most critically, he had begun to experience some issues within his own body during this period. Chapter 56. Hidden Injuries. The cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Sutra is rather peculiar. It necessitates the continuous infliction of blows upon the body, allowing the fusion of vital energy and spiritual essence. Recently, after engaging in sparring with those exceptional talents and relentlessly striking against stone walls, he has not only improved his combat prowess but also incurred considerable damage to his body. While these injuries are not overtly severe, they are intricately concealed and deeply rooted, resulting in the accumulation of latent wounds within him over time. Typically, these do not manifest. Yet should he become careless in the future, during battle or as his cultivation deepens, they may erupt unexpectedly, akin to a ticking time bomb. In his quest to address this predicament, Yi Changxing pondered deeply for several days and even sought counsel from Gu Qingyi and his parents, yet he could not unearth a reasonable solution. According to their assessments, his body is currently in excellent health, rendering the nurturing with spiritual power or elixirs ineffective in penetrating the depths of his flesh. The sole viable option is to undergo a thorough body refinement. However, having attained the indestructible golden body, the difficulty of such a process is immense. And even with his father's assistance, success is not assured. On a brighter note, the Great Wilderness Sutra contains some recorded methods to tackle this issue, suggesting the gradual nurturing of the body with medicinal herbs to eliminate the hidden injuries residing deep within. Yet, this brings forth a significant challenge. The herbs documented in the scriptures are either entirely unfamiliar to him or exceedingly rare, so rare that even the esteemed Yi family does not possess them. It seems he may have to wait an indeterminate time to gather sufficient ingredients for body refinement. After much contemplation, Yi Changxing found himself at an impasse regarding this issue. Crucially, he hoped to receive assistance or guidance from the system, but it appeared as though the system had become unresponsive, offering no replies to his various inquiries and tests. Reluctantly, Yi Changxing had no choice but to set this matter aside for the time being. While the eastern continent is rife with an impending storm, tranquility envelopes the Yi family. After all, they are backed by a formidable Void Emperor, granting them a sense of security greater than that of other factions. In the courtyard, Yi Changxing gazed at the mountain of medicinal herbs before him, his expression suffused with a sense of helplessness. As the young master, he naturally had his own allocation of cultivation resources, especially after demonstrating considerable physical aptitude, which led to an even greater tilt of family resources in his favor. However, these spiritual herbs and elixirs held little significance for him. They were inadequate to aid in the cultivation of his primal force and did nothing to alleviate the hidden injuries within him. In the midst of his turmoil, Gu Qingyi entered from outside. "Husband, Qingyi, you have returned. Were matters at the spiritual field demanding?" Gu Qingyi sat down and shook her head. "Not particularly busy. I merely offered my opinions on some minor issues. My mother oversees the broader direction, so there are unlikely to be any significant problems." "That is reassuring." With a sigh, Yi Changxing once again stared blankly at the table laden with resources exuding spiritual energy. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Gu Qingyi took the initiative to inquire, "Husband, is there something troubling you?" Yi Changxing regained his composure and nodded, saying, "Yes, there are indeed some issues regarding cultivation. By the way, take these items and utilize them to expedite your own advancement." Gu Qingyi was taken aback. "Husband, these items are meant for your cultivation. I have my own share and do not require them. Moreover, as the young patriarch of the Yi family, your burdens are considerably greater. An early breakthrough would be advantageous for both you and the family. My circumstances are somewhat unique, rendering these items unnecessary for me. Please, Qingyi, keep them for yourself." Yi Changxing smiled faintly and replied, noticing Gu Qingyi's hesitation, "Do not worry, Qingyi, I am well aware of my circumstances, and these resources are truly unnecessary. Please put them away. After all, you possess the 9 apertures exquisite body, and your cultivation speed is not inferior to those prodigies from the central continent. Seeing his earnestness, Gu Qingyi had no choice but to gather the resources from the table. My dear, is there truly no way to resolve your predicament? She asked. I have already consulted my parents, and they currently have no effective solutions, so try not to dwell on it too much. Hearing her words, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but sigh. If even her formidable in-laws were at a loss for a time, her worries would indeed be of little consequence. Observing Yi Changshen's troubled expression, Gu Qingyi spoke gently to comfort him. My love, there is no need to rush. Let us devise a plan together. With that, she softly grasped Yi Changshen's hand, hoping to offer him solace. Yi Changshen was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept upon his face. Understanding Qingyi, he reassured her that there was no need for haste, and she should remain at ease. Gu Qingyi was still burdened with matters concerning Lingtian Island, and during this tumultuous season, she could hardly find a moment of respite. After a brief stay, she departed from the room. Yi Changshen could not help but call out in his mind once more. System? Brother system? Daddy system? Can you respond to me? Unfortunately, the system seemed to have truly gone offline, offering no reaction whatsoever. After a deep sigh, Yi Changshen rested his head on the table, lost in a haze of thoughts. Suddenly, an image struck him. During his battle with Ing Wuji, he had nearly shattered his skull with a single punch, yet even then, he had failed to kill him. Moreover, after regaining consciousness, his injuries healed at an astonishing rate, stabilizing his breath in no time. It was from that moment he truly realized the remarkable prowess of the Qingjiao sacred body. If only he could possess the cultivation method of the Qingjiao sacred body. With its formidable healing abilities, he could surely mend the hidden injuries within his own body. With this thought, Yi Changshen's eyes sparkled with hope. However, his joy was short-lived, as he soon deflated like a punctured balloon. The Qingjiao sacred body was the core secret of the Dang dynasty. The likelihood of obtaining it was minuscule. Alas, a path he had painstakingly discovered had come to an abrupt end. Yet, he could not help but fantasize. If the Qingjiao sacred body was so powerful, how incredible must its advanced version, the Qingtsong sacred body, be? Just the thought of it made him yearn for this technique intensely. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, such aspirations could only dwell in the realm of fantasy. With no immediate solution at hand, Yi Changshen turned his focus to cultivation. The generation of primal energy was far more challenging than other methods of training, resulting in a correspondingly slower progress. However, he had privately experimented and found that this power exerted an overwhelming suppression on cultivators of spiritual energy, evoking a sense of breaking through myriad techniques with sheer strength. Perhaps, with greater mastery in the future, he could indeed reach such heights. While he immersed himself in the study of the Great Wilderness Sutra, an unexpected piece of news suddenly emerged. Chapter 57. The Crown Prince of Dang visits in the courtyard. Yi Changshen looked intently at Gu Qingyi, whose pallor caused him great concern. Qingyi, how are you feeling now? He asked anxiously. Gu Qingyi managed a strained smile and replied, Husband, do not worry. It is merely a slight pain in my abdomen. It is nothing serious. Nothing serious? He thought. Yi Changshen could not help but widen his eyes, his tone growing more intense. Last night, you were in such agony that you were drenched in sweat. Were you planning to endure it all alone if I hadn't been roused? As he spoke, he gently grasped Gu Qingyi's hand and reassured her softly, Do not worry. I have already informed my parents. They are currently sending for a renowned physician from Dongzhou, and it won't be long before you recover. Though he spoke with such assurance, Yi Changshen felt far from optimistic. Gu Qingyi's ailment was exceedingly peculiar. Each night, she would suffer excruciating abdominal pain that lasted for nearly half an hour before subsiding. The clan's physician, a person of genuine skill, had examined her in various ways but remained baffled by the underlying issue. Even his father and mother had personally conducted a thorough examination, yet could not uncover any cause for her affliction. Thus, the Yi family found themselves at a loss and could only summon esteemed physicians from across Dongzhou, hoping they might uncover the truth behind Gu Qingyi's condition. Yi Changshen ceased his cultivation, remaining steadfastly by Gu Qingyi's side to care for her. Within just a few days, over a dozen esteemed pharmacists from the eastern continent visited the Yi residence, yet the outcome was far from promising. Despite their exceptional medical skills, they had never encountered such an inexplicable ailment. The situation had reached an impasse, intensifying Yi Changshen's anxiety. If this continued, it was entirely possible that Gu Qingyi's life would be in jeopardy. The Yu family also attaches great importance to this matter. Not to mention that Gu Qingyi is the sanest of the esteemed Gu family, one of the foremost powers in Dongzhou. Even her unique physique, the 7 apertures Ling-Long body, warrants immense sacrifice from the Yi family for her salvation. Just as the Yi family was devising ways to rescue Gu Qingyi, an unexpected visitor suddenly arrived at their doorstep. The crown prince of the Great Ing dynasty, Ing Wudi, came to pay a visit to the Yi family. His clear, resonant voice rippled outward, making it distinctly audible throughout the entire Yi residence. Above in the heavens, a formidable and menacing azure dragon, even larger and more fearsome than the one under Ing Wujia's command last time, coiled in midair. Beside the azure dragon stood 2 expressionless elders. The senior members of the Yi family emerged to observe, their expressions gravely serious. The Grand Elder gazed at the fearsome and majestic azure dragon hovering in the air, letting out a soft sigh. Ah, Dongzhou, a storm is brewing. After this reflection, the Grand Elder ascended into the air, smiling politely as he addressed the visitor. It is an honor to welcome the Crown Prince of the Dang dynasty. The Yi family truly feels illuminated by your presence. The young man atop the azure dragon possessed a strikingly handsome and valiant visage, clad in deep crimson spiritual armor, his demeanor exuding an air of confidence and disdain. Ha ha, esteemed elder, you are too kind. I apologize for my presumptuous visit. I hope the Yi family can forgive my intrusion. Despite his ostentatious manner, the crown prince of the Dang dynasty exhibited a degree of decorum, markedly more courteous than Prince Ing Wuji. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, saying, Your Highness is gracious. The Yi family is but a humble abode, and any shortcomings in our hospitality are to be excused. I am the Grand Elder of the Yi family, and I kindly invite your Highness to enter and converse. Certainly, certainly. I wonder, is the Great Emperor Yi at home? The family head is indeed present, though I cannot ascertain his availability. No need for concern. If the Emperor is engaged, it is only fitting for me to wait. Their exchange was exceedingly courteous, the atmosphere markedly more amicable than their previous encounter. Upon entering the council hall, several significant elders of the Yi family came forth to greet Ing Wudi as the crown prince of the Dang dynasty. He bore a distinction that set him apart from Prince Ing Wuji, as he could genuinely represent the face of the Dang dynasty to a considerable extent. After the hosts and guests were seated, they engaged in pleasantries. The Grand Elder tentatively inquired, Might I ask what brings His Highness to the Yi family? Ing Wudi smiled serenely and replied, The purpose of my visit is twofold. First, to pay my respects to the great Emperor Yi. As for the second matter, it is best discussed when the Emperor is present. Ing Wudi's sudden reticence caused the brows of several elders to furrow in concern. Just then, a calm voice resonated from the central seat of honor. I have arrived, speak your mind. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had materialized in the previously vacant seat within the hall, revealing the head of the Yi family, a formidable 9th-stage virtual emperor. The expressions of the 2 elders behind Ing Wudi grew somber. Ye's father cast a glance at them. Indeed, the presence of 2 formidable beings at the Saint Realm attested to the extraordinary foundation of the Great Ing dynasty. Ing Wudi promptly rose and, with utmost respect, bowed to Ye's father. I, the junior Ing Wudi, pay my respects to the great Emperor Yi. Ye's father raised his hand slightly, signaling for no formalities. How is your father? He inquired. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. My father is well. What brings you to the Yi family this time? Ye's father was not one to dilly-dally. He directly inquired about Ing Wudi's purpose for visiting. Ing Wudi hesitated momentarily, his smile deepening. He explained that he had come to pay respects to the esteemed emperor and to convey apologies on behalf of his brother, Wuji. Growing up outside the palace, his brother had been somewhat unruly due to the neglect of their parents. He had previously offended the Yi family and the esteemed elders, and he hoped for their understanding. As he spoke, he placed a spatial ring on the table and cheerfully remarked, Inside are some small tokens of my esteem. I hope the Yi family will not be too modest in accepting them. The Grand Elder glanced at Ye's father and, seeing no change in his demeanor, waved his hand to retrieve the ring. As he probed its contents with his spiritual awareness, even he could not suppress a change in expression. Indeed, it belonged to one of the most formidable powers in the central continent. Its wealth and resources were astonishingly substantial. The value of this gift of apology was nearly equivalent to the Yi family's yearly income, making the ring feel almost too hot to hold. However, Ye's father harbored no objections. He suppressed his astonishment. With good intentions, it was natural for the young to err, and as long as they could repent, it was not too late. Ing Wudi chuckled, saying, The emperor's broad-mindedness commands my admiration. Upon my return, I shall certainly relay your teachings to the emperor. Ye's father nodded slightly, closing his eyes and refraining from further utterance. Deep within, he was acutely aware that if the crown prince of the Grading dynasty were truly here merely to offer an apology, it would be akin to the sun rising in the west. Indeed, after a contemplative pause, Ingwudi spoke again. Esteemed elders, I trust you have all received the news regarding the irreparable fissure in the rock wall? The Grand Elder's brow furrowed instantly. Indeed. This matter has only recently come to the attention of the Yi family, he replied, eager to discern Ingwudi's true intentions. It is only natural for a prominent force like the Yi family in the eastern continent to possess such timely information. With that acknowledgement, he continued, since you are all aware of this development, you must also comprehend the implications it holds for our central continent, correct? Chapter 58. The ambition of the central continent. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted noticeably. They were well aware that the widening fissure in the rock wall signified that the passage for those from the central continent would become increasingly facile, potentially allowing even the most formidable of ancient beings to traverse it in the future. It was precisely for this reason that the Yi family had recently undertaken such urgent measures. Yet, with Ingwudi broaching the subject at this juncture, one could not help but wonder if he intended to use it as leverage against the Yi family. Ye's father narrowed his eyes, calmly gazing at Ingwudi. Their eyes met, and Ingwudi quickly lowered his head, unable to bear the intensity of the gaze. After all, Ye's father stood at the threshold of the world, and the pressure emanating from his eyes alone instilled a sense of trepidation in Ingwudi. Since the esteemed elders are already aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The major powers of Zhengzhou have prepared to send envoys to Dongzhou for meaningful dialogue. The Yi family, being a paramount force in Dongzhou, is undoubtedly the preeminent authority in this land, especially with the unparalleled strength of the great Emperor Yi. Our great Ing dynasty, possessing a certain reputation in Zhengzhou, also intends to dispatch representatives for discussions in Dongzhou. However, as we are unfamiliar with the region, we may encounter unforeseen challenges. If we could count on the Yi family as an ally, it would certainly facilitate our endeavors. Upon hearing this, the assembly finally grasped Ingwudi's intentions. He had come with the aim of courting the Yi family. With the Grading dynasty's presence in Zhengzhou and the support of great Emperor Yi and the esteemed elders in Dongzhou, our two families could stand united, forging a solid alliance that would render the region an impregnable bastion. What are your thoughts on this? Ingwudi's words were eloquent, speaking of unity and mutual support. Yet Ye's father understood all too well that, given the Yi family's stature, there was little justification for collaboration with a power as formidable as the Great Ming dynasty. The notion of mutual support might well be a veiled suggestion for the Yi family to submit and align themselves. Such significant matters were not to be casually discussed, and the elders' gazes converged upon Ye's father, who shared a similar expectation with Ingwudi. Should he gain the assistance of the Yi family and a top-tier powerhouse from Dongzhou, the Grading dynasty would achieve an undeniable advantage in the region. If other factions from Zhengzhou wished to partake of the spoils, they would have to concede considerable benefits to the Grading dynasty. Therefore, Ye's father's stance was of utmost importance. The silence lingered as Ye's father sat back, letting out a light chuckle. The Grading dynasty is indeed a top power in Zhengzhou. Yet my Yi family is but a firefly in the presence of the bright moon. My son often says, a golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. We are well aware of our circumstances and do not harbor any grandiose ambitions. By the way, I wonder if you enjoy tea, Woody? My Yi family happens to possess a quality branch of the Enlightenment tea tree, yielding a modest harvest of leaves each year. Perhaps you would care to sample it? Ingwudi appeared somewhat taken aback, uncertain of Ye's father's sudden shift in conversation. Nevertheless, as a powerful figure at the imperial level, his words must carry weight, warranting careful consideration. Could it be that the Enlightenment tea signifies Great Emperor Ye's goodwill? Might he be inclined to collaborate with the Grading dynasty? That is not correct. If he truly intended to convey his willingness, he ought not to have uttered those previous remarks. At this moment, Ingwudi was engulfed in a frenzied brainstorming session, contemplating the implications of those words. However, Ye's father, with a jovial demeanor, transitioned to another topic. Ah, esteemed elder, I have heard that your granddaughter's nephew is soon to be wed. Might I inquire as to which family the young gentleman hails from? The elder's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the silent Ingwudi, then at Ye's father, who was brimming with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, it is the Zhang family from Lingyuan Valley. Though they are a modest household, They have nurtured their younger generation quite commendably. Indeed, my granddaughter has taken a liking to the Zhang family's young master, admiring his integrity. And thus she is inclined to marry him. Ah, that is splendid. As the saying goes, a fair maiden is well suited to a hero. Elder, you might consider encouraging the younger members of our clan to foster closer ties with the Zhang family. After all, we are connected to the young lady's family. The two appeared to engage in lively conversation, leaving Ying Wudi feeling somewhat uncomfortable in solitude. How could it be that they had been discussing a potential alliance? Yet this emperor Yi so swiftly diverted the topic elsewhere. He yearned to interject, yet this was their domain, and the requisite decorum must be observed. After a quarter of an hour, Ye's father continued his seemingly endless discourse with the elder, spanning topics from the southern seas to the northern skies, resolutely denying Ying Wudi any opportunity to speak. At long last, seizing a moment when Ye's father paused to sip his tea, Ying Wudi hastily exclaimed, "Emperor Yi, I have another piece of news to share with all present." Ye's father paused for a moment, gently placing the teacup down with a warm smile. "Oh? It seems I have forgotten about my nephew. Pray, share with me any news you might have." Ying Wudi could not help but silently scoff. This esteemed Emperor Yi was indeed quite unabashed. He referred to himself as a junior, and others dared to take advantage of that pretense. "Emperor Yi, you must surely be aware that our Wanyuan continent consists of both the central and eastern regions, correct?" Ye's father furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The Grand Elder, somewhat astonished, interjected, "This matter is not entirely a secret. Beyond our two continents, there are also the western, southern, and northern continents. However, since the formation of the rock walls, communication among them has been completely severed, and we seldom hear any news regarding their affairs." Ying Wudi nodded thoughtfully and then articulated with deliberate clarity, "Are you aware that it is not only the rock walls between the eastern and central continents that have developed fissures? The rock walls between the western, southern, and northern continents and our central continent have also manifested cracks." "What?" The Grand Elder could not contain his astonishment, gazing at Ying Wudi in bewilderment. They had initially believed that only the rock walls between the eastern and central continents were problematic, unaware that this issue was directly linked to all 5 continents. Ye's father couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Are you implying that Zhongzhou has already investigated these locations?" The fact that Ying Wudi can openly discuss this matter indicates that this information is hardly a secret in Zhongzhou. Given the nature of those individuals, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to plunder resources and claim benefits. Ying Wudi chuckled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, we in Zhongzhou have indeed explored these 3 sites. I wonder, esteemed elder, would you be interested in hearing more about them?" A tumultuous wave surged within Ye's father, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as still water. "Please, enlighten me," he said. Observing the lack of reaction from him, Ying Wudi felt a tinge of disappointment. When it comes to the 3 great continents, it is imperative that everyone forms a general impression of my central continent. I wonder how well the members of the Yu family are acquainted with the circumstances of my central continent? Chapter 59. The Yi family faces a choice. In response to Ying Wudi's probing inquiry, the members of the Yi family exchanged glances, revealing their profound ignorance regarding the matter at hand. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. The other continents had long been out of contact with the eastern continent, and the Yi family possessed scant knowledge regarding their circumstances. Ying Wudi's smile broadened with delight. The younger generation speculated similarly, for none could have anticipated that a rock wall, which had existed for over 10,000 years, would suddenly fissure. Since you are all somewhat uninformed, allow me to briefly elucidate their situation. Ying Wudi surveyed the assembly with a gaze imbued with a suppressed disdain. To comprehend the other 3 continents, one must first acquire a thorough understanding of our central continent. Firstly, allow me to present an assertion. I wonder if you will accept it. The central continent is the mightiest among the 5, though I am curious to know if any of you dissent. Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the grand hall. Although Ying Wudi's declaration was both audacious and arrogant, the assembly could not help but acknowledge that his statement bore the weight of truth. Ye's father raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "So, what do you wish to say?" Ying Wudi smiled briefly, his expression suddenly shifting to one of gravity. "In the central continent, the most formidable forces are the Divine Hall, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and our grading dynasty." At this point, a proud look adorned Ying Wudi's face. "The 3 of us represent the pinnacle of power in the central continent. However, in the other 3 continents, each region possesses forces that rival our 3 factions." This revelation struck the Yi family like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. Even Ye's father was taken aback by this news. Such forces exist in the other three continents? An elder spoke, disbelief evident in his tone. Struggling to comprehend such a notion, Ingwudi nodded calmly, indeed. In fact, the fissures between the other three continents and the central continent appeared even earlier than those on the eastern continent. Thus, we have sent people to gather information for a longer period and have nearly grasped their situations. In the western continent, the most powerful force is the country of 10,000 Buddhas. This faction is shrouded in mystery. Despite our prolonged inquiries, we have yet to ascertain precise details. Only that they primarily cultivate Buddhist practices. Even our divine hall in the central continent must tread carefully around them, according to the estimations of our wise men. While the strength of the country of 10,000 Buddhas may not match that of the divine hall, the disparity is likely minimal. The members of the Yi family wore expressions that were both grave and bitter. The existence of such power in the western continent indicated that the other two continents were likely similar, leaving only their eastern continent. The Yi family could be considered among the elite, yet even before the grandiose Daying dynasty, they were utterly insignificant. Were it not for the remarkable presence of a transcendent figure within their ranks, the Daying dynasty might well have deemed them unworthy of discourse. Opting instead for a straightforward conquest, Ingwudi continued his narrative. Apart from the western continent, the southern continent boasted the abandoned palace, while the northern continent was home to the Sea King's palace. These two forces dominated their respective territories, rivaling the Daying dynasty in strength, a testament to their formidable prowess. Though these statements seemed deceptively simple to the ears of the Yi family, they resonated like a tempest. They sorrowfully realized that, despite their standing among the foremost powers of the eastern continent, they were but a minuscule presence compared to the giants they faced, utterly negligible in comparison. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly. As a cultivator of the Void Emperor realm, he had encountered numerous secrets unknown to others. He speculated that the other three continents might be more formidable than the eastern continent, yet he never anticipated the disparity to be so vast. The weakness of the eastern continent stemmed from its flawed rules and insufficient heavenly mandate, rendering the cultivation and ascension of its inhabitants exceedingly challenging. In the past, the eastern continent was merely slightly weaker than the central continent, teeming with powerful individuals. However, following an unprecedented cataclysmic battle that swept across the eastern continent, countless prodigies were caught in the maelstrom, resulting in a devastating loss. This conflict revealed the might of several top-tier experts, which ultimately shattered a portion of the eastern continent's heavenly mandate, with a substantial number of prodigies already fallen. The subsequent disruption of the heavenly mandate further exacerbated the difficulties faced by the cultivators of the eastern continent, culminating in the current dire situation. It is no wonder that the inhabitants of the central continent have become so arrogant in the eastern continent. Compared to the other three continents, the eastern continent appears utterly impoverished. Contemplating this, he could not help but sigh internally. He initially believed this predicament was confined to the eastern and central continents, but it became evident that the situation across the entire myriad source continent had escalated to such a tense degree. No wonder, when the rock wall opened, the people from the central continent rushed in eagerly. To those factions, the eastern continent resembled a land without a master. Whoever could seize it would gain access to abundant resources and benefits, thereby strengthening their influence. Fortunately, the existence of the rock wall temporarily hindered the arrival of those formidable entities from the central continent, granting the various factions of the eastern continent a momentary respite. Observing the thoughtful silence enveloping the gathering, Ingwudi cleared his throat and continued. Now, esteemed guests, you must comprehend the current predicament of the myriad source continent. With myriad factions emerging in a surge of talent, a great era of conflict is imminent. Thus, it is imperative for you to prepare accordingly. Should you not contemplate seeking alternatives from other regions? Although Ingwudi's words appeared directed at everyone, they were, in essence, a subtle probe into Ye's father's stance. As the highest-level cultivator in the eastern continent and the patriarch of the Yi family, his opinion essentially represented the will of his clan. Should the Yi family be swayed, the Daying dynasty would possess a significant advantage in this territory. However, recalling the current state of the dynasty brought Ingwudi some unease. Noticing Ye's father remained silent, the Grand Elder took the initiative to steer the conversation. Your Highness, this matter profoundly affects our Yi family. It is not a decision that can be made hastily. We must deliberate thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion. Ingwudi smiled and turned to Ye's father, saying, Emperor Yi, my father has prepared fine tea, awaiting your esteemed presence. Ye's father chuckled softly, resting his elbow on the armrest and leaning his cheek upon his hand. When you return, convey a message for me. I appreciate your father's goodwill. But as a man of the earth, such fine offerings do not suit me. It would be ungrateful to accept them. Ingwoody was momentarily taken aback. The meaning behind the head of the Yi family was clearly a rejection. A flicker of disappointment was unmistakably visible on his face. Yi Emperor, as the saying goes. Mutual benefit is advantageous for both parties. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Yet, Ye's father merely smiled and shook his head slightly, refraining from answering his question. The Grand Elder seized the opportunity to speak, stating, Your Highness, this matter requires careful consideration. We must deliberate thoroughly before reaching a decision. Chapter 60. The Secrets of the Dynasty. Ingwoody nodded in agreement, not pressing the Yi family for a definitive stance. Being a wise individual, he understood the adage that haste makes waste. To coerce the Yi family through the might of the Dang dynasty would only serve to alienate them further. Regrettably, had it not been for certain difficulties at home, he would not have needed to adopt such a deferential and compromising demeanor. When fissures appeared in the cliffs of the other three continents in the central continent, the Dang dynasty, confident in its profound heritage, underestimated the necessity of exploring such barren lands, thus neglecting the matter. Consequently, after the other two families communicated and exchanged information, the news regarding the other three continents finally emerged, leading the Dang dynasty to realize, albeit belatedly, that these regions were not as desolate as presumed, and indeed possessed formidable powers comparable to their own. The Divine Temple and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion engaged in fruitful exchanges with these factions, yielding substantial returns. By the time the Dang dynasty came to its senses, it had already missed the optimal moment for engagement. At that juncture, the other two families had established relatively stable connections with the powers of the three continents, further solidifying trust in the Divine Temple and the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Now, the Dang dynasty found itself in a precarious position, feeling as though it was struggling to make any progress. If not for the emergence of Dongzhou as a potential breakthrough, the Dang dynasty might have gradually declined to the point of being completely partitioned by other powers. For the other factions, Dongzhou may not hold much significance, as they had partners across the other continents. The Dang dynasty, however, had no choice but to extract its interests from Dongzhou, placing an extraordinary emphasis on this region. Consequently, it was imperative for him to regard the Yi family with utmost seriousness, as their relationship was crucial for their strategic positioning in Dongzhou. However, Ingwoody had long anticipated such a scenario. If persuading the Yi family were so effortless, the Dang dynasty would not find itself in its current predicament. Given that the Yi family had not yet expressed an intention to comply, he chose to refrain from further comments. By the way, I wonder how the young mistress is faring these days. Upon uttering this question, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The hot-tempered second elder rebuked sharply, Silence. I had thought you to be a person of reason and decorum, yet you are no different from your brother. Although the Yi family may not rival the Dang dynasty, they were not to be subjected to repeated indignities. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, and Ingwoody felt as though a tremendous weight pressed upon him, causing him to involuntarily hunch his back. Ye's father gazed at him coldly, warning, Your grading dynasty should not go too far. Behind him, two protectors wore expressions of grave concern, straining to assist their prince in withstanding the formidable pressure emanating from Ye's father. However, he was a ninth-tier void emperor, and the chasm of difference in their realms was insurmountable, a divide that could not be bridged by mere willpower. Ingwoody quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, you have misunderstood my intentions. I have never harbored any desire towards the young lady. Upon hearing this, Ye's father slightly eased his pressure, though his aura remained perilously threatening. Humph, then why do you inquire about my young lady's intentions? The second elder scoffed, emboldened by Ye's father's presence to question the prince of the great Ing dynasty. Ingwoody sighed in relief and promptly clarified, Did not the Yi family recently scour the entire eastern continent in search of renowned pharmacists? I merely inquired here and there, and learned that the young lady seems to be experiencing some discomfort. Ye's father restrained his imposing aura and regarded him with a calm demeanor, inquiring, What do you mean by that? Without the looming threat of imperial pressure, Ingwoody reverted to his usual composed self. He let out a light chuckle and, with an unhurried cadence, remarked, According to the information I have received, the young lady has been suffering from severe abdominal pain lately, particularly intensifying during the night. Is there any truth to this matter? The elders immediately tensed up. What could Ingwoody possibly intend by inquiring so deeply into the young lady's condition? Father Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, So, what is it that you truly wish to accomplish? With a chuckle, The young man responded, "Senior need not fret. My intention is undoubtedly to assist the Yi family. As you all are aware, the Great Qing dynasty has conducted extensive research into those with unique physical constitutions. In this domain, even when considering the other provinces, the Great Qing dynasty undoubtedly stands at the forefront." As he spoke, Ingwudi exuded an air of pride, for indeed, the Great Qing dynasty has made significant strides in this area, justifying his confidence. "Humph, yet your dynasty's third prince suffered a defeat at the hands of our young master," interjected the second elder, somewhat disgruntled. Ingwudi, however, dismissed the remark with a smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the young master of the Yi family has surpassed his predecessors. His innate talent is truly commendable, while it is true that Wuji has been somewhat spoiled and can be rather arrogant in his dealings. He did not speak falsely when he asserted that our Great Qing dynasty's research into those with unique constitutions is unparalleled. After hearing about the situation concerning the young mistress, I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the couple. Hence, I wish to convey to you all that the Great Qing dynasty possesses a solution to the young mistress's predicament, and I hope you will consider this carefully. His father's eyes gleamed slightly. "Are you certain?" Ingwudi replied solemnly, "I would never dare to deceive you regarding such a significant matter. Our Great Qing indeed possesses the capability to resolve this issue." Seeing his confidence, his father felt a stir of interest. They were exceedingly pleased with Gu Qingyi as their daughter-in-law. Not only was she a good person, but she had also somewhat alleviated Yi Changxing's fear of women. If there were a solution to her troubles, even a considerable price would not be unacceptable. What is the solution then? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, a faint smile crept onto Ingwudi's lips. Indeed, as long as they had a need, the Yi family would inevitably have to draw closer to the Great Qing dynasty. Contemplating this, Ingwudi adopted a serious demeanor once more. "Esteemed elder, the specific method to resolve this issue is known only to the venerable elders of our Great Qing dynasty, as it is a secret technique. I hope for your understanding. However, I have consulted the elders, and to address this matter, it is imperative to send the young lady to Zhangzhou, where the resources of the Great Qing dynasty are abundant and all necessary personnel are available to ensure a resolution to her troubles. Moreover, it is not my intention to bluff here. Although the dynasty can resolve the issues surrounding the young lady, the resources and costs involved are not to be underestimated. Such expenditures would be quite burdensome for our Great Qing dynasty. If you are willing, we can indeed assist in alleviating the young lady's troubles. The choice lies in the hands of you, esteemed elder, in the Yi family. Please consider it carefully." Chapter 61. Family Disputes and Tests of Affection. After Ingwudi finished speaking, the expressions of the elders grew exceedingly grim. The significance of the young lady to the Yi family was self-evident, not to mention her status as the emerging matriarch. Her innate talent and constitution alone warranted the Yi family's utmost attention. Ingwudi only mentioned this matter after his proposal for collaboration had been declined, clearly using it as leverage to persuade the Yi family to acquiesce to his demands. Noticing the silence enveloping the room, Ingwudi seemed to sense their thoughts and stood with a smile. "Rest assured, esteemed elders, I have no intention of using this matter to coerce the Yi family. However, the cost to our Great Qing dynasty in treating the young lady is indeed substantial. As a mere prince, I cannot make decisions on behalf of the dynasty. Surely, you all agree that one cannot expect to receive benefits without due cause?" Although the members of the Yi family felt somewhat uneasy, they had to concede that there was indeed a great deal of truth in his words. Ingwudi rose and said, "Ultimately, the choice lies in your hands. I merely bring this matter to your attention. Whether to agree or not is entirely dependent on your wishes and those of the great Emperor Yi. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Farewell." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the members of the Yi family exchanging glances. The eldest elder sighed, and, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, "Head of the family, how shall we resolve this matter?" Ingwudi's intention is evidently to have our Yi family acquiesce to his terms. The other elders nodded in agreement, believing that this was indeed Ingwudi's objective. With a silent sigh, Father Yu waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to rush into this matter. Let me discuss it with Changsheng before proceeding." The arrival of Ingwudi heightened the urgency among the upper echelons of the Yi family. A significant upheaval loomed over the eastern continent, and if they did not seize the opportunity to elevate themselves, they risked being cast aside by the tides of time. As the Yi family members busily prepared, Father Yi found a moment to visit the Gu family. His imperial realm cultivation allowed him to move undetected by the Gu family, only releasing a faint aura that alerted Gu Jingshan. Shortly thereafter, Gu Jingshan entered the reception room alone. "In-law, Why did you come alone? You could have at least notified me to prepare for your arrival. Gu Jingshan greeted with a smile, inviting Father Yu to take a seat. Sigh. Ye's father let out a sigh, leaving Gu Jingshan somewhat bewildered. What troubles you, my dear-in-law? Why do you sigh so deeply? Have you encountered some difficulty? Father Yi first shook his head, then nodded. Old Yi, what do you mean by this? Gu Jingshun was utterly perplexed, and, no longer wishing to be polite, directly addressed him in a manner befitting friends. Alas, Ye's father let out a long sigh once more, leaving Gu in a state of utter bewilderment. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep sighing? Is the sky about to fall? Ye's father glanced at him and finally spoke. Old Gu, you are aware that Qingyi's health has been quite poor lately. The Yu family has sought numerous physicians during this time. Yet we have yet to ascertain the cause of her ailment. Gu Jingshan's expression mirrored his sorrow as he sighed. I am well aware of this matter. However, if even your cultivation cannot discern anything, my anxiety is of little consequence. The Yi family has consulted so many physicians to no avail, and the Gu family cannot offer any further assistance. I too am concerned for Qingyi, yet there seems to be no immediate solution. Ye's father nodded and subsequently articulated the purpose of his visit. Old Gu, he began, just a couple of days ago, the crown prince of the Grading dynasty visited our Yi family. He informed me that the Grading dynasty has conducted extensive research on unique physiques and possesses the capability to address the afflictions affecting Qingyi. However, he mentioned that in order to pursue treatment, it would be necessary to send Qingyi to Zhangzhou. I find myself at a loss for a decisive course of action, and thus I sought your perspective. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingshan let out a bitter smile. To be honest, Old Yi, individuals from the Ming dynasty had previously approached the Gu family regarding this matter. Did they convey the same information to you? Ye's father was somewhat taken aback, but soon comprehended that Ing Wudi harbored no benevolent intentions. Gu Jing's expression turned serious as he nodded, affirming, Indeed, they have also dispatched someone to convey this to me. The situation has become exceedingly clear that scoundrel Ing Wudi aims to sow discord between our Gu family and the Yi family. Hence his maneuver of relaying information to both sides. He likely presumes we would not communicate with one another, which emboldens him to act so brazenly. However, Brother Gu, what is your perspective on this matter? Should we permit Qingyi to venture to Zhangzhou? Upon hearing Ye's father's words, Gu Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Yi, what nonsense are you uttering? Setting aside the fact that the primary objective of the great Ing dynasty in this endeavor is to instigate division between our two families for their own advantage, I cannot countenance the idea of allowing Qingyi to travel to Zhangzhou while she is still unmarried. Have you not discerned the attitude of the third prince of the Great Ing? What they covet is Qingyi's exquisite 9 orifices spirit body. If she were to go to Zhangzhou, it would be tantamount to sending my own daughter into a perilous abyss. Based on my conjecture, should Qingyi become aware of this situation, she would undoubtedly share the same sentiment. She is to become the wife of the Yi family, the spouse of Chongqing. How could I possibly consider such an action? Father Yi hurriedly reassured, Do not be anxious just yet. I have come to seek your opinion, after all. As you are Qingyi's father, it is only natural for you to feel concern for your daughter. He scoffed. Oh, Old Yi, you certainly look down upon me. Rather than allowing Qingyi to be coerced and tempted in Zhangzhou, I would prefer her to find rest in Dongzhou than to endure humiliation on their territory. Ye's father quickly apologized, his demeanor remarkably humble for a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Void Emperor. After much effort in soothing Gu Jingshan's temper, Ye's father reluctantly suggested, in that case, shall we return and consult Qingyi for her opinion? It is her own body, and we cannot make decisions for her based solely on our inclinations. Moreover, Qingyi is such a wonderful child. I cannot bear to witness her untimely demise. If she consents to go to Zhangzhou, I shall persuade Chongqing to annul their engagement. If that occurs, one can only blame Chongqing for his misfortune in not being able to cherish such a splendid fiancée. Gu Jingshan, however, was resolute in his stance. Rest assured, I know Qingyi's temperament far better than you do. She will undoubtedly refuse this matter, regardless of who inquires. After their discussion, the two hurriedly set out towards the Yi family. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyi, who was occupied with affairs on Lingtian Island, concluded her tasks and suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qingyi. Chapter 62, United in Heart. Their strength is unbreakable. Gu Qingyi turned to see her father and father-in-law approaching. Gu Jingshan cheerfully remarked, My daughter, your father has come to see you. Father-in-law, Gu Qingyi greeted, bowing respectfully. After inviting them to take a seat, she inquired with curiosity, What brings you both here? Father, Has something happened within our family? Gu Jingshan quickly shook his head. No, nothing is amiss at home. I came with old Yi to discuss something and seek your opinion. Ye's father spoke up beside her. Indeed, Qingyi, some time ago you were unwell. We sought the help of a physician, yet no issue could be discerned. And I found nothing amiss. Subsequently, the prince of the Da-ing dynasty approached our family, stating that they had conducted research on your unique constitution and could remedy your affliction. However, this would require the Da-ing dynasty to make certain sacrifices and necessitate your journey to the central continent. Your father and I have come to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. Gu Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, finally realizing that their concerns stemmed from her health issues. She quickly clarified, Father-in-law, dear father, you need not worry about this matter. My husband has already resolved the troubles afflicting me. Ah? Changsheng has resolved it for you? His father slightly parted his lips, and even he, usually so composed, found it hard to believe for a moment. Indeed, it was my husband who assisted me. Over the past few days, I have not experienced the excruciating abdominal pain I once felt. It seems that his efforts have truly borne fruit. Ye's father and Gu Jing looked at each other, both astonished by the profound surprise etched on their faces. Qingqi, this matter is far too serious to jest about. I am well aware of Changshen's abilities. While his physical cultivation is commendable, he has never delved into the study of medical remedies. How could it possibly be so simple for him to resolve your predicament? Father Yi inquired with a hint of concern, fearing that Gu Qingyi's reluctance to go to Zhangzhou was the reason behind her words. Gu Jingshan, equally astonished, exclaimed that lad Changsheng truly accomplished it. Daughter, do enlighten us on how he resolved the troubles you were facing. Gu Qingyi, with unwavering assurance, replied, Rest easy, esteemed father-in-law, my husband has indeed alleviated my troubles. As for the method, her complexion abruptly flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet their eyes. You need not concern yourselves with the specifics. Suffice it to say that my husband has successfully addressed the matter, so please do not worry. Father Yi expressed his anxiety. It is not about Qingyi. You must not endure your ailments in silence for the sake of maintaining Changsheng. Do you not understand? Even I, along with numerous physicians, have identified the issue. This illness could significantly jeopardize your life. You must not be negligent. Gu Qingyi quickly shook her head. Rest assured, father-in-law, I am acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and have not spoken carelessly. My husband has indeed resolved the troubles afflicting me. Ah, but how exactly did he manage that? Can you share the details with us? We must ascertain the reliability of his methods, they pressed. But despite the persistent inquiries from Father Yi and Gu Jing, Gu Qingyi blushed and remained resolutely silent, leaving them with no choice but to relent. Finally, Father Yi sighed in resignation. Since you are unwilling to divulge, we shall let it be. However, Qingyi, remember this. If you experience any discomfort, you must inform both me and your mother. Do you understand? We, the Yi family, value you dearly. Your marriage to us is not meant for you to endure grievances silently. You must never conceal your struggles. Gu Qingyi nodded earnestly. Thank you, father-in-law. I shall remember your words. Very well then. Ye's father, feeling helpless, turned to the equally perplexed Gu Jingshan and said, since Qingyi is unwilling to elaborate, let us respect her wishes and refrain from further inquiries. All right, Gu Jingshan replied, then advised Gu Qingyi, Qingyi, your in-laws are truly wonderful people. If anything troubles you, remember to express it. Do not keep it bottled up inside. Understood? I understand, father. Please rest assured, I am no longer a child. The two then departed, their minds laden with unanswered questions. As they walked, Ye's father could not suppress his inner turmoil and said, should I inquire further with Changsheng? Until I clarify this matter, I feel quite unsettled. To which Gu Jingshan responded with a light-hearted demeanor, in my opinion, it would be best if you refrain from probing further. That lad Changsheng is not like others. The fact that he can shatter the heavenly path monument with a single blow suggests he possesses certain peculiarities. Persistently questioning him might be unseemly and could potentially affect the bond between the young couple. Ye's father paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands resolutely and said, No, I cannot rest until I have clarity. Will you accompany me? If not, I shall inquire myself. I must go. I must go. Did you not say I should refrain from asking too many questions? Am I not curious as well? Do not speak. Yi Changsheng settled into a wicker chair in the garden, relishing the warmth of the sunlight filtering through the leaves upon his face. He felt as if the world was enveloped in beauty. Even the rigors of cultivation and lingering injuries faded from his mind. His joy stemmed from having assisted Gu Qingyi in resolving her troubles. Following her predicament, Yi Changsheng had been equally anxious. With his father and the Yi family at a loss, he turned his gaze to the wondrous system, hoping it might provide a solution. Originally as unresponsive as a system offline, the system unexpectedly issued a task just last night. The message from the system read, "Share a room with Gu Qingyi to address her physical issues. Difficulty, none. Danger level, none. Reward, none." Upon reading the task, Yi Changxing nearly dropped his eyes in disbelief. This unreliable system either remained dormant or, when activated, presented such absurd tasks. It seemed utterly frivolous. However, it was now his only hope, as no one else could offer assistance, and even the nature of Gu Qingyi's ailment remained a mystery. The system had proposed a solution, albeit with reservations. For Gu Qingyi's sake, coupled with the system's impeccable track record, Yi Changxing resolved to give it a try. After considerable mental preparation and overcoming the remnants of his fear of women, he finally decided to test this approach. Then, amidst Gu Qingyi's astonished and bashful expression, the scene unfolded. Golden needles pierced the peach blossom's heart, while the mandarin ducks fell into a tranquil slumber. The spring night was fleeting, the sun rose high, and he returned, leaning on his staff, with a sigh of contemplation. Indeed, Yi Changxing awoke from a deep slumber, not rousing until the afternoon. Ever since completing the indestructible golden body cultivation, he had never felt so utterly fatigued. Just as he hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to indulge in a spirit fruit, a sinister voice interrupted, "You little rascal, still have the appetite for fruit? You better confess how you helped Qingyi with her troubles, or I shall see to it that you regret it." The ominous tone sent a shiver down Yi Changxing's spine, and he placed the fruit back on the plate. Obediently standing up and turning around. "Ah, esteemed father-in-law, you two have arrived?" he greeted, noticing Gu Jingshun and his father standing side by side. The latter's usual unflappable demeanor had vanished, his gaze now sharp and piercing as a knife. "Ha ha ha, no need for formalities, my dear son-in-law. Your father and I have come simply to inquire how you resolved Qingyi's troubles." Ye's father let out a cold snort, saying, "Humph, you insolent boy. It would be wise for you to speak honestly. This is a matter concerning Qingyi's life, and you must not act willfully or recklessly. Do you understand?" Yi Changxing quickly nodded and reassured, Father-in-law, rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Qingyi is my wife, and if I were not capable of genuinely resolving her troubles, I would not dare to speak so recklessly. So, pray tell, what method will you employ to cure Qingyi?" Ye's father pressed him closely, leaving Yi Changxing feeling somewhat awkward. Father, this method is rather difficult to articulate." "Nonsense. Why can't you simply recount how you treated Qingyi?" Ye's father, filled with exasperation, rarely raised his voice to admonish Yi Changxing, his eyes wide with fury. Yi Changxing was rendered utterly speechless. Here stood Qingyi's father. Could he truly confront him and divulge that his cohabitation with his daughter had miraculously alleviated his ailments? Even if he possessed such audacity, he certainly lacked the face to do so. "No, father, this matter is not insurmountable. However, to resolve it, we must adopt the correct approach and focus on the primary contradiction. Am I right? To identify the primary contradiction does not imply a one-size-fits-all solution. Rather, it necessitates a nuanced understanding of the circumstances. Wouldn't you agree?" "I believe this matter." Ye's father, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, exclaimed, "Silence. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Changxing had no choice but to plead. "Father, esteemed father-in-law, it is not that I am unwilling to speak with you, but the matter is rather inconvenient to disclose, you see." Internally, he could not help but scoff. Both of them were seasoned individuals. Could they not discern the embarrassment radiating from the newlyweds? Am I truly questioning my son about such intimate matters? Is the world so utterly mad now? The couple continued their relentless interrogation, yet Yi Changxing remained resolutely tight-lipped, determined to maintain his silence even in the face of impending doom. Ye's father, at his wit's end, delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. "You little rascal, you ought to know your limits. If anything were to happen to Qingyi in the future, just wait and see how I hold you accountable." Yi Changxing quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "Father, rest assured, I assure you that Qingyi's issues have truly been resolved, so you need not worry." Upon seeing this, Ye's father reluctantly set aside his desire to inquire about the details of the matter. The two then departed from the courtyard, discussing as they walked. "Brother Gu, my child has been undisciplined, and I must apologize for the embarrassment caused to you." Gu Jingshan responded with a smile, "Brother Yi, is it not commendable that the young couple is united in heart? What is there to be concerned about? In my view, there is no need for worry." With both Qingyi and Chongqing so resolute in having addressed her troubles, it is clear they have their reasons. Let the young ones manage their affairs. We should not interfere too much. Alas, it seems we have no choice but to accept it. Ye's father sighed and suddenly shifted the conversation, saying, now that Qingyi has resolved her internal troubles, we need not concern ourselves with the threats from the Grading dynasty. Gu Jingshan immediately expressed his irritation, exclaiming, "Humph. These individuals are far from virtuous. They appear respectful on the surface, yet harbor nothing but malice beneath. Their intent is to sow discord between our two families, fostering enmity to exploit the situation for their own gain. It is utterly reprehensible." A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye's father's eyes. With the current issue resolved, the leverage in their hands had become rather insignificant. Let us remain steadfast, like a fisherman patiently waiting, and observe what further tricks they may devise. Indeed, Gu Jing echoed in agreement, yet soon expressed his concerns. However, on the other hand, given the tyrannical nature of the Grading dynasty, should they set foot in the eastern continent, they are unlikely to regard us with any semblance of civility. It is quite possible that once they have amassed sufficient power, they may choose to sever ties with us altogether. Ye's father also concurred with Gu Jingshan's perspective. Indeed, this matter requires careful attention. Nonetheless, the cliff remains, and it is not feasible for them to send a significant number of people over in the immediate future. Thus, we still have time. In any case, the issues concerning Qingyi have been resolved, so we can afford to delay our actions. Ultimately, it is they who are anxious. Gu Jingshan nodded and said, yes, I share the same sentiment. Yi, let us refrain from publicizing Qingyi's recovery for the time being, to avoid alerting the Ding Empire. As time passes, it will surely be they who become impatient. When that moment arrives, regardless of their actions, we will hold the advantage. Indeed, your words ring true, Gu. I shall keep this matter under wraps on Ye's side. You must also maintain discretion on yours. Rest assured, I am quite tight-lipped. Shortly after their departure, Gu Qingyi hurriedly returned. Yi Chongqing opened his eyes and gently smiled, saying, Qingyi, have you finished your tasks? Please, take a seat. Upon seeing the smile upon his face, Gu Qingyi couldn't help but blush once more. Ah, by the way, my husband, earlier, the elder and my father came over and inquired about how I resolved the issues I had. I didn't disclose anything to them. Ha ha ha, I knew your nature. They came to find me as well, but I chose to remain silent. Yi Chongqing chuckled heartily, winking playfully as he grasped her hand, saying, you know, my dear, our connection as husband and wife is truly remarkable. Gu Qingxi blushed even more, lowering her head in modesty as she mumbled shyly. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck her, she lifted her gaze and inquired, by the way, my husband, why is it that sharing a room together can resolve the issues within me? Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment, then added his own understanding to the explanation provided by the system. This matter can be considered rather straightforward. Qingyi, you possess the 9 apertures Linglong physique, which is also of the Shaoyin attribute. This results in your rapid cultivation speed. However, your spiritual energy is predominantly cold, and over time, it can accumulate into cold poison within your body. Should the cold poison accumulate excessively, it will lead to various discomforts in your body. My physical form is robust and filled with vitality, akin to the solar body. Moreover, with little spiritual energy within me, I will not exacerbate your cold poison. When the powers within our bodies intertwine, they will neutralize and dissolve each other, transforming the cold poison into spiritual energy. Once the cold poison is resolved, your ailments will naturally heal. Gu Qingyi suddenly realized this, feeling a surge of joy as she remarked, husband, you truly possess great knowledge. Ever since our intimacy, my cultivation has significantly advanced, and my spiritual energy has become much more refined. It appears this is indeed the reason. Chapter 63. The Imperial Pressure and the Yi family's response strategy. Yi Chongqing nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of the sentiment expressed. He was acutely aware of its implications. The union from the previous night had significantly enhanced the chaotic energy within him. Most crucially, under such circumstances, Gu Qingyi's spiritual power had permeated throughout his body, alleviating a substantial portion of the internal injuries sustained during cultivation and combat, effectively addressing the most pressing issue that troubled Yi Chongqing. If this continued, even if his hidden injuries could not be entirely healed, at the very least, it would enable him to cultivate without reservation. With a shy smile, Gu Qingyi nodded in agreement and remarked, this is indeed the best outcome. By the way, my husband, since my cultivation has advanced, you must have also reaped some benefits. No, naturally, he replied, My cultivation has also seen improvement, and my internal injuries have healed considerably. He mused aloud. This mutual cultivation is quite advantageous for both of us. Guqingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. That is wonderful. I was worried that your exhaustion would take a toll on your health. Ah, you underestimate me, my dear. This is merely the beginning. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Yi Changxing suddenly chuckled. Qingyi, since our dual cultivation has proven so beneficial, shouldn't we practice more frequently? Oh dear husband, seize the day, let us try it right now. Husband, no. It's broad daylight. With a decisive slap, the courtyard door was shut, and Guqingyi, not allowing the use of spiritual power, placed a small restriction on it. By afternoon, Yi Changxing emerged from the room. A blend of fatigue and satisfaction etched on his face, massaging his waist and grinning broadly. After stretching leisurely, he exhaled deeply. Goodness, that was truly exhausting. After a moment of reflection, he called into the room. Qingyi, are you hungry? I shall have something prepared. Yes, I am quite hungry, she replied. A rosy blush on her cheeks, her forehead dampened with sweat, radiating contentment and inner joy, having tasted the forbidden fruit and savored its essence. Yi Changxing had indulged with Guqingyi for several days before gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. Primarily, his stamina had begun to wane. However, the fruits of their cultivation during this period were indeed gratifying, as his chaotic energy had nearly doubled, and his internal injuries had healed significantly. Yet, moderation was essential. One must avoid excessive indulgence. Yi Changxing resumed his former rigorous training, diligently striking stones on the back mountain each day. The once solid cliff had been transformed by his efforts, resulting in a cavern measuring over 10 meters. To further refine his abilities, he specifically requested a reinforcement formation for the mountain stones from his mother. This rendered the rocks as resilient as gold and iron, greatly benefiting his physical cultivation. As time gradually passed, both Yi Changxing and Guqingyi noticed that the effects of their dual cultivation were steadily diminishing. This was particularly evident for Guqingyi, whose cultivation level surpassed that of Yi Changxing, resulting in a lesser return of energy. It resembled the flow of water, where, more often than not, spiritual energy cascaded from higher realms to lower ones. Yi Changxing understood this principle as well, thus gradually reducing his dual cultivation with Guqingyi and devoting more time to self-improvement. On this particular day, the Yi family received an unexpected visitor. The representatives of the great Ing dynasty had arrived, inquiring about the meaning behind the words previously uttered by the crown prince. Today, with Ye's father absent, it was the grand elder who, accompanied by 4 other elders, received the guests. Ha ha ha, the crown prince's suggestion is indeed noteworthy, and we of the Yi family are grateful for his kindness. However, this matter ultimately requires the consent of the young mistress herself, and convincing her may take some time. The third elder said with a benevolent smile, while the second elder, in jest, shifted the burden onto Guqingyi. Humph, the young mistress is, after all, a member of the Yi family. With your persistent persuasion, she will surely acquiesce. It is essential to remember that the crown prince acts in the best interest of your young mistress. Our great Ing dynasty cannot afford to wait indefinitely. The man in the golden robe's expression was frigid, revealing his evident dissatisfaction. The grand elder, inwardly amused yet outwardly impassive, replied, Indeed, you are right, esteemed envoy. We too are deeply concerned for the young mistress's health, yet her resolve is quite firm. It will take time to alter her stance. The man in the golden robe's demeanor grew even more frigid. He was on the verge of anger but restrained himself, mindful of Ing Wudi's instructions. Very well. Then I shall grant you additional time to persuade your young mistress. The grand elder promptly replied, Thank you, esteemed envoy, for your leniency. Rest assured, we shall make every effort to counsel the young mistress. Let us hope so. The golden-robed man huffed dismissively as he rose to leave. After seeing him off, Ye's father silently appeared in the council chamber. What did he say? One of the elders inquired. The grand elder sighed, nothing of great significance. Merely urging us to expedite the young mistress's decision. Yifu let out a cold laugh, saying, it seems they are quite anxious. There is no need to pay them any mind. Should anyone from the great Ing dynasty come knocking again, simply send them away as you did today. After all, it is not us who are in a hurry. Eventually, they will reveal their true intentions. Indeed, the grand elder responded, albeit with a hint of concern. Master, considering it is the great Ing dynasty, might this treatment provoke their ire? Ye's father remained utterly unconcerned. What difference does it make to be provoked? The spread of the fissures in the source wall will take time. They are unlikely to dispatch any formidable experts in the immediate future. so there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing the family head's words, the Grand Elder felt considerably reassured. Very well, we shall heed your guidance. As days turned into weeks, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Daing dynasty seemed to grow increasingly anxious, sending envoys 3 or 4 times to urge the Yi family to expedite their decision regarding Gu Qingyi. Yet, the Yi family's stance remained unchanged, neither acquiescing nor outright rejecting, always maintaining a somewhat ambiguous position. With the Daing dynasty's attitude growing ever more assertive, the Yi family began to form their own judgments. It appeared the Daing dynasty's urgency was escalating, and soon they would have no choice but to reveal their true intentions. On this particular day, outside the Yi residence, the roar of beasts echoed as a formidable army of cultivators came to a halt. At the forefront was the man in golden robes who had visited on previous occasions. The elders received the news and quickly went out to welcome him. The arrival of the esteemed envoy truly brought honor to the Yi family. The Grand Elder wore a warm smile, resembling the amiable old man next door. The golden-robed man narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, no longer exuding the previous air of arrogance. Chapter 64. The Yi family takes the helm. There is no need for such formality, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly. Although the envoy's words carried an undercurrent of sarcasm, he chose not to engage in conflict, merely responding with a smile. Your Excellency, you are too humble. Please, enter the estate. Within the resplendent council hall, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The golden-robed man scanned the seated elders, forcing a stiff smile as he stepped forward. Today, I come merely to inquire whether the Yi family still cares for the safety of your young matron. His tone was frigid, like ice piercing the bone. While our Daing dynasty is willing to offer assistance, it does not mean you can manipulate us at will. When will you send Gu Qingyi to Zhangzhou? You must provide a definitive answer today. The elders exchanged glances, communicating silently through their eyes. Ultimately, it was the Grand Elder who stepped forward to respond. Your Excellency, this matter is of great importance. The young matron is a vital member of the Yi family and will one day wield the power of the clan. We cannot act rashly. Moreover, even if all family members agree, we must respect the wishes of the young matron. This matter cannot be rushed. Exerting pressure would only be counterproductive. Silence. The golden-robed man's expression changed dramatically, the calm demeanor vanishing, his anger flaring as he pointed vehemently at the Grand Elder, gritting his teeth. Every time I come here, you all use this ambiguous rhetoric to stall. I see that you are not exercising prudent consideration but are deliberately toying with my Daing dynasty. Your Excellency, such words are unfounded. What merit does the Yi family possess to dare exhibit even a hint of negligence toward your esteemed dynasty? The elder feigned trepidation, hastily attempting to placate the wrath of the golden-robed man. However, the man in the gold robe disregarded him entirely, pointing a finger directly at him, each word striking like a nail. I shall grant you one final opportunity, Madam Xiao. Will you save her or not? The elder's expression betrayed his inner turmoil, silently lamenting that he had forced the other party to the brink. Should he outright refuse, the Daing dynasty might discern that the Yi family had covertly resolved the predicament of the young madam, thus realizing the previous strategy of delay. If he continued to obfuscate, it seemed that the envoy would find such evasions intolerable. Just as he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, a voice, cold and indifferent, descended from above, sweeping through the hall like a chilling wind. Are you attempting to compel the Yi family to send her to Zhangzhou at once? At the sound, all eyes turned, revealing that the head of the Yi family had taken his seat at the main position, resting his chin on one hand, his piercing gaze fixed upon the envoy of the Daing. Under the oppressive aura of the virtual emperor, the golden-robed man's ire dissipated in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Envoy of the Daing, you must have encountered Emperor Yi before. The head of the family spoke in a low tone, his calmness imbued with an undeniable authority. Answer my question. Ing Fan hastily shook his head, respectfully stating, how could I dare? I have no intention of coercing the Yi family. It is simply that, after several visits concerning the treatment of the young madam, the elder has yet to provide a definitive response. As you are aware, to save the young madam, Zhangzhou has mobilized various resources and meticulously prepared. This delay not only jeopardizes her life, but also risks the Daing expending vast resources in vain. Ye's father nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of the statement. However, he continued, there is no immediate need for Qingyi to travel to Zhangzhou. What? Why? Ing Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening as he gazed at the ethereal emperor. I have discovered a method to temporarily suppress the cold poison within her, and since she herself has yet to decide whether to journey to Zhangzhou, There is no urgency in this matter. Should your esteemed dynasty be unable to wait, we can abandon this endeavor without consequence. Ying Fan's heart trembled at the revelation that the Yi family emperor had indeed found a way to suppress the cold poison. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Your Majesty, please forgive my impertinence. Our great Ying dynasty has dedicated years to studying various unique physiques, and is well aware that the cold poison within the 9-aperture Linglong body is exceedingly formidable. How have you managed to achieve this temporary suppression? Furthermore," he added, "even if it is only a temporary measure, if the cold poison remains, it will inevitably accumulate within her body. When her cultivation reaches a profound level, should it erupt, there may be no hope of recovery." Yes, father's gaze turned icy. Sharp as a blade. "Why must I divulge the methods of my treatment to you?" Ying Fan instantly realized the impropriety of his previous words and hastily bowed in apology. "I misspoke, merely out of concern for the Yi family and the young mistress." Father Yi let out a soft grunt, displaying a hint of displeasure. The chilling poison within Qingyi has undoubtedly been subdued. She is the young mistress of our clan, and her decisions regarding her fate should be made independently, without the interference of others. Should the poison resurface in the future, I shall personally travel to Central Continent to confront Ying Wudi. However, regarding this matter, let it be concluded, there is no need for further discussion. If there are no other matters, you may return and report to Ying Wudi. Ye's father interrupted Ying Fan's argument, gesturing for him to depart. Ying Fan hesitated, caught between words, and upon noticing the disapproving gazes of the surrounding elders, he ultimately chose to silence his grievances, his heart swelling with uncontainable indignation. It became clear that the Yi family had consistently delayed matters merely to feign concern. He had initially believed the issue lay with Gu Qingyi, only to discover this disheartening reality. What he intended as leverage to compel the Yi family to submit had instead rendered him a target of mockery. The thought of delivering ill tidings to Ying Wudi sent a shiver through him. It is well known that the crown prince, Ying Wudi, presents a facade of grace and sophistication. Yet beneath it lies a heart of ruthless cunning. Particularly within the royal confines, the prolonged lifespan and profound cultivation render hearts even more callous. With the situation at such an impasse, he could do naught but return in silence. "Then, I take my leave," Ying Fan said, offering a respectful bow. His gaze lingering with a complex depth on Ye's father before he turned to depart. Once his figure faded from view, the Grand Elder spoke with concern, "Patriarch, should we reject the Da Ying dynasty, we may provoke their wrath." Ye's father remained unperturbed, a hint of arrogant amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if they harbored resentment, what could they possibly do? The antiquated figures of the Great Ying dynasty were unable to cross over, and in this eastern continent, no one stood as my rival. Who dares to act recklessly? Let them come forth. This brazen and domineering confidence invigorated the elders present. Fortunately, the Yi family possessed this extraordinary talent who defied fate, achieving the status of Void Emperor with a fractured heavenly path. Otherwise, the perilous state of affairs today would likely have plunged the Yi family into turmoil. Chapter 65, The Invitation to the Gathering of Talents with Ying Fan's Departure. The higher-ups of the Yi family increasingly sensed the urgency of time, diligently urging their younger generations to intensify their cultivation. Yu Chongqing was diligently following the cultivation plan he had established, ascending step by step. On the rear mountain, a dull thud echoed from the cliff, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Even the reinforced mountain wall, bolstered by formations, showed signs of wear and collapse under the relentless enhancement of his cultivation and the strength of his physique. At present, the primal energy within him had accumulated significantly, rivaling that of practitioners at the peak of the spirit stage. However, the quality of his primal energy was incomparable to spiritual energy. Even when facing those at the transformation or cave heaven realms, he could breach their spiritual techniques due to its unique nature, coupled with his formidable physical prowess. His combat effectiveness was undeniably formidable. "Darling, are you there?" Gu Qingyi's voice drifted in from outside the cave. Yi Chongqing shook off the dust from his exposed upper body, sending a cascade of debris to the ground. Stepping out of the cave, he found Gu Qingyi waiting for him. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, his body marred with scratches and bruises, Gu Qingyi expressed her concern, saying, "Darling, you must be careful while cultivating. Don't push yourself too hard, understand?" "Haha, don't worry. My dear wife, I am fully aware," he reassured her with a smile. Yi Chongqing flashed a radiant smile, his white teeth gleaming, as he affectionately addressed Gu Qingyi as wife, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. Little did her husband know where he had acquired such terminology. insisting that the term wife be replaced with to signify her unique place in his heart. My dear husband, father has requested your presence in the council hall. The council hall. Yi Changxing felt a sense of perplexity as he allowed Gu Qingyi to gather water to cleanse his body. He inquired, my dear, do you have any idea what this is about? Gu Qingyi shook her head, responding, I am not certain. However, prior to our arrival, I noticed that a dozen elders were present, along with numerous talented youths from our clan, suggesting that it must be a matter of some significance. I see. Since it is a summons from my father, there is no reason for me to decline, he reflected. After completing his cleansing and dressing, the couple made their way toward the council hall side by side. Inside the hall sat several elders, and at the rear were the 10 prodigies of the Yi family, with the foremost being Xiaochen. Upon their arrival, Xiaochen let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Father. Yi Changxing greeted his father before taking a seat alongside Gu Qingyi. Once they were settled, Ye's father, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, the reason I summoned you today is to discuss an important matter, elder. Indeed, the elder replied, subsequently retrieving a letter from within his garments. This missive had been dispatched by the Crown Prince of Daqing, conveying that the prodigies of Central Continent intend to host a grand assembly, aimed at fostering interaction and camaraderie with the talented individuals from our Eastern Continent factions. Whispers of this event have circulated for over a fortnight, and I trust some among you have caught wind of it. The Central Continent's invitation extends exclusively to the science and leading figures of each clan, and it is presumed that our Yi family shall be represented by our young master. As he spoke, the elder turned his gaze toward Yi Changxing, a smile gracing his features as he inquired, young master, should you choose to attend, it would be greatly appreciated if you could accompany the youth from our clan to broaden their horizons. What are your thoughts on this? Yi Changxing felt rather speechless. He was in a crucial period of cultivation and had no desire to be disturbed. Just as he was about to decline, his father suddenly interjected. That is a valid point. Changxing, you cannot always confine yourself to your own world. It would do you good to venture out and experience the broader world. The words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Since you say so, father, I shall go. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart as to why the system had not issued a task this time. The Grand Elder cheerfully handed over a letter, urging Yi Changxing to open it himself. As he tore open the envelope and glanced at its contents, his expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. This invitation is not addressed to me. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned toward him. The Grand Elder, equally astonished, exclaimed, how can this be? Young master, you have already defeated the third prince of Zhongzhou. Could it be that the Yi family possesses another genius of even greater significance? Yi Changxing, with an expression of bewilderment, handed over the letter. You may read it yourself. The Grand Elder extended his hand to receive the correspondence and focused intently on its contents. After a few moments, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. It indeed was not addressed to the young master. The individuals within the council chamber were momentarily taken aback. If the letter was not intended for Yi Changxing, to whom could it possibly belong? The Grand Elder turned towards the assembly of young prodigies and then casually tossed the letter. Xiaochen, this invitation is for you. As the letter landed in his embrace, Xiaochen's heart raced. He hastily opened the correspondence and began to read. The letter was penned by the Crown Prince of the Great Ing Wudi. I have heard of the illustrious reputation of the Yi family in the Eastern Continent, particularly with such an extraordinary figure as Elder Yi. It is only natural that the descendants of your clan possess remarkable talents. With the rift in the source wall, interactions between our realms have become more frequent. Alongside Shin of the Divine Hall and Kong In of the Heavens Mechanism Pavilion, and jointly hosting a gathering for the young elites. I hope the younger generations of the Central Continent and Eastern Continent can become acquainted and foster camaraderie. It is rumored that there exists a peer among the Yi clan, Xiaochen, whose talents are exceptional and whose brilliance is unparalleled. I hereby extend a special invitation to Brother Xiao to attend the gathering. I sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence. Upon seeing the clear inscription of Xiaochen, he could not help but smile. Indeed, the young talents of the Central Continent possess a discerning eye and did not bestow recognition upon Yi Changxing, whom they deemed unworthy. After finishing the letter, he tucked it away and turned to face the assembly of elders. It appears the letter bears my name. I wonder what the opinions of the clan leader and esteemed elders are regarding my potential attendance. The younger generation exchanged peculiar glances, observing the beaming Xiao Chun and the seemingly distant Yi Changxing, lost in thought. Their minds began to formulate hypotheses. likely due to Yi Changshan's previous victory over Ing Wuji and the Yi family's less than favorable stance towards the Grading dynasty. It seemed that the crown prince had subtly devised a means to embarrass Yi Changxing. The Grand Elder, somewhat perplexed, glanced at Yi Changxing and then turned to inquire. Clan leader, what are your thoughts on this matter? Yes, father frowned slightly. Since the invitation was intended for Xiaochen, it should naturally prioritize his opinion. Xiaochen? The younger generation is present. Please reflect on this matter carefully after you depart, and provide me with your response by tomorrow. Understood. Xiaochen readily agreed, appearing to have already formulated a plan. Yes, father glanced at the listless Yi Changxing, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Changxing, your father. Yi Changxing suddenly interjected with a smile, saying, since the invitation is extended to Xiaochen, it is best for him to attend. It is of no concern to me. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I shall not delay any further. Chapter 66. The prelude to the battle of the celestial talents on the summit of the Jiangshan. Having said that, he cheerfully stood up and walked outside with Gu Qingyi. As they passed by Xiaochen, Yi Changxing abruptly turned his head, patted his shoulder, and said with a grin, young Master Xiao, put forth a splendid performance. Do not tarnish the prestige of the Yi family. Xiaochen was momentarily taken aback, surprised that he had initiated a conversation. However, with so many eyes upon them, he wished not to leave an impression of narrow-mindedness on the elders, so he merely nodded in silence. After their departure, the Grand Elder offered Xiaochen a few more words of advice before allowing the younger generation to leave. Patriarch. It seems that Ing Wudi's invitation may not bear good intentions. Having been defeated by the young master, he now invites Xiaochen. Could it be that he seeks to sow discord among the younger members of the Yi family? The Grand Elder speculated on Ing Wudi's motives. Appearing somewhat apprehensive, Ye's father appeared rather indifferent to the situation. It mattered little. If he chose not to invite Changsheng, so be it. After all, the meeting of young individuals from Dongzhou and Zhongzhou might not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. As for Changsheng, he himself seemed unconcerned. So there was no need for us to fret unnecessarily. Let us observe how Xiaochen decides if he wishes to attend. He may select a few composed young juniors to accompany him. If he prefers not to go, he may simply disregard the invitation. With Ye's father's remarks, the elder's apprehensions dissipated considerably, and he responded with a cheerful agreement. In the back mountain, Gu Qingyi gracefully perched upon a large rock. Watching as Yi Changxing began to disrobe once more, unable to contain herself, husband, do you not feel any anger? Anger? Why would I be angry? You have triumphed over Ing Wuji, and you are the scion of the Yi family. Logically, those from Zhongzhou ought to extend invitations to you. Why is it that other factions' saints and holy maidens are regarded as the scions, yet it seems to change in your case? Yi Changxing cheerfully remarked. Not inviting me is just fine. We would prefer to avoid the hassle anyway. I do not seek the limelight, so let anyone else take the stage. Upon realizing that he truly did not mind the matter at hand, Gu Qingyi felt her worries dissipate. Since her husband had expressed such sentiments, they could comfortably remain at home, which indeed simplified matters considerably. While the two enjoyed their leisure, Xiaochen was engaged in a heated argument. Senior, since the invitation has reached me, I must seize the opportunity to meet these geniuses from the central continent. In his mind, Xiaochen's resolve was unwavering. The sage of Kanglan, somewhat displeased, responded, Xiaochen, this is an opportune time for you to focus on nurturing your foundation and enhancing your cultivation. How can you divert your attention to such matters? You still lag behind Yi Changxing. How can you hope to compete with the prodigies of the central continent? In the face of the sage's admonition, Xiaochen calmly replied, Senior, we should not view this matter in such a manner. Consider this. The world is changing with the recent fissures in the cliffs. It is likely that, after some time, not only the talents of the central continent will arrive, but also those from the other three continents. When that time comes, they will exhaust the resources of the eastern continent, making survival for its powers increasingly difficult. How can one aspire to reach higher realms or tread the path of the emperor without resources? Although I hold the title of a divine child in the Yi family, I remain an outsider, struggling to earn genuine trust. When resources dwindle, the Yi family will undoubtedly lean more towards Yi Changxing. How then shall I navigate my circumstances? Xiaoqin's words left the sage of Kanglan in silence. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Xiaochen continued, if I participate in this gathering of geniuses, I can showcase my talents, potentially attracting the interest of certain factions, thus forging valuable connections as a contingency. This gathering is hosted by the three major powers of the central continent, and if I can befriend any of them, my future will undoubtedly be more promising. Even if that does not materialize, cultivating friendships with other Central Continent prodigies is a commendable option. For the present, if I demonstrate my abilities at the gathering and bring prestige to the Yi family, my standing will naturally rise. Whether in dealing with Yu Changxing or acquiring resources, would that not be far more convenient? Considering both the present and the future, Xiaochen firmly believed he should attend this eminent assembly of geniuses, and he inquired, "What do you think, senior?" His reasoning compelled the sage of Kanglin into contemplation. After a brief silence, he sighed and said, "Since you have made your decision, go ahead. Just remember to exercise caution. After all, you will be competing with the most formidable talents of the Central Continent, so do not take it lightly. Rest assured, senior." Xiaochen assured him, "I am confident in my ability to tread the path of the Emperor and will not falter here." With unwavering confidence, Xiaochen envisioned a splendid future for himself. Early the next morning, the Grand Elder received Xiaochen's response, expressing his willingness to participate in the upcoming gathering of prodigies. Consequently, the younger generation of the Yi family, excluding Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi, convened, from whom the elders selected a few individuals possessing commendable cultivation, talent, and character to accompany Xiaochen in witnessing the brilliance of their peers. In the floating sky square, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Xiaochen, accompanied by several young individuals, ascended the beast war chariot, exuding an air of grandeur and vitality. Meanwhile, in the dark and silent cave of the back mountain, Yu Changxing relentlessly struck the unyielding stone wall, his resolve as steadfast as iron, unwavering as a clock. Amid the envious glances of many young onlookers, Xiaochen donned the azure battle armor bestowed by the Grand Elder, and with a spirited wave, declared, "Let us set forth." The war chariot soared into the air, leaving behind a dazzling ripple of spiritual energy. To the east of Dongzhou lies a vast river, spanning nearly 100 miles at its widest and narrowing to 4 or 5 miles at its constricted points. This magnificent river, in the eyes of mortals, bears little distinction from the sea. Cultivators refer to it as the Hengjiang, symbolizing eternal existence. To the east of Hengjiang stands a celestial mountain known as Kanjingshan, the ideal place for a lofty view, overlooking the enchanting riverside scenery. On this mountain resides the Riverside Pavilion, where cultivators often pause to rest. However, the once bustling Riverside Pavilion has been closed to outsiders for several days due to the arrival of a certain individual, Ingwudi, who commands respect even from the most esteemed, the prodigy of the Central Continent's Divine Hall. Although he is also one of the geniuses of the 3 major powers of the Central Continent, Chen has always favored solitude, maintaining a notably secretive existence. Since his arrival in Dongzhou, he has seldom ventured out, even avoiding encounters with his fellow travelers from the Central Continent. At this moment, on the top floor of the Riverside Pavilion, enveloped in swirling mist and clear waters that stretch beyond sight, Ingwudi hurriedly ascended the stairs, a hint of joy illuminating his face. "Brother Chen, tomorrow marks the grand assembly of prodigies. Many young talents from various forces in Dongzhou have already arrived at Wangjiang Mountain. This time, we shall undoubtedly establish our reputation." By the pavilion's railing stood a figure clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, hands clasped behind his back, waist-length hair flowing gracefully in the wind, embodying an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being. Such trivial matters, why the excitement? His deep, magnetic voice resonated slowly as he turned to face Ingwudi, his striking features accentuated by sharp brows and bright eyes. At the center of his brow, a glimmering red mark resembled a jewel, sparkling with an enigmatic light. Ingwudi shrugged with a smile. "It is not merely a matter of perspective. This gathering serves as the official introduction between our Central Continent and Dongzhou. We can seize this opportunity to showcase our Central Continent's might, allowing the people of Dongzhou to comprehend the magnitude of the disparity. Consequently, whether in collaboration or conquest, any ensuing resistance will be significantly diminished. Wouldn't that be a splendid outcome?" Chechenia's obsidian-like pupils fixated upon him, an enigmatic smile lingering upon his lips. "It is perhaps not merely for the convenience of Central Continent, but rather for your own benefit within the Great Wen dynasty, is it not?" Ingwudi, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. "All is well, all is well. In any case, this grand gathering is replete with advantages. By the way, as the initiator, you are indeed expected to attend, correct?" Chechnya nodded, naturally. "I too wish to observe if there are any worthy adversaries on the land of Eastern Continent." The following day, vibrant rainbows soared above the Wanjian Mountain, intermittently pierced by the roars of formidable beasts. The geniuses from various forces across the Eastern continent arrived in droves to partake in this prestigious assembly. The area surrounding Linjiang Pavilion was heavily guarded, with security measures meticulously in place. Those who gathered here were the future heirs of the Eastern and Central Continent forces. Any disturbance could potentially trigger a seismic upheaval. Upon the celestial mountain, ethereal mist lingered, as maidens in flowing skirts flitted about like butterflies, delivering wine and delicacies to each table. These dishes were crafted from spiritual beasts and celestial plants, imbued with pure and gentle spiritual essence, a rare delicacy for ordinary cultivators. At the main seat, 3 sets of tables and chairs were placed against the entrance of Linjiang Pavilion. It goes without saying that these were reserved for the 3 major forces of Central Continent. Xiao Chun, accompanied by 3 younger members of the Yi family, strode in with poise and a radiant smile, exuding an air of distinction. After being guided to their designated seats by a maid, Xiao Chun turned to the 3 behind him, conveying telepathically, "Observe more, speak less. The individuals here hold exceptional status. Avoid causing any unnecessary trouble." The 3 behind him nodded earnestly, sitting up straight as they watched the arrival of various talents. Suddenly, an astonished inquiry arose from a nearby table. "Xiao Chun, why is it you from the Yi family, and not Yu Chongqing?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, though his face remained composed. "Ah, this is an invitation from the Crown Prince of the Great Wen. I too am unaware of the reasons." "I see." The speaker nodded, preparing to inquire further, when a magnetic voice resonated from a distance. "Yu Chongqing is but a waste. What qualifications does he possess to be invited to the gathering of prodigies?" The crowd turned in astonishment to see a young man in a black robe approaching slowly. He emitted no discernible aura, appearing almost as an ordinary mortal who had mistakenly wandered into this place. Yet, anyone present here was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. The inability to discern his cultivation merely indicated his extraordinary mastery of concealing his presence, or perhaps his cultivation surpassed that of others. The Central Continent's geniuses rose in unison to pay their respects. "Brother Chechnya." The people of Eastern Continent soon realized that this individual was the initiator of the prodigy gathering, the exceedingly mysterious genius of the Divine Temple. With hands clasped behind him, he sauntered to his seat, elegantly settled himself, and with a smile continued. "You Eastern Continent folks fear the Yi family, refraining from speaking ill of that waste, yet the Divine Temple fears nothing, nor do I. A mere useless individual, devoid of any merit worthy of invitation." This statement sounds exceedingly arrogant, unabashedly revealing his contempt for Yu Chongqing. Yet when spoken by this person, it carries an inexplicable air of conviction. The 3 young members of the Yi family standing behind Xiao Chun exhibited expressions of discontent. Yu Chongqing, being the young master, should not be disparaged as a mere waste of talent, particularly after his victory over the genius Ing Wuji in front of such a large audience. However, as the leader, Xiao Chun remained silent, and the others felt it inappropriate to intervene. The crowd from the Eastern Continent awaited Xiao Chun's response, but he appeared oblivious to Che Chen's remarks, pouring himself a drink instead. Brother Xiao is the scion of the Yi family, having achieved the true indestructible golden body. Such a prodigy is truly deserving of the title of genius, Che Chen added with a smile, raising his glass towards Xiao Chun. "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chun lifted his glass in salute, a faint smile gracing his lips. Che Chen's words were quite pleasing to him. He certainly did not consider himself inferior to Yu Chongqing. The latter merely benefited from having prominent parents. If anyone were to represent the Yi family, it should have been him. With this thought, Xiao Chen's fondness for Che Chen increased, as he felt a sense of kinship akin to that of a long-lost friend. In truth, Che Chen's action stemmed from his dissatisfaction with the Yi family. As a distinguished genius of the Divine Temple, upon arriving in the Eastern Continent, numerous factions sought his audience. Yet, the Yi family remained conspicuously silent, which irked him greatly. Moreover, after Ing Wuji personally visited and dispatched several envoys without receiving a definitive response, his contempt for the Yi family deepened. What right did a faction, sequestered in a corner, have to act so haughtily before him? Che Chan's earlier statements, ostensibly justifying his invitation to Xiao Chun, subtly served as a warning to the Eastern Continent factions present. The 3 families from the Central Continent held no fondness for the Yi family, urging the audience to recognize the hierarchy of power. With the emergence of these 3 families in the Eastern Continent, the Yi family's standing had significantly diminished, compelling other factions to make their choices swiftly. In essence, Che Chen's remarks conveyed a veiled reprimand to the multitude gathered in the Eastern Continent. The Yi family has fallen from grace, and henceforth, the world shall belong to them. After a brief interlude, The invited prodigies gradually assembled, and the banquet commenced in earnest. Ing Wudi and Kong Yan of the Tianji Pavilion flanked either side, representing the mightiest forces of Zhongzhou. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious amid the clinking of cups. Chechen set down his goblet and surveyed the room, then turned to Ing Wudi and said, "Wudi, isn't it time to proceed with the next event?" Ing Wudi paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending the implication of his words. Indeed, the time had come. Chechen nodded slightly and cleared his throat gently. Strangely, this subtle cough resonated in the ears of everyone present, crystal clear, compelling them to instinctively shift their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Chechen, the prodigies from Dongzhou felt a chill run down their spines. His profound cultivation was evident. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate his spiritual energy with such finesse. Ensuring each individual could hear him distinctly, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he began to contemplate various thoughts. Chapter 68, The Duel of Talents. Esteemed guests, I have gathered the young talents of Dongzhou here today with the hope that we may foster collaboration in the future. I am immensely grateful for your presence. The murmur of the banquet gradually quieted, and the prodigies from Dongzhou heightened their vigilance, eager to hear his forthcoming words. We are all young, striving to ascend the path of cultivation. I believe your ultimate goal is to tread upon the road that will transcend an era, to ascend to imperial heights and dominate the Tao, standing unrivaled above heaven and earth. Just imagining it ignites a fervor within one's blood. Surely, you too aspire to achieve such greatness one day? His words stirred the hearts of the prodigies from Zhongzhou, who fervently echoed Chechen's sentiments. The talents from Dongzhou were equally envious, yet refrained from expressing their thoughts too openly due to their status. However, elders had once imparted to me the wisdom that insular contemplation is unwise. To embark upon the path of the emperor, one must broaden their horizons and engage with the heroes and prodigies from all corners of the world, exchanging insights and ideas to cultivate greater wisdom. This rare opportunity beckons. Why not allow the talents of Zhongzhou to engage in dialogue and sparring with our esteemed guests from Dongzhou? Chechen's tone shifted, unveiling his true intent. The martial philosophies of the two continents diverged. Perhaps through mutual exchange, they could ignite sparks of inspiration and assist one another in comprehending the Tao, which would indeed be a cause for celebration. Upon the conclusion of those words, a profound silence enveloped the banquet hall. The people of the Eastern continent swiftly grasped the intention behind Chechen's orchestration of the Tianjiao Conference, which seemingly aimed to establish dominance. However, they were not individuals to shy away from confrontation. The talents from the Central Continent had long exhibited arrogance in the Eastern Continent, adopting a disdainful attitude towards many esteemed powers and even towards those talented individuals who were once revered. This had left many feeling stifled and resentful. Now, an opportunity had finally arisen for a legitimate contest against them, and few were inclined to retreat. In fact, many were eager to showcase their abilities, seeking to vanquish the Central Continent's talents and avenge themselves and the Eastern Continent. The Central Continent was well aware of the unfolding situation and harbored no objections. Thus, Chechen, with a smile, inquired of the Eastern Continent's talents, "Gentlemen, are you willing to engage in a friendly spar?" As his voice faded, a robust figure, bare-chested and imposing, coldly responded, "Brother Che, your words are indeed wise. It is through sparring and exchange that we can enhance our martial prowess. While the Eastern Continent may not rival the Central Continent in strength, we are not cowards. I wholeheartedly support this challenge." His resolute declaration immediately drew curious glances from the crowd. Influenced by him, the Eastern talents began to voice their agreement. Chechen, maintaining his composed smile, remarked, "Brother, you are indeed generous. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Han Lai," replied the youth, his icy demeanor revealing a fervent fighting spirit. "Merely a minor power, unworthy of mention." Han Lai? Chechen pondered briefly, quickly recognizing the lineage of this individual, the Han family from Feiyin Mountain. While not a first-rate power, they ranked among the elite in the second tier, holding significant influence in the Eastern Continent. Defeating their prodigy would greatly bolster the Central Continent's reputation. Ha ha ha. Since Brother Han has spoken, I wonder which of my compatriots from the Central Continent dares to accept the challenge? "I shall," boomed a coarse voice as a burly man, equally formidable as Han Lai, rose to his feet, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "I am from Hongshan of the Central Continent. Please enlighten me." Chechen erupted in hearty laughter. Well, you young talents truly embody the spirit of the new generation. Your fighting spirit is commendable." As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a colossal shadow suddenly loomed overhead. This is the Yinling Dual Realm, meticulously crafted by the elders of my temple for the purpose of training and sparring for the youth. You two may engage in battle without concern for damaging anything. Hong Shan chuckled a few times, bending his knees slightly and exerting force, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the shadowy realm of combat. Han Lai, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit and leaped into the fray. Once they had taken their positions, Chechen casually waved his hand, conjuring an image suspended in midair that vividly displayed the scene within the battlefield. It appeared to be a vast desert, with swirling yellow sands stretching for miles, ample enough for a fierce duel. Remarkably, it seemed to utilize some spatial principles, for while it appeared merely as a small courtyard from the outside, it revealed an extraordinary expanse within. Ah, my friends, let us relish this splendid battle together, Chechen said with a grin, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. In the arena, Han Lai and the distant black dot that was Hong Shan stood facing one another, their formidable auras locking onto each other. Despite the 100-meter distance separating them, such a gap was negligible for cultivators of their caliber. Taking a deep breath, Han Lai's eyes instantly turned cold, and his imposing figure surged forward with terrifying speed, launching the first attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Hong Shan, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, crashing down ferociously. In stark contrast, Hong Shan remained rooted in place, a more sinister smile plastered across his face. "Come on," he roared, as an aura of dark light erupted from his body. He then drew his hands back to his waist and boldly charged straight into Han Lai's fist. Han Lai's pupils constricted in an instant. Boom. The sound reverberated through the air, and everyone present could distinctly hear the dull thud of the impact. The ground was instantly engulfed in a tumultuous wave of yellow sand, rising to heights of over 10 meters. The gifted individuals from Dongzhou gasped in disbelief. Han Lai practiced a physique-oriented cultivation method, boasting a remarkably formidable body. Yet, Hong Shan, seemingly undeterred, had recklessly chosen to absorb that punch with his flesh. Whether out of blind confidence or an unwavering assurance remained uncertain. As the sands settled, the image sharpened once more. Han Lai's fist pressed against Hong Shan's chest, his face a deep crimson, clearly struggling. Meanwhile, the smile on Hong Shan's face remained unchanged. As though he had been drenched in ink, his entire being enveloped in a pitch-black hue. This darkness, however, reflected a brilliant sheen, visually akin to polished metal. Ing Wudi glanced at the astonished expressions of the Dongzhou prodigies and explained with a smile, Hong Shan is a disciple of the Huofeng Cave in Zhongzhou, and he takes great pride in his ability known as the Dark Gold Body. This constitution, once fully cultivated, is immensely powerful, rivaling my own Qingjiao sacred body. Though it may fall slightly short, I must admit, I was unaware he had achieved such a physique, keeping it hidden from us all. Chapter 69. The contest between the Eastern Continent and the Central Continent. Wang Wudi appeared to feign annoyance, yet the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears, revealing his unmistakable delight in boasting. Hong Shan, resembling a figure of blackened coal, remained utterly unfazed by the blow, causing the Eastern Continent's prodigies to worry for him. In the realm of combat, Han Lai quickly prepared to retreat after realizing his strike had been ineffective. The opponent possessed an extraordinarily robust physique. Nearly 80% of Han Lai's strength had failed to yield the desired outcome. Although his golden metal body was formidable, the resilience of his adversary seemed even more formidable. Just as he contemplated retreating, Hong Shan, who had remained motionless until that moment, suddenly struck with lightning speed, seizing Han Lai's wrist. A sense of alarm surged within him as he swiftly launched his left fist towards Hong Shan's head while unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual energy to break free from the grip. However, Hong Shan lowered his head, causing Han Lai's punch to merely graze past the back of his skull. With a powerful tug, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelling Han Lai to stagger towards him. It was this crucial moment. Han Lai's heart sank as he steadied his posture for defense. Yet, during his stumble, his chest was left wide open, allowing Hong Shan's right fist to strike like a venomous serpent. With no means of evasion, he resolved to emulate Hong Shan, channeling all his spiritual energy to his chest, hoping to withstand the blow with sheer physicality. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing sent shivers through the gathering, resonating clearly amongst the attendees. Han Lai's eyes bulged, his face instantly flushed with crimson, as a spray of glistening blood erupted from his mouth. Not only had Hong Shan's punch shattered his sternum, but it had also inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. In a moment of desperation, Han Lai summoned the last of his strength to deliver a fierce knee strike, solidly impacting Hong Shan's waist. This attack finally bore fruit, causing Hong Shan to stagger back a step. Seizing the opportunity, Han Lai swiftly withdrew his right hand and propelled himself backward over a considerable distance. One strike. With merely a single strike, he was already grievously injured. The talents of the eastern continent fell into a stunned silence, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It is well known that Han Lai's aptitude is far from mediocre. He ranks among the top 10 in the entire eastern continent. Yet, faced with an opponent who does not even appear in the rankings, he displayed signs of defeat after just one blow. The disparity was almost unfathomable. However, Hong Shan seemed unwilling to grant Han Lai any respite. He crouched low, resembling a cheetah poised to pounce, and with a powerful push from his legs, he created a deep crater beneath him, propelling himself towards Han Lai in an instant. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a swift flurry of punches and kicks, akin to a torrential storm, enveloping Han Lai and rendering him as defenseless as a small boat amid turbulent waters. After a few breaths, Hong Shan ceased his assault. He walked past Han Lai without a backward glance, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he rolled his neck. Just as he took a step forward, Han Lai's massive form crumpled onto the yellow sands, a vast pool of blood seeping from his body. The talents of the eastern continent erupted in an uproar. Was Han Lai truly unharmed? How could he be? He lay there motionless. Someone hastily called out to Chechen, holy son of Chechen. Has Han Lai been killed by Hong Shan? Chechen shook his head with a smile. Do not worry, everyone. There are rules established by predecessors in the battle realm. When one is gravely injured, a protective shield automatically manifests to prevent loss of life. However, this brother Han will likely require a lengthy period of recuperation. Chechen's face was painted with regret as he continued. Nevertheless, brother Han was the first to step forward, which is commendable. The talents of the eastern continent should indeed show him respect. While his words seemed to praise Han Lai, the smile on his face conveyed a more blatant mockery. The talents of the eastern continent felt a deep sense of humiliation, their pride wounded by such disdain. Han Lai's body emerged from the battle realm, his form a bloody mess, unrecognizable in its entirety. Several maidens carried him into the Lingjiang pavilion for healing. Chechen maintained his cheerful demeanor, assuring them, rest assured, I have prepared several skilled healers in advance. Any injuries will be treated. Our brother Hong from the central continent has gained a slight victory. I wonder who among you would like to spar next? Han Lai's defeat not only left the talents of the eastern continent feeling despondent, but many harbored a burning desire to reclaim their honor from the central continent. I shall. Just as Chechen finished speaking, a young man rose, filled with indignation. He was Ouyang Lycan from the Ouyang family of the eastern continent. Chechen paid no heed to the young man's brusque demeanor and turned to the central continent, asking, who will take up the challenge this time? A melodious giggle broke the tension. A captivating woman, clad in sheer fabric that barely concealed her modesty, her fair skin exposed to the air, rose and cast a flirtatious glance at the visibly displeased Ouyang Lycan. Dear sir, would you allow me to join you in some playful sparring? Ouyang Lycan's expression grew increasingly grim as he disregarded her, turning instead to Che Xingzi, stating, I have no intention of striking a woman. Chechen chuckled in disbelief. Ouyang, your words seem rather narrow-minded. On the path, merit is determined by talent, not gender. Do not underestimate Xingyi. She is the contemporary saintess of the Miao Yu Pavilion, and her abilities are formidable. Oh dear, Brother Che, you've revealed her secrets. Xiao Xingyi playfully pouted, then glanced at Ouyang Lycan in the distance. Ouyang, grant me but one opportunity to truly experience your might. Ouyang Lycan snorted coldly, rising to soar towards the dual realm. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Xingyi's beautiful eyes, yet she continued to smile charmingly, casting flirtatious glances at the onlookers before gracefully ascending. In the dual realm, the setting transformed into a vast grassland, where the waist-high grasses swayed gently in the breeze, creating rippling waves of green. Despite facing a woman, Ouyang Lycan showed no intention of holding back. Be careful, he warned politely before his inner spiritual energy surged violently, igniting his form in a brilliant azure flame. Wind and thunder converge, sweeping across the cosmos. With a commanding shout, he unleashed the renowned wind and thunder technique of the Ouyang clan, summoning a streak of white and blue lightning that appeared almost instantaneously above Xiao Xingyi's head. Oh my! How ruthless you are, young sir! Xiao Xingyi exclaimed, but her hands moved swiftly, conjuring a pink barrier of spiritual energy above her to narrowly deflect the strike. Retreat! After her defense, Ouyang Lycan bellowed in fury. Even through the screen, the audience could almost hear the thunderous roar that left their ears ringing. Xiao Xingyi, facing this overwhelming sound, appeared momentarily dazed, as if her senses had left her. Before she could regain her composure, Ouyang Lycan transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards her with blinding speed. Chapter 70. Lin Juying steps forward. Qiu Xingyi gasped, her delicate hands sweeping gracefully, causing the pink veil entwined around her to whip around in a circular motion, shielding her form behind it. Crack! The lightning struck with ferocity against the veil, unleashing a cacophony of electric arcs that lashed violently at the earth. Yet, the seemingly devastating force of the thunder met the veil and appeared to dissipate, squandering its immense power without cause. Ouyang Lycan attempted several probing strikes, but his fists and feet met the veil with no purchase, failing to inflict further damage. Hee. You are truly fierce, dear sir. But I must confess, I find this type of boldness quite appealing. Qiu Xingyi's playful laughter echoed from behind the veil, causing Ouyang Lycan's expression to turn serious. Enough with the chatter, let us rely on our abilities. With a sharp command, he gathered thunder into a spear, intending to pierce through the delicate veil. Ah, dear brother, you truly wound my heart, came the enchanting voice of Qiu Xingyi, resonating as if it echoed directly within his soul. Ouyang Lycan instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, before he could make a move, the veil suddenly parted to the sides, revealing an extraordinarily tantalizing scene. Several breathtaking beauties, clad in scanty garments that barely concealed their vital parts, continuously displayed an array of irresistibly seductive poses. Ouyang Lycan felt a rush of heat surge from his dantian to his forehead, his expression becoming increasingly dazed, a smile of indulgence spreading across his lips. In the distance, the onlookers from Dong'o gazed in astonishment at Qiu Xingyi, who danced behind the veil. Ouyang Lycan, a prodigious talent of the younger generation, possessed an extraordinary mental fortitude. Nevertheless, even he seemed entranced by her beguiling dance, his murderous intent and aura gradually waning. Even those of lower cultivation among the spectators experienced an upsurge of blood and energy merely from watching the performance. Ingwudi's smile grew more fervent. Ah! It seems that Xingyi's heavenly demon dance has reached new heights. After this praise, he cast a glance at the Dongzhou crowd, and upon seeing their grim expressions, his mood lifted further. After all, this was a remote place, significantly inferior compared to their central continent. As Qiu Xingyi's dance continued, Ouyang Lycan's face flushed deeper until he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Coughing a few times, he stared vacantly at his surroundings, taking a moment to regain his senses. Brother, you have lost, Qiu Xingyi teased, having silently approached him from behind, her hand gliding gently from his face to his chest before she playfully stepped back. Are you ready to concede, dear brother? Ouyang Lycan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, his teeth gritting audibly. In a moment of carelessness, he had allowed her to close the distance. The blood he had just expelled was his essence, a genuine injury to his core. His current state was dire, and refusing to concede would only be an exercise in futility. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and, with a hint of bitterness, declared, I concede. Laughter erupted as the Invincible champion reveled in his elation, having secured 2 consecutive victories. Casting a disdainful and dismissive gaze upon the talents from the Eastern continent. Though the Eastern talents harbored resentment, the disparity in strength was stark, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. Soon after, the 2 combatants from the duel returned. Ouyang Lycan, his complexion pale, lowered his head and hurried back to his seat. To his astonishment, he had been bested by a woman, and in a manner that resembled utter helplessness, far more humiliating than a valiant fight to the bitter end. As he settled down, a gentle voice suddenly broke the silence beside him. Ouyang, my friend, you have endured much. The damage to your essence is a grave matter. Please take this spirit-nourishing pill. Ouyang Lycan looked up, somewhat taken aback to find someone speaking to him. The speaker was none other than Lin Juying, the senior brother of the Tianying Pavilion, who had previously met Yu Chongqing. His expression was earnest as he placed the pill upon Ouyang Lycan's table. Remember, my friend, do not harbor resentment due to a fleeting defeat. The road ahead is long. This is merely one of many obstacles. Ouyang Lycan could sense the genuine concern in the young pavilion master's words. Thank you, Brother Lin. It is no trouble at all. After their exchange, Lin Jing returned to his seat, casting a sympathetic glance at the Eastern talents, unable to suppress a sigh. The Eastern continent had long been impoverished and weak. Compounded by the incomplete heavenly Tao restrictions, it was only natural that they fell short in comparison. Yet, the feeling of being trampled upon was universally unpleasant. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, the morale of the Eastern talents had significantly waned. However, Chechen was resolute in his intention to make them truly confront the harsh realities and disparities that lay before them. Thus, the sparring continued. This time, the level of combat was slightly elevated. The Eastern forces consisted of the younger generation from first-rate powers, their strength not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, compared to their Central Continent counterparts, they still paled in comparison. Before long, the Eastern side had already succumbed to 5 consecutive losses. The mockery from the Central talents grew increasingly brazen. Ah, so these are the Easterners. I thought their earlier arrogance was backed by some genuine skill. Yet they cannot win a single match? The world is rife with those who boast, but few possess the clarity to recognize their own limitations. One must simply grow accustomed to it. A cacophony of derisive remarks echoed among the crowd, brazenly belittling the Eastern participants. Despite their seething anger, defeat was defeat. Speaking up now would only invite further ridicule and scorn. The Invincible champion took the initiative, inquiring, "Which one of you from the Eastern continent will step forth?" This time, the talents from the Central continent exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The jeers grew louder, causing many to lower their heads in embarrassment. Just as the Invincible champion, disheartened, believed he had shattered the pride of the Eastern talents, a gentle voice unexpectedly emerged. "I shall take the stage." The crowd collectively turned their gaze, witnessing Lin Jueying rise calmly and step forward. "I am Lin Jueying from the Tianying Pavilion. May I inquire who among you wishes to impart wisdom?" The leader at the main seat squinted, aware that Lin Jueying's reputation in the Eastern continent was rather sparse, leaving his true capabilities uncertain in the Central continent. However, tales of his past confrontation with Yu Changxing, where he conceded defeat after a single exchange, were widely discussed. It remained unclear whether Yu Changxing was exceptionally formidable or if Lin Jueying's prowess was merely mediocre. At that moment, an individual from the front ranks of the Central Continent stood up. "I am Chi Feng from the Lingyun Temple, here to seek guidance from Brother Lin." The Lingyun Temple, although a notable Taoist temple in the Central Continent, was only considered a second-tier force and held no significant rank. In contrast, the Tianying Pavilion ranked among the few first-rate powers beneath the Yi family of the Central Continent. The audacity of such a figure to step forward underscored the confidence of the Central Continent's prodigies. Lin Jueying offered no further words and turned to soar towards the duel arena. The cheerful Taoist Qing Feng followed closely behind, entering the arena alongside him. The Eastern Continent's prodigies harbored immense hope for this battle. Should Lin Jueying falter, their prospects would dim further. As the battle commenced, Lin Jueying unleashed the Tianying absolute body, launching a fierce assault in an attempt to overwhelm Qi Feng. The clash resonated with significantly greater intensity than before, with both combatants showcasing a plethora of profound techniques and spells, revealing their deep mastery. However, as the Eastern Continent's prodigies observed, they were astonished to discover that despite Qing Feng's obscurity, his strength surpassed that of his predecessors. Even with Lin Jueying exerting his utmost effort, he appeared fatigued. Ultimately, the battle concluded in a relatively stable manner. Lin Jueying was exhausted, while Qing Feng, though somewhat disheveled, fared better than others had in previous encounters. This marked the Eastern Continent's 6th consecutive defeat. Laughter and celebration echoed from the Central Continent, while the Eastern Continent was shrouded in gloom. This grand assembly of prodigies had starkly illuminated the disparities of the world to the Eastern Continent's talents. "Do we truly possess no hope?" One Eastern prodigy lamented, confusion and bitterness written across his face. "Alas, the people of the Central Continent are too powerful. We are simply no match for them." Indeed, the only possible contenders seemed to be falling under the gaze of the Eastern prodigies, who inadvertently turned their attention to Xiaochen. As the scion of the Yi family, he stood as the highest-ranking individual present, expected to embody the most formidable strength. Xiaochen felt a surge of excitement within. At last, the moment of utmost intrigue had arrived. Xiaochen rose to his feet, under the expectant gazes of the talented individuals from the Eastern Continent, and directed his attention towards Cherin, who sat in the esteemed position. "Brother Che," he began with a hint of humility, "though I may lack talent, I possess a measure of confidence in my abilities. I wish to request your guidance through a spar. What say you?" His words fell like thunder, instantly silencing the gathering. Both the talents from the Central and Eastern continents regarded Xiaochen with incredulity, as if he were a fool. Cherin's dominance among the 3 major powers was a testament to his superior strength, so what gave Xiaochen the audacity to challenge him? Yet, a faction of the onlookers deemed the situation worthy of anticipation. After all, Xiaochen was a paragon of the Eastern continent, hailing from the illustrious Yi family, which boasted a formidable figure at the Void Emperor level. Their indifference towards the three major powers of the central continent suggested that perhaps Xiao Chun could indeed offer a delightful surprise to the talents of the central continent. Xiao Chen's audacious declaration bore a different connotation. By directly bypassing so many to seek a contest with Charon, he implied that he considered himself on par with the likes of Charon and the others, simultaneously exhibiting disdain for them. However, Charon remained silent, and the onlookers could only regard Xiao Chen with cold, piercing glares. Charon was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's boldness, and upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh within. This individual seemed utterly oblivious, having calculated his position into the equation. It was known that Charon's courteous demeanor towards Xiao Chun was intended to undermine the Yi family by leveraging his own status, yet this fool, with an inflated sense of self-worth, sought to pull him down. For Charon, to strike against him now would imply a devaluation of his own status. He was a prodigy of renowned stature, and entangling himself with someone like Xiao Chen, regardless of victory or defeat, would only serve to elevate Xiao Chen's notoriety. To Charon, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant, unworthy of his attention. Conversely, failing to respond was equally precarious. Rumors might arise in the eastern continent suggesting that he feared Xiao Chun, and the carefully cultivated image of a modest gentleman he had established could easily crumble. After all, it would appear disrespectful to dismiss a request for a spar initiated by another. After a moment's contemplation, he abruptly turned to his companion, Ingwudi, and proposed, "Your Highness, why not engage in a spar with Brother Xiao?" Ingwudi paused momentarily, a shadow of gloom flitting across his eyes. It was bewildering that Chechen, unwilling to act, had cast the responsibility upon him. Moreover, there existed no hierarchy between them, as the esteemed prince of the dynasty. Being addressed in such a manner made him feel akin to a subordinate, as if he were being commanded. Yet, it was undeniable that Chechen was indeed the orchestrator of this grand event, and his prowess surpassed that of both himself and Kong Yin by a discernible margin. However, to refuse his request would signify a lack of respect towards Chechen, potentially exposing their discord to the onlookers of the eastern continent, which might invite unwelcome scrutiny. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced with a nod. "Very well, I shall endeavor to gauge the caliber of the foremost talents of the eastern continent." Xiao Chen, too, harbored displeasure within. When Chechen had previously advocated on his behalf, he had assumed the man held him in high regard, sensing a camaraderie among heroes. Yet, upon his own initiative to propose a spar, Chechen had entrusted the matter to another. Ultimately, this indicated a lack of respect. Were it not for the fact that he represented the dignity of the Yi family and wished to avoid humiliation, he would have long since departed in indignation. Since the prince is so inclined, I shall raise no objections, thought Xiao Chen. Ingwudi, the princely figure of the great Ing, had taken the initiative to engage, leaving him no choice but to comply, for to refuse would not only offend Chechen but also incite Ingwudi's animosity. Ingwudi sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding Xiao Chen's folly. The man truly lacked awareness of his own worth. A mere nod from Chechen had inflated his ego. Were it not for his ambitions concerning the Yi family, he would hardly merit appearing before him. Nevertheless, maintaining appearances was essential. Brother Xiao, you are indeed among the top talents of the eastern continent. This prince eagerly anticipates an exchange with you." Xiao Chen nodded, and suddenly, with a flick of his hand, the sword at his waist transformed into a radiant arc, appearing in his grasp. He then held a cup of wine in his left hand and strode towards the main seat. "Today, to witness the talents from the central continent fills my heart with immense joy. Such an opportunity is rare, thus I wish to toast to Brother Chechen, who has facilitated this occasion." As he spoke, his aura intensified, pressing down upon those of lesser cultivation, causing them to struggle for breath. Xiao Chen had formulated a clear strategy to gain notoriety and earn the esteem of the Yi family and the central continent. He must first conquer the grating S-Prince and engage in a genuine battle with Chechen. Through this, he would forge a robust foundation for his future. Chapter 72. The Defeat of Talents, Ingwudi's Overwhelming Domination. Faced with Xiao Chen, whose momentum surged with each deliberate step, Ingwudi rose from his seat, his heart aflame with irritation. It was one thing for Chechen to thrust him forward as a shield, but this Xiao Chen was utterly lacking in perception. He ought to reflect upon his own capabilities. To behave so arrogantly in front of such a multitude is quite audacious. Could he not have waited until the arena for combat to make his move? Xiao Chen's thoughts were indeed intriguing. He intended to seize the opportunity of toasting to project his formidable aura, thereby elevating his fighting spirit, while subtly directing his focus towards Chechen. If he could vanquish Ingwudi, he would subsequently wield the power of victory to compel Chechen into a confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, whether triumph or defeat, it would indelibly etch a profound impression in the hearts of the people of Zhongzhou. Even in defeat, he could assert that he had fought 2 battles, and that a lack of spiritual energy had led to his narrow loss, thus enhancing his reputation. At the very least, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chechen. Ingwudi suppressed his smile, his expression devoid of emotion as he watched Xiaochen approach step by step. The atmosphere between the two was thick with an ineffable sense of pressure, steadily mounting. Xiaochen's skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, and vague, ethereal images of divine beings began to materialize behind him. This was an external manifestation of his physical cultivation reaching a profound level, sufficient to attest to his extraordinary nature. The talents of the Eastern continent were astonished by the display of Xiaochen's prowess. Indeed, Xiaochen had already manifested an anomaly. Such phenomena could only arise from a physical cultivation that had reached a certain pinnacle. How remarkable! With such cultivation, Xiaochen could certainly engage Ingwudi in battle. Whispers of admiration wafted through the air, prompting a smile to unfurl at the corner of Xiaochen's mouth. Should he manage to equal or even surpass Ingwudi, his name and status would ascend, allowing him to step onto the stage of Zhongzhou. Ingwudi remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the approaching Xiaochen. "Your Highnessing, may I seek your guidance?" As the words fell, Xiaochen's eyes sharpened, and he strode purposefully up the steps, his overwhelming presence surging forth like a beacon of fire. Ingwudi appeared unfazed by the mounting pressure, maintaining his calm demeanor as he regarded Xiaochen. Upon Xiaochen's ascension to the first step, Ingwudi finally spoke. "Xiaochen, although your talent is indeed formidable in the Eastern continent, today, I shall impart a lesson. There are always greater beings beyond oneself, and realms beyond the heavens." As soon as his words echoed, Ingwudi's demeanor shifted dramatically, and a series of dragon roars resonated from within him. "Let me show you what true azure flood dragon's tear is." With a low growl, 2 brilliant emerald lights ignited in Ingwudi's eyes. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the banquet seemed to freeze, ceasing its flow. Xiaochen's steps halted abruptly, a chilling sense of danger seeping into his intuition. The dragon's roar intensified, and Xiaochen's pupils constricted. The 2 emerald lights in Ingwudi's gaze transformed into dragon apparitions, surging directly towards Xiaochen's face. Instinctively, he summoned all his spiritual energy to defend himself. However, these spectral dragons appeared to lack physicality, effortlessly piercing through the tumultuous storm of spiritual energy and closing in upon him. Xiaochen suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the wine cup in his hand shattering as it fell, spilling its exquisite contents across the ground. He strained to steady himself, yet the excruciating pain and overwhelming weakness within him extinguished any will to resist. With a thud, amidst a multitude of astonished gazes, he collapsed to the ground as if his very bones had been stripped away. From the elevated steps, Ingwudi's gaze hung low, resembling a divine being surveying the earth with indifference, coldly looking down upon the pale-faced Xiaochen. This was the true might of the Qingjiao's tearing force. Silence enveloped the scene. The geniuses of the Eastern continent stared in disbelief at Xiaochen, who lay on the ground struggling to rise, their expressions filled with incredulity. How could such a top-tier prodigy from the Central Continent be rendered powerless by merely a glance from Ingwudi? Xiaochen's face was ashen, his body ached, but his heart ached even more. Everything was lost, all his envisioned future shattered by a single glance from Ingwudi. It was just a look. Xiaochen's mind was a chaotic tangle, his thoughts muddled as if struck repeatedly by heavy blows. He dared not imagine how others would perceive him henceforth. Backed by the foremost family of the Eastern continent and possessing exceptional talent, he had fallen into ruin under the weight of a mere gaze. The impending doubts, ridicule, mockery, and curses were thoughts he could scarcely entertain. Regret, panic, and fear surged through him like a relentless tide, completely consuming his heart. Ingwudi stood as a king at the scene, the golden dragon on his robe seeming to come to life, exuding a chilling, ferocious aura. Xiaochen lay prostrate and limp upon the steps. Although merely 9 steps, they felt like an insurmountable distance, a height he would forever gaze up at in awe. It was known that Xiaochen's past achievements were illustrious. He could rival the pinnacle of old monsters within the same realm. Engaging in battles beyond his level was as effortless as eating or drinking. Even if he did not win, he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. Yet, the gap between him and Ingwudi was merely 5 small realms apart. Xiaochen had confidence in his ability to push forward, believing that even if he could not win, the worst outcome would at least be a draw. However, reality delivered a brutal blow, shattering all his fantasies into pieces. There exists a vast chasm even among geniuses. After surveying the scene for a moment, Ingwudi finally smiled. Xiao brother, it was merely a sparring match. Do not take it to heart. To have only spat blood under the true Qingjiao tearing force in my camp, you truly deserve the title of Eastern Continent Prodigy. His words were spoken with a casual air, akin to a senior comforting a junior. Yet, both were of similar age, contemporaries of the same generation, which only served to highlight that Ingwudi had never regarded Xiaoqin as an equal. The reason Ingwudi repeatedly emphasizes the Qingjiao tier is due to Ingwenji's previous defeat at the hands of the Yi family's young master, which has cast a shadow over the reputation of the De Ying lineage. This has led the people of Dongzhou to lose some of their rightful reverence and to question the strength of the De Ying dynasty. Since Xiaoqin has presented himself, Ingwudi does not hesitate to sacrifice this insignificant ant to restore the honor of the Da Ying dynasty, though it seems lengthy. The time from Xiaoqin descending the steps to Ingwudi's speech is but a fleeting moment. The disparity between the two is akin to a firefly compared to the radiant moon, leaving the talented individuals of Dongzhou feeling utterly powerless. Even the prodigies of the Yi family succumb to a mere glance from their opponent. What hope do they have for resistance? In stark contrast, the individuals from Zhongzhou shower Ingwudi with flattery, praising him as truly one of the foremost prodigies, a display of strength that commands admiration. Feigning amiability, Ingwudi descends the steps and extends a hand as if to assist Xiaoqin. Brother Xiao, we are merely engaging in a friendly exchange. Let us not mar the amicability. This statement pierces Xiaoqin's heart like a knife. The implication is clear. He has not unveiled his full strength. Yet, even so, he has been thoroughly and effortlessly defeated. The title of a top prodigy looms over him like an insurmountable mountain, stifling him. Contemplating the repercussions should this incident reach the Yi family, he is uncertain of the ridicule he might face. After a brief silence, he strives to retain the last vestiges of his dignity, refusing to grasp Ingwudi's hand and instead leaning on his spiritual sword to rise unsteadily. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaoqin concedes. The few words nearly drain him of all his strength. A glint of coldness flashes in Ingwudi's eyes as he retracts his hand, chuckling softly as he returns to his seat. A piercing voice erupts from the Zhongzhou section. The top prodigy of Dongzhou is merely this. Xiaoqin halts, a surge of blood rising in his throat, and after a few moments of suppressing it, he cannot help but spurt it forth. The crowd from Dongzhou glares in anger. Yet within that fury lies a blend of helplessness. Gentlemen, it was merely a friendly exchange. There is no need for such fervor. The previously silent Qiaqin smiles and addresses Xiaoqin gently. Young Master Xiao, there are skilled healers in the pavilion. Would you not wish to seek treatment? No need. Observing Xiaoqin's stubbornness even after his defeat, Qiaqin grows weary of his obstinacy and turns to the crowd from Zhongzhou with a smile. As you can see from this exchange, there indeed exists a certain disparity between the talents of Dongzhou and Zhongzhou. Such words are indeed rather polite. After suffering defeat in 7 or 8 consecutive matches, the disparity is not merely slight. It is clearly a comprehensive crushing. The people of Dongzhou themselves dare not believe that the gap between the two sides is minimal. Observing the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd, Qiaqin suddenly shifted his tone. However, on another note, with the rupture of the source wall, there is now a connection between Zhongzhou and Dongzhou. This signifies that the resources of Zhongzhou can flow into Dongzhou, thereby providing everyone with more opportunities to strive for excellence and catch up, which is not an insurmountable challenge. The eyes of the Dongzhou prodigies sparkled with intrigue. Despite the underlying tension between the two factions, Qiaqin's words contained an element of truth. Dongzhou is significantly more barren than Zhongzhou. Although they covet this land, it also promises broader horizons and opportunities for communication. Perhaps the dawn of a new era is not such a bad prospect after all. Qiaqin's remarks alleviated much of the disappointment and frustration among the Dongzhou talents. Their presence here is a testament to their talent and intellect. Otherwise, they would not have reached such a level of cultivation. As long as they can acquire resources from Zhongzhou, or even escape the constraints of Dongzhou's incomplete heavenly path to venture into Zhongzhou, their future remains promising. Of course, such thoughts were kept concealed, as no one dared to risk the wrath of the masses by acting against the greater good. Observing the expressions on the faces of the Dongzhou crowd, Qiaqin could not help but smile. After all, it is not particularly challenging to sway individuals from a lesser region through both coercion and temptation. Lin Zhuiying, watching the excitement in the eyes of the Dongzhou prodigies, couldn't help but sigh. These individuals are indeed naively optimistic. Do they truly believe that aligning themselves with Zhongzhou will yield favorable outcomes? If Zhongzhou's resources were sufficient, Why would they seek to exploit the even more impoverished Dongzhou? By the time they thoroughly scraped the land clean of Dongzhou's resources, it could be considered an act of great mercy on Zhongzhou's part. Cultivation resources? Why would they share what they do not need with those who have only recently joined the fray? Yet, even though everyone understands this reality, the allure of personal gain and desire will still lead them to gamble on hope. The temptation of Zhongzhou's cultivation resources and a complete heavenly path is something that few can resist. Chechen continued, as long as you are willing to coexist peacefully with Zhongzhou, we can all look forward to a splendid future together. I kindly invite you to raise your glasses in a toast to our bright future. The Dongzhou prodigies eagerly lifted their cups in acknowledgement, expressing their recognition of Chechen's sentiments. However, at that moment, a somewhat flippant and arrogant voice echoed from beyond the mountain gate. Having heard that young Master Chechen of Zhongzhou has extended an invitation to the younger generation of Dongzhou, why have my spouse and I not received an invitation? Such brazen words instantly drew the ire of the Zhongzhou talents. The Dongzhou crowd, too, was filled with curiosity, speculating about the identity of the speaker, as it seemed implied that he was one of their own. Only Xiao Chen's gaze instantly contracted, his heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. Yi Changxing, how did he arrive? Was it not said that without an invitation, one would not attend? Accompanied by slow footsteps, a pair of exceptionally handsome men and women appeared at the edge of the square. Yi Changxing had seldom taken the time to adorn himself, today donning a cerulean spiritual robe, with a jade pendant gracefully hanging from his waist. His long hair was gathered with a simple hair tie, enhancing his carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Beside him stood an enchanting beauty, her ice blue gown accentuating her ethereal grace, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, rendering her akin to a celestial being. Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi, some in the crowd recognized their identities and gasped in astonishment. Yi Changxing's reputation in the eastern continent surpassed even that of Xiao Chen. After all, he was once notoriously known as A. And who could resist the allure of a spectacle involving top-tier powers? Observing the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, Yi Changxing appeared nonchalant, but internally he lamented deeply. When he initially heard that the illustrious Tianjiao assembly had extended an invitation to Xiao Chen, he felt a surge of joy. Such lively gatherings were never to his liking, especially knowing that the central continent harbored no benevolent intentions, whether for show or for disgrace. Neither was a pursuit he desired. He had anticipated that, true to the system's nature, it would issue a task in such scenarios. To his surprise, there was no indication during the council meeting, and he had enjoyed a moment of amusement. However, it wasn't long before that familiar voice echoed once more. The system coldly announced a task, compelling him to participate in this gathering of prodigies. Yi Changxing felt a myriad of reluctance within him, yet upon seeing the rewards marked above, his heart could not help but stir with desire. The supreme gift, the Qinglong sacred body cultivation technique. The moment he laid eyes on the reward's name, he could not suppress a grimace. Were it not for the system's perpetually cold demeanor, he would have suspected it possessed a wicked sense of humor. It was clear that he was unwilling to participate, yet it had placed exactly what he needed most among the rewards, as if to deliberately make things difficult for him. With no choice left, he reluctantly accepted the task, albeit with considerable inner turmoil. However, as this was a matter of seeking prominence, he felt a tinge of embarrassment embarking on it alone. Thus he coaxed Gu Qingyi to join him. Chapter 74. The heir of the Yi family's arrogant provocation. Initially, Gu Qingyi was opposed to the idea. After all, the celestial gathering had not extended an invitation to her, and her serene disposition made her equally disinclined to involve herself in such affairs. However, unable to withstand Yi Changxing's persistent persuasion, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the couple made their way together to the celestial gathering. Chechen stared blankly at Gu Qingyi's exquisite visage, momentarily entranced as if he had truly encountered a celestial being. He had beheld many stunning beauties, yet none possessed the ethereal grace that set Gu Qingyi apart, rendering them as mere mortals in comparison. Meanwhile, Ingwudi finally grasped why his seemingly inept brother, even after enduring a beating, remained fixated on that lady. After all, she was indeed a prodigy from Zhongzhou. Chechen, after a brief daze, regained his composure. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the individuals from Dongzhou began to murmur amongst themselves. What is Yi Changxing doing here? Who knows? He is a useless body incapable of cultivation. Isn't he merely seeking humiliation in a gathering of geniuses? Amidst the incessant chatter and disparagement, Yi Changxing remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the trio at the center. Noticing Chechen's peculiar stare, His instinct prompted him to grasp Gu Qingyi's hand. Raising an eyebrow in a display of pride toward the three, Chechen felt a flicker of anger rise within him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. However, maintaining his persona as a modest gentleman, he could not afford to shatter that facade. With a gentle wave of his feather fan, Chechen smiled and remarked, "Brother Yi, your words are misguided. It is not that I have not invited you. It is merely that there have been rumors from Dongzhou suggesting that you lack interest in martial arts. How could I be so ignorant of the situation?" His words were a veiled mockery, subtly insinuating that Yu Chongqing was a waste of talent, couched in a more refined manner. The past is the past, and the present is the present. This young master, now, has indeed developed an interest in martial arts, constantly besieged by those unworthy wretches who covet my Gu Qingyi. If I do not act soon to put them in their place, some may truly believe I am easy to bully. This declaration elicited a frown from Ingwudi. Who else could be coveting Gu Qingyi but his own brother, Ingwudi? Yu Chongqing's words were clearly aimed at Ingwuji, which seemed rather disrespectful to both him and the Grading dynasty. However, what followed next left the crowd questioning whether he had lost his senses. After all, possessing the unparalleled physique of the world, how could he not flaunt it before them, thus squandering such a treasure? Having expressed this, he paid no heed to the peculiar expressions of those around him, instead pulling Gu Qingyi along as he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately arriving at Lin Juying's table. "Brother Lin, after such a long journey, I find myself quite famished. Would you mind if I indulged in a few bites here?" Before Lin could respond, Yu Chongqing took it upon himself to seize a spirit fruit and began to devour it with gusto. Lin Juying, taken aback, shifted slightly to accommodate Yu Chongqing and Gu Qingyi, then quietly sighed. "Brother Yi, you may be a tad reckless." Yu Chongqing paid no heed, patting Lin Juying's shoulder with a cheerful smile. "Rest assured, my brother Lin, with my unparalleled physique, how can you worry when we once shattered Ingwuji's head? Right, my dear wife?" He suddenly turned to Gu Qingyi, winking playfully at her. Gu Qingyi instantly grasped the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, a bashfulness that drew the attention of the men around her. However, his remark captured the interest of many. Initially, they had come merely to spectate, but his words, whether intentional or not, sparked their memories. After all, Yu Chongqing had indeed triumphed over Ingwuji. If he were not considered a genius, then what could be said of Ingwuji and those beneath him? Ingwuji's expression darkened, his gaze towards Yu Chongqing laced with a hint of malice. Such words clearly demonstrated a disregard for the Grading dynasty. Just as he was about to speak, Chechen interjected, "Brother Yi, you speak too highly of yourself. I was unaware of your interest in martial arts. Since you have come personally, it is merely a matter of adding a couple of seats. Bring forth the guests." Yu Chongqing abruptly interrupted him, casually tossing the fruit pit into the seat of a genius from Central Continent. Amidst a flurry of angry exclamations, he spoke with a smirk. "There is no need for the seat. Truth be told, I have little interest in such ostentatious displays. I came here today merely to inquire, having spent some time in Eastern Continent, why you have not come to pay your respects to my Yi family, despite your apparent enthusiasm for these trivial matters? Has the Divine Hall neglected to teach you the proper courtesies while engrossed in your training?" The smile on Chechen's face instantly froze. Such astonishing words flowed from Yu Chongqing's lips without the slightest hesitation, as if he were oblivious to Chechen's expression, gnawing on the fruit while casting sidelong glances. It is worth noting that he was addressing a genius from the Divine Hall of Central Continent. Xiaochun could barely withstand a single strike from the invincible opponent, let alone the formidable Chechen who seemed to hold a dominant position. Does Yu Chongqing not fear being struck down on the spot with such audacity? Ingwudi occasionally glanced at Chechen, his gaze imbued with inquiry. At this moment, Gu Qingyi finally extricated herself from those shameful memories, instinctively echoing Yu Chongqing's question. "Indeed. As a junior, why have you not paid a visit to the Yi family to pay your respects?" Chen's heart leaped, and he forcibly quelled his anger. "Haha. Young master, you jests. I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with the customs of the Yi family. It would be rather presumptuous of me to arrive unannounced. Hence, I intended to gather more understanding before making a visit." Though he feigned politeness, he inwardly yearned to see Yu Chongqing suffer 1,000 deaths. It was precisely because he had refrained from visiting the Yi family that he orchestrated this gathering of prodigies, inviting Xiaochun to provoke the Yi family, only to find himself confronted unexpectedly. He awaited a visit from the Yi family. How could he possibly take the initiative to call upon them? How eloquent the words sound. "Do you truly believe in what you say?" The crowd fell silent, a chill enveloping the atmosphere. They quickly discerned that Yu Chongqing was not merely attending the gathering of prodigies but was evidently seeking a confrontation. Che Chen stood behind the divine temple. His impudent inquiries risked inciting fury that could endanger his very life. After a brief silence, Che Chen managed to force a smile. You jest, Brother Yi. I am quite overwhelmed and do not have the luxury of time to squander. I had planned to visit the Yi family once this matter concludes. Yet it appears you have arrived even sooner. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. It seemed Che Chen had opted for a path of conciliation. The outcome of a conflict between these two parties remained uncertain, yet the smaller factions would undoubtedly suffer collateral damage. Chapter 75. The Resurgence of the Yi Family. Ultimately, the Yi family boasted a formidable presence with a Void Emperor overseeing them. Not everyone could dare to trample upon their dignity. Presently, the source barrier still imposed considerable restrictions. And with the elite figures from the central continent unable to cross over, the head of the Yi family remained their strongest trump card and a steadfast pillar. Indeed, the talented nobility of the central continent are often forgetful and unlikely to regard the Yi family with due seriousness. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Yet, young Master Che is no ordinary dragon. Yi Chongxing replied with a smile, his words laced with evident sarcasm, rage, and overwhelming fury. As a distinguished figure from the divine temple, Che Chen had never been subjected to such blatant ridicule, even in the central continent, let alone in this insignificant eastern continent. Were it not for his apprehension regarding the enigmatic figure from the Yi family, he would have relished the opportunity to make a decisive move against this arrogant individual. Taking several deep breaths, a faint smile forced its way onto Che Chen's face. Patience is key. I must remain composed for the greater good. Continuously reminding himself of this, Che Chen finally managed to retain his rationality. Haha, young Master Yi, you jest. I am hardly a formidable dragon, and I would never dare to act recklessly before the Yi family. After all, your esteemed family has long held dominion over the eastern continent. How could a mere outsider from the central continent compare? My divine temple intends to foster collaborative prosperity with the families of the eastern continent. We need not cling to a single tree, correct? Che Chen's words, though seemingly an act of submission to the Yi family, were in truth a cunning ploy aimed at sowing discord among the other factions. The tall tree invites the wind's wrath. The Yi family has stood as a pinnacle in the eastern continent for many years, and countless individuals and factions have longed for its inevitable collapse, eager to feast upon the remains of this colossal entity. The subsequent remark, one need not be tethered to a single tree, subtly threatened Yi Chongxing, suggesting that assuming control of the eastern continent does not necessarily entail selecting the Yi family as its proxy. Simultaneously, he conveyed to the talented individuals of the eastern continent that the era of the Yi family's dominance has irrevocably passed, with their involvement from the central continent. Those lurking in the shadows could now confidently engage in their clandestine maneuvers without the previous reservations. It must be said that these words have indeed borne fruit. Many in the eastern continent now regard Yi Chongxing with veiled gazes, their intentions obscured. A moment's inattention could easily plunge the Yi family into peril. Yet, Yi Chongxing remained unfazed, even casually placing a grape into Gu Qingyi's mouth. Ah, young Master Che's words carry significant weight. The Yi family hardly qualifies as a local tyrant. We are not nearly as formidable as the few strong dragons of your central continent. Moreover, if your central continent holds us in disdain, the Yi family is not one to force itself into servitude. By the way, I almost forgot to mention something. During a conversation with my father, he mentioned that he maintains some connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas in the western continent. I find this quite intriguing. If young Master Che possesses any insights regarding the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, I would greatly appreciate your sharing them to enhance my understanding. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Che Chun and several others simultaneously shifted. Yi Chongxing appeared oblivious to the situation, turning his gaze towards Xiao Chun, the smile on his face entirely dissipating. Why don't you just leave? Are you not embarrassed enough to remain here? Xiao Chun's fists clenched tightly, the fury and humiliation within him threatening to overwhelm his reason. After all, he was the son of God, representing the Yi family at the Celestial Talent Conference. The humiliation from being merely wounded by Ing Wudi's glance was already intolerable. And to his dismay, this scoundrel showed him no respect, openly berating him before such a large crowd. His fists tightened and relaxed, time and again. Yet Xiao Chun ultimately swallowed his pride, gritting his teeth in reluctant acceptance. This trip to the grand assembly of talents had failed to yield any of the bright prospects he had envisioned. Instead, he faced the prospect of bearing a tarnished reputation. The incident of being so easily intimidated would surely become a source of ridicule if it spread. having failed to leap over the Dragon Gate. Upon returning to the Yi family, he could only fear that his status and resources would be severely affected. With this crushing defeat, everything he once possessed might slip away from him. At this moment, the vanquished had no voice. After casually greeting, Yu Chongqing paid no heed to the expressions of those around him, and, lost in his own thoughts, rose to make his way outside. Gu Qingyi, linked to his arm, walked alongside him, while behind trailed the pale-faced Xiao Chun and 3 younger members of the Yi family. All eyes were drawn to the trio from Chechen. Yi Chongqing's audacity to brazenly intrude upon the gathering and provoke them warranted a lesson, did it not? Chechen gazed at Yi Chongqing's retreating figure, his eyes dark and abyss-like, preoccupied with thoughts concerning the Yi family's affairs. Yu Chongqing's insinuations clearly indicated that the Yi family had firmly allied themselves with the great vessel of the 10,000 Buddha's kingdom. Should the central continent apply further pressure? It was certain they would lean towards that direction. Although the veracity of this matter remained uncertain, the confidence with which he spoke instilled a sense of caution in Chechen, making him reluctant to take risks. Thus, despite his discontent with Yu Chongqing's arrogance, he found himself at a loss for what to do in light of the Yi family's influence. With a grim expression, he watched Yu Chongqing and his companions prepare to depart, and finally, Ingwudi could no longer restrain himself, whispering, "What shall we do about this?" Chechen could not help but seethe inwardly. What else could be done? That scoundrel Yu Chongqing must die. He absolutely had to perish. However, it was far more crucial to stabilize the overall situation first. Despite his seemingly boundless glory as a prodigy of the temple, even the crown prince of the Great One had to show him some respect. Yet, the reality of the situation was something only he truly understood. The temple was not like other factions. Its rules were unyieldingly strict. His rise to his current position was not only due to his considerable talent, but also because he had repeatedly accomplished the tasks assigned by the temple. This had stained his hands with much blood, and he was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited those who failed. For the temple, the only somewhat respectable force in the eastern continent was the Yi family. They regarded everyone else with disdain. Therefore, Chechen's mission in the eastern continent was to draw the Yi family to the temple's side. To take action against Yu Chongqing would signify the temple's stance and simultaneously declare the failure of this mission. Perhaps he could indeed eliminate Yu Chongqing, even withstand the inevitable retaliation from the Yi family. Yet, the repercussions of a failed mission within the temple were exceedingly difficult to bear, potentially costing him his life. Such a course of action was hardly worthwhile, as long as he did not wish to perish alongside Yu Chongqing. There remained but one path, to fulfill the temple's mission. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled deeply once Yi Chongqing and his companions had vanished, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Let them go. Chapter 76. The decision of the Shadow Pavilion. Ingwudi was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chechen with surprise. In his recollection, Chechen had never been so acquiescent. "Are you certain you wish to let them go?" The previously silent Kong Yin finally spoke, her cold eyes behind the veil betraying a hint of confusion. She, too, understood Chechen well, making his decision all the more unexpected. Chechen sensed the skepticism from his companions. What would it avail to refuse their departure? His displeasure at being publicly confronted and mocked by Yu Chongqing had already soured his mood, and now, with both of them expressing doubt, a trace of anger and impatience crept into his tone. Ingwudi's expression darkened instantly. "If Yu Chongqing vexes you, do not take it out on us. If you truly have the capability to kill him, why vent your frustration on us?" Kong Yin offered her consolation, saying, "Brother Che, there is no need for such agitation. Why let these matters provoke your ire?" Though her words were not overtly expressed, it was evident that she too felt a tinge of discontent, subtly aligning herself with Ingwudi's sentiments. After being met with Ingwudi's fiery retort, Chechen finally regained his composure. Sensing the displeasure in their tones, he took a deep breath and declared, "Let us put this matter to rest. I have no desire to prolong this entanglement. You both are well aware that the Yi family holds significant importance for Dongzhou. Gaining dominion over Dongzhou without their cooperation would prove quite challenging. Therefore, there is no need to provoke me with such rhetoric. I shall fulfill my obligations. What we must now focus on is whether the Yi family indeed has any ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Should this be the case, we must reassess our strategies within Dongzhou." Ingwudi and Kong Yin exchanged a glance and nodded, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Yu Chongqing was pulling Gu Qingyi closer to admire the magnificent scenery. "My dear, do you think he will retaliate for your earlier remarks?" she inquired. Yu Chongqing smiled gently and shook his head. "Rest assured, Qingyi, he would never do that." Why was he so confident? Gu Qingyi felt a twinge of curiosity about the source of his assurance, for it seemed that the Yi family could hardly contend with the might of the divine temple. Yi Changsheng pointed above and said, "Our father has informed me that the rules of the divine hall are exceedingly stringent. Any failure to complete a task incurs severe repercussions. Chechen has reached this point, and he would naturally be loath to relinquish what he has acquired. The primary objective for which the divine hall has dispatched him is likely to win over our Yi family. Should he take my life? It would result in an irreconcilable enmity between us, thereby ensuring his mission's failure, which would lead to punishment from the divine hall. Furthermore, let us not forget that our father is a master of the Void Emperor realm. Even if he were to kill me, he would find it impossible to escape from the Eastern continent. Even in the unlikely event of his escape, the divine hall, mindful of our father's reputation, would undoubtedly execute him. When a Void Emperor goes mad, even the divine hall would find it difficult to cope. Thus, from any perspective, there is no necessity for him to take my life." Gu Qingyi, suddenly enlightened, could not help but smile and praise. "It turns out that my husband is such a wise person. I had thought you were merely impulsive." Yi Changsheng feigned displeasure. "My dear girl, did you truly perceive me as a mere brute in the past?" "Not at all," she replied. "Humph, whether you did or not, you know in your heart. If I am unhappy, I shall surely have to discipline you upon our return." "Ah, and how does my husband intend to punish me?" "Well, a dual cultivation session would suffice." As Yu Changsheng and his wife departed, the grand gathering of prodigies came to a hasty conclusion. The objectives of the Chechen had only been partially fulfilled. Aside from establishing authority in the Eastern continent, their efforts had largely been in vain. The sudden emergence of Yu Changsheng successfully disrupted the schemes against the Yi family. More importantly, the vague hints he dropped regarding a potential connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas caused the Eastern continent forces, who had begun to entertain other thoughts, to retreat into silence. Without the central continent as a reliable ally to confront the pressures from the Yi family, few dared to defy them. In an age of fierce competition, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks, and no one was willing to take such a risk. Consequently, the influence of the Celestial Heroes Conference waned rapidly, inadvertently amplifying Yi Changsheng's reputation. With the stark contrast presented by Shaochen, he faced the three major forces of the central continent with neither humility nor arrogance, even daring to mock them, which earned him the admiration of countless Eastern continent individuals. No one wished to see their homeland exploited. The Eastern continent must be governed by its own people. However, amid this, many forces grew increasingly anxious. After all, the Yi family had offended the central continent's divine hall and harbored some conflicts with the Grading dynasty. Aside from the Tiangong Pavilion, there had been no direct communication with these two major powers, effectively placing the Yi family at odds with both. Nonetheless, without formidable experts on their side, the central continent forces hesitated to take action against the Yi family, resorting instead to covert measures to sow discord. Hoping to isolate the Yi family by inciting the Eastern continent factions to ostracize them. At the Shadowing Pavilion, Lin Jueying observed the departure of the Divine Hall representatives and turned to the pavilion master, inquiring, "Master, must we truly involve ourselves in this matter?" The pavilion master hesitated, sighing as he replied uncertainly, "I am at a loss as well. Perhaps we should consult the elder before making any decisions. The conditions presented by the central continent are indeed enticing, making it hard to resist. What are your thoughts, my disciple?" Lin Jueying furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before responding gravely. "Master, I believe we should not sever ties with the Yi family." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Lin Jueying raised 3 fingers. "Firstly, we are a force of the Eastern continent, rooted in this land, and we must continue to reside here. Collaborating with the central continent could tarnish our reputation. Secondly, the Yi family is a prominent family in the Eastern continent, and rumors suggest they have connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. The central continent is ultimately an external force, and their foundations cannot rival those of the Yi family. The outcome of an actual confrontation remains uncertain. Thirdly, and most crucially, if the central continent's offers are indeed as generous as they claim, have you not considered their true intentions towards the Eastern continent? The promised resources seem to be nearly double what we possess. Can they truly part with such treasures? I believe we should approach this matter with utmost caution." Upon hearing Lin Jueying's analysis, the pavilion master frowned. "So, according to your reasoning, we should not hastily agree to collaborate with the central continent?" Lin Jueying shook his head, stating that this matter was of great importance to the sect, and that he could not make decisions independently. Only the master and the ancestors held the authority to decide. However, He believed that for the enduring development of the Heavenly Shadow Pavilion, it was imperative to deliberate carefully on this issue and not to easily lean towards the central continent. Chapter 77. The turmoil in the Yi family a few days later. The events that transpired during the talented gathering, orchestrated by Yi Changsheng, spread far and wide. The undeniable reality of his consecutive defeats during the sparring sessions instilled a sense of trepidation among various factions, amplifying their fear of the formidable strength of the central continent. Yet, simultaneously, the resolute stance exhibited by Yi Changsheng on behalf of the Yi family reignited a flicker of hope within them. Although the central continent was indeed powerful, as long as the Yi family stood firm, the forces of the eastern continent could unite and possess the potential to mount a resistance. Nevertheless, some skeptics posited that this was merely a strategic maneuver by the Yi family. The connections between the various states had existed for a long time, yet there had been no prior communication. What justified the Yi family's sudden engagement with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? These two contrasting ideologies clashed incessantly across the eastern continent, further complicating the situation. Regardless, Yi Changsheng's reputation had been irrevocably altered, transforming the derision he faced due to his previously perceived inadequacies into respect. While there were both admirers and detractors, no one dared to question his intellect any longer. During this period, the three major powers of the central continent adopted an unusually low profile, refraining from their previous brazen conduct. Yet, everyone understood that their temporary retreat likely concealed the brewing of a more significant conspiracy. After all, given the central continent's might, if they truly resolved to take action against the eastern continent, there was no need for them to overly concern themselves with the distant kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. In the Yi family, Chengu remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Focus on your cultivation." A young man, who had once participated in the celestial gathering alongside Xiao Chen, smilingly declined his invitation to converse within. Observing the young man's departing figure, Xiao Chen's expression turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. Not long ago, such individuals would have obediently listened to him, never daring to refuse an invitation so brazenly. How had their relationship soured so drastically? Who could say? However, I have heard it is related to the previous celestial gathering. Our illustrious Xiao Chen had intended to shine, yet was rendered speechless by a mere glance from the Crown Prince of Dang. It was only through the personal intervention of the young master that he was brought back. Is that so? But isn't Xiao Chen the most formidable genius of our eastern continent? Indeed, he was once the strongest. But that was merely a reflection of the young master's concealed prowess. Recall the time he faced Ing Wuji. Xiao Chen not only refrained from confronting him, but also relied on the young master to salvage his dignity. Some individuals merely thrive within their own confines, yet falter when faced with external challenges. Such individuals cannot uphold the future of our Yi family. At that moment, Xiao Chen despised his keen senses more than ever. He overheard every word of scorn and ridicule exchanged among the clan members. Anger, resentment, and jealousy intertwined within him, compelling him to wish for his own disappearance from the Yi family. Yet, his pursuit of advancement and cultivation was inextricably tied to the support of the Yi family. Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng, Yi Changsheng. This name clung to his mind like a curse, ensuring that every encounter related to him ended poorly. Yi Changsheng, I shall certainly kill you. He roared in his heart, his countenance dark as storm clouds, as he stormed into the side courtyard and slammed the door shut. The saint of Kanglin within his ring sighed deeply before offering words of comfort. Xiao Chen, do not allow fleeting emotions to hinder your path of cultivation. Xiao Chen remained silent, uncertain if he absorbed the counsel. That you have faced defeat once, it may not be entirely detrimental. In the myriad realms of one Yuan continent, it is normal for prodigies to arise. Do not harbor grudges over transient victories or losses. Remember, those who tread the path of the emperor are not merely gifted. They must possess unwavering spirit and intellect. After a sincere attempt at consolation, Xiao Chen begrudgingly acknowledged but remained taciturn. The saint of Kanglin perceived the profound impact this incident had on him, ultimately realizing that he must navigate this turmoil alone. Meanwhile, in the council hall, the elders convened, with Yu Changxing and Gu Qingyi also present. The Grand Elder chuckled, saying, "The young master performed exceptionally well this time, allowing our Yi family to vent some of our frustrations. Indeed, the Yi family is no mere plaything to be molded at will by the likes of Zhongzhou. Not at all. Were it not for the young master, our family would have been thoroughly humiliated this time." Amidst the incessant praises, Yu Changxing found only a cacophony. Were it not for his father's earnest insistence that he attend, he would have been diligently cultivating in the back mountains at this very moment. Yet, despite his lack of interest in the matter, the rewards for completing the task are undeniably tangible. The cultivation method of the Azure Song's sacred body now resides within his mind. As long as he dedicates time to cultivate diligently in the future, he will undoubtedly be able to completely heal the hidden injuries within him. While he was lost in thought, his father's voice broke through. Changsheng, based on your observations, what is the stance of the Divine Hall and the Great Ing dynasty regarding this matter? Yi Changsheng regained his composure and pondered for a moment before hesitantly remarking. At that time, Chechnya refrained from taking action against me, seemingly wary of the relationship between our Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Moreover, even if they were inclined to strike, the current limitations of the fissures in the rock wall, combined with the absence of formidable experts, render them devoid of any leverage. Yi Changsheng's words garnered the approval of many. The second elder nodded and remarked, this matter indeed warrants their concern. Yet we must not disregard the power of Central Continent entirely. Father, you nodded. Indeed, the threat from Central Continent is imminent. We must prepare multiple contingency plans. After speaking, he suddenly turned to Yi Changsheng and smiled, saying, however, Changsheng, your recent endeavors have been truly remarkable, and the entire Eastern Continent is singing your praises. Yi Changsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, is it really that exaggerated, Father? TSK, I cannot articulate this clearly. You ought to explore it yourself to grasp the truth. After this, he turned to face the elders, his expression shifting to one of gravity. At present, our Yi family and the Eastern Continent are confronted with an unprecedented upheaval. If we can seize this opportunity, it could likewise become a new dawn for us. Regardless of the circumstances, our family's longevity in the Eastern Continent is attributed to our unity and relentless effort. Therefore, as the head of the family, I sincerely hope that during this trying period, all of you can unite and assist the Yi family in overcoming this adversity. The elders responded in unison, exuding great confidence. Once the meeting concluded and everyone began to depart, Yi Changsheng approached his father and quietly inquired, Father, is it true that our Yi family has connections with the land of 10,000 Buddhas? Ye's father cast a glance at him, but did not respond. Are you curious about this matter? Then take your time to ponder it. Chapter 78, The Hidden Connections of the Kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Yi Changsheng felt a sense of helplessness regarding his father's enigmatic demeanor. Although he understood that this was intended to maintain suspense and exert pressure on the Central Continent, his curiosity was as insatiable as a cat's. After uttering a cryptic remark, Ye's father turned and departed, leaving Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi exchanging bewildered glances. Qingyi, do you think our Yi family truly has ties with the land of 10,000 Buddhas? Yi Changsheng stroked his chin and inquired, harboring a modicum of skepticism within. Gu Qingyi shook her head and replied, this is what father has stated. It must possess a degree of credibility. Moreover, the ultimate aim is to instill a sense of caution in Zhongzhou, making it all the more effective to leave people uncertain, is it not? This notion held merit. He nodded, casting the matter aside. After all, should calamity descend, there are those of greater stature to bear the burden. His meager cultivation would hardly sway the grand scheme of things. Presently, the most pressing concern was to seize this fleeting moment of tranquility and diligently enhance his own abilities. The grand gathering of the prodigies had drawn to a close, and the three major factions of Zhongzhou had momentarily quieted, allowing Dongzhou to bask in an unusual serenity. However, those with even a modicum of insight understood that beneath this calm facade, more tumultuous tides were undoubtedly brewing. Whether in Dongzhou or Zhongzhou, all eyes were now fixated upon Yi Changsheng's words. Is there a connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? The credibility of this matter remains uncertain. Various factions are secretly verifying this statement, yet a definitive answer has eluded them. Gradually, rumors have emerged from unknown sources, suggesting that an ancestor of the Yi family once engaged in profound discourse with the Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, making the existence of a connection quite plausible. Furthermore, within the Yi family, numerous techniques and divine powers inherited from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas serve to corroborate this notion. The most compelling aspect of this information lies in the cultivation of the Yi family head. It is well known that the heavenly path of the Eastern Continent is fragmented. Throughout the centuries, many extraordinary talents have emerged, yet they have all ultimately reached a standstill at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm, unable to ascend further. However, the Yi family head has defied the constraints of this realm, forcefully elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the virtual emperor stage. if there exists an individual or force capable of achieving this feat, apart from the top powers of the other four continents, it seems virtually impossible for anyone else to accomplish it. The reason why the Emperor Yi possesses such remarkable cultivation is likely due to his covert assistance from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. This speculation is well-founded and compelling, making it hard for one not to believe. After all, the difficulty of breaking through the constraints of the heavenly path is something that cultivators of profound realms can certainly attest to. However, just as this rumor stirred up a tempest, an entirely different voice of dissent emerged, accompanied by equally substantial reasoning. The ancestral figure of the Yi family has long since passed into oblivion, and if this matter holds any truth, one must ponder the longevity of the Buddha. How many years has he truly lived? The mere contemplation of such an extensive time span evokes a sense of incredulity. It seems utterly implausible for anyone to achieve such a feat. As time progresses, the voices of dissent grow increasingly outrageous. After a fortnight of rigorous cultivation, Yi Chongqing felt it was time to stretch his limbs, so he took Gu Qingyi on a leisurely stroll through the cities surrounding the Yi family estate. The Yi family, as one of the foremost powers of the eastern continent, has constructed a remarkably prosperous city around their stronghold. The couple, still in the bloom of youth, finds themselves quite intrigued by such a bustling locale. "Si Qingyi, do you not perceive the delightful fragrance in the air?" Yi Chongqing greedily inhaled the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, his head swiveling as he surveyed his surroundings. Gu Qingyi, equally captivated by the fragrant allure, pointed towards a nearby restaurant to the left and exclaimed, "Husband, it seems the delectable scents are emanating from that establishment. Come. Today the young master shall treat you to a sumptuous meal." Yi Chongqing, feigning arrogance with hands on his hips, led Gu Qingyi into the tavern. As they settled into their seats, the conversation from a nearby table caught their attention. "Have you heard? Recently, rumors have been circulating in Dongzhou that the Yi family has connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Who knows if there is any truth to it?" Another voice immediately interjected, "Of course it's true. The Yi family is no mere trifling entity. Such claims must be grounded in some form of evidence." But how could that be? The rumor suggests that the ancestor of the Yi family engaged in discourse with the Buddha king of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Have you considered how long ago that was? The ancestor has been deceased for over a millennium. Surely the Buddha cannot still be alive? Oh, you are too quick to dismiss this. I have heard it said that the Buddha possesses supreme powers and has penetrated the secrets of time, which is why he continues to exist. Is it not widely believed that there are 3 supreme holy Buddhas? It is said that they are merely incarnations of the Buddha himself. Think about it. Such a formidable practitioner living for an extended period is not all that surprising, is it? As the discussion persisted, Yi Chongqing remarked with a bemused expression, "How is it that the rumors grow increasingly absurd? Such is the nature of gossip. There will always be those who embellish and exaggerate." Yi Chongqing nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. "Indeed, it is for the best," he remarked. "As my father once said, at least until the truth is unveiled, those in Zhangzhou will refrain from taking hasty actions." After their meal, the two took a leisurely stroll before returning to the Yi residence. Outside, the atmosphere was foreboding, yet within the clan, under the firm guidance of Ye's father, an air of tranquility prevailed. The rumors circulating outside were well known to the Yi family. However, Ye's father chose to remain reticent, adopting a stance of silence that the higher-ups naturally emulated. Despite the increasingly bizarre tales emerging from Dongzhou, the Yi family maintained their quietude, seemingly disinclined to engage with the unfolding events. This demeanor only served to heighten the tension and apprehension among the forces in Zhangzhou. The Yi family, after all, is a formidable power, and they would never make such statements lightly. It is essential to recognize that the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas is not a force to be trifled with. Should they discover someone leveraging their name as a shield, they might very well purge their ranks. The fact that the Yi family dares to allow such rumors to circulate in the province, unafraid of them reaching the ears of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, only strengthens the belief that they may indeed have some connection with that powerful entity. This conjecture weighs heavily on the hearts of the 3 major factions in the central continent. If the Yi family cannot be subdued, it would pose a significant obstacle to their ambitions of dominating the eastern continent. Among them, the urgency is particularly pronounced for Chechen of the Temple. As the representative dispatched by the Temple to the eastern continent, his mission is to win the Yi family's allegiance. However, if the Yi family is truly entangled with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, it signifies a high probability of his mission's failure. The repercussions from the temple are daunting even for him, making it utterly unacceptable to surrender to failure. Chapter 79. The unpredictable situation in the eastern continent. Within the Lingzhong Pavilion, Chechen, Kong Yin, and Ing Wudi are present. The teacups on the table have long lost their warmth, indicating that they have been seated for quite some time. After a moment of silence, Ing Wudi speaks first. This matter is of utmost importance to us. We cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. Chechen takes a deep breath, a rare expression of concern crossing his face. That is indeed true. The Yi family is crucial to the eastern continent. Securing their support would garner nearly half of the region's backing, which would greatly aid our control over the eastern continent. Moreover, the fissures on the cliff are continuing to widen. I trust you understand the implications of the eventual outcome? Kong Yin's ethereal voice resonates. The rupture of the source wall signifies that a vast influx of spiritual energy will pour into the eastern continent, rendering it, for a time, the most spiritually abundant locale in the myriad source continent. Various resources and spiritual entities will accumulate rapidly, potentially even birthing some rare phenomena. Even in the absence of such wonders, cultivation here would yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, Kong Yin pauses, her tone taking on a more earnest note, when the source wall finally gives way. The heavenly Tao of the eastern continent will be supplemented by the heavenly Tao of other realms within the myriad source continent. At that point, the fluctuations of the natural laws across the eastern continent will become quite pronounced, presenting a rare opportunity for those of profound cultivation to experience the great Tao. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, happening perhaps once in a millennium, and could potentially allow those esteemed seniors to advance significantly in their mastery. It is not inconceivable that multiple revered emperors might emerge at that time. Should there be a person from the eastern continent present, they would undoubtedly experience a moment of enlightenment from Kong Yan's words. It is no wonder that the central continent has long harbored ambitions towards the east. This place is characterized by its barren resources and incomplete heavenly principles. By all accounts, it should not be regarded as a desirable location. What they are investing in is not the present, but rather the transformative potential of the eastern continent's future. This matter is well understood by the three individuals, and the elders of their respective factions have also speculated on it. Ing Wudi sighed and remarked, however, from our current perspective, both my grading dynasty and the Divine Temple are viewed with disdain by the Yi family, making the prospect of collaboration exceedingly slim. Only you, from the Tianji Pavilion, seem to be in a relatively better position, as you have not engaged in any direct conflict with the Yi family. Yet, even with our foresight, it appears that opportunities for the Tianji Pavilion may also be limited. Kong Yin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The current situation has become precarious, and they find themselves in a dilemma. The connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas poses a significant disadvantage for them. With the presence of the three families in the eastern continent already sufficient, the involvement of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas would only dilute their benefits further. After a moment of silence, Chechen appeared to have made a resolute decision and inhaled deeply before speaking. Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Yi family. Upon hearing this, Ing Wudi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chechen, are you serious? Why not? Chechen replied, let us not forget that Yi Changxing harbors no goodwill towards you. Are you certain that your visit won't result in public humiliation? After a brief pause, Chechen's face broke into a slight smile. And so what? You are aware of the stringent regulations of the temple. If I fail to accomplish this task, the repercussions upon my return would be far more brutal than any indignity at the hands of the Yi family. Ing Wudi and Kong Yin fell silent, fully cognizant of the terrifying penalties enforced by the temple, and their concern for Chechen was entirely justifiable. However, the pressing issue lay in the Yi family's ambiguous stance, which likely indicated a reluctance to collaborate with the central continent. Kong Yin voiced her apprehensions, which Ing Wudi wholeheartedly endorsed. Chechen, however, exuded confidence. I have contemplated this matter as well. There is no need to overthink it for now. After all, our three premier forces in the central continent can easily overpower the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas when united. Our goals align, and there is little conflict of interest among us, making cooperation against external threats quite feasible. Moreover, the Yi family is not composed of fools. Despite their backing from the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, they cannot afford to offend the central continent lightly. Besides, I am merely making a courtesy call to gauge their attitude. It should not be perceived as excessive. These statements were merely surface-level justifications. In reality, Chechen's considerations extended beyond these broader factors, as he was also contemplating his future. While the temple was abundant in resources, its stringent rules loomed over him like a sword of Damocles. His arduous journey to the Eastern continent was driven by the desire to achieve a significant accomplishment, which would play a crucial role in the competition for the position of temple master in the future. Were it not for this ambition, he would not have forsaken the temple's favorable cultivation environment to come to such a barren land, where he had to navigate intrigue daily. Regardless, Chaichun could not accept the thought of his hard work being rendered futile due to the circumstances in the Eastern continent. Upon seeing his determination, Ing Wudi and Kong Yin ceased their attempts to dissuade him. Ultimately, this is your decision. We will promptly investigate the true relationship between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, Ing Wudi remarked, furrowing his brow. However, with the news of the Yi family circulating, our people in the central continent are becoming increasingly restless. We currently lack sufficient manpower and must rely on them. Chechen nodded and said, you shall handle this matter, ensuring that the hearts of the people remain untroubled. We must also manage the rumors, preventing them from sowing discord. Indeed, I understand this principle. However, when you visit the Yi family, remember to avoid any conflict. Our situation is precarious, and we cannot afford further depletion. With this, the three reached a consensus and promptly set their plans into motion. Ing Wudi convened a meeting with the talents of Zhengzhou, asserting that even with the Yi family backed by the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, they could not reverse the prevailing circumstances. After all, the cracks in the walls were an inevitable reality. They were supported by the three major powers of Zhengzhou, and there was no need for excessive trepidation. This declaration indeed reassured the talents of Zhengzhou, emboldening their actions with the endorsement of these formidable forces. Meanwhile, after meticulous preparations, Chechen personally visited the Yi family. The news of this visit sent shockwaves through Dongzhou. After all, Chechen had never previously shown any inclination to approach the Yi family, which had starkly highlighted the arrogance of Zhengzhou's talents. This inevitably led many forces in Dongzhou to recall the rumors. Could it be that the Yi family truly had some connection with the Buddha of the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, with Chechen's affiliation to the shrine, even if wary of the Yi family, it would be unlikely for him to take the initiative in paying a visit. Chapter 80. The opportunity hidden within the Yi family's secret vault in the Li family. Within the council chamber, numerous high-ranking members have gathered, including the long-reclusive Xiaochen. The patriarch, seated in the position of authority, bore a somewhat serious expression. After a moment, the Grand Elder opened his eyes and surveyed the gatherings, nodding towards him as he said, Patriarch, everyone has arrived. We may commence our discussion on this matter. Indeed. Ye's father nodded, and after a brief cough, the hall swiftly fell into silence. By now, it is likely that everyone has heard a portion of the current situation in the Eastern continent. The cliffs have fractured, and various prodigies from the central continent have descended, intent on carving up our Eastern continent. As one of the foremost powers, the Yi family naturally attracts the greatest scrutiny. Over this period, you all have a general understanding of the tribulations faced by the Yi family. Firstly, there was betrayal among various factions. And just as the situation was painstakingly stabilized, Ing Wuji arrived, bringing the looming threat of the Grading dynasty. Subsequently, the crown prince of the Grading visited, repeatedly using Qingyi's physical ailments as leverage, revealing his predatory ambitions. Each of these events underscores the increasingly precarious state of affairs. When the fractures widen and experts from the central continent arrive, that will truly mark the moment of peril for all factions in the Eastern continent. After finishing his words, Father Yu surveyed the crowd, and upon noticing that everyone was listening attentively, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my intention in speaking thus is not to diminish your resolve, but rather to convey the gravity of our situation. In this critical moment, it is essential for you to pursue progress with unwavering determination. And it is equally vital for the Yi family to unite as one, regardless of any previous discord among our kin. We must set aside our differences in the face of such significant challenges and take it upon ourselves to ensure the prosperity of our family. As he spoke, Father Ye's gaze lingered on Xiaochen, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Xiaochen felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly nodded in earnest agreement. Although the patriarch of the Yi family chose to remain indifferent to the conflicts among the younger generation, it does not imply that he was oblivious to these matters. In the past, Yi Chongxing was unable to cultivate, and the resentment harbored by his kin was somewhat understandable. After all, his status was unique. A young clan leader who could not cultivate seemed incapable of bearing the family's future. However, as Yu Chongxing showcased his innate talent for physical cultivation and, in the presence of many, triumphed over Ing Wuji, he vindicated the Yi family and the entire Eastern continent's prodigy in front of outsiders. Xiaochun had once been exceptionally talented as well, yet his pride led him to forget the virtues of humility and modesty. This arrogance deepened the rift between him and Yi Chongqing, culminating in a disastrous defeat at the previous Talented Individuals Conference, which he had grossly underestimated. In the grand scheme of family affairs, this was but a minor episode. After a moment of contemplation, the patriarch turned to the Council of Elders and inquired, "Shall we discuss that matter now?" The Grand Elder nodded in affirmation, stating, "We have previously deliberated on this. It is time to open that place. Our ancestors declared that in times of familial hardship, it could be accessed, while we may appear stable on the surface. The undercurrents of turmoil suggest that the Yi family's very existence could be at risk. It is prudent to utilize this resource without delay." The other elders voiced their agreement, supporting the Grand Elder's perspective. This exchange of cryptic dialogue left the other attendees in the hall bewildered, unable to decipher the enigmas shared between the patriarch and the elders. Ye's father fell into a prolonged silence, and the pressure emanating from him suddenly intensified. "Esteemed guests, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in the shifting tides of the Eastern continent and beyond. My Yu family has stood firm in the Eastern continent for many years. We cannot allow ourselves to be swept away by this current. Thus, after deliberation among the family council and the elder assembly, it has been resolved to unveil the ancient secret vault of the Yi family." The senior members of the Yi family gazed at their patriarch in astonishment, taken aback by his revelations. Could it be that the rumors of a hidden treasure within the Yi family were indeed true? I am uncertain. Yet since the head of the family has made such a declaration, it must undoubtedly hold weight. With both the elders and the patriarch affirming this, its existence is irrefutable. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion, exhibiting immense enthusiasm for the matter at hand. Yi Chongqing leaned closer to Gu Qingyi and whispered, "Qingyi, have you ever heard about the hidden treasures of our family?" Gu Qingyi shook her head, "Not at all. This matter is indeed a secret within the Yi family, and I had not come across it before. Indeed, we have quite a few hidden gems," he remarked with a hint of admiration. Just then, Ye's father continued, "Therefore, after one day, the Yi family's hidden treasures will be unveiled. At that time, the treasures will be accessible to all of Eastern continent, and the young members must prepare themselves." Upon hearing this, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. How can this be possible? Exactly, the hidden treasures belong to the Yi family. Why should they be shared with others? Head of the family, isn't this a bit hasty? The treasures have been concealed for so long. Surely it pertains to our family's future. How can it be so easily relinquished to outsiders? Indeed, do the elders also agree with this? Voices of astonishment and discontent echoed throughout the hall, expressing their inability to comprehend Ye's father's announcement. The treasures are inherently the Yi family's. Why should they be distributed to others? Observing the fervent crowd, Ye's father exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, their expressions remarkably calm, clearly having anticipated this reaction. Silence. With a commanding tone laced with imperial authority, the assembly hall quickly fell quiet. Everyone turned their attention to the family head, eager to hear his explanation. Ye's father maintained a calm demeanor, his tone devoid of any trace of anger. "I understood that many might not fully comprehend the family's decision. Therefore, this time, the head of the family would provide an explanation. However, once they exited the council chamber, no one was permitted to harbor any further doubts regarding the matter. Is that understood?" "Yes, head of the family," the crowd promptly replied. Discontent may linger, yet they lacked the audacity to openly defy the commands of the patriarch and the council of elders. Ye's father nodded, his expression slightly more relaxed. This matter was the result of a joint deliberation among the family head and the elders. To elaborate, there were 3 reasons that warranted the opening of this secret repository. First, while it is indeed true that the repository belongs to the Yi family, the commotion caused by its opening would inevitably attract the attention of other factions. Rather than hiding it away, it is far better to openly display it for all to see. Second, although the repository is rich in resources, the will of our ancestors and the constraints of natural laws impose limitations on those who may enter, both in terms of cultivation level and age. Even for our own possessions, the number of those who can enter may be quite limited. Third, the current situation is shifting, and the Yi family faces the pressure from various powerful factions in the central continent. If we wish to survive and even progress, we must unite with more forces to resist the central continent, thereby maintaining our independence. The opening of this repository can be seen as an olive branch offered by the Yi family to the factions of the eastern continent. Chapter 81. The Opening of the Secret Realm. Turbulence in the Yi family. At the Riverside Pavilion, Che Chun stood atop the building, gazing at the surging waters below, and let out a sudden sigh. Alas, Brother Che, why the long sigh again? Ingwudi inquired cheerfully, his state of mind starkly contrasting with Che Chin's. Previously, after Ingwudi had been beaten, the people of the Ming dynasty had repeatedly approached the Yi family for alliances, only to be rebuffed. This left Ingwudi feeling quite disgruntled, as if he had lost considerable face. However, upon observing Che Chin's predicament, he realized that his own situation was not as dire as it seemed. The strict rules and harsh penalties of the divine palace, even with his limited understanding, filled him with trepidation. The grading dynasty, at least, spared him the constant worry for his life. Che Chin looked up at the sky, clasped his hands behind his back, and sighed once more. Alas, the time is nearly upon us. It is time to set off for the Yi family. This journey may not go smoothly. Ingwudi expressed surprise. Did you not prepare for this beforehand? Why the sigh now? While this was indeed true, their previous relationship had not been particularly pleasant, making the prospect of visiting the Yi family somewhat discontenting. Che Chin, however, was quite candid, articulating his thoughts clearly. Though this endeavor may be challenging, it serves as an example for you all. If we do not succeed this time, we may have to reconsider our previous conciliatory approach towards the Yi family. Ingwudi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I initially thought the Yi family was a mere shadow of its former self, yet it appears to be a formidable opponent still. Brother Che, I wish you a successful journey and hope you can persuade the Yi family. Ha ha ha, I appreciate Brother Ying's kind words. With that, Che Chun turned to descend the stairs. However, at that moment, bang, between heaven and earth, it seemed as if a colossal drum had been struck, its muffled yet distant reverberations sending tremors through the soul. At this moment, countless individuals, in a state of astonishment and bewilderment, looked up to behold in the far east a vast expanse of golden light that appeared to connect the heavens and the earth, with ethereal palaces and pavilions faintly emerging within. Sherchin halted abruptly, turning to gaze at this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. What could this possibly mean? Ingwudi, perplexed, inquired. His eyes filled with curiosity as they were drawn to the golden radiance. Moments later, the golden light pulsated as if imbued with life, ebbing and flowing like the tide. Subsequently, to the astonishment and shock of the onlookers, the golden light gradually coalesced into a multitude of fantastical sword shadows, drifting like fish within the space enveloped by the golden glow. Sherchin and Ingwudi exchanged astonished glances. As prodigies of the central continent, they had traversed numerous secret realms and sacred lands, and it was evident that this occurrence was a clear omen of a relic or the awakening of a hidden domain. Brother Che, what is happening? Ingwudi asked, his confusion palpable. Having conducted a comprehensive study of the eastern continent, he was aware of many renowned secret realms. Logically, there should not be such a grand event heralding the opening of a hidden domain at this time. Furrowing his brow, Sherchin expressed his own perplexity. I am equally uncertain. It seems there are no such relics in the eastern continent. The overwhelming sword aura was unmistakably palpable even from this distance, indicating the extraordinary nature of this relic. Could it be that this was something left behind by a powerful predecessor, only now revealing itself? Not just the two of them, but a significant portion of the eastern continent quickly became aware of the unusual phenomenon in the eastern sky, with various factions hastily dispatching individuals to investigate the situation. Before long, news of the celestial anomaly reached forces throughout the eastern continent, drawing even more individuals to the scene. The closest factions in the east were the first to react. However, upon their hurried arrival and subsequent realization of the source of the golden light, they were collectively taken aback. Could this secret realm belong to the Yi family? Gazing at the golden light rising from the rear mountain of the Yi family, an elderly man with white hair lamented, "What more is there to say? This place is indeed the Yi family's. We shall gain nothing from it." Sighing, the elder shook his head vigorously. "Let us depart. There is nothing of interest here." With a sense of resignation, he turned to leave. Not so fast. Suddenly, another elder clad in black robes spoke, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. "Old man, let us observe a while longer. Perhaps the situation may take an unexpected turn." A turn? The white-haired elder paused, grumbling in dissatisfaction. But it is the Yi family, guarded by a ninth-tier void emperor. There is no one in the eastern continent who can rival him. The elderly figure in the black robe, however, expressed strong dissent toward his statement. "You old fool. How utterly confused you are. With such a commotion, half the region has witnessed it. It is improbable for the Yi family to conceal this matter. The various factions will undoubtedly take note and dispatch individuals to observe the situation. Consider this, with such a significant disturbance in the secret realm, there could be countless treasures hidden within. Do you believe those factions would not be curious or wish to partake in the spoils? The elder with white hair began to grasp the implications, a hint of a smile emerging on his face. Let us wait and see. If all the major powers unite to exert pressure, even the Yi family must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. At that point, it is possible that the Yi family will struggle to monopolize the situation, and we may still manage to benefit from the aftermath. The reasoning of the black-robed elder held considerable weight, stirring the interest of the white-robed elder. Many were harboring similar thoughts, and soon the vicinity of the Yi family became lively, with numerous concealed gazes observing the unfolding events. However, the Yi family remained silent, maintaining an eerie calm between both parties. Moments later, representatives from several top-tier factions in the eastern continent finally arrived. Countless eyes turned toward them, eager to discern how these factions would address the situation. After a brief exchange of whispers among the representatives, they selected one to engage in negotiations with the Yi family. Yet, just as he approached the entrance of the Yi family, the celestial phenomena above suddenly shifted. Countless golden sword energies converged, coalescing into a towering humanoid figure that soared into the sky. Countless individuals were left utterly astonished by this spectacle, regardless of the devastating aura emanating from the figure. The mere ability to bind those sword energies together spoke volumes about the profound cultivation of the individual behind it. Suddenly, someone gazing at the colossal apparition exclaimed in astonishment. "Look, isn't that the visage of the Yi family patriarch? Indeed, now that you mention it, it truly resembles the Yi family's emperor." Came the chorus of agreement amidst the clamor. As the tumultuous discussions persisted, the immense golden figure slowly began to speak. In a voice that resonated like a thunderous bell, it proclaimed, "This place is the secret realm bequeathed by the ancestors of the Yi family, and it belongs solely to us." Upon this declaration, the representatives from the top-tier factions exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The emperor's personal address left them with little courage to retort. 1,000 miles away, Chechen gazed at the towering divine manifestation, his expression growing gravely serious. "If I am not mistaken, that is indeed the emperor of the Yi family, is it not?" Ingwudi, having seen you father before, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is unmistakably you father." "This situation has become rather serious," Chechen remarked, his tone unexpectedly heavy, prompting Ingwudi to inquire in surprise, "What do you mean by that? Could you not discern this? As a native of the eastern continent, why does he as true form resemble that of a Buddha?" Upon hearing these words, Ingwudi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the ethereal figure above resembled a Buddha with emerald eyes, surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy. The left hand gracefully supported the hilt of the sword, while the right hand formed a gesture of contemplation at the chest, with the long sword resting horizontally against the right arm. Could this truly be the Buddha? Ingwudi gasped in shock, quickly comprehending Chen's earlier concerns. Could it be that the Yi family has genuine ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas? Otherwise, such a Buddha-like apparition would not manifest without the profound knowledge of the Buddha from that land. Chen nodded, equally moved, and remarked, "It appears that our journey to the Yi family may be unnecessary. Even if we were to go, we likely would not attain the desired outcome." Just as they finished speaking, the resonant voice of the majestic apparition echoed once more. "Today, you have come to the Yi family due to the celestial phenomena, have you not?" As several representatives of first-rate factions began to smile and respond, Ye's father continued, "Your intentions are clear to me. Therefore, there is no need for superfluous words. What I am about to say, you shall take to heart." His words effectively silenced those who were eavesdropping. Faced with a powerful figure of the Void Emperor, they lacked the courage to retort. At present, the world is undergoing a great transformation, with the earth cracking and the long-isolated continents re-establishing connections. This situation presents both a crisis and an opportunity. As a member of the Eastern continent, the Yi family must act promptly. Thus, after deliberation, they have decided to unveil the ancestral secret realm of the Yi family. However, although this secret realm belongs to the Yi family, they are ultimately part of the Eastern continent and have an obligation to contribute to its future. For this reason, the Yi family has resolved to share this secret realm. Any cultivator who meets the criteria may enter to seek their fortunes. Upon concluding his address, the onlookers erupted in joy. "Wonderful! Truly wonderful!" they exclaimed. No wonder the Yi family has maintained its status as a premier force in the Eastern continent for so many years. Their magnanimity and vision are unparalleled by other factions. Laughter and praises for Ye's father's generosity filled the air, as countless spectators lauded him. As the world undergoes transformation, the Eastern continent's natural order is fractured, impoverished, and weakened, inherently lagging behind other continents. Yet, this esteemed figure believes that as long as we unite as one, we shall remain the people of the Eastern continent. The calm utterance instantaneously elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo, particularly among those of humble origins or solitary cultivators who vociferated the loudest. It is crucial to recognize that they lack substantial backing. Hence, they constitute the most vulnerable demographic. Previously, as residents of the Eastern continent, several factions ostensibly maintained order. And even if some harbored disdain for them, few dared to act too brazenly. However, with the influx of power from the central continent, the situation has undergone a dramatic transformation. Major forces, preoccupied with preserving their own interests, have little time to spare for them. The inhabitants of the central continent are even less inclined to regard them as equals, employing various forms of coercion and inducement, with brute force remaining a viable option to suppress those lower-tier cultivators and minor factions, leaving them in dire straits. Though it is acknowledged that entry into the Yi family's secret realm is likely to be restricted, the mere prospect of an opportunity to escape their plight is already a significant boon, should fortune smile upon them. Acquiring valuable treasures, whether for personal use or as a means to barter for a better fate, would represent an excellent choice for them. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the great Emperor Yi spoke once more. Of course, the secret realm is but a modest domain, incapable of accommodating a multitude. Following deliberations among the upper echelons of the Yi family, it was determined that only those young prodigies from the Eastern continent under the age of 40 would be permitted to enter the secret realm in search of opportunities. Do you all comprehend this? Upon hearing this declaration, many were immediately engulfed in disappointment. Some were far beyond the stipulated age, while others, despite being of sufficient age, lacked the cultivation prowess to compete with the Eastern continent's leading talents. Thus, their chances of gaining anything substantial, even if allowed entry, appeared bleak. Such straightforward stipulations barred countless individuals from access. Similarly, the lurking ancient beings, upon learning this news, also saw their interest in the secret realm wane considerably. The restriction to only young prodigies implies that the secret realm is more suited for the tempering of the younger generation, rather than a grand abode of fallen powerhouses, suggesting that the treasures available would be limited. Yet, these ancient beings, each associated with some degree of influence or lineage, could still benefit from their descendants gaining experience within. As everyone pondered this revelation, a somewhat timid voice suddenly inquired, "Great Emperor Yi, might I ask whether the secret realm is exclusively accessible to us from the Eastern continent? Or can those from the central continent also enter?" Upon the utterance of that question, the people of the Eastern continent swiftly came to a realization. Judging by the previous display at the Young Talents Gathering, it was evident that the prodigies of the Eastern continent were no match for their central continent counterparts. Should the central continent individuals be permitted entry into the secret realm, they might emerge empty-handed, perhaps facing utter annihilation. After all, the top genius of the Yi family, Xiao Chun, had been subdued by a mere glance from Ming Wudi. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, inquiring about Yi Father's intentions. Faced with the rising tide of questions, Yi Father remained silent for a moment before his deep, resonant voice echoed once more. "I have stated that only young geniuses under the age of 40 from the Eastern continent may enter the secret realm." Although he did not provide a direct answer, the implication of Yi Father's repetition was crystal clear. This time, only the talents of the Eastern continent would be allowed entry. The reason for such a restriction was evidently directed at the individuals from the central continent. Upon hearing Yi Father's response, the Eastern continent's representatives beamed with joy, while those from the central continent wore expressions of discontent. At Linjiang Pavilion, both Ing Wudi and Che Chen's faces darkened simultaneously. Chapter 83. The True Cultivation of Che Chen. Brother Che, what is your perspective on this matter? Ing Wudi inquired, a hint of frustrated indignation lacing his tone. Che Chen paused for a moment, his expression growing resolute. "We are aware of this situation, and we cannot act as though it has not occurred. The Yi family's secret realm has persisted from ancient times to the present, undoubtedly harboring a wealth of hidden resources. While these may not be essential for us, they hold significant importance for others. Their support for us is motivated by the prospect of gaining benefits from the Eastern continent. With interests laid bare before us, it is unlikely they will simply relinquish their claims." Ing Wudi nodded in agreement. Given the Yi family's connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, there may well be valuable treasures concealed within the secret realm. Whether for our own sake or for others, we must strive to secure what we can. Chechen acquiesced. And suddenly, he lightly stepped onto the railing of Linjiang Pavilion, propelling himself into the air. Emperor Yi, I have words to convey. His voice resonated across the river, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. You, father, having attained the realm of the Void Emperor, possessed unfathomable power. Any karmic ties formed with him would be perceived with clarity. Even a vague call would evoke a response from you, father. Chechen had witnessed such formidable beings within the temple, and thus had a modicum of understanding of their powers. Although the distance seemed vast, it was but a fleeting moment for such mighty entities. As anticipated, no sooner had Chechen's words faded than the space before him seemed to part as though cleaved, creating a long fissure. Within this rift swirled chaotic spatial currents, and a massive golden hand traversed the infinite expanse, reaching forth directly towards him. Chechen halted, allowing the golden hand to grasp him, before being drawn into the spatial rift. Above the Yi family, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, the colossal Dharma body reached forth, vanishing into the boundless void. When the hand was retracted, those with keen eyesight discerned what appeared to be a figure within. As the golden hand released its grasp, the silhouette of Chechen emerged in the heavens. I, the junior Chechen, pay my respects to the esteemed Emperor Yi. His father showed no inclination for pleasantries. What you just said can now be shared with everyone. Chechen hesitated for a moment, then adorned his face with a charming and affable smile, his elegant demeanor causing some female cultivators to gaze at him in admiration. Senior. The junior just mentioned that since the Yi family's secret realm has been opened, why must the talents of Zhongzhou be turned away at the gates? The colossal golden head of the slightly bowed, its sun-like radiant eyes fixated on him, instilling an immediate sense of chilling foreboding in Chechen. Despite his instincts screaming warnings, he endeavored to maintain an air of calm, exchanging smiles with it. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. The secret realm belongs to the Yi family. Chechen's smile remained unwavering. The junior is naturally aware of this and has never harbored any intentions to covet the Yi family's secret realm. However, as the emperor has stated, the world is undergoing tremendous changes. The fissures between various lands are widening, and the integration and exchange among the 5 continents is an inevitable trend. As a distinguished figure in Eastern Continent, the senior must also understand what this situation entails. While it may pose certain challenges to the Eastern Continent, it simultaneously presents immense opportunities for its practitioners. Having reached the Imperial realm, the senior's vision and magnanimity must be unparalleled. In this prosperous era, the Yi family should embrace a multitude of influences, thereby enriching themselves and paving a broader path for their future. I wonder if the junior's perspective holds any merit? Ye's father cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone remaining as indifferent as ever. These matters are for me to ponder. It is not your place as a junior to meddle. If this is your reasoning, then you might as well return from whence you came. Chechen suddenly erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Yi, your words are somewhat one-sided. As you stated, the reason for opening the secret realm was to consider the talents of the Eastern Continent. Yet, how many of those nurtured in a greenhouse can truly become remarkable figures in the end? That said, if even I, with my cultivation, cannot enter the Yi family's secret realm, others are unlikely to obtain anything of value either. His words immediately provoked outrage among the crowd. Many from the Eastern Continent glared at him. Emboldened by the presence of the great Emperor Yi, they scorned him audaciously. Rather than anger, Chechen appeared delighted. He chuckled softly and stepped forward. Boom! An overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, instantly silencing the crowd from the Eastern Continent. Some gasped in disbelief. The Cave Heaven Realm? Peak cultivation of the Cave Heaven Realm. How is this possible? Such strength could rival that of some elders from the sacred lands. The murmurs of shock and astonishment echoed, making Chechen's smile even more radiant. Great Emperor Yi, I bear no intention of undermining your authority, but is it truly the case that the Yi family's secret realm is only accessible to those of little skill? When the ancestors of the Yi family established this secret realm, they surely did not wish for its treasures to gather dust, did they? Coupled with his formidable cultivation, Chechen's words were profoundly persuasive, rendering the crowd speechless. In comparison, the young talents of the Eastern Continent appeared dimmed. In a corner of the floating square, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the spirited Chechen in the sky, his heart filled with bitterness. This was the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. He had always believed himself gifted, with progress as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, even with the support of the Yi family, he had only reached the 3rd tier of the Cave Heaven realm, a far cry from Ingwudi's 8th tier, let alone Chechen, who was half a step into the Void Return realm. It was foolish of him to have once thought to challenge someone of such caliber. Reflecting on it now, It was laughably naive. The myriad of bitterness reverberated in his heart, ultimately transforming into a soft sigh. I am still far from it. At that moment, the voice of the sage of Kanglan resonated. Xiaoqin, you must strengthen your resolve and clearly understand your path. Although your cultivation may not match Chechen's at present, the Eastern continent's heavenly principles are indeed flawed, and its resources are meager compared to those of the Central continent. You possess commendable talent. As long as you maintain your resolve and forge ahead, there will undoubtedly come a time when you can surpass Chechen. While it is true that there are always those greater than oneself, it is equally crucial to remain humble without losing your spirit, understand? Yet, Xiaoqin remained unusually calm. Senior, I grasp the principles you speak of, others are others, and I am I. Despite the formidable prowess of Chechen, it is undeniably their own merit. I harbor no envy nor discouragement. Rather, my thoughts are solely focused on striving to catch up. As you aptly stated, only with a steadfast heart can one forge ahead. In Chapter 84, the dual cultivation method of the Celestial Palace, witnessing Xiaoqin's remarkable demeanor, Sage Kanglan could not help but express his admiration. This young man possesses considerable talent. Otherwise, a mighty figure of the sage realm would not have taken notice of him. However, the path of cultivation is not solely reliant on innate ability. The strength of one's mind is an equally vital component. Without mental fortitude, even those with unparalleled skills may struggle to harness their true potential, ultimately leading to self-inflicted harm. The sage holds high hopes for Xiaoqin and naturally wishes for him to avoid falling short along the way. In truth, since his defeat to Ingwudi, Xiaoqin has been acutely aware of Chechen's strength. If Ingwudi could inflict severe injury upon him with merely a glance, one can only imagine the prowess of Chechen, who subtly dominates amidst the trio of powerful factions. Thus, the outcome before him, while not entirely unexpected, only serves to solidify and intensify his determination to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in another realm, Yu Changxing leaned against the sturdy coiling dragonstone pillar, gazing at the sky where the confident and flamboyant Chechen resided, lost in contemplation. Qingyi, he mused, how on earth has this individual cultivated to such heights? Could it be that he was nurtured by spirit stones? A portion of our elders and stewards have scarcely reached this realm, yet he has ascended to such a level. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be disheartening. Gu Qingyi, with a serious demeanor, replied, after all, he hails from the Central Continent, and his ability to secure a position within the Divine Hall, even becoming one of the candidates for the Hall Master, attests to his remarkable talent. However, my dear husband, do not dwell on this too much. If we cannot measure up to him, then we cannot. Let us focus on living our own lives well. Yu Changsheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aha, splendid, splendid. Qingyi, your words resonate deeply with my heart. He jested outwardly, yet internally he was deep in contemplation. In terms of physical prowess, he had cultivated the 10,000 tribulations immortal body, the Azure Song sacred body, and achieved the unyielding golden body, which was sufficient to contend with those at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. However, Chechen was indeed a veritable peak of the cave heaven realm. The mere enhancement of physical strength that accompanied the elevation of realms was enough to bridge the gap between them. Moreover, he was only comparing himself to an ordinary return to the void realm. If he were to face the top prodigies of a formidable force like Chechen, who had undoubtedly practiced an exceptional physical cultivation method, the disparity would be even more pronounced. Given his current abilities, he feared that relying solely on his physical form might render him inferior. As for the disparity in cultivation level, it was even more pronounced. Although he had begun to cultivate the Great Wilderness Sutra, the methods of cultivation from the Wilderness Chronicle were exceedingly arduous, and the rate of progress was rather sluggish. Despite his diligent practice every day, he had only just barely reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm, still a layer away from breaking through to the divine transformation stage. In this regard, the chasm between them was even wider, to the point where it seemed almost insurmountable. Yu Changxing couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was not to be in direct competition with this individual. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he would stand no chance against such a formidable opponent. During the previous Celestial Pride gathering, he had been so arrogant. Yet it was fortunate that Chechen had been able to endure. Had he been in the same position, he would not have exhibited such patience. Once again, he appreciated the advantage of having support behind him. If it weren't for his father standing firm, the predicament faced by the Yi family would be insurmountably difficult. Just as he was lost in thought, Yi Changxing's expression suddenly froze. A suggestion from the system echoed in his mind. Defeat the genius of the Divine Temple, Chechen, within 3 months. Difficulty, moderate. Danger level, high. Task Reward. Advanced Gift Package. Top-tier dual cultivation technique of the Cloud Peak Sacred Palace. As he listened to the cold voice resonating in his mind, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had just concluded that he was no match for Chechen. And now this troublesome system had imposed such a daunting task upon him. And the difficulty level, was it mocking him? Here he was, a mere peak practitioner of the spirit realm, standing before Chechen, who wouldn't he even spare him a glance. Yet he was expected to compete with such a prodigy? This system was not assigning a task. It was clearly sending him to his demise. After a few internal complaints, Yi Changxing chose to disregard the mission. What a joke. He currently possessed several exceptional techniques, including the Great Wilderness Sutra. Why would he risk his life for some trifling dual cultivation technique from a sacred palace? Engaging in a contest with such an individual was akin to the longevity deity consuming arsenic, an act of reckless impatience. At that moment, Gu Qingyi's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Husband, what are you daydreaming about? Yi Changxing regained his composure and quickly smiled, saying, It's nothing, just recalling some cultivation matters. Gu Qingyi, realizing this, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Her husband has indeed undergone a remarkable transformation before their marriage. She had heard that he was indifferent to cultivation, preoccupied only with indulgence and leisure. Yet now, it is evident that those who spoke thus were utterly blind to his true potential. Yi Changxing felt a twinge of insecurity within. In the days before the awakening of the system, he indeed engaged in such endeavors. However, it was only after the arrival of his fortunate opportunity that he began to strive for independence. After all, who wouldn't prefer to cling to someone powerful and enjoy the benefits of their support? Yet, there was more to it. Yi Changxing seemed to have a sudden realization. His gaze towards Gu Qingyi taking on an odd quality. Since the dual cultivation technique was bestowed by the system, it must undoubtedly be a treasure from a prestigious sect, devoid of any adverse effects such as the dubious practice of yin-yang supplementation. As Gu Qingyi's cultivation deepened, her progress had slowed considerably. If this technique could bridge some of that gap in speed, it was certainly worth considering. With this thought, vivid and alluring images flashed through Yi Changxing's mind, prompting an uncontrollable, mischievous chuckle to escape his lips. Husband, what are you secretly laughing about? Gu Qingyi asked in bewilderment, her autumn-like eyes sparkling, igniting a flicker of irritation within Yi Changxing. Ahem, it's nothing, merely recalling a few matters, he replied. Yi Changxing cleared his throat a few times, intending to shift the topic elsewhere. By the way, Qingyi, how has your progress in cultivation been lately? Gu Qingyi furrowed her delicate brows and sighed softly. My advancement has become increasingly sluggish. It often takes several days of arduous practice to achieve even a slight improvement. Yi Changxing's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to her ear. What if we were to seek out a supreme dual cultivation technique? Might it expedite your training? Gu Qingyi's pretty face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe peach, stirring a delightful restlessness within Yi Changxing. Oh, my dear husband, what nonsense are you uttering in broad daylight? Gu Qingyi playfully stamped her foot, yet her mind wandered back to the unspoken scenes of the previous night. A blend of joy and embarrassment enveloping her. Yi Changxing chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist and whispering, Qingqi, shall we give it a try? It would not only enhance our cultivation but also, wouldn't it be delightful? Chapter 85, The Legacy of the Tao in the Heavens Above. Chechen unabashedly emanated the peak cultivation of the cave heaven realm, smiling as he gazed at the ethereal golden Buddha sword. Your Majesty Yi, as a formidable sovereign, your vision and stature are undoubtedly among the highest in the world. If individuals like the younger generation are unable to enter the secret realm, what purpose would it serve for the talents of the Eastern continent? Without enduring trials and tribulations, how could one possibly cultivate genuine talents capable of embarking on the path of the emperor? Though everyone comprehended Chechen's intentions, his words bore a semblance of truth. If only the geniuses from the Eastern continent were permitted entry into the secret realm, even in pursuit of treasures, they would inevitably hesitate to confront one another, wary of the opposing factions and their standings, ultimately opting to yield or retreat. After all, they all hailed from the same region. The prospect of an embarrassing confrontation would lead to a myriad of troubles upon their return. Moreover, there existed a greater possibility that the talents of the Eastern continent would regard the secret realm merely as a place to receive benefits, avoiding conflicts and instead seeking opportunities for treasures. This principle was well understood by anyone with a modicum of insight, let alone a powerhouse like Emperor Yi. Noticing the silence of the avatar, Chechen seized the moment to press on, saying, Your Majesty Yi's presence in the Eastern continent is a blessing for us. And I firmly believe that with your magnanimity and spirit, you will not treat the geniuses of other continents with bias. I harbor no disrespect. I merely hope you might contemplate this matter further. Moreover, the talents of the central continent hold great admiration for the ancestors of the Yi family. And entering the secret realm is also a means to pay homage and witness the grandeur of the strong. Upon hearing this, the recently arrived talents from the central continent began to voice their support. Indeed, we respect the legacy of the Yi family. And entering the secret realm would certainly be an opportunity for reverence. Absolutely, the heart of a strong individual commands respect, and we from the central continent are no exception. The talents of Zhongzhou enthusiastically praised the Yi family, skillfully adorning them with accolades. In truth, ordinary secret realms hold little allure for these seasoned prodigies, who are accustomed to celestial paradises. Yet the Yi family's hidden sanctum is a different matter altogether. Prior to their arrival in Dongzhou, they had diligently absorbed knowledge about this region under the guidance of their elders, aware that it once flourished robustly, albeit slightly less so than Zhongzhou. The number of top-tier powerhouses is also considerable, and the quality of the remnants left behind is equally exceptional. Moreover, the Yi family's secret realm, with its ancient lineage capable of producing beings of the virtual emperor realm under the current cosmic laws, piqued their interest even further. Some speculated that remnants of the Tao might still linger within the Yi family's sanctum. Given the Yi family's long history, it is plausible that numerous formidable protectors have emerged from their lineage, suggesting that the ancestors of the Yi family were indeed unparalleled powerhouses who truly stepped into the Imperial realm. The prodigies from Zhongzhou were not particularly concerned about the cultivation resources currently available in Dongzhou, as they possessed even more in their homeland. However, the secret treasures of an imperial powerhouse are scarce in Zhongzhou, and the prospect of Daoic inheritance only heightens their intrigue. Faced with such an opportunity, they would never consider relinquishing it, should they encounter the remnants of the Tao left by the ancestors of the Yi family within the sanctum. Even a mere hint of Daoic resonance could pave a smooth path for their future cultivation, rendering the attainment of sagehood a feasible endeavor. Such tantalizing prospects naturally stirred the hearts of the prodigies from Zhongzhou. This elite heritage is predominantly controlled by the three major powers in Zhongzhou, necessitating substantial sacrifices for outsiders wishing to gain entry. Now, the chance to engage with such a legacy in Dongzhou, free from the constraints imposed by these three factions, exhilarated the talents from Zhongzhou. Countless fervent gazes converged upon the towering, colossal avatar, eagerly awaiting the decision of Yifu, the mightiest figure in Dongzhou, within the council hall. Ye's father rested his chin on his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Several esteemed elders and clan leaders were present in the hall, yet none dared to break the silence. While they could often engage in spirited debates with Ye's father on various matters, issues concerning the family's future and the state of the continent were solely within his purview to decide. After a brief pause, Ye's father let out a gentle sigh. That young man had indeed spoken wisely, as the cracks in the rock face foretold. The upheaval in the eastern continent was inevitable. If they could not adapt in advance, even fortunate opportunities might prove detrimental. The elders and clan leaders found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately acquiescing to his insight. In the outside world, the Golden finally spoke. It is not that I prevent the disciples of the central continent from entering. However, the Yi family's secret realm is governed by the dual forces of natural laws and ancestral will. Anyone who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to the same level as the eastern continent's prodigies. I am not your elder, and for your safety, it is best that you refrain from entering. This revelation left the central continent's prodigies momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a hidden rule within the Yi family's secret realm, which elucidated why Yi Di had barred their entry. Many began to reconsider their resolve. Although they believed themselves superior even when on equal footing with those from the eastern continent, and many harbored confidence in their ability to triumph. The crux of the matter was that this secret realm lay within the eastern continent. It was the home turf of the Easterners, brimming with their talented disciples. While they may not excel in quality, they certainly held the advantage in numbers. In a situation where one-on-one combat was unfeasible, the central continent's cultivators would find themselves at a disadvantage, their realm suppressed. Even a slow attrition would likely spell their demise. The eastern prodigies, too, contemplated this grim possibility, their gazes toward the central cultivators growing increasingly menacing. While internal strife often plagued the eastern continent, uniting against a common foe was not an insurmountable challenge. The recent humiliations at the celestial gathering had left the Easterners eager to reclaim their honor, and they would not hesitate to seize an opportunity to do so. The ominous looks from the eastern side prompted many second, and third-tier talents from the central continent to waver in their resolve. Although they outmatched the eastern prodigies of the same tier, their superiority was limited. Should they be surrounded, they would have few means to protect themselves. If they encountered a top-tier eastern prodigy capable of restraining them, escape would be utterly impossible. Moreover, given that this secret realm was established by the Imperial realm, the life-preserving measures bestowed by their elders might also be suppressed or rendered unusable. If such a time were to arrive, it would be a true deadlock, where even the heavens would not respond to their pleas. While the Tao is undeniably precious, what value does it hold if one cannot preserve their own life? What use is it to obtain such treasures if one cannot survive to wield them? Chapter 86. The determination of the talents of Zhangzhou. Only a select few formidable talents from Zhangzhou, such as Cai, exhibited no response to the words of the Leaf Emperor. Ingwudi had personally tested Xiaoqin's cultivation and strength. Despite being a top talent from the eastern continent, he could not withstand even a single exchange before Ingwudi, let alone Cai, whose prowess was even more profound. Even at the same level of cultivation, Cai possessed ample confidence to suppress and defeat him. A genius from Zhangzhou approached Cai, furrowing his brow as he whispered, "Young Master Cai, there are restrictions in this secret realm. Should we enter?" Cai glanced at him, his smile unwavering. "Inquire among our compatriots. Who among them would be willing to forsake an opportunity to engage with the Tao?" The man paused, silenced by Cai's words, and relayed the message to the waiting talents below. Cai, with a subtle glance towards Xiaoqin in the corner, smiled even wider. This individual was no match for him. What was there to fear? However, Xiaoqin remained calm, betraying no emotion in response to Cai's slightly condescending gaze. Once Cai's attention shifted away, Xiaoqin lowered his head slightly, and a deep crimson flickered momentarily in his cold, abyssal eyes. "It appears I have not been deemed worthy of consideration by the talents of Zhangzhou." Suddenly, a chilling and sinister smile graced his face as he lifted his gaze towards the gathering of Zhangzhou's geniuses. Let me anticipate this moment keenly. Feeling the provocative gaze, the talents of Zhangzhou turned to look in that direction. Upon recognizing Xiaoqin, many began to mock him. "Oh, so it is the defeated subordinate of Prince Ingwudi. How audacious to challenge us." Truly unaware of his own insignificance, his demeanor suggests he is quite dissatisfied. But what does dissatisfaction amount to? Even at the same level, he may not be our opponent, especially with Prince Ingwudi at his back. Merely an ant. Do not give him any mind. The murmurs of the Zhangzhou talents did not diminish. Some reached Xiaoqin's ears, intensifying the crimson in his gaze. How amusing indeed. Let us see how this unfolds. Those familiar with Xiaoqin would notice a stark contrast in his demeanor. Previously, he had exuded pride and arrogance, but now he radiated an unsettling and ominous chill. In the heavens above, the Leaf Emperor's avatar spoke once more. "What have you decided?" Cai took a deep breath, stepping forward as his aura surged. "Your Majesty, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they regress. Upon embarking on this path, one must contend with others, with fate, and with the earth. There is only progression, never retreat, for to not grow is to perish. The path of martial arts is defined by life and death. Can one shy away from it due to fortune or misfortune? The rise of the chosen of Zhangzhou to their current stature is not attributable to any cowardice or fear of death. Without the unwavering belief to confront challenges head-on, how could one possess the confidence to tread upon a path fraught with adversity? Moreover, since we, the chosen of Zhangzhou, aspire to pay homage to the formidable legacy of the Yi family's ancestors, would it not be utterly insincere to shy away from even the slightest of secret realms? Esteemed colleagues, do you not concur? The fervent voice of Cai ignited a fervor within the hearts of the talents from Zhangzhou. Indeed, Master Cai speaks the truth. Without the resolve to sacrifice for enlightenment, how can one embark upon the path of the divine? It is undeniable that we, as distinguished individuals among our peers, have never lacked the courage and determination to risk it all. Bravo! The enthusiastic response from the talents of Zhangzhou elicited hearty laughter from Cai, who could not contain his joy. Truly, they are the pride of Zhangzhou. You Emperor, I, as a junior, have resolved to enter the Yi family's secret realm. Even if I must suppress my cultivation, I still possess the conviction of being invincible among my peers. If one cannot steadfastly hold to their path, how can they hope to tread the road that leads to the pinnacle? I, Cai am invincible among my peers. The resounding chorus spread like a mighty tide, and the sheer, unadulterated belief rendered many from Dongzhou grave. Behind Cai, various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest, hinting at the heavens and earth resonating with his fervent aspiration Such was the terrifying power of his quest for enlightenment that it summoned wondrous occurrences. The words of the Zhangzhou talents stirred their blood. Indeed, despite their notable talents, each one of them has traversed countless trials to reach this point, becoming the anticipated juniors of their factions and recognized geniuses within Zhangzhou. What are the numbers of Dongzhou? They possess the confidence to suppress their opponents among equals, so why should they fear being outnumbered? Friends, fortune favors the bold. We, as denizens of Zhangzhou, must not tarnish its illustrious reputation. What does it matter that Dongzhou boasts greater numbers? Each of us possesses the capability to face two foes among equals. As long as we remain united, what can the multitude of Dongzhou do against us? Indeed, Brother Pan speaks wisely. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the virtuous. And Zhangzhou has never lagged behind. Why should we yield to minor obstacles? Precisely. It is merely a matter of bloodshed, in the struggle of life and death. Who fears whom? In the midst of the fervent gathering of talents from Central Continent, they fervently echoed Chechen's sentiments. This collective enthusiasm rekindled the resolve of those who had momentarily wavered, solidifying their determination to partake in the impending expedition to the secret realm. Above them, Chechen, enraptured by the fervent cries of the Central Continent's prodigies, wore a radiant smile. As they proclaimed, although the Eastern Continent boasted a greater populace, the quality of their cultivation paled in comparison to theirs. Should only a handful from Central Continent venture into the realm, even a top-tier genius like himself might fall victim to the Eastern Continent's overwhelming numbers. However, if all the talents from Central Continent entered the secret realm together, united in purpose, even the multitude from the Eastern Continent would find it impossible to conquer this formidable force. Moreover, the various factions within the Eastern Continent were not entirely harmonious, with numerous frictions and conflicts among them. As long as they did not unite decisively, they would be powerless against the solidarity of Central Continent's prodigies. Chechen was resolute in his belief that the essence of the secret realm must belong to him. Emperor Yi, you have heard the collective voice of my Central Continent compatriots. Those who have reached this point are unwavering in their conviction. We, the prodigies of Central Continent, shall not retreat in the face of adversity. We implore Emperor Yi to grant us permission to enter the secret realm. As these words echoed, the voices of Central Continent's talents harmonized below, beseeching Emperor Yi to permit their entry into the Yi family's secret realm. Amidst the grave expressions of the Eastern Continent's people, the ethereal figure of Emperor Yi began to speak. In that case, I grant you permission to enter the secret realm. However, be prepared for the inevitable. Life and death are dictated by fate and have no bearing on the Yi family. Do you understand? Chapter 87. The journey through the secret realm under the pressure of heavenly. Will Chechen clasped his hands in reverence and bowed slightly, exuding an air of elegance as he respectfully replied, "Of course, I express my gratitude on behalf of my fellow prodigies of Central Continent for your benevolence, Emperor Yi. Having ascended to the status of a son of the temple, I am accustomed to the dance of life and death, aware that my time will come as fate decrees. To hesitate out of fear of danger would be nothing short of foolishness. Since we have arrived in the Eastern Continent, we shall embrace the spirit of unwavering progression. This matter shall be remembered with profound gratitude by Chechen and the people of Central Continent." His eloquent words not only amplified the spirit of Central Continent's talents, but also demonstrated deep respect for Emperor Yi, thereby honoring the distinguished image he sought to establish as the graceful young master. In the void, a few elderly figures, their ages evident, concealed their forms. Their gazes fixated on Chechen. Alas, one sighed, shaking his head with a hint of resignation, it's no wonder Central Continent thrives. Even the mere presence of a son of the temple is enough to overshadow our Eastern Continent youth. Indeed. Though I find the arrogance of these Central Continent individuals somewhat irksome, one cannot deny that their successors are remarkably outstanding. In terms of cultivation, talent, and intellect, few from the Eastern Continent can compare. Indeed, that is a fair assessment. By the way, old Tianying, did your Tianying pavilion not produce a remarkable successor? What was their name again? The venerable ancestor of the Shadow Pavilion was among these individuals, and upon hearing the conversation, he let out a soft snort, remarking, "Do you truly believe what you just said?" Although the intelligence of Zhuiying is commendable, his innate talent pales in comparison to Chechen. However, when one reaches profound realms, it is the mind that holds paramount significance. Any disparities in talent will gradually diminish. I have high expectations for him. At the mention of this, the others burst into laughter. Clearly, this old fellow harbored considerable expectations for his junior. Nevertheless, in comparison to the prodigies of the Central Continent, our young talents still lag significantly. Someone echoed the sentiment, lamenting, "Indeed, while the youngsters of the central continent may be audacious, they possess the credentials to be so. Just Chechen alone is enough to render our younger generation breathless. Such poise and disposition are unmatched in the eastern continent." As a few ancient beings exchanged idle banter, their outlook on the future of the eastern continent appeared rather bleak. With such a pronounced gap between the younger generations, it was no wonder they dared to take on greater numbers. Sigh, compared to my own underachieving offspring, those individuals truly exemplify what it means to be a genius. One elder remarked, a tinge of envy mingling with his dissatisfaction towards the prodigies of the central continent. Let us hope that the expedition into the secret realm proceeds smoothly, he added. While the elders engaged in their discussions, Yuchanshin's gaze was fixed upon Chechen. Though he inwardly scoffed at the man's penchant for pretense, he could not deny that Chechen indeed exuded the audacity and charisma of a top-tier genius. Yet, admiration aside, he remained an adversary. The task assigned by the system was to defeat Chechen within 3 months, thus granting him access to the esteemed dual cultivation technique. Should he succeed, his reputation would undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, this was merely an ancillary motivation. He had no desire to lead a life under constant scrutiny. Such a burden would be exhausting. Initially, his enthusiasm for completing this task had been rather tepid. But circumstances had shifted. Given that the secret realm could potentially restrain the cultivation levels of the central continent's geniuses, his own pressure would be significantly alleviated. When the time came to battle them, the weight of their prowess would be considerably lessened, allowing him to leverage his physical advantages more freely. The dual cultivation technique of the Cloud Summit Sacred Palace was not an opportunity to be dismissed lightly. With this thought, a rare excitement surged within him. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. With his objectives and rewards laid before him, Yuchanshin's drive to cultivate intensified. He grasped Guqingyi's hand, unable to restrain a slight squeeze, which left her momentarily taken aback. "My husband, are you all right?" Yuchanshin shook his head, his gaze fixed intently upon Chechen. Guqingyi, assuming he was experiencing immense pressure from Chechen, gently grasped his hand and said soothingly, "My dear husband, you need not feel such overwhelming stress. You have only recently embarked upon the path of cultivation, yet you have already triumphed over Ing Wuji through sheer physical prowess. A feat that is indeed rare even in the eastern continent. Given time, you shall undoubtedly surpass that Chechen." Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Guqingyi to possess such unwavering confidence in him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Rest assured, Qingyi, I am not under any significant pressure. As I always say, when the heavens collapse, there are taller individuals to support it. It certainly won't fall upon my feeble self. However, I do harbor some modest aspirations within my heart." Though he did not explicitly state what his aspirations were, Guqingyi could sense they were undoubtedly related to Chechen. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussions about Chechen's prowess and talent, in a corner, Xiaochen was fixated on him. For reasons unknown, Xiaochen, who usually donned more splendid attire when venturing out, had today opted for a robe of somber black, even donning a hood, as if he feared being recognized. Gazing at Chechen, who stood in the sky like a blazing sun, Xiaochen suddenly licked his lips. Such a rare heavenly material must surely taste exquisite. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the bloodshot veins in his eyes intensified, yet he seemed to lower his head slightly, perhaps to avoid detection. High above, Chechen sensed a malicious gaze directed at him. However, since most present were from the eastern continent, their glances were undoubtedly unkind. But the intensity of that particular gaze was striking, prompting him to dismiss it from his mind. As the talents of the central continent confirmed their intention to join the upcoming secret realm, the manifestation of Emperor Yi suddenly stirred. He extended his arm slightly, performing a gesture akin to an embrace. Countless strands of celestial energy surged wildly towards the colossal effigy, the overwhelming force of absorption creating a brief vacuum within a 100-mile radius, leaving those present with an unexpected sensation of suffocation. "Is this the power of a peak void emperor?" Chechen murmured to himself, his gaze towards Emperor Yi growing increasingly fervent. Under the oppressive constraints of the fragmented heavenly Tao, the head of the Yi family had reached this stage, hinting at the formidable strength of their ancient ancestors. The potential for uncovering the Tao within the secret realm had thus increased significantly, as the golden body devoured the abundant spiritual energy like a black hole. Its form gradually became more solid, the golden radiance intensifying and thickening. Chapter 88. Preparations before the secret realm. After an astonishing deluge of spiritual power flooded in for a considerable duration. The ethereal figure of Ye's father transformed into a resplendent Buddha, radiating an overwhelming aura that rendered it difficult to behold. The Yi family's secret realm was on the brink of opening. The main body, representing the eastern continent, would unveil the entrance in 3 hours. Those who met the requirements were invited to hurry forth. The Yi family welcomed all. The thunderous voice, resonant like a mighty bronze bell, echoed across half of the eastern continent. Those factions, still en route and distance from the Yi family, immediately wore expressions of ecstatic joy, hastening their speed at any cost. The Yi family's secret realm is a rare opportunity that occurs only once in a millennium in the eastern continent. Even the prodigies from the central continent are reluctant to miss out on it, and naturally, the local inhabitants are even more eager. However, the locations of certain factions are indeed quite remote. Despite employing all conceivable means, a considerable distance remains to the Yi family. Now, with the Yi Emperor granting a span of 3 hours, it is ample time for the majority to arrive punctually. Countless individuals expressed their gratitude for the benevolence of the Yi family and Yi patriarch, at least in this moment. The reputation and influence of the Yi family in the eastern continent have reached their zenith. In the floating sky plaza, Yi Changxing stifled a yawn and, grasping Gu Qingyi's hand, turned to say, "Let us return and make our preparations." Gu Qingyi, taken aback, inquired, "My lord, will you also enter the secret realm?" "Why not?" he replied. "Although my cultivation may not be particularly high, my physical prowess is formidable. If I, the young clan leader of our own secret realm, do not venture in, it would be a travesty to allow others to benefit from it." Despite her concerns regarding the potential dangers, Gu Qingyi found his reasoning compelling. She did not wish for her husband to miss this opportunity, so she nodded and said, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." After their departure, on the other side, Xiao Chun cast a lingering glance at the towering Chaochen in the sky, said nothing further, and also left to prepare. Following a brief interlude of 3 hours, various factions commenced their vigorous preparations. The prodigies of Zhongzhou pooled their resources to procure elixirs, adjusting their states while hastily making their way to the Yi residence. The majority gathered at Linjiang Pavilion, thus the journey was not particularly arduous. Meanwhile, other forces from Dongzhou summoned their similarly gifted disciples, generously distributing various supplies and advising their younger generations to perform admirably within the secret realm. Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, Yi Changxing beheld the presence of 2 figures. "Mother, Io, what brings you here?" Yi Mu smiled gently and said, "Changsheng, are you planning to enter the secret realm?" "Well, I do have such an intention," he replied. Yi Mu handed over an ancient, quaint little pouch, igniting a spark of curiosity in Yi Changxing. "What is this?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. Merely some elixirs and trinkets of magical artifacts." "Mother," you spoke in a casual tone, and Yi Changxing did not take it to heart, simply nodding in response. "Thank you." "Mother." "Humph, brother, I wish to accompany you to the secret realm as well," Yeo suddenly exclaimed, causing Yi Changxing to furrow his brow. Yo. This time the secret realm is not inhabited solely by the people of the eastern continent. There are also those from the central continent, whose eyes seem to be situated on their foreheads. If you were to encounter danger inside, what would become of you? Humph, I have already consulted mother and father, and they have consented to my entry. Yi Changxing cast a surprised glance at his mother, who nodded with a smile. With a hint of reluctance, he remarked, "Very well then. After all, this is our family's secret realm. It would indeed be a pity not to explore it. However, you must exercise caution. Focus on seeking opportunities within, and if possible, avoid conflict. Do not be drawn into trouble simply for the sake of curiosity." He understood his sister's disposition all too well, and he knew that failing to convey this properly could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, Yi Yao chuckled mischievously, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Rest assured, brother, I understand the gravity of the situation." Although she claimed this, Yi Changsheng could not discern the true weight of her words. With a sigh, he retrieved the storage bag he had just secured to himself. "Take these items with you. They will serve as a safeguard." Yi Yao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I do not require it. If I ask you to hold it, you should simply do so. Why are you still arguing?" Yi Changxing furrowed his brow, intending to give the girl a thorough lesson. The voice of Yi Mu resounded at the opportune moment. "Changxing, you may keep these items for yourself. I am not so forgetful as to overlook a Yao's share." She cast a mockingly reproachful glance at Yi Changsheng and feigned displeasure, saying, "You rascal. Do you truly believe that a Yao was merely adopted?" Yi Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Indeed, indeed. My son has been foolish and nearly forgot about both of you. After playfully apologizing with a cheeky smile, he feigned ferocity and ruffled Yao's hair. Listen here. My dear, once we enter, you must act with conviction. If we find ourselves outmatched, it is far wiser to flee than to risk our lives for mere opportunities or appearances. Do you understand? After a struggle, Yu finally freed herself from the clutches and pouted unhappily, saying, I know, stop messing with my hair. It will hinder my growth. Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Ye's mother wore a gentle smile. Despite the ongoing rumors claiming her son to be worthless as a mother, she remained unfazed by such gossip. Her only wish was for her beloved children to live a safe and healthy life. Qingyi. Gu Qingyi was joyfully watching the siblings outsmart each other when Ye's mother suddenly called out to her. Dear, here, take this. Yimu gently removed a brilliant green bracelet from her wrist and placed it delicately into Gu Qingyi's hands. My dear, you must accept this. But mother, this is too precious. It is your cherished possession. Silly girl, do not speak of such things. This item serves as an excellent protective talisman, ensuring your safety in times of peril. Ye's mother, with a gentle smile, interrupted her refusals. You are the wife of Chongqing. We are family. There is no need to decline the gifts I bring you. These items hold little value for me, but they will serve you well. Do not insist on refusing any longer. As for the elixirs and resources, given your unique constitution, you may select what you need without my guidance. In essence, I understand your preference for tranquility, yet in such perilous realms, a moment's carelessness could lead to a bloody conflict. You must ensure your own safety. Do you understand? Gu Qingyi bit her lip and nodded earnestly, saying, Mother, rest assured, I will protect both my husband and Io. That rascal Chongsheng is remarkably sturdy. Akin to a boulder, it won't be an easy task for others to harm him. Focus on taking care of yourself first. Chapter 89. My path differs from the Buddhist doctrine. After a brief conversation, Ye's mother took her leave. As the matriarch, she bore the responsibility of managing household affairs, especially since Ye's father's attention was absorbed in the secret realm. As soon as Yi Mu departed, Yi Yao leaped in front of Yi Chongsheng, flashing a cunning smile and exclaimed, Brother, I have prepared a plethora of exquisite treasures. Once we enter the secret realm, let us thoroughly deal with those scoundrels from Zhongzhou. Yi Chongsheng's eyes widened as he prepared to take action and teach her a lesson, but Yi Yao cleverly evaded him. You wretched girl, do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. Once you enter, behave yourself. The people of Dongzhou might still consider your identity as a member of the Yi family, but those from Zhongzhou do not share such sentiments. If you truly attract trouble and something unfortunate occurs, have you ever contemplated how heartbroken your parents would be? Do you understand? I understand. Yi Yao pouted slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment as she settled into the chair. Yi Chongqing found himself quite perplexed. This girl had previously resembled a salted fish, indifferent to everything, merely indulging in feasting and merriment. Yet, astonishingly, her cultivation surged upward, and according to Gu Qingyi, she was only marginally inferior to Xiaoqin due to her age. Initially, he felt a twinge of resentment, pondering whether this girl possessed some sort of passive system that allowed her to enhance her cultivation simply by slacking off each day. However, after their misunderstandings were resolved, she became notably more vibrant, revealing a touch of her former mischievous nature, often causing a ruckus with playful antics involving cats and dogs. He was rather curious as to why his parents had permitted this girl to enter the secret realm. 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Countless forces from the eastern continent, accompanied by their talented disciples, gathered at the floating square outside the Yi family's celestial mountain. The prodigies from the central continent were also arriving in droves. The two factions, comprising several hundred individuals, stood in stark contrast to one another, their ranks brimming with palpable hostility. Yi Chongqing also found himself among the ranks of the eastern continent, albeit in a relatively subordinate position. As the resonant chime of a bell reverberated, 3 full hours elapsed. The golden body, having absorbed boundless spiritual energy, suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance, eclipsing even the resplendent sun above. From the void, a chorus of ethereal Buddhist chants emerged, with countless phantoms of Buddhas encircling the central golden figure, rendering him akin to a true Tathagata descending into the world. This majestic spectacle left the onlookers utterly astounded. It was the first time the people of the eastern continent beheld a genuine pinnacle of the Void Emperor wielding his power. Chechen furrowed his brow, his expression abruptly turning grave. Beside him, the veiled Kei Jin displayed a flicker of surprise. This is the Tao of the great Emperor Yi. Upon uttering these words, The others promptly grasped the significance. This was the Great Tao, a true Imperial-level Great Tao. Quickly, focus your mind and spirit to comprehend it. Do not let this extraordinary opportunity slip away. The gathered crowd finally reacted, closing their eyes to meditate upon the resounding echoes of the Tao that resonated within their hearts. Although Ye's father had not yet truly entered the Imperial realm, the few nuances of the Great Tao embedded within the chants were heights unattainable by most on the myriad continents in their lifetime. Countless individuals either levitated or sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to comprehend the profundities of this Tao. The rhythmic chants cleansed their souls. Meanwhile, Chechen stood aloof in midair, hands clasped behind his back, neither participating in the experience of the Tao's resonance like the others. Kei Jin found this curious. Chechen, why do you not partake in this rarefied Tao? Chechen smiled slightly, an air of arrogance coloring his demeanor. My Tao is not of the Buddhist path. Therefore, the Buddhist Tao holds no value for me. This declaration, brimming with audacity, compelled some enlightened individuals to open their eyes in astonishment. After all, the resonance of a true Imperial-level powerhouse Tao, regardless of its differences, could still yield benefits through mere exposure, such as the essence of understanding through analogy. Yet, observing Chechen's demeanor, it was evident that he had no intention of letting others' experiences sway him, even in the presence of an Imperial powerhouse. In the void, an ancient figure chuckled. This young man is quite remarkable. He possesses a distinct character, and I admire that. The enigmatic Tianying, seated in midair and absorbing the Tao's resonance, interjected, what good is your admiration? He is a genius of the central continent. Should you tread upon his territory, you might find yourself merely a gatekeeper. You old fool. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Regardless of others' judgments, Chechen resolutely stood there, showing not the slightest inclination to engage with the Tao's resonance. Boasting is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the unity of knowledge and action. Chechen's unanticipated stance only intensified the pressure on the talents of the Eastern continent. On the floating plaza, Yi Changsheng gazed at the towering, self-satisfied Chechen, unable to suppress a smirk. This individual was truly pretentious, reveling in his own perceived superiority. Whether one can tread the path of the divine in the future remains uncertain. However, the pretense has already commenced. Indeed, this individual exhibits a certain arrogance. Gu Qingyi nodded in agreement, then smiled as she took his hand, gently reassuring him, fear not, my husband, with your diligence. You shall undoubtedly become a great cultivator in the days to come. Yi Changsheng could not help but chuckle. I lack such confidence myself. Yet you appear even more resolute than I. With a playful smile, she added, in Qingyi's heart, my husband is the most formidable. Observing the rare and enchanting smile on her face, Yi Changsheng felt a surge of warmth within. It seems that acquiring the dual cultivation technique of the Yunding Sacred Palace is imperative. The ethereal sound of the sacred chant lingered in the air, seemingly originating from the ancient past, imbued with unparalleled profundity. Yi Changsheng gradually calmed his mind and endeavored to perceive the profound essence contained within the Buddhist chants. Unfortunately, after a period of time, he found himself unable to discern any semblance of this essence. He merely felt a significant tranquility in his heart, akin to listening to a soothing lullaby. Alas, it seemed that I possess no affinity for the sound of the Tao. With a sigh, he reminisced about his experiences upon his arrival. Logically speaking, given that he had been suffering from a disdain for women, was he not more suited to a monastic life? Yi Changsheng, in a state of utter boredom, began to survey his surroundings, curious about the talents that might inhabit the central continent. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was closely observed by his father, Yi Fu. Noticing his son's complete lack of resonance with the Taoist rhythm, Yi Fu could not help but mutter in annoyance. This insufferable boy, how could he inherit none of my genes? What a pity, such formidable Buddhist teachings lie in vain. He shook his head in regret. This lad's physical cultivation is perplexing. He seems to be growing increasingly brutish. By all rights, my descendants should be different. After pondering for a moment without resolution, Yi Fu decided to disregard Yi Changsheng's situation. As long as he remained, his son would live a peaceful life. However, it was unfortunate that during this expedition into the secret realm, that coveted item might be beyond his grasp. Chapter 90. The implication of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Though this relic belonged to the Yi family, it was not created by their ancestors. Rather, it had deeper ties to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. As a practitioner of the Imperial realm, he had naturally investigated the hidden treasures within. Indeed, that item was a precious artifact, but only those possessing Buddhist nature and affinity with the Buddha could approach and wield it. Regrettably, his son seemed to lack any wisdom, seemingly having no connection to Buddhism whatsoever. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a peculiar wave of energy suddenly emanated from the floating square. Ye's father's gaze was instantly captivated. Beside Yi Chongxing and Gu Qingyi, Yi Yao's eyes were tightly shut, as small wisps of energy continuously floated from within her being. After absorbing the radiant aura that pervaded her surroundings, these energies swiftly coalesced into golden characters, ultimately encircling Yi Yao and cradling her gently in midair. Husband, has Yao Yao resonated with the Taoist melody? Gu Qingyi exclaimed with unrestrained joy, genuinely delighted for Yi Yao. Yi Chongxing gazed in astonishment at Yi Yao, never anticipating that this girl would possess such a quality of Buddhist nature. Countless golden Sanskrit characters encircled her, and faintly, the sacred words of Amitabha resonated, gradually forming a harmonious resonance with the immense ethereal figure of Ye's father that permeated the universe. Ye's father looked at Yi Yao with some astonishment, as he did not expect his son to lack his serene disposition. Instead, it was the young girl who appeared to possess remarkable talent. Many others also noticed the situation, and upon realizing that the extraordinary phenomenon stemmed from the little princess of the Yi family, they began to extend their congratulations to the members of the Yi family. The elders of the Yi family wore smiles as radiant as chrysanthemums. The secret realm belonged to their own clan, and the Taoist resonance was also dispersed by their patriarch. If the Yi family were to return empty-handed, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. Above in the heavens, the closed eyes of Kong Yin, who was attuned to the Tao, gradually opened. Observing the golden Sanskrit surrounding Yi Yao, a flicker of brilliance flashed in her gaze. Oh, this must be the little princess of the Yi family. Chechen cast a glance at Yi Yu and nodded, affirming, indeed, she is Yi Yao, daughter of the Yi Emperor. Kong Yan's eyes glimmered as she suddenly addressed the colossal with a resonant voice. Congratulations to the Yi Emperor on the enlightenment of your precious daughter. It is merely a stroke of fortune for the younger generation. With a chuckle, she continued, the Yi Emperor is jesting, to gain insight amidst your Taoist resonance. The little princess is certainly no ordinary person. As her words settled, she seemed to recall something, her smile deepening as she remarked, the Yi Emperor's profound mastery of both Buddhism and Taoism is truly astonishing. Even in the Western Zhou, few have reached such heights. It appears that the Yi family indeed shares an extraordinary relationship with the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The voice of the ancient well belonging to the Yi family echoed. How does it relate? How does it not? Yi Di, please do not misunderstand. Kong Yin quickly clarified, continuing to smile as she said, now that the rock wall has shattered, the Yi family shares a profound relationship with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, which can indeed be considered a joyous occasion for the Yi family. Upon hearing these words, the representatives of various factions were left astounded. What is the Tiangui Pavilion? It is the most formidable intelligence agency in Zhongzhou, indeed across the entire Huanyuan continent. As the scion of the Tiangui Pavilion, Kong Yan's statements can be seen as a reflection of the pavilion's stance on this matter. By openly proclaiming this in front of so many individuals, did she not implicitly acknowledge the Yi family's connection with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas? Luo Xiang lowered his gaze slightly, the formidable pressure causing Kong Yin to instinctively bow her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The matters concerning the Yi family require no further elaboration from others. Yes, I have overstepped, Kong Yin hastily admitted, refraining from further naming the Yi family's background. However, having reached this point, those with some insight could discern that the Yi family indeed had ties to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. For the forces of Dongzhou, this was, in fact, a favorable development. If they wished to escape the oppressive grasp of Zhongzhou, they could align themselves with the local force of the Yi family, thus securing a viable path forward. Simultaneously, the existence of the Yi family served as a reminder to the powers of Zhongzhou, preventing them from too brazenly plundering Dongzhou. Of course, for the prodigies of Zhongzhou, this news was far from encouraging, especially for Che Chan, who gazed unwaveringly at Kong Yan as she spoke, his expression grave. He was acutely aware of Kong Yan's status and strength. The information she shared was, for the most part, undeniable. Coupled with the appearance of the Yi family's Dharma body today, it indicated a genuine connection between the Yi family and the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Yet, his mission upon arriving in Dongzhou was to win over the Yi family. If this were true, it would mean that he had already failed significantly in his task. The thought of having previously awaited the Yi family's initiative to visit him filled him with regret, wishing he could turn back time to give himself a few slaps. No matter how one views it, the Yi family is a venerable ancient clan with powerful void emperors, possessing secrets and treasures beyond reckoning. no matter his prowess. He is merely a junior of the divine hall, insignificant in the eyes of Yi, akin to an insect. Such a force would never willingly seek out an audience with others. Even if they did entertain such notions, he, Chechen, lacked the audacity to presume such an approach. Sighing softly, Chechen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. While he was fortunate to participate in this secret realm, the looming prospect of failing the mission entrusted to him by the hall filled him with trepidation. Kong Yin, why did you not inform me sooner? With a hint of complaint, Kong Yin slightly tilted her head, her voice betraying no discernible emotion. You are well aware of the rules of the Tianji Pavilion. The revelation of secrets carries a price. Chechen fell silent, yet in his heart, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Kong Yin. Though the Tianji Pavilion typically operated discreetly, it remained shrouded in mystery. Each generation produced only a handful of disciples who ventured forth, yet each possessed the remarkable ability to comprehend the mysteries of yin and yang. As the largest intelligence agency in Zhongzhou, their knowledge of secrets and information was immeasurable. Should he gain Kong Yan's assistance, his pursuit of the position of Hall Master might proceed with greater ease. Ah, Kong Yan, we are fellow compatriots. Might it be possible for you to offer a subtle reminder regarding such matters in the future? Kong Yin shook her head, stating, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Chechen's smile instantly faltered, and with a dismissive huff, he turned his gaze toward the newly animated colossal Buddha manifestation. In the vastness of the cosmos, the giant Buddha stood resolutely, its right hand suddenly grasping the hilt of the sword resting upon its arm. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of sword energy and abundant Buddha light erupted, only to retract entirely into the long sword held within the Buddha's grasp. The secret realm is about to open. The resounding voice of the Dharma body resonated, igniting excitement in the hearts of all present. The golden-bodied manifestation held the sword vertically against its chest, then slowly glided it downward. With a sound akin to silk being torn, an immense fissure appeared in the fabric of reality. Chapter 91. The cruelty of the ruins within the fissure, a gray haze emanated, suffused with an aura of oppression and destruction. Those with insight gasped in astonishment. A spatial rift? Keep your distance. Do not be drawn in. Such a terrifying rift could spell doom even for those at the Void Return realm. Countless shards, reminiscent of shattered mirrors, spilled forth from the rift, revealing a myriad of strange sights. Even someone as formidable as Chechen, a prodigy of Zhongzhou, wore an expression of grave concern. The spatial integrity of the Wanyuan continent was remarkably solid. It remained unaffected unless one reached the Void Return realm. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, the Leaf Emperor had created such an exaggerated rift, nearly traversing the heavens and the earth, a feat that truly instilled fear. Within this spatial rift, time and space became disordered, filled with chaotic void energies. A mere brush against it could lead an ordinary person to be utterly erased from existence. Only a being of the Leaf Emperor's caliber could remain unscathed. As the fissure widened, the gray mist began to spread outward. With a casual wave of his hand, the Emperor of the Leaf unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that cascaded forth like a tidal wave, firmly anchoring the fissure within the heavens like a nail, ensuring it neither diminished nor expanded. Subsequently, the golden figure extended a hand and, with a gesture, the wisps of gray mist emanating from the edges of the fissure vanished without a trace. The entrance had just opened. The fabric of time and space remained somewhat unstable, necessitating a brief pause before one could enter. After the Emperor Yi offered his brief explanation, his ethereal form closed its eyes and ceased to speak. Countless onlookers gazed in awe at the magnificent sword strike, their respect and trepidation for Emperor Yi deepening. The swirling gray mist within the rift seemed to be obstructed by an unseen force, only able to roar silently within. As time gradually passed, the tumultuous waves of gray mist began to subside swiftly. At a certain moment, the chaotic flow of time and space finally stabilized. With a gentle gesture, the ethereal form dispersed the gray mist, revealing a breathtaking landscape of mountains and rivers before the eyes of the crowd. This realm appeared as though veiled by a layer of translucent, glazed tiles, vague and indistinct, yet teeming with extraordinary beasts and lush spiritual flora, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The voice of the ethereal form resonated at the opportune moment. The Yi family's secret realm has been opened. Those who meet the criteria may enter at their discretion. After uttering this phrase, the grand ethereal form dissolved into countless golden lights, showering the realm in a cascade of luminescence. This enchanting scene brought a rare smile of delight to the usually composed Gu Qingyi. My dear, it is truly beautiful. Indeed, Yi Changxing responded with a single phrase. his gaze fixed upon the entrance of the secret realm, eager to discern who would venture in first. Above in the sky, Chechen remained suspended, seemingly reluctant to be the initial entrant. His thoughts were clear. The Yi family's secret realm was an enigma to him. Although entering first might yield opportunities, it equally concealed greater dangers. He was a strategist who preferred to act only after careful consideration, eschewing impulsive decisions. After a brief pause, someone finally succumbed to the allure of the secret realm. Esteemed guests, since none of you are willing to be the first to enter, allow me to take the initiative. A resounding voice echoed from a small faction within the eastern continent, as a young genius soared into the air, dashing straight towards the entrance. This caused some anxiety among his elders. The young man, clad in a purple robe, traversed the skies upon his sword, his face radiating determination and unwavering courage. He was not a fool. He understood the potential dangers lurking within the secret realm. However, being lesser in talent and strength than the elite, he believed that if he always prioritized caution, he would never find an opportunity to rise. Thus, whether as the early bird or mere cannon fodder, he chose to trust that the Yi family's secret realm would not be overly perilous, at least allowing the younger generation time to adjust and react. Entering first might even lead to unexpected surprises. In the blink of an eye, the young man in the purple robe reached the fissures edge. His flying sword hovered beneath him as he turned to bow respectfully towards his elders and the Yi family before resolutely leaping into the shimmering light curtain. The moment he made contact, it was as if he had plunged into water, effortlessly merging with the luminous expanse, his figure vanishing before the eyes of the spectators. With the first test subject having entered, others began to stir restlessly. The young talents from various small factions in the eastern continent took flight, a multitude surging into the secret realm. Meanwhile, some of the less gifted individuals from the central continent grew anxious as well. After consulting with Chechen and receiving his tacit approval, they too began to enter the secret realm. At that moment, the true form of Yi's father unexpectedly appeared in midair, his expression impassive as he gazed at the fissure. All hail the Yi Emperor! The chorus of voices resounded thunderously, to which Yi's father responded with a calm nod. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed from somewhere in the void. Ha! Yi Emperor! Treasures belong to the virtuous. With my remaining years few, I shamelessly seek to borrow the secret realm, hoping to uncover something of value. In an instant, a beam of golden light seemed to transcend time and space, appearing swiftly yet slowly before the shimmering curtain. Within the radiance stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused many below to gasp in astonishment. A sage realm expert? If such a formidable being were to enter the secret realm, it would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike against those young prodigies, rendering them utterly incapable of being adversaries. The talents from the eastern and central regions grew anxious, hoping that the Emperor Yi would intervene to halt the impending doom. Yet, in the face of the imminent entry of a sage-level powerhouse into the secret realm, Yi's father remained impassive, seemingly devoid of any intention to act. Ha ha ha, I have arrived. The elder's laughter resonated as he reached out to touch the glassy barrier. Crack! A blinding bolt of obsidian lightning suddenly erupted from the barrier, coursing through the elder's arm and engulfing his entire being in an instant. His expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he opened his mouth to scream. In the next moment, with a soft pop, his body disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering amidst the mist of the fissure. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, someone murmured, "A sage-level powerhouse, just like that, is gone?" That was indeed a sage-level being. A shocked exclamation finally roused the onlookers from their stupor. They gazed at the seemingly tranquil entrance to the secret realm, which had previously allowed the young talents to come and go, now filled with trepidation and reverence. Chechen's countenance darkened, tinged with disbelief. How could it be that a sage-level powerhouse, without even a chance to retaliate, was reduced to mere ashes? The rules of this secret realm appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. At that moment, Yi's father's cold voice resonated. "I have warned you, do not engage in futile probing. The Yi family's secret realm is designated for the young prodigies. If you are unafraid of death, feel free to trespass. I will not impede you." Chapter 92. The Minor Thunder Sound Temple and the Remnants of Malevolent Souls. His unadorned words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. After Yi's father announced the rules for entering the secret realm, those who remained here, aside from escorting their prot-gs, included several capable individuals harboring the desire to infiltrate. In their eyes, the Yi family's secret realm held immense allure, and the ancient beings would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip away. The need for Yi to personally unlock the guarded secret realm indicated the rarity and preciousness of the hidden opportunities within, which went without saying. However, the sudden demise of a sage-level powerhouse upon merely arriving at the entrance, without even a chance to utter a cry, instilled palpable dread. Such terrifyingly powerful restrictions swiftly quelled the greed of those with ulterior motives. Yi's father cast a glance, lightly descending upon the floating square. After a brief yet significant interlude, the young prodigies continued to enter the secret realm one after another. In contrast to those who came before, their burdens felt considerably heavier. For the formidable beings of the sage realm, merely interacting with the glassy light curtain was a trivial matter. They likely wouldn't even stir a ripple. However, now, as they endeavored to pass through the luminous barrier, a palpable tension began to rise. Fortunately, as several individuals successfully navigated the curtain, the remaining ones became increasingly agitated. Yu Changxing glanced at the diminished assembly of prodigies in the square, contemplating whether it was time to proceed. However, as he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yao, still enveloped in the golden Sanskrit, he ultimately sighed and said, "Qingyi, let us wait until Yao Yao awakens before we enter." Gu Qingyi had no objections. "Very well. We shall not rush. There is ample time ahead." Yet, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from within the golden sphere of Sanskrit. Indeed, this was not the most opportune moment to enter. Yu Changxing and his wife turned in astonishment to behold the golden Sanskrit characters suddenly accelerating in their rotation, all converging towards the heart of the golden orb. The ethereal sounds diminished, their demeanor solemn yet gentle, with a radiant wheel of merit illuminating from behind their heads. They emanated a profound aura of Buddhist and Taoist essence, resembling enlightened monks who have transcended the mundane world. Yi Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Yi Yao. Unable to suppress his speculation, has she, after comprehending the Buddhist path, been assimilated? Is it possible that she intends to become a little nun? As the golden light dissipated, Yi Yao descended to the ground. The couple exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, it was Yi Changsheng who, driven by curiosity, inquired, "Yao Yao, what was it you just said?" Yi Yao fell to the ground, her earlier dignified demeanor dissipating in mere moments, as her mischievous eyes began to roll playfully. "Brother, what you just said was indeed correct. There is no need for us to rush inside at this moment." Upon witnessing her return to her familiar self, Yi Changsheng could not help but exhale in relief. He had feared that this girl had delved too deeply into the understanding of Buddhist teachings, inadvertently losing herself in the process. Yao leaned closer to the two, her voice laced with mystery as she whispered, "Brother, sister-in-law, we must wait a while before entering. Although this secret realm contains treasures, it is indeed fraught with peril." Upon hearing her words, Yu Changxing was instantly filled with curiosity. "Yao Yao, is this true?" "Of course it is true. Would I deceive you?" As she spoke, Yao's expression grew serious. She pointed towards the entrance of the secret realm and continued in a hushed tone. "This secret realm is the remains of a sacred site from the Buddhist realm, home to the renowned Buddhist sanctuary, the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple. Surrounding the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple are numerous terrifying remnants of malevolent souls. These entities are the amalgamation of powerful beings who, upon death, combine their obsessions and lingering spirits, resulting in something extraordinarily peculiar and formidable. We need not rush to enter. It would be prudent to wait until others have adequately dealt with the lingering souls before we proceed." The couple exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. "Yao Yao, how do you know all of this?" Yu Changxing hesitated for a moment before posing the question, for it pertained to his sister, and it was only natural for him to express his concern. "Oh, brother, have you truly lost your wits? During our previous conversation, you inquired if our family had any connections with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas. Can you still not see the truth? The Yu family not only shares ties with the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas, but I suspect those ties run quite deep. Do you think my assertion regarding our family's connection to the kingdom of 10,000 Buddhas is merely a jest?" Yu Changxing was momentarily at a loss for words and had no choice but to inquire further. "How did you come to learn about the matters concerning the secret realm? Is there any other pertinent information?" Without delving into the specifics of how it was achieved, Yi Yao replied, "I am indeed aware of certain details regarding the secret realm." Her brow furrowed with concern as she continued, "This particular secret realm is quite formidable. It was once a sacred site for Buddhism and Taoism, a place known as the Small Thunder Sound Temple. The very name suggests a potential connection to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Western continent. However, long ago, the Small Thunder Sound Temple seemingly encountered an insurmountable adversary. leading to an unprecedented clash of titans. The two sides engaged in a protracted and bloody conflict, ultimately reducing the small Thunder Sound Temple to a desolate wasteland. It is precisely due to this calamity that the fallen powerful beings' lingering desires and remnants of their souls, infused with overwhelming malice, inadvertently sustained their existence, transforming the site into a perilous forbidden zone for us. So, that is the case. Yi Changxing felt a sudden clarity, and a sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately, his sister proved to be quite resourceful at a crucial moment. Otherwise, his reckless entry into the secret realm might have led him into peril. Perhaps the danger posed by the lingering souls of obsessions was not substantial, yet from Yi Yao's tone, it was evident that their numbers were certainly considerable. As the saying goes, even ants can bring down an elephant, let alone those treacherous specters. Yi Yao continued, let us wait a while longer. Once those who have entered first eliminate the specters, we shall be able to enter with a lesser expenditure of time. Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi readily agreed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but ask with a peculiar expression, Yao Yao. Since you were able to obtain news about the secret realm from the outside, shouldn't our father, as the initiator of the secret realm, also be aware of this matter? Yi Yao turned to look at him, as if gazing upon a fool. Brother, who is our father? The head of the Yi family, of course. No. I mean his cultivation level. Oh, he is a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Void Emperor realm. Yi Changxing's voice gradually diminished, suddenly realizing he had uttered a rather foolish statement. After all, he was dealing with an emperor-level cultivator, one who also oversaw the opening of the secret realm. How could he possibly be unaware of the circumstances within? Chapter 93. The Contest of the Buddha's Shadow and the Divine Shadow. After a few moments of silence, Yi Changxing began to mutter, this old fellow is truly something. Clearly aware of the specific conditions within the secret realm, why couldn't he have informed us sooner? Must he wait until we enter to have us probe for ourselves? Doesn't he even consider that if something were to happen to you, Yao Yao, or to me, who would be there to care for them in their old age? He truly lacks any forethought for his own well-being. Though Ye's father was not physically present, his spirit remained vigilant, observing the reactions of his beloved children. Consequently, Yi Changxing's words of filial piety fell directly upon his ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. His once innocent child now seemed to float ever higher, daring to utter such rebellious sentiments. It appeared that lessons would be necessary to bring him back to reality. Yi Changxing continued to murmur, this secret realm is essentially our own domain, and he is the designated opener. It cannot be deemed excessive for him to impart some valuable information, given his arduous contributions, can it? Just think, once we enter, we might have to contend with the likes of Chechnya and Ingwudi, a motley crew. Can we truly hold our ground against them? Gu Qingyi promptly tugged at his hand. My dear husband, do not speak so recklessly. Perhaps my father has his own difficulties to navigate. Indeed. My father may indeed face challenges, he conceded. Their justifications finally brought a hint of a smile to Ye's father's eyes. Look, it is the daughter who proves to be the warmest companion. Unlike that wayward son, who is like a sieve, letting everything slip through. Could a person of his upright lineage engage in underhanded dealings? He had thought his profound understanding of Buddhism would remain unpassed. Yet heaven had bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Yi Yao, that girl, seemed to possess considerable insight, aligning well with his path of the Buddhist sword. She could be nurtured with great potential. As for Yi Changxing, this insolent lad, who disrespects his own father, ought to endure some hardships. How can one strengthen oneself without experiencing trials? As his son, Yi Changxing had encountered little adversity. It was high time he learned a lesson. Yes, father. With an air of righteous indignation, reprimanded Yi Changxing in his heart, yet his expression soon grew somewhat grave. No one understood better than him the myriad secrets concealed within this mysterious realm. The Little Thunder Sound Temple. Differing from the sacred Buddhist ground of the Western continent's 10,000 Buddhas by but a single character, hinted at the extraordinary nature of what lay within. Although he currently stood at the pinnacle of the Void Emperor realm, until he truly ascended to that state, he could only be regarded as a pseudo-emperor, not truly worthy of the title of one who has attained enlightenment. According to his knowledge, the master of the Little Thunder Sound Temple was indeed one who had reached that esteemed level. In other words, this place once housed a genuine emperor. It was precisely for this reason that the ruins possessed such formidable rules, capable of reducing even those of the Saint Realm to ashes in the blink of an eye. Despite being the initiator of the secret realm, his actual authority was severely limited, compelling him to adhere to the rules that governed this domain. Just as Yi Changxing had mentioned earlier, Withholding information about the inner workings was a form of confidentiality and fairness, which constituted a rule in itself. Should he dare to contravene these regulations, even with his cultivation, he would likely meet with grievous consequences. Contemplating this, Ye's father let out a sudden, wistful sigh. A mere half-step difference, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Truly stepping into that realm is an entirely different matter from merely lingering outside its threshold. Perhaps to the outside world, he appears formidable and unrivaled, holding dominion over the eastern continent. Yet, Yifu is acutely aware that as long as he has not ascended to the celestial emperor realm, a pseudo-emperor remains merely that, a shadow of true majesty. Similarly, despite both being at the emperor level, within this secret domain, he must adhere to the established rules, refraining from any significant transgressions. Over the years, his clandestine research into this secret realm has yielded some invaluable insights. On the surface, it seems to be a legacy left by the ancestors of the Yi family. However, its true creator and architect is the enigmatic Buddha king of the Western continent's country of 10,000 Buddhas, manifested through a past Dharma body. The Dharma form that coalesced earlier is, in truth, merely a shadow of his essence and spiritual power, akin to a key that unlocks the operational rules of the secret realm, ultimately giving rise to the colossal Dharma form that nearly pierces the heavens and the earth. It is controlled within a certain scope, yet does not act solely according to his will. Legend has it that the Buddha master of the country of 10,000 Buddhas possesses 3 Dharma bodies, known as the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. The secret realm left behind here is one of his past forms. However, the reasons for such a fierce battle erupting in this sacred Buddhist site remain unclear to him. As the golden light dissipated, an increasing number of individuals lost patience and surged into the secret realm, fearing they might miss some fortuitous opportunity. Only the top prodigies from the eastern and central continents appeared unfazed. Chechen, suspended in midair, kept his gaze on the secret realm. Yet his attention was fixated on the siblings, Yu Chongxing and his sister, as the young master and princess of the Yi family. He found it hard to believe that Yifu had not given them any hints. Yet, as time slowly passed, the two seemed utterly unconcerned with the secret realm, showing no signs of urgency despite the influx of others. In fact, Yu Chongxing appeared to have the leisure to procure several skewers for grilling. The siblings proceeded to dine in a manner unbothered by the onlookers, drawing curious glances from those around them. Ye's father gazed at the rift in the sky, a gentle sigh escaping his lips. The realm of the heavenly emperor appeared as though it lay just beyond a thin veil, yet no matter what he attempted, he could not breach it. This predicament was partly due to the incomplete laws of the eastern continent, but it also stemmed from his own uncertainties regarding his path. Only by personally experiencing the immense power concealed within his future self could he truly comprehend the vast gulf that separated them. The lord of the Buddhist nation indeed stood as a mysterious and formidable figure. As he reflected, Ye's father's gaze swept across the floating plaza and suddenly sharpened. Though the Lord was enigmatic and powerful, the central continent's divine hall was no less complex. While the 3 major powers of the central continent appeared to advance in unison, there were subtle disparities among them. The heavenly mechanism pavilion was the most mysterious, while the divine hall was ostensibly the strongest. Although the divine hall harbored some trepidation towards the Buddhist nation, they seemed not overly concerned. This indicated that the divine hall possessed sufficient confidence, implying the existence of a figure capable of rivaling the Lord. That individual, it stood to reason, should be the hall master. Chechen, the divine son of the hall, had altered his demeanor considerably upon learning of the Yi family's connection to the Buddhist nation. However, he still did not genuinely regard the Yi family with the respect they deserved. His attitude was more a reflection of reverence towards the Buddhist nation, bordering on politeness. If someone of the Lord's caliber could be met with such composure, did that suggest the hall master was even more formidable than that mysterious figure? Chapter 94. The interweaving of crisis and opportunity following the rupture of the source wall. The influx of visitors from the central continent allowed the eastern continent to glean insights into their circumstances. Among the 3 major powers of the central continent, the divine hall stood slightly elevated, with the central continent itself being the most potent among the 5 continents. Thus, the divine hall could genuinely be regarded as the foremost power. In a world where cultivation is accessible to all, the existence of top-tier combat strength is the true measure of a power's might. As the most elite force on this continent, the master of the divine hall might indeed be considered the true sovereign of the land. After all, without such a powerhouse, One could not suppress the enigmatic heavenly mechanism pavilion or the great Ing dynasty. Yet, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, a trace of melancholy flickered in Ye's father's eyes. How powerful could the master of the divine hall truly be? It is known that the architect of this secret realm was merely a manifestation of the lord of the Buddhist nation. Ye's father had witnessed firsthand the terrifying strength of that manifestation, which, even in its current state, resembled an empty shell, could still contend with the realm of the Void Emperor. Considering this, what might be the true extent of the strength possessed by the Hall Master, who was ostensibly the foremost figure on the myriad source continent? Currently, the fissure in the source wall is gradually widening, although the pace appears sluggish. The situation remains exceedingly tense for the eastern continent. Once the fissure expands further, allowing the ancient monsters from the central continent to traverse it, the eastern continent, lacking formidable protectors, may face unabated plundering and devastation. This disparity in raw strength between the two sides demands time and resources to bridge. Regrettably, what the eastern continent is most in need of now is time. As his thoughts began to drift, Ye's father forcefully quelled those musings. The future remains uncertain. It is wiser to focus on the present. All matters and plans will gradually unfold with the passage of time. He is unsure if his current endeavors will indeed aid the people of the eastern continent. Young talents continue to enter the secret realm in waves, and the number of those remaining in the floating plaza diminishes with each passing moment. Yi Changsheng stroked his chin and inquired, "Yao Yao, when shall we make our entrance?" Yi Yao closed her eyes for a moment, feeling somewhat troubled, and then looked up to say, "I am not entirely certain either. Although I possess some knowledge about the secrets of the mystic realm, the specifics elude me. In any case, there are numerous lingering souls and obsessions outside the Little Lane Temple, and while many have ventured within, the task of clearing them is quite arduous." "Indeed, you are correct. Shall we wait a little longer?" "Certainly." Temporarily suppressing her desire to enter the mystic realm, Yi Changsheng began to survey the surroundings. At that moment, the figure above stirred. He swept his robe and floated forward at a measured pace, seemingly intent on entering the mystic realm. As he moved, the remaining few talented individuals from Zhengzhou promptly followed suit, rushing towards the entrance of the mystic realm. Ing Wudi and Kong Yin trailed closely behind, indicating that the trio had likely conferred beforehand. As their silhouettes faded from view, the figure concealed within the black robe, Xiao Chun, slightly raised his head, and a deep crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes. With a soft chuckle, he displayed an intense fervor, even licking his lips with a hint of greed. "Soon, very soon, I shall savor such exquisite delights." Murmuring to himself, Xiao Chen's spiritual energy surged around him, swiftly darting into the entrance of the mystic realm. "Look, that seems to be Xiao Chen, the prodigy of the Yi family. He has entered as well. It does appear to be him, but why is he so thoroughly concealed? TCH, have you forgotten? He was gravely injured by a mere glance from the crown prince of the great Ing dynasty. In my opinion, he is simply too ashamed to face others, which is why he has wrapped himself up so tightly. Just think about it, a prestigious prodigy from the Yi family, easily injured, and should he be recognized by Ing Wudi in such a state, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Indeed, you make a valid point." The crowd chattered animatedly, and soon their conversation shifted to speculations about what treasures might be hidden within the mystic realm. Ye's father furrowed his brow slightly, casting a fleeting glance at the vanishing figure of Xiao Chen at the entrance. There was something peculiar about the child's aura. Thus, in the floating square, only Yi Changxing and his companions remained, along with a few genuinely timid young individuals. Yi Changxing stretched lazily, twisting his neck to produce a series of crackling sounds. "Let us proceed. It is time for us to enter." Yi Yu held no objections. Golden light shimmered as a white lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Soaring toward the entrance of the secret realm, Gu Qingyi naturally reached out, linking her arm with Yi Changxing's, guiding him toward the fissure. It is important to note that until a cultivator's spiritual power reaches a certain level, they are unable to traverse the skies. Although Yi Changxing possessed an exceptionally strong physique, without attaining the void return stage, he found it challenging to negate the effects of gravity and soar unaided. Indeed, relying on his formidable physical strength, he could leap. However, such a display would appear somewhat crude and barbaric, incongruent with his suave persona. As for the spiritual energy within him, it could only sustain his levitation for a brief period, rather than expend his own energy. It was far more prudent to allow Gu Qingyi to carry him through the air, saving both effort and worry. "Look, that is Yi Changxing, the heir of the Yi family. Is he really entering the secret realm? Wasn't it said that he cannot cultivate? Are you foolish? Do not forget, Even if he cannot cultivate, his physical prowess is exceptionally formidable. He has previously defeated the third prince of the British Empire. Indeed, in a realm that suppresses cultivation levels. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to unleash his full potential? Amidst the incessant chatter of envy and admiration, Yi Changsheng gradually merged into the luminous veil of the secret realm. Ye's father naturally witnessed this scene, shaking his head with a low sigh, lamenting. What a pity that this foolish boy lacks the innate talent for Buddhist teachings. It seems that treasure will not be his to claim. However, one can still hold some hope for Yao Yao. As Yi Changsheng made contact with the luminous barrier, he experienced an initial sensation akin to merging into warm water. A peculiar emotion surged within him. Despite the softness of the radiant barrier, which seemed to present no obstacle to his integration in the eyes of the world, a powerful sage was reduced to nothingness in a mere breath. This extraordinary tactile sensation lasted but a fleeting moment before it vanished, replaced swiftly by a chilling cold that permeated his entire being. Yi Changsheng felt a measure of tranquility as he held Gu Qingyi's delicate hand. Fortunately, this secret realm did not seem to adhere to the whims of random teleportation. Those who entered together remained together, which alleviated much of his apprehension. However, in the next moment, Yi Yao's astonished voice resonated. Chapter 95, The Mystery of the Bone Sea in the Buddhist Secret Realm. Is this truly a sacred site of Buddhism? Yi Yao's startled exclamation compelled Yi Changsheng to promptly open his eyes, filled with vigilance. The sight before him elucidated the reason for Yi Yao's astonishment. What should have been a tranquil and harmonious sanctuary, suffused with the radiant essence of Buddhist sanctity, was instead engulfed in ominous shades of black and red. The sky was shrouded in layers of dense, dark clouds, as if on the verge of collapsing in a cataclysmic descent. The ground bore no trace of temples or statues. Instead, it was littered with the remnants of crumbled structures and an endless expanse of corpses. The mountains and earth were riddled with massive craters. The solidified dark brown soil bearing witness to the torrents of blood that had once soaked this land. A sense of oppression, gloom, and peril permeated the atmosphere. This was Yi Changsheng's initial impression upon entering the secret realm. He could scarcely comprehend how such a revered Buddhist sanctuary had transformed into this nightmarish visage. Yi Yao stared blankly at the scene before her, her delicate face etched with disbelief and shock. Clearly, the little thunder sound temple she had sensed was nothing like this. The mournful wails of vengeful spirits or the sobbing whispers of the wind roused her from her stupor. With a pallid visage, she trembled and uttered, "What? What is happening here? How could it be like this?" Yi Changsheng and Gu Qingyi finally regained their composure. Upon hearing the words, he shook his head and remarked, "You are unaware, so naturally, we are even more in the dark. Father is rather carefree. Not only does he withhold information from me, but why does he also fail to divulge news from the secret realm to you?" After murmuring his dissatisfaction, Yi Changsheng took a deep breath as a heavy, decaying odor assailed his senses, instilling a sense of discomfort within him. Now that they had entered, they must exercise utmost caution. As he spoke, he turned and reached out to touch the strikingly abrupt light barrier that stood resolutely upon the decayed ground, only to find that he could no longer penetrate it with his hand, as if he were attempting to touch a solid piece of jade. The path back had indeed been severed. Yi Changsheng murmured with a hint of helplessness, the nonchalance and ease that had graced his countenance dissipating noticeably. "Stay close to me. We must not part ways, lest we encounter any peril." After imparting this caution, Yi Changsheng lifted his gaze towards the horizon. Beneath the dim glow, the ethereal silhouettes of distant mountains loomed at the edge of the world, the extent of their distance from them remaining uncertain. Casting his eyes about, he found no trace of the gifted individuals who had entered before. Evidently, none lingered at the entrance. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and intermittently, the mournful wail of the wind echoed, stirring the weathered ashes upon the ground into a swirling dance. Yi Changsheng's heart grew increasingly heavy with apprehension. This place felt profoundly amiss. It was ostensibly a sacred site of Buddhism. Why then did it resemble a hellish landscape of the apocalypse? The scattered bones across the dark crimson terrain rendered the scene even more chilling. Gu Qingyi furrowed her brow in concern. They had journeyed 2 or 3 miles. Yet the surroundings remained largely unchanged. It appeared to be an expansive plain, vast beyond sight, with no end in view. Yi Changsheng came to a halt, surveying the surroundings in a circular motion. It resembled a desolate wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyi pondered for a moment, then closed her eyes and formed a hand gesture. Yi Changsheng and Yi Yao suddenly felt a gentle breeze pass through them, swiftly drifting towards the distance. The two remained silent, patiently awaiting Gu Qingyi's next move. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her expression more grave than before. I have just surveyed the area, and within 100 miles, it is all the same. There are no other peculiarities. This place does not resemble a sacred Buddhist site, rather. It appears to be an ancient battlefield. Upon uttering these words, Yi Changxing suddenly recalled a remark made by Yi Yao earlier outside. It seems that a great battle once transpired here. In retrospect, Yi Yao's inexplicable intuition was not mistaken. This may have indeed been a sanctuary of Buddhism. Yet after a fierce conflict, it has transformed into the desolate scene we witness now. Taking a deep breath, Yi Changxing steadied his slightly anxious heart, his expression hardening with resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, we have already entered, and for now, there is no turning back. Let us first seek out whether others are present. Yi Yao suddenly pointed towards the west and whispered, I have a feeling that we should head in that direction. Are you certain? Yi Changxing was somewhat taken aback. After all, Yi Yao had never ventured into this secret realm before. Thus, Rain's sudden expression of opinion was understandably met with skepticism. Yi Yao shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I am not quite sure what is happening. It merely feels as if I am smoking in broad daylight. If you are uncertain as well, we may choose to pursue a different path. Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi exchanged a glance, witnessing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Changxing resolved to follow Yi Yao's intuition. After all, their father had made it abundantly clear before their arrival that this place was a sacred site of Buddhism. Since Yi Yao is capable of perceiving the essence of Buddhism and simultaneously establishes a profound connection with the secret realm, it would not be amiss to follow her lead. After all, they currently possess no inkling about this place. Venturing forth from any direction would yield the same outcome. Once a path was determined, the trio ceased their hesitation and promptly quickened their pace. 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. The further they traversed, the more their hearts were gripped by trepidation. What monumental battle had transpired in the secret realm? The ground was nearly strewn with white bones, with an initial estimation of at least several 100,000 remains. Such a scale of death rivals that of war itself. Suddenly, Yi Changxing halted, his gaze captivated by an object ahead. It was a skeleton significantly larger than that of an ordinary person. It knelt partially on the ground, its spine seemingly contorted under immense pressure, yet its head remained fixed, unwaveringly gazing into the heavens. Yi Changxing could vividly envision the scene at that moment. A robust giant, towering over 2 meters, was compelled to kneel under an overwhelming force. Yet, his spirit refused to submit. He held his head high, defiantly fixating on the immensely powerful adversary in the sky. The trio drew slightly closer, and Gu Qingyi casually unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, shattering the remnants surrounding the skeletal remains, yet no reaction ensued. Yi Changxing, relying on his formidable physical strength, instructed the 2 women to stand still and exercise caution as he cautiously approached the immense skeleton before him. Upon nearing it, he was astonished to discover that, in stark contrast to other fragile bones that crumbled at the slightest touch and had withered under the relentless passage of time, this particular skeleton was distinctly extraordinary. It gleamed with a pearlescent whiteness, even exhibiting faint golden hues, and despite the countless ages that had elapsed, traces of crimson could still be discerned within the bones. As he reached out to gently caress its surface, he felt an unparalleled smoothness accompanied by a calming coolness that soothed the spirit. He struck the bone lightly several times, and a resonant sound akin to metal echoed, attesting to its remarkable resilience. Chapter 96. A serendipitous encounter beneath Mount Sumeru. The expressions of the 3 individuals shifted instantaneously, prompting them to huddle closely back to back. Umaba, echoed a voice as a hunched, bald figure emerged abruptly from the desolate expanse. His head bowed as he approached from a short distance away. Yi Changxing's gaze sharpened as he quietly warned the 2 women, be vigilant. This old monk seems rather peculiar. Gu Qingyi nodded silently, her hand now wielding a long sword, entirely cloaked in an icy blue hue. Yi Yu gazed intently at the monk, her expression shifting abruptly. Brother, that is not a living person. Huh? Yi Changxing was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Hadn't you just inquired why he had not encountered the lingering souls of obsessions? And here it was. Yi Yu gestured towards the approaching old monk, her expression shifting with a hint of excitement. With a swift motion, she drew forth a spiked club from her cosmos bag. Yi Changxing stared in astonishment at the thick rod, longer than his own finger, with several lines of disbelief forming on his forehead. No, how can you, my dear girl, wield such a crude weapon? Could you not choose something a tad more refined? Ah, dear brother, you're mistaken. Observe this contraption. It embodies the intricate craftsmanship of heavy weaponry while also possessing the sharpness and lethality of a deadly blade. It is truly an exceptional choice for robbery, or a stealthy ambush. Produced by the Yi family weaponry shop, it is priced fairly and without deceit. Yi Changxing smacked his forehead, utterly perplexed by how this girl had embarked on such a peculiar path. During their banter, the old monk was now less than 10 paces away from the trio. He abruptly halted, lifting his head to gaze at them. His face was ashen, his expression vacant, and his eyes, devoid of any wisdom, revealed a complete lack of reason. "Benefactor, where is the Buddha?" Yi Changxing cautiously surveyed his surroundings and tentatively replied, "Is the Buddha within the heart? Good sir, where might the Buddha be found?" The old monk showed no reaction to his response and repeated the question once more. It indeed appeared devoid of any rationality. Yi Changxing shook his head, abandoning the idea of extracting information from the old monk. His gaze lowered, and this time he noticed some peculiarities. The upper half of the old monk appeared normal, yet his lower half seemed to be shrouded in a black mist, obscuring what lay within, drifting along the ground like a specter. Could this phenomenon possibly be a wandering spirit? Yi Changxing gently stroked his chin, leaning slightly closer to the old monk. Although Yi Yao had mentioned that this entity was rather perilous, it appeared to possess little aggression at present. He reached out and lightly pinched the old monk's arm, only to discover that it was devoid of substance. Goodness, could it truly be a spirit? Yi Changxing was taken aback, hastily retreating. "Master, where is the Buddha?" the old monk inquired once more. Yi Changxing curled his lip and gestured toward the indistinct mountains in the distance, saying, "There, in the Small Thunder Sound Temple." The name Small Thunder Sound Temple seemed to act as a switch. As the old monk continuously murmured it, his aura abruptly shifting. The light of the Buddha, which had just emanated from his body, suddenly transformed into a torrent of malevolent energy, and the old monk's expression twisted into one of fierce malevolence. "They all must die. They all must die." A piercing, venomous voice echoed, raising goosebumps upon one's skin. However, before the old monk could unleash his fury, Yi Yao darted forward, her wolf-toothed club shimmering with a rich golden light of the Buddha. "Bald ass, take this from my lady." Bam! Under the radiance of the Buddha, the old monk appeared almost corporeal, yet he was instantly reduced to dust by the tremendous force of Yi Yao's blow. A surge of dark energy shot skyward, dissipating into nothingness amidst the echoes of vengeful howls. Yi Yao proudly sheathed her wolf fawn club, exclaiming with great satisfaction, "Humph! I am no easy target to be trifled with." This scene left both Yi Changxing and Gu Qingyi momentarily stunned. Yi Yao usually appears to be rather lackadaisical in her cultivation, either indulging in leisure or lying flat on the path of inertia. She revels in enjoyment while diligence seems foreign to her. Yet, unexpectedly, her prowess now appears commendable. At the very least, the old monk, whose aura is nearly akin to that of the transformation realm, could not withstand even a single strike from her. Although it is said that the radiance of Buddhism restrains him, her execution was remarkably clean and decisive, a feat unattainable without substantial cultivation. Well, who would have thought? "It seems, my dear girl, you possess some remarkable skill." Yi Changxing offered a compliment, and Yi Yao immediately returned with a beaming smile. Her little head held high in immense pride. "Indeed, I am quite remarkable. Just wait until you see my true capabilities in the future." All right, you are indeed impressive," he replied with a perfunctory praise. Suddenly, Yi Changxing recalled something important and swiftly tugged at Yi Yao, inquiring, "Child, are we headed to the Small Thunder Sound Temple?" Yi Yao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are headed to the Lesser Lane Temple. However, that place is exceedingly perilous. It would be prudent for us to meander about the foot of Mount Sumeru first. Acquiring some teachings from the Arhats and the Vajrapanis would be quite beneficial." Arhats? Vajrapanis? Are they not the enforcers of Buddhism? Not at all. They represent certain stages of spiritual attainment within Buddhism. Only those endowed with profound willpower and great wisdom can attain such levels. Throughout the entirety of Mount Sumeru, there exist the 8 great Vajrapanis and the 4 Arhats, all of whom are venerable practitioners of deep Buddhist doctrine, having achieved remarkable spiritual milestones. Receiving their teachings would undoubtedly be a source of great delight. Yi Changxing suddenly realized and couldn't help but ask, "Did you acquire all this information from that particular perception?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Well, as long as we have information, that's sufficient. By the way, whose territory are we heading to now?" Yi Yao pondered for a moment and remarked, "The nearest place to us is the Zushan Vajra Hall. It is said that this Vajra possesses immense strength, capable of splitting mountains and rending the earth, a practitioner who has perfected his physical form to an extraordinarily formidable level. After attaining the Vajra fruit position, the Buddha provided him with further guidance, enabling this Vajra to ascend to even greater heights, rendering his cultivation and combat prowess unfathomable. Speaking of which, the legacy of this Zushan Vajra seems quite suitable for you, my brother. If we could acquire his methods of physical cultivation, it would undoubtedly benefit you in shaping your own form. Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, Yu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Though he possessed several top-tier techniques, who could ever have too many? Even if he could not cultivate them simultaneously, merely observing them would still offer valuable insights. Very well. Let us proceed to take a look. Yu Changsheng acquiesced, and the trio continued their journey towards the towering Mount Sumeru in the distance. After merely a few steps, they noticed that the mountain had suddenly become vividly clear, as though it were right before their eyes. Yet, paradoxically, this sacred mountain emanated an inexplicable sense of remoteness, as if one could devote an entire lifetime and still never reach it. After advancing a short distance further, the three halted simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, they had somehow arrived at the foot of Mount Sumeru. Chapter 97. Sword aimed at Han Lai. The defiance of Chechen. This mountain did not appear particularly lofty, at least not to the cultivators, as its summit was readily visible. However, as they drew nearer, they were astonished to find that the peak seemed to grow larger, becoming increasingly steep and majestic in an inexplicable manner. Yu Changsheng halted his steps, expressing his surprise. This appears to be a form of spatial manipulation. The actual Mount Shumi must be considerably larger than what we currently behold. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, came the reply. After all, this is the sacred ground where the Buddha attained enlightenment. It is anything but ordinary. Yi Yao affirmed his conjecture, brimming with confidence as she declared, "Let us set forth. Once we ascend Mount Shumi, we shall surely discover the Vajra Hall of the Casting Mountain. At that time, brother, you shall acquire the Vajra inheritance, and sister-in-law can seek a Luohan inheritance. As for me, I shall content myself with the Buddha inheritance." Yu Changsheng could only chuckle wryly and say, "You, my dear girl, certainly possess a rather idealistic view. With so many prodigies entering the secret realm, as you mentioned, the 8 great Vajras and the 4 Arhats are simply insufficient to accommodate such a multitude. My prowess is not to be underestimated." The trio hastened their pace toward Mount Sumeru. As they drew nearer to the vicinity of the mountain, the lingering obsessions and remnants of souls became increasingly prevalent. At this moment, Yu Changsheng was astonished to realize that his seemingly unassuming sister had, without making a sound, developed a remarkably substantial strength. Although there was a discernible gap compared to the top-tier prodigies of the Central Plains, such as Ingwudi and Chechen, she could still be regarded as among the ranks of these elite figures. Approximately half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the foot of Mount Shumi. The excitement on Yi Yao's face was palpable. "Haha, we are about to reach Mount Shumi." At that moment, as the three ascended the mountain, on the other side of Mount Shumi stood a magnificent ancient palace nestled in the mountainside, emanating waves of Buddhist light. From a distance, it resembled the true abode of the Buddha. However, in this place that should have been tranquil and harmonious, a thunderous clamor of battle cries reverberated through the air. Inside the palace, a statue clad in a cassock stood at the center, flanked by a majestic giant elephant. Chechen, dressed in blood-stained white, wore a gaze as frigid as ice, a stark contrast to his previously refined demeanor. The hall was divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of over 20 talented individuals from the central continent, somewhat disheveled as they encircled Chechen. The other side was a conglomeration of talented individuals from the eastern continent, numbering over 100. Despite the significant disparity in numbers, an atmosphere of tension pervaded the eastern continent's side, with many faces betraying a hint of fear. "Retreat. This heritage is beyond your reach. Otherwise, death awaits." Chechen spoke coldly, lightly tilting his spirit sword, causing a drop of crystalline blood to fall to the ground. Despite his arrogance, the eastern continent's talents did not exhibit much anger. This was largely due to the heavy casualties they had already suffered in their previous ambush, losing dozens of their own. This place was known as the Hall of Eternal Vajra, the sanctuary of the Eternal Vajra. The eastern continent's talents, who had entered earlier, were initially exhilarated upon discovering this location, believing it to be an opportunity to defy fate. However, after a series of tests, they soon realized that the Vajra Hall was protected by formidable restrictions which they could not breach alone. Consequently, they decided to wait for more of their compatriots to arrive and join forces to dismantle the barriers. Just as they had gathered around 30 individuals, Chechen, accompanied by a dozen central continent talents, arrived. The allure of the Vajra legacy was irresistible, and the central continent side was not willing to let it slip away. After a fierce skirmish, the Eastern Continent's talents suffered significant losses, fleeing in utter disarray. Naturally, those who escaped could not swallow their humiliation, and thus they rallied over 200 companions, intending to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers to crush the Central Continent talents. Their thoughts were not entirely incorrect, however. They underestimated the formidable combat prowess of Chechen, the paragon of the Central Continent. Just as a group arrived with great momentum, the Central Continent's talents had just managed to breach the Sanctum's defenses. Consequently, a bloody battle erupted in an instant. Although the Central Continent's elite numbered merely over 30, each possessed extraordinary fighting capabilities. In contrast, while the Eastern Continent had the advantage in numbers, the individual strengths varied considerably. Initially, both sides exchanged blows relatively evenly, with the Eastern Continent appearing to hold a significant advantage. Yet, once Chechen entered the fray, the tide shifted dramatically. Despite being subject to restrictions on his powers, the exceptional quality of his spiritual energy and physical prowess ensured that he maintained an invincible stance even against opponents of the same realm. Moreover, the suppression of his abilities was calibrated against the pinnacle of Eastern Continent's talents, specifically Shaoqin at the 5th level of the Cave Heaven. Many of the Eastern Continent's geniuses had yet to reach this level. This vast disparity allowed Chechen to move through the ranks like a tiger among sheep, facing no worthy adversaries. Although the Eastern Continent's talents harbored reluctance in their hearts, the harsh reality loomed before them. None could contend with Chechen. The Central Continent's talents also suffered significant casualties. Despite their fewer numbers, their morale remained unshaken. With Chechen present, they had their backbone. After a moment of silence, many from the Eastern Continent began to entertain thoughts of retreat. The presence of 14 powerful legacies on Shumi Mountain did not necessitate their acquisition of the steadfast legacy of Hong Rua Jing Gang. Furthermore, with one of the 3 great talents, Chechen, guarding the area, it was exceedingly difficult to seize the opportunity. Many calculated that even if each of the 3 great talents claimed one legacy, 9 would remain, ample for them to share the benefits. Engaging in a desperate struggle against Chechen here was clearly a losing endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are evidently no match for Chechen. Alas, after suffering such losses, we are compelled to withdraw, and I am truly disheartened. Yet, what could be done about that? Who among them could contend with Chechen? Such sentiments proliferated, and it appeared that the Eastern Continent's talents were on the verge of surrender. At that moment, a booming voice emerged from the crowd. These were prominent figures from the Eastern Continent. Could they truly leave in such a disheartened manner? Turning around, they saw Han Lai, who had previously graced the talent gathering, glaring fiercely towards Chechen. Friends, although Chechen is formidable, can his spiritual energy and physical strength be inexhaustible? We have over 100 individuals. If we designate 30 to distract others, the remainder can collectively besiege Chechen. Surely, we can overcome him. This declaration stirred the Eastern Continent's talents once more. Indeed, regardless of Chechen's prowess, he remained but a single individual, incapable of fighting indefinitely. He would experience fatigue, and when his spiritual energy was depleted, would not the sheer number on their side grant them the advantage? As the situation deteriorated once more, Chechen's gaze sharpened. How foolish to utter such deceptive words in my presence. If you wish to encircle me, then come and test the sharpness of my blade. Before his voice faded, Chechen's figure blurred, leaving behind a fading afterimage. Han Lai immediately sensed a deadly aura creeping in, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A dazzling brilliance surged forth like lightning, aimed directly at his throat. Chapter 98, The Secrets of the Imperial Artifact and the Watchful Shadows. Quick, too quick. The thought barely crossed Han Lai's mind when he instinctively channeled his energy, forming a thick barrier of spiritual power before him. At the same time, his body turned a shade of azure as he gritted his teeth, thrusting his arms forward to block. Crack. The sword light was resplendent and blinding. Upon contact, the barrier of spiritual energy shattered with a resounding crash. The sword's momentum did not wane. It pierced through Han Lai's seemingly formidable arms and drove straight into his throat. Gasp. Han Lai's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if to utter something, but only weak breaths escaped him. With a swift motion, Chechen leaped back, his long sword stained with blood. Humph. While it is true that I may fall to your ambush before that happens, I assure you that at least half of you shall perish. I am eager to see who among you possesses the selflessness to sacrifice their life for another. As Chechen's icy words echoed, Han Lai's body began to lean forward, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Several talented individuals from the Eastern Continent rushed to check on him, their faces quickly contorting in terror upon contact with his body. Han Lai, he is dead. What? The Eastern talents were rendered speechless. Han Lai ranked among the second tier of talents from the Eastern continent, surpassed by only a few. Yet, such a figure could not withstand even a single strike from Chechen. Moreover, his soul had been utterly shattered, leaving no chance for revival. Trembling, one of the Eastern talents examining the body spoke, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. In an instant, the flickering greed and confidence that had just risen among them was extinguished. After a moment of stunned silence, one of the Eastern talents sighed, "Alas, Chechen is truly terrifying. I bear the weight of my family's future. I cannot afford to lose my life here." "I too," another replied. "Perhaps we should retreat." The Eastern talents murmured among themselves, their fighting spirit rapidly waning. Chechen spoke once more. "If you withdraw at this moment, I shall not hold you accountable for your previous transgressions. Otherwise, even at the cost of my own essence, I will ensure that none of you escapes today." These words fell like the final straw on a camel's back, shattering the last remnants of resolve among the Eastern talents. "Sigh, let us depart. It is simply beyond our means." Indeed, with such a legacy at stake, there is no need to hang ourselves on a single tree. Gradually, the prodigies from the Eastern continent began to warily withdraw from the Grand Hall. Although a portion of them remained reluctant, their courage to confront Chechen had dissipated. Observing this scene, Chechen let out a sigh of relief. While he harbored no fear of the Eastern talents, it was as they had stated. Should so many converge upon him, it would indeed impose considerable pressure. And even if he emerged victorious, it would likely be at a great cost to his own well-being. Such a bloody confrontation was hardly worthwhile. He merely sought the treasures that lay within this place. Upon witnessing the remaining few dozen individuals from the Eastern continent exit the hall, Chechen turned and commanded, "Keep a close watch on those Easterners. Let no one disturb me." Yes, having witnessed Chechen's prowess, the talents from the Central continent instinctively regarded him as their leader. With a figure of his caliber present, they could contend against the vastly superior numbers of the Easterners. Approaching the statue with his longsword in hand, Chechen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His gaze was intently fixed on the weapon grasped by the golden statue. It was a staff, resplendent with a myriad of hues. Standing as tall as a person, Chechen reached out, gently clasping the staff, his expression growing more animated. Indeed, this was unmistakably an Imperial artifact. He felt a surge of joy within. His judgment had proven sound. Furthermore, the most coveted treasure within the hall was not a legacy, but rather this seemingly archaic long staff. It was an Imperial weapon. Though it may not have been left behind by a true sovereign, it had undoubtedly been wielded by a formidable entity of the virtual Imperial realm, making it a rarity in the world. With such an Imperial artifact at his side, even if he were to encounter another siege like the previous one, he would feel no trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Chechen was about to exert force to extract the Imperial artifact when the statue before him suddenly emanated a gentle radiance akin to that of a Buddha. Subsequently, all within the hall heard a grand and compassionate voice proclaim, "Amitabha." The resonant chants of the Buddha reverberated, dissipating the tumultuous energies within the hall. At the forefront, Chechen found his mind enveloped